In a sunny clearing, the dark-haired youth Lute and his wolf-eared companion Snow share a moment of affection. "I love you," he murmurs. "I like you a lot too," she replies with a radiant smile, and they share a laugh. Suddenly, the boy's expression hardens. "SHH," he whispers, "our guests have arrived." Hidden by the foliage, a man watches from afar, while atop a hill another watches an advancing army. From the undergrowth emerge two reptilian figures. "As promised, lizard men," one of them hisses. Crouching, Snow alerts her companion. "Look there, Lute-kun." The lizard men carry a roughly made wooden cage, inside which is huddled a child kidnapped from the neighboring village. Upon recognizing the girl, understanding and fury are etched on Lute and Snow's faces. The hunt was over, the rescue was about to begin. With a swift and trained movement, Lute arms his rifle, the metallic sound of the mechanism echoing his determination. A final click confirms that the weapon is ready for the imminent battle. The lizard men begin to move, but Lute and Snow are already in action. "Snow, let's go," commands the young man. "Understood," she replies. The moment they advance, an explosion erupts in the path, sending debris through the air and reaping the lives of several monsters caught in the crossfire. Sliding along the edge of the crater, Lute and Snow open fire. Their weapons thunder in perfect sync, a lethal dance of precision and power. The lizard men fall one by one, their cries of agony muffled by the sound of gunfire. One of the larger lizards, perhaps the leader, survives the initial barrage and lets out a deafening roar that makes the trees tremble. The sound wave makes Snow recoil instinctively. "Snow, get back!" she shouts. Without hesitation, Lute raises his weapon and fires 3 quick shots at the monster. The lizardman's roar is cut short by a grunt of pain. "If a double tap isn't enough," Lute murmurs to himself, advancing, "a triple, or however many it takes." Another burst of gunfire rips through the air and the monster collapses lifelessly. With the threat neutralized, Snow runs to embrace her savior. "Thank you, Lute-kun." Suddenly, a child's scream cuts through the air. A last lizardman, mortally wounded, crawls towards the cage. "Lute-kun, are you okay?" Snow reassures him. Before he could act, another figure emerges and with a silver slash eliminates the final threat, saving the child. With the battle over, Lute gives a thumbs up to the figure who saved the child. "Looks like we're done here. How are things over there?" Snow walks among the bodies, confirming, "We got everyone on this side. None of them escaped. We finished faster than expected." Lute ejects an empty magazine, which falls to the ground with a click. "Ah hey," Snow playfully scolds him, "didn't I teach you to keep the empty magazines?" He explains that it's to avoid giving information to the enemy, but she sighs with an affectionate smile, keeping the magazine for him. "It's because you're so kind that I love you, Lute-kun," she exclaims, hugging him tightly. "All right," he replies, "check if the children aren't just pretending to be dead among the hostages." As the rescued child is freed, she looks at the weapons that Lute and Snow carry. "I've never seen weapons like the ones you have," she says, marveling. What, are you too?" the girl asks, still trembling. Lute replies calmly, "We were hired by the village to come rescue you." Despite the answer, the child continues to look at them with a mixture of fear and distrust, her eyes moving between the saviors and their strange weapons. Lute lets out a sigh and a tired smile. "You're really as distrustful of us as you are of the lizard men, huh?" Snow laughs and puts an arm around Lute's shoulders, trying to reassure the child. "It's because Lute-kun is a genius. You know, these are all new magical devices that Lute-kun developed." Embarrassed, the boy murmurs, "You're exaggerating, Snow." These weapons, in fact, are Lute's creations, forged with the knowledge of his past life and the materials of this new world. They are new objects in every sense of the word. Lute was reborn into this world with all the memories of his previous life intact. In that other life, he lived with the regret of not having had the courage to save someone important. In this new life, he made a promise to himself. He would save as many people as he could. His last memories before being reborn were of a cold night and a piercing pain. A hooded man stabbed him repeatedly, shouting with hatred and guilt, "Die, shit, it's your fault." As his consciousness faded, he desperately tried to understand why this was happening. He remembered his work at his father's metal machining factory. It was a job he enjoyed, a place where he felt competent. The job at the factory, obtained through his father's reputation, was what pulled him out of his isolation. He got along well with his colleagues who, despite being rough, respected the craft. Yes, before that job he had dropped out of high school and become a recluse, a hikikomori. He sank into games, manga, and anime, hobbies that allowed him to avert his eyes from reality. Obsessed with toy guns and other dangerous weapons, he isolated himself from the world. It all started with the only person he could call a friend. He met him in elementary school. They shared the same hobbies and got along immediately. But in the third year, they began to be bullied by some delinquents. After Lute changed classes, his friend who stayed in the delinquents' class became their sole target. One day, by chance, he saw his friend being assaulted. His friend's desperate gaze met his. Paralyzed by fear, Lute looked away and fled. That night, his friend hanged himself on a swing in the park. He killed himself. Tormented by guilt and regret, feeling trapped by self-hatred, he isolated himself. His friend's suicide left letters, the reasons for the bullying were revealed and the delinquents were expelled. But for him, there remained regret. Several years later, when he finally thought he was moving on, one of the aggressors confronted him on the street. The hooded figure grabbed him and knocked him to the ground. Wielding a knife, the aggressor shouted, "Because of you, what are you going to do about it?" The aggressor's face was contorted with pain and guilt. He chased him as Lute tried to flee. He caught up with him in the same park where his friend died. It was the man who had driven his friend to suicide. As he was being stabbed, Lute realized, "No, I was wrong. I was the one who let my friend die. I drove him to suicide by looking away and running away that day." He accepted death as his karma. I didn't die. I was stabbed so many times." He wakes up in a strange place which looks like a hospital. Next to him, a baby with dog ears is sleeping. A blonde woman with rabbit ears leans over his crib. He reaches out and realizes it's a baby's hand. It can't be. Reflected in the woman's eyes, he sees himself, a baby. The shock is so great that all he can do is cry, "Wah." He observes the people around him, including an older woman and the woman with rabbit ears, taking care of him and the other baby. It seems that everyone around him has animal ears. He doesn't understand the language they speak, but he realizes that they are taking care of him. He understands the basics. Somehow he has turned into a baby. The woman with rabbit ears holds him, and he wonders about her gentle expression. She strokes his head and he is surprised by the gesture. He doesn't understand what is happening. He decides that, for now, he will have to focus on learning their language to understand his situation. And so a year passed. He still couldn't read or write, but he could already understand most of what was said. He greets the caregiver and the other child in the crib. He discovered that he was in an orphanage in the small town of Hope, in the countryside, a place inhabited by beast people that he would never imagine on Earth. It seems that he died and was reborn into a different world with all his memories of his previous life intact. It's the only way to explain his current situation. The woman with rabbit ears is Iru-sensei, the founder of the orphanage. He, now called Lute, and the baby with dog ears, Snow, were abandoned together in front of the orphanage. He concludes that being abandoned as an orphan must be the result of his complicity in leading his best friend to suicide. He sees this as a typical case of karma, a fair punishment, and resigns himself to his fate. But over time, his self-pity and regret disappeared, giving way to a positive emotion. He is different now. He has been reborn and must be able to change the way he lives. He decides, with courage this time I will become strong enough to save people. He swears to himself that he will not let the lack of courage, the mistake that haunted him, be repeated in this new life. Years pass. As a boy, Lute runs to Iru-sensei's class. Today the topic is history. Alright then, today we're going to review the origins of this world. announces Iru-sensei. About 100,000 years ago, the gods, known as Tenjin-sama, created the realms of earth and heaven and ruled in peace. But one day, the 6 great demon lords stole the secret methods of the gods, known as divine laws, and distorted them for their own use, using the power of magic to subjugate the inhabitants of Earth. 5 heroes from the 5 races rose up and used the demon lords' own methods against them, defeating them and sealing them away. It is said that one of the demon lords survives to this day, secretly breathing within the magical confinement. The 5 heroes came from the races that make up this world: the race of man, the race of fairies, the race of beastmen, the race of genies, and the race of dragonmen. And so, thanks to them, peace reigned once again on Earth. Iru-sensei prepares for the next part of the lesson. All right, today I'm also going to review magic. Lute reflects that in the end, the biggest difference between this world and the previous one is the existence of magic. In this world, magic users are known as mages, and, since ancient times, have occupied a high position in society. There are hierarchies of power, from rank D to the legendary rank S. High-ranking mages, such as ranks A or S+, are geniuses or monsters with great influence. At the base of the pyramid are those with rank D or C abilities, considered untalented. History shows that, although rank B mages can rise to A or S with effort, no one with only rank C abilities has ever reached rank S. Iru-sensei, for example, is a rank B+ mage, specializing in healing magic, which explains why the orphanage struggles financially. In this world, magical talent is largely hereditary, so royalty and noble lineages despise marrying non-mages to preserve the power of their lineage. Lute realizes that this world is more cruel than he could have imagined. He understands that, no matter how many people he has resolved to help, it will be difficult without any magical talent. His first concern in this world must be magic. "All right, let's finish up here today," says Iru-sensei with a smile. "If there's anything you didn't understand, feel free to ask me anytime." Immediately, Lute runs towards her. "Iru-sensei." In a brightly lit classroom, young Lute approaches his rabbit-eared teacher, Iru-sensei, with a question that carries the weight of his future. "Iru-sensei," he begins, "I want you to tell me if I have any talent as a mage." The teacher, caught off guard, hesitates, and a tense atmosphere fills the air. The harsh truth comes not from the teacher, but from his childhood friend, Snow. "You don't have any magical talent, Lute-kun," she declares bluntly. Lute then remembers Iru-sensei examining him when he was still a baby, realizing that she knew of his lack of aptitude from the start. Iru-sensei begins to explain her perspective, her voice overlaying a symbolic image of multiple paths in life. "But listen, Lute-kun, being a mage isn't everything. In this orphanage, I've seen countless children." She continues, contrasting the dark path of those who fall into despair by pursuing magic without talent with the happier future of those who become artisans or merchants. With a sad expression, she hugs the disheartened Lute, saying, "You're a good boy, Lute-kun, so I'm sure you'll understand. Stay focused on reality and choose the path in life that's right for you." As he reflects on his teacher's words, Lute thinks to himself, "No, it's probably because there are too many people who drive their bodies to ruin," questioning the wisdom of giving up. Turning to Snow, the dark-haired boy seeks more clarity on his situation. "By the way, where would my magical abilities rank?" A graphic illustration shows the hierarchy of magical ranks, with Lute and Snow firmly in rank C, the second lowest. Despite the discouraging news, the boy smiles at his friend and says, "So I really don't have any talent. Like I said, I think I'll find something other than becoming a mage, Iru-sensei." Determined, Lute reflects, "It's a shame I won't get the chance to cast some flashy magic spells in this alternate world. But there's no use crying over spilled milk. I'll keep accumulating enough power for self-defense and to help people." His attention is then drawn back to the lesson, where Iru-sensei announces, "All right, moving on. Next, we'll learn about magical devices." The teacher begins the lesson explaining that magical devices is a term for items that have been imbued with magical powers. The examples shown are varied, from swords made sharper, armor with flame resistance, to shoes that allow the wearer to run as fast as the wind. Iru-sensei focuses on a rare and expensive material known as magical liquid metal. It has a special property, she explains. If someone touches it while visualizing a weapon and then pours magic into it, the metal will form that exact visualized shape. The lesson continues with a warning about the difficulty of using the material. The problem is that if your image isn't clear enough, all you can form are blunt swords and uneven armor. And once the shape has been fixed, the object cannot be transformed back into magical liquid metal. An image of perfectly machined metal parts appears. Lute has an epiphany, connecting the lesson with the knowledge from his past life. That means that as long as I can visualize clearly, in impeccable detail, no matter how complicated their shapes are, I can make metal parts. The realization hits the young man with full force, his eyes widening in astonishment. So maybe. His mind is flooded with images of modern firearms, ammunition, and grenades. The possibility of recreating the technology of his old world opens up before him. I would be able to create modern weapons. A memory from his previous life surfaces. Him, as an otaku, obsessed with everything military, reading technical manuals and watching toy gun videos, dreaming of building the real thing with his own hands. Another memory takes him back to the metal machining factory where he worked. With the experience and knowledge I have from working in a metalworking factory, yes, I'm sure I'll be able to clearly visualize the parts I want to make. With a silhouette holding an assault rifle, Lute's determination solidifies. All I would need then is some knowledge of magic and some of that liquid metal. Then, maybe even someone like me, without magical abilities, could save people. A confident smile lights up the boy's face. Just when I thought my goal had been thwarted, it seemed like hope shone on me. With modern weapons, I'm sure I could fight against magic. Still, reality begins to set in. The young man sighs, realizing the obstacles. There are a number of problems. First, I don't know how to pour magic into something. Also, I don't have a penny to my name. Back in class, Iru-sensei begins a new lesson. Okay, magic class is starting now. Today we're going to practice shields. She emphasizes their importance, explaining that shields are the only way to block offensive spells, so they're very important. The teacher demonstrates the technique. When you focus your consciousness inside your body, you'll be able to feel a warm sensation in the center of your chest. Visualize that force flowing into your arms like light, and visualize building a wall in front of you. Snow, ever helpful, adds a piece of advice. Pretend you're repelling your enemy and counterattacking. You'll find it easier if you use your emotions. Lute, with his otaku memories, smiles to himself. It's an AT field, I get it, he thinks, referencing a popular anime from his past life. He takes a deep breath, concentrating to try the technique. He follows the instructions, visualizing a wall to repel the attacks of an imaginary enemy, focusing all his intention on the act of counterattacking. With a burst of golden energy, Lute manages to conjure a powerful shield on his first try. Wow, I did it, he shouts, surprised by his own success. The effort of channeling so much energy at once overwhelms him, and he faints, falling backward onto the grass. Lute is shown sleeping soundly in bed, recovering from his magical exhaustion. He wakes up and finds Snow scolding him. You're finally awake, don't give me that, oh, Snow, you fainted. Iru-sensei even had to stop the class to help you. Thanking her for taking care of him, the wolf girl huffs. It's only because we're childhood friends who were abandoned on the same day. I was forced to take care of you. Snow, a rare white wolf girl, continues explaining their connection. As they were both left at the orphanage on the same day, they were raised together. She feels like she's treated like an older sister, always having to clean up his mess. Lute laughs at her concern, which makes her blush. Later, Iru-sensei sternly warns him, I won't stop you from studying magic, but don't push yourself like that again. If you're going to use your magic all at once, you won't know your limits until you faint. In another class, the topic is enhancement techniques. Iru-sensei explains, visualize your magic spreading throughout your body evenly. If there's any imbalance, too much magic will concentrate in one part and your magic will run out. Lute tries the new technique. This time I'll take it easy, he thinks, focusing his mind. He succeeds, and with a shout of "Ha!" he jumps high into the air, feeling his body genuinely strengthened. His lack of control betrays him, and he loses his balance in the air, falling face first into the ground, to the shock of the other children and Iru-sensei. Once again, Lute wakes up in bed, recovering from magical exhaustion. This time, it's Iru-sensei who's by his bedside, her face dark with worry and anger. "If my restoration magic hadn't arrived in time, you could have died," she says. "From now on, I won't allow you to participate in any fundamental magic classes." Intimidated, Lute realizes he'll have to learn on his own. He reflects on what happened, understanding that magic is composed of mental energy and life energy. He fainted because he used almost all of his life energy, a near-fatal mistake. "The reason I lost control and used almost all of my energy was because I couldn't control my magic." Snow approaches him, reminding him of his duties. "Snow, you have to take care of the younger children. In this orphanage, the older children take care of the younger ones." Lute realizes he's been neglecting his responsibilities. In an internal monologue, Snow complains. As always, he has no consideration whatsoever. Lute-kun caused so much trouble for everyone earlier. Anyway, why does everyone say we're childhood friends who get along, forcing me to keep an eye on him, just because we were abandoned on the same day? It's not like we get along. Trying to integrate, Lute approaches one of the younger children and awkwardly pats her on the head. The girl reacts with a look of pure annoyance. Snow drags him into their game. "Okay, help us play house, we don't have enough people." When Lute asks what his role is, the girls gleefully declare, "the pet pink slime." After the humiliating play session, Lute expresses his relief that it's over, but Snow informs him that they'll play again tomorrow. In a panic, he starts imitating other animals, hoping to get a better role. The girls explain that having pets is popular among the wealthy, so someone needs to play the part. Defeated, Lute crawls on the floor, resigned to his fate of being a pet. Fed up with being the pet, Lute decides to create a distraction. "Wait a minute, Lute-kun, you'll be the... Why don't we decide whether or not I'll play with this game I made?" He reveals a homemade game board. "It's called Reversi." The other children gather around, curious. He teaches the rules to a small group of children. Choose black or white, place them on the board and they flip to your color. In the end, the person who has the most pieces, he explains. The children are eager to play. Snow observes, impressed. "I thought he had given up and was going to take care of the younger children. I didn't think he'd sneak off and make a toy like this." Snow challenges him. "All right, then if I win, you're going to play Golden Maru Maru." Lute, not knowing what that is, accepts and lets her go first. "You can go first, Snow." Snow plays enthusiastically but is clearly losing. Another child laughs. "Lute-kun, you made this game, but you're still terrible at it," while he scolds her for not coming up with a better strategy. Annoyed, Snow changes the terms. "GRR, then if you lose, in addition to playing Golden Maru, you have to do whatever I say." Lute turns the game against her. "But if I win, you'll let me pet your tail and ears as much as I want," he declares, knocking her to the ground. Caught off guard by his boldness, the wolf girl is completely flushed and speechless. After his victory in the Reversi game, Lute teases his wolf-eared friend, "Don't forget, if I win, I get to pet your tail and ears as much as I want." Indignant, Snow retorts, "I am a wolf, not a dog, a white wolf." Despite her opponent's boldness, the match is still in progress. With a smug smile, Snow declares her imminent victory. "Heh heh, looks like you're going to lose the game you created yourself. Look, there are way more white pieces than black ones. No matter how you look at it, I've won." The scene changes, revealing that the defeated opponent was not Snow, but another fox-eared girl. "I lost," she murmurs. Lute, with a smile, reminds her of the bet. "It's honorable to admit defeat. Now then, I'm going to make you fulfill that petting promise." Blushing furiously, the girl agrees. All right, then, tonight before bed I'll let you touch them." Her sincerity catches Lute off guard, causing him to stumble and have a minor nosebleed. "It's nothing," he stammers, trying to cover it up. "I was just kidding, so who's next?" Observing the interaction, Snow's frustration grows. In an internal monologue, she reveals her jealousy and determination. "I don't like Lute-kun even a little bit. He's always so selfish. He's definitely going to lose one of the next games. Then I'm going to be meaner to him than ever before." However, Lute's skill proves to be insurmountable. All the children, including a furious Snow, end up defeated on the floor. "We all lost," one laments. "Oh, of course you're good at this game, you're the one who invented it," Snow shouts in denial. Refusing to give up, Snow demands the game board. "Hey, lend me that, I'm going to practice, get better, beat you tomorrow, and make you be the pet." Lute, unfazed, hands over the game. "Sure, practice as much as you want." That night, Lute fulfills the promise made to the fox girl. As he gently strokes her ears and tail, she is embarrassed but yields. The boy thinks to himself, "I thought she'd be more resistant than this," while the other children watch with curiosity. The next day arrives, bringing with it new rounds of the game. Despite the practice, the result remains the same. Lute laughs victoriously as Snow and the other children are once again defeated. "We were defeated," he narrates. "Snow and the others didn't learn. They kept trying again and again." The sequence of defeats continues day after day, to the girl's growing despair and Lute's continued amusement. He reflects on his unfair advantage. "The next day, in my past life I had no friends, so I got really good at this game." His past loneliness has become his present strength. Lute continues his internal monologue, observing the defeated children, playing against these girls who have only practiced a little. The result is always the same, a crushing victory for him. Eventually, the children change tactics. After many days like that, Snow and the others stopped playing house and played reversey in groups without me. It seemed like they realized it was more fun to play among themselves than to challenge someone much better. The game's popularity spreads throughout the orphanage, even reaching Eru-sensei and the older caretakers, who appreciate its simple and accessible rules. With the other children occupied, Lute finally finds relief. "Anyway, as expected, I'm no longer forced to be the pet, and I can go back to focusing on practicing controlling my magic." He dedicates himself to training, spending days and days honing his newfound magical abilities. After some time, he manages to manipulate a small amount of magic, learning to conserve it without waste. Through his training, Lute realizes the harsh reality of his situation, the insurmountable difference in the amount of magic between him and those known as mages. A simple illustration shows his magical capacity as a nearly empty battery, explaining that those without skills faint if they don't conserve their magic. In contrast, mages are shown with a full battery, able to conjure shields and body enhancements effortlessly, even when using magic offensively. This is the fundamental reason why he cannot become a mage. Despite the low capacity, Lute is confident in his precise control. "Still, for an ordinary person, my magic control has gotten pretty good. I'm sure I'll be able to handle magical liquid metal." However, a practical obstacle arises: the cost of the material. The next problem is finding the money for it. The orphanage rules prohibit us from going out to the city to earn money until we reach a certain age. Faced with the restrictions, Lute realizes that, for now, all he can do is wait patiently. Time passes and Lute is now old enough to attend classes. He uses his knowledge to tutor a visibly nervous and embarrassed Snow in math. While Lute focuses on his magic practice on the roof, Snow watches him from afar, thinking, he seems to have calmed down for now. But, as always, he's doing something strange on his own. During a math lesson, Snow struggles to find the answer. She worries about Lute's reaction, thinking, "I've always been so mean to him, so maybe he'll be mean back." She ventures a guess, 515. To her surprise, Lute doesn't ridicule her. Instead, he gently corrects her. Wrong, the right answer is 17. There's no reason to get upset about it. It's okay, I'll teach you until you learn. He then gives her a reassuring pat on the head. Lute's unexpected kindness surprises her. To my surprise, instead of being mean to me, he comforts me and teaches me gently, even though I've done nothing but tease him. When Snow finally gets an answer right, Lute praises her warmly, stroking her head again. That's right, you're a genius, Snow, great. This gesture causes her opinion of him to start changing for the better. Snow reflects on Lute's nature. She sees him as incredibly intelligent and curious for his age, which often leads him to be misunderstood by others. She begins to feel empathy for him. Now that I think about it, I feel a little sorry for him. Maybe, as his childhood friend, and because we were both abandoned by our parents, I'm the only one who knows him. With a shy smile and newfound determination, Snow decides, so at least I'll be kind to him. Motivated by Lute's kindness, Snow dedicates herself to her studies. The feeling of Lute-kun's hand as he innocently strokes my head is so good that I could get addicted to it. Right, I'm going to keep doing my best to learn addition. Their friendship blossoms as they perform chores together around the orphanage, such as weeding. They take a break from their work, sharing a moment of quiet companionship. A genuine and affectionate smile spreads across Snow's face as she looks at Lute, their bond now stronger than ever. Their peace is interrupted by the arrival of Eru-sensei. Lute-kun, can I talk to you for a minute? There's someone here who wants to meet you. Lute is confused by the request, someone who wants to meet me. The possibility of it being his biological parents crosses Lute's mind, and the idea makes him visibly uncomfortable. Noticing his reaction, Eru-sensei looks regretful, and Lute averts his gaze uneasy. Another orphan quickly clarifies the situation. It's not them, Lute sighs in relief. He explains that he has no hope or desire to find his biological parents. Eru-sensei apologizes for the misunderstanding and reveals the visitor's true identity. The person who came to see you is a merchant, an acquaintance of mine. Lute is introduced to Martin, a flamboyant, blonde merchant whose appearance immediately makes him wary. Eru-sensei explains that Martin, a shrewd merchant, saw the market potential in the reversi game that Lute created and has come to discuss business. Martin gets straight to the point, making his offer to Lute. Lute-kun, I would like you to sell me the rights to reversi. Skeptical, Lute questions the merchant's motives. Why did you come all the way here to ask permission from a child? Couldn't you just ignore me, manufacture it, and sell it yourself? Martin explains that trust is the foundation of his business and that furthermore he owes Eru-sensei a life debt for her healing magic. Therefore, he wouldn't cheat a child from her orphanage. He then takes the opportunity to flirt with the teacher. Lute's irritation grows as he realizes that the business proposal may just be a pretext for Martin to get closer to Eru-sensei. As Martin talks about his business, he mentions that his specialty is magical devices. The mention sparks Lute's interest, who abruptly interrupts him. You deal with magical liquid metal. Seeing an opportunity, Lute negotiates a deal. In exchange for the monopoly rights to reversi, he not only secures a sum of money but also the item he desired most, a barrel of magical liquid metal. With the metal in his possession, Lute prepares for his first experiment. Okay, let's try. What was it again? First, just a simple shape. He concentrates, visualizing the most basic object he can imagine, a flat metal plate about the size of his palm. Submerging his hand in the viscous liquid, he channels magic, feeling it flow and shimmer around him. With a final surge of will, he releases the magical energy into the metal. To his immense joy, the process works. In his hand, the liquid solidifies into a metal plate. Wow, it actually worked. Using my magic, I can actually make metal from liquid. This might be the most exciting thing I've seen since I got here. However, closer examination reveals the flaws. The metal piece is warped, with a rough surface and uneven thickness. Lute realizes the limitation of the technique. I guess that means if I can't visualize more precisely, I can only make garbage. It makes sense that this material is so unpopular. He draws on the memories of his past life, recalling his daily experience with metal fabrication in a factory. With renewed determination, he decides to try again, this time harnessing the knowledge and sensations from his previous life. He focuses intently, visualizing not just a shape, but the precise and detailed measurements of the object, from its thickness to its internal composition. The second test is a resounding success. He creates a perfectly smooth and angular metal plate. The realization hits him hard. Surely, with this, making a gun is no longer just a dream. Exultant, Lute rushes to show his creation to Iru-sensei, enthusiastically explaining the possibilities of creating custom metal parts, but his passion is not reciprocated. Iru-sensei offers a lukewarm and disinterested compliment, leaving Lute disappointed by the lack of appreciation for the material's potential. Ignoring the disinterest, Lute focuses on his ultimate goal. He decides to start with an S&W M10 revolver, choosing it for its simpler internal structure compared to an automatic weapon. He reasons that a revolver's robustness and simplicity, with fewer parts and a lower risk of jamming, make it an ideal initial project for his visualization ability. Excited by the prospect, Lute prepares for the challenge, ready to put his gun otaku knowledge to the test. He plunges his hands into the liquid metal, concentrating on visualizing each part and the complex internal structure of the gun, and then pours in his magic. The attempt results in utter failure. The complexity of the object overwhelms his visualization ability, creating a misshapen and useless gun. The cylinder doesn't rotate, the barrel is crooked, and the rifling is poorly done. Frustrated but not defeated, he comes to a logical conclusion. I guess it's impossible to make everything all at once. I'll try making all the parts individually and then assembling them. Later, Lute is outside, dejected by his failure. Another orphan girl, Chris, approaches him with concern, but he brushes her off. In the distance, Snow watches the scene with a sad expression. Chris apologizes and walks away, looking hurt. Lute watches her go, confused by the interaction and wondering if she has something on her mind. That night, Lute sleeps restlessly, the day's challenges weighing on his mind. He is abruptly awakened to find Snow in his bed, silencing him with a finger to her lips. He is shocked and confused by her presence, knowing that she is breaking the orphanage's strict rules. As Snow leans over him with a flushed and determined expression, Lute's mind races, questioning the reason for her risky, late-night visit. Why would she go this far? Could it be because of that? In the dead of night, Lute is awakened by a presence in his bed. It's Snow, who silences him with a finger to her lips, asking him not to wake the others. Completely disoriented, the boy questions why his childhood friend would be willing to break the orphanage's strict rules just to see him. He concludes, blushing, that he never knew she liked him that much. Once outside, Lute asks the wolf-eared girl what was so important. After a moment of hesitation, she asks him, "I wanted to know, do you want to see your mother and father?" The conversation continues under the night sky. Snow confesses that, despite being abandoned, she wants to find her parents and asks Lute if that feeling is strange. The boy, remembering his previous statement that he didn't care about his own parents, realizes how conflicting this must have been for her. In an internal monologue, the dark-haired young man blames himself. He understands that, having grown up in similar circumstances, his indifference made Snow feel abnormal for wanting to meet her family. He realizes that she must have worried about his own feelings ever since. With a new understanding, he calls his friend closer. "Snow, come here a minute," he says, pulling her into a sudden hug to her surprise. Lute holds her tightly, explaining that people feel comfortable when they hear a heartbeat, as it reminds them of the sound of their mother's hearts when they were babies. He reassures her, stating that it's not strange to want to meet her parents and that he only feels different because he has no clues to follow. The boy continues, explaining that her situation is different. Unlike me, you might become a mage one day, he says, reminding her that she possesses magical abilities, a clue in itself, unlike him who has none. A memory from the past shows Iru-sensei testing little Snow as a baby. The result was a smile, as the girl possessed B+ rank abilities, promising a bright future. Lute reflects that her parents must have known about this rare gift and that there must have been extreme circumstances for abandoning her. Considering that Snow is a rare white wolf, a clue about her origin may be in the snowy mountains of the northern continent, one of the few places where her species lives. Comforted, Snow apologizes for her insensitivity and Lute takes the blame. She then shares her dream. When she grows up, she will become a mage, go to the northern continent to find her parents and ask why they abandoned her. Lute supports her dream, certain that she will achieve it. They hug again, and the wolf girl asks to hear the sound of his heart for a little longer, thanking him. In her imagination, Snow envisions a future where she finds her parents, takes Lute on her journey, and together they open an orphanage just like Iru-sensei, living happily ever after. Back in reality, Lute notices his friends blush and jokes, asking if she wants to sleep with him that night. Embarrassed, she calls him a pervert and runs away, while he reminds her that they used to sleep on the same futon until recently. After the conversation, life at the orphanage continues, and Lute returns to focusing on his secret project. Having failed to create an entire S&WM-10 revolver at once, he adopted a new approach. Focusing on the individual parts, he admires his work on a gun barrel, noting the quality of the rifling he managed to create. An illustration details the function of rifling. The diagonal grooves inside the barrel make the bullet spin, stabilizing its trajectory and improving accuracy. The young gunsmith reflects that, when manufacturing the parts one by one, the most difficult part was, in fact, creating the rifling grooves inside the barrel. A technical diagram explains the process he used. Cold forming, using a shaped mandrel to create the rifling by applying a strong external force to the metal of the barrel. Although each component required a lot of work, the simpler structure of a revolver compared to automatic weapons facilitated the process. Finally, after much effort, he completes his prototype, the Mk1. With the weapon assembled, he tests the mechanism, cocking the hammer repeatedly. A smile of satisfaction appears on his face. As a gun enthusiast in his past life, he immensely appreciates the tactile sensation and metallic sound of the cylinder rotating and the hammer cocking. The next challenge is ammunition. In this world, there is no black powder or smokeless powder, and the chemical process to create it would be too problematic. He holds an empty bullet casing. The gun is ready for the firing test, but the propellant problem remains. His mind turns to this world's solution, magic, a mysterious power capable of creating something from nothing, transforming mana directly into elements like earth, wind, and fire. After much trial and error, he develops a method. Using his visualization ability, he manages to control the combustion speed of mana, creating a magical propellant. He then manufactures the parts of the cartridge and fills it with this explosive energy. The result is a success, a complete bullet powered by magic exactly as he had imagined. With several rounds of ammunition ready, the next and crucial question is whether they will actually work as expected. He carefully loads the bullets into the cylinder of the revolver, which fit perfectly. As a target, he uses a simple circle drawn on the wall of a distant cliff. With the gun loaded, he cocks the hammer, preparing for the first shot. Positioned on the edge of a river, he aims firmly at the target drawn on the cliff on the other side. He pulls the trigger. A deafening explosion and a violent recoil throw him backwards, the force of the shot being much greater than he ever anticipated. Alerted by the thunderous sound, Iru-sensei runs towards the source of the explosion, fearing the worst. She finds Lute lying on the ground, stunned by the force of the shot. The teacher examines him quickly. "Your right hand is awful," she observes, relieved that it's not a fatal injury. Lute-kun, what on earth have you done to yourself? Concentrating, Iru-sensei conjures her healing magic. A soothing light envelops Lute's injured hand, repairing the damage. Thank you, Iru-sensei, he murmurs, amazed as she scolds him for his recklessness. Lute tries to explain, saying that he was developing a magical device, but Iru-sensei, furious, grabs him by the ear. Come to the harbor. You're going to get a scolding for being so reckless and worrying everyone like that. At the test site, Iru-sensei finds a fragment of the magical cartridge that exploded. Lute, in turn, analyzes the target and notes that the projectile hit it. He concludes that the problem was not the rifling but the power of the shot. He realizes his miscalculation. The explosion was excessive because the magic used as propellant was too powerful. He forgot to take into account the air space in the cartridge, which serves as a buffer to prevent a too rapid increase in pressure. Holding the destroyed weapon, he understands that he will need to remake it, and more importantly, adjust the amount of magic used as propellant to find the appropriate load. Time passes, and the young inventor continues his work late into the night. With the weapon rebuilt, he faces a new problem. The lack of muscle strength in his child's body prevents him from holding the weapon firmly, causing it to tremble in his hands. After remaking the revolver and through countless tests, finding the right amount of propellant, he finds a solution to his lack of strength, using enhancement magic to strengthen his arms during the shot. Enhancement magic proves to be a success. Not only does it give him the strength to hold the weapon, but it also improves his accuracy drastically, allowing him to group the shots in the center of the target. Satisfied with the weapon's performance, the boy now longs for an opportunity to use it in real combat to test its true effectiveness and power. He reflects, however, that his intention is not to fight against humans. The enemies he hopes to face are demons. Near the orphanage there is a forbidden forest, known for harboring dangerous demons that attack people. Lute knows that he would need Iru-sensei's permission to enter, something that she, overprotective, would hardly grant. His practice is interrupted by a pink-haired girl who calls him for dinner. Distracted, Lute only then realizes that children from a neighboring village are nearby, realizing that he needs to be more aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp scream makes him recoil instinctively. The source of the scream becomes clear. The children from the village are under attack by a group of ferocious goblins, demons that emerged from the forest. In a forest clearing, panic erupts as a band of goblins emerges from the trees, attacking the orphanage children. Lute, the dark-haired boy, watches in horror, questioning why the monsters left the safety of their territory. Chaos ensues as the children scream and flee for their lives. Amidst the disorder, Snow, the wolf-eared girl, acts quickly, placing herself between the monsters and the younger children. She manages to push a little girl out of the way but stumbles and falls. For a moment, she checks if the child is okay, relieved that she is unharmed, before facing the imminent threat. Facing the horde of demons, Snow feels fear taking over, but her determination prevails. I'm the only one here who can use magic, she thinks. I have to protect the children and Lute-kun. Despite being just an apprentice, she prepares for the fight, knowing she is their only hope. With a war cry, Snow channels her magical energy. Ice blades dance in my palms, she invokes, and the air around her condenses into a shimmering ice sword. The young mage leaps towards the enemy, a vision of fury and power. Her blade finds its target, cutting down a goblin with a deadly blow. I did it! I hit him! She celebrates for a brief moment, preparing for the next enemy. However, her victory is interrupted when an arrow crosses her field of vision, fired from afar by another goblin. The arrow flies towards her and terror paralyses her. She knows she won't have enough time to conjure a shield spell. The realization of her own mortality hits her with full force, and the thought, "No, I don't want to die," echoes in her mind. Snow, Lute shouts, his heart freezing as he sees his friend in mortal danger. With his perception enhanced by magic, he sees the trajectory of the arrow clearly, but it is out of his physical reach. Impotence floods him as he reaches out in a futile gesture. The scene triggers a torrent of repressed memories from his past life. The image of his only friend being bullied and him turning and running away. The overwhelming regret that consumed him after his friend's suicide. The sharp pain of a knife when the bully, maddened by guilt, stabbed him repeatedly, blaming him for the death. Luke grunts, cold sweat running down his face. He remembers his promise upon reincarnating into this world. The thing he regretted most, not having the courage and letting his friend die. I swore that wouldn't happen again, he thinks, his determination solidifying into a cold fury. He wouldn't run away this time. Hesitation turns into action. Things are different now, he reflects. I have magic and a weapon. Drawing the revolver he built, he enhances his visual perception with magic. The distance, which previously seemed insurmountable, is now just a calculation. I can do this. With a metallic click, he cocks the hammer and pulls the trigger. A single shot echoes through the forest. The bullet, powered by magic, intercepts the arrow in the air, shattering it into pieces moments before hitting snow. "Ah, all right," he shouts in triumph, relieved that his plan worked. The goblins stop, shocked by the sudden intervention. Lute runs to Snow's side and the other frightened children. "Lute-kun," she murmurs, stunned. "No need to thank me now," he says, keeping the gun pointed at the monsters. "Don't move from here." Analyzing the battlefield, Lute spots the archer among the other goblins. "I should aim at the one that's closest," he decides, prioritizing immediate threats. Another goblin, armed with a sword and a wooden shield, advances. The dark-haired boy aims steadily. "That won't help you," he declares with a dark confidence. "These bullets are powerful enough to pierce even car doors." Another deafening shot. The bullet pierces the wooden shield as if it were paper, hitting the goblin head-on and throwing him back with devastating force. The shield, Lute demonstrates, is no obstacle at all. A close-up shows the moment of impact, the goblin's head recoiling with the force of the projectile. The bullet pierces the creature's skull, which falls lifeless to the ground, its body crashing against the ground. Witnessing the brutal death of their companions, the remaining goblins panic. Their angry grunts turn into squeals of fear and they turn and flee back into the forest. Lute watches them retreat, sweat running down his face. With the immediate threat gone, the boy reloads his revolver, noting that there are still 8 shots left. He remains vigilant, listening attentively, worried that the goblins might return with reinforcements. After a few tense moments, he sighs in relief. There's no sign that they're coming back. The adrenaline begins to subside and the weight of his actions hits him. I'm exhausted," he gasps, leaning on something to catch his breath. Lute reflects on the experience, sweat covering his forehead. "That should have lasted only 3 minutes of fighting, but it seems to have cost me much more mentally than I expected." The reality of his first real combat and taking a life leaves him deeply shaken. "Lute-kun," Snow shouts, running towards him. The fear she held back finally overwhelms her and she throws herself into his arms, sobbing. "It was so scary." Lute hugs her tightly, the relief of having her safe outweighing his own shock. "She's here. She's alive." Stroking her head, the boy comforts her. "You were so brave, Snow. You were brilliant. Even scared, you stood firm until the end to let the children escape." He reflects that she managed to do what he couldn't in his past life and feels proud of her. Still in his arms, the wolf girl looks at him with gratitude. "Thank you for protecting us, Lute-kun." Hearing her praise instead of accusations warms the young man's heart, a stark contrast to the regret that haunted him for so long. Lute apologizes, feeling that he should have thanked her first. "Somewhere deep down, I feel that something hardened has softened," he thinks, hugging her tighter. Nestled in his chest, Snow whispers his name repeatedly, finding solace in his presence. In a moment of introspection, Snow reflects on the duality of her feelings. "Right now, I was so scared, trembling and thinking I was going to die, but why does being with Lute-kun make me so relaxed?" The warmth of his embrace melts her weak heart. A glimmer of understanding dawns in her eyes. She realizes a deep and comforting feeling. It was right here, she thinks, feeling at home in his arms. Since I was abandoned, this is all I've ever wanted, a place to come back to. A symbolic image captures the depth of their bond. "I was born to meet him," reflects Snow, nestled in Lute's arms. "That's what it means to love someone." Sometime after the battle, Calm returns. Iru-sensei, the rabbit-eared teacher, arrives running, having searched for the missing children. She finds Lute holding a child while comforting Snow, marking the end of the terrible ordeal. That night, an emergency meeting is held at the city chief's house. The appearance of the goblins was the first since the city's founding, raising fears that the unusual occurrence could herald the rebirth of a demon lord. As a precaution, it is decided that Iru-sensei and a group of defenders will patrol the forest once a month. After the incident, people's perception of Lute changes completely. From a weird kid, he comes to be seen as a prodigy who, despite his lack of magical talent, is supported by the church. He is happy with the change but knows he needs to improve, as the real fight was much harder than practice. In his thoughts, Lute analyzes the battle. He recognizes the weaknesses of his revolver, the clip size and slow reload. He realizes that if there were more enemies, he wouldn't have been able to protect everyone. For the future, he knows he will need something with more firepower and automatic firing capability. With a new determination in his eyes, the image of his next creation forms in his mind, an assault rifle. The boy with a strong will seeks new power to protect those he loves. While Lute practices with his revolver, Snow surprises him with an enthusiastic hug from behind. Startled, he warns her to be careful with the loaded gun, but she dismisses the concern with a smile, promising to be more cautious from now on. Since the goblin attack, Snow's attitude has changed drastically. She has become incredibly affectionate, hugging Lute frequently and inhaling his scent, which she claims calms her down. Although initially embarrassed, the boy gives in to her persistence. The dark-haired young man reflects on this new dynamic, realizing that his childhood friend has fallen in love with him. Her affection has intensified to the point of following him everywhere, even trying to enter the bathroom with him, leaving him unsure how to react. Her attachment has become so pronounced that she has started sleeping with one of his shirts, to the discontent of the other children, who complain about her grumbling and sniffling during the night. When Lute tries to talk about her behavior, he is met with such a desolate expression that he immediately gives in. He decides that her clinginess is acceptable as long as she remains quiet, concluding that having such a beautiful friend in love with him is a blessing. On the way to class, Snow clings to Lute, asking if he will practice shooting later and if she can join him. He agrees, on the condition that she puts effort into her studies first. Another girl, Chris, also clings to him, reluctant to let him go. Lute gently disentangles himself, reminding her that the others are waiting, and says goodbye before leaving for his tasks. The scene changes to Lute's solitary practice, focusing on a paper target attached to a tree in the clearing. A close-up reveals his intense concentration as he prepares for his experiments with weaponry. After the battle with the goblins, Lute concluded that his revolver would not be enough for future threats. He decided to build a more formidable weapon, the AK-47, a Soviet masterpiece celebrated for its simple design, robustness, and reliability. He remembers his past life, where the AK-47 was known as a small weapon of mass destruction, widely copied and responsible for countless deaths due to its enduring effectiveness. A detailed diagram shows the rifle's gas-operated reloading mechanism. Lute believes that its simple design is ideal for this less technologically advanced world, but he anticipates two main challenges in its construction. The first and most complex challenge is the ammunition. Each component, the case, the primer, the propellant, and the projectile shape, drastically affects the weapon's performance, requiring precise design. Applying the lessons learned while building the revolver, Lute begins the meticulous process of manufacturing the assault rifle piece by piece, using his magical liquid metal. With unwavering determination, he dedicates himself to the project, promising himself that he will perfect the weapon, no matter how long it takes or how many failed attempts are required. Almost a year later, Lute's work is nearing completion. He has assembled an almost complete AK-47 and has even successfully developed a custom fire selector with safe, semi-automatic, and fully automatic modes. As predicted, the final hurdle is the ammunition. Although the AK-47's strength lies in its ability to fire non-standard cartridges, Lute is determined to create the ideal ammunition to extract the weapon's full potential. He embarks on a long process of experimentation, creating various bullet prototypes, adjusting the thickness of the cartridge and the characteristics of the magical propellant inside. Selecting one of his prototype cartridges for the day's test, Lute loads the rifle and aims, preparing to evaluate his latest work. He fires a burst. The recoil is powerful, making his arms ache. Upon checking the target, he notes that the accuracy is still unsatisfactory and concludes that, despite the improved rifle, his prototype bullets still need improvement. Having exhausted his ammunition prototypes for the assault rifle, Lute resumes practice with his revolver. He knows that constant training with the sidearm is crucial, as it can be the difference between life and death. His session is once again interrupted by Snow, who hugs him from behind with joy. He jokes about her hugging him while he's sweaty, but she insists that he smells great and that it's the perfect time for a hug. Over time, Snow began training shooting with Lute in the afternoon. Possessing a rank B+ magical talent, she demonstrates a natural aptitude for shooting, as well as for her magic studies with Iru-sense. Lute can't help but notice how much Snow has developed physically. As a white wolf, she is sensitive to heat and wears light clothing, and the boy finds himself blushing at her curvaceous figure. Now, when she hugs him, he becomes intensely aware of her body against his. The sensation of the warmth and softness of her developing form leaves him completely embarrassed. Despite his internal turmoil and his attempts to maintain some distance, Snow's affectionate nature prevails, and she pulls him into another tight hug, determined to stay that way for a while longer. During training, Snow shows great skill with the revolver. Lute praises her, saying that she is doing very well, but internally he worries, feeling that a single revolver is not enough for her protection and that he needs to finish the AK-47 as soon as possible. Several years have passed since Lute began developing the AK-47. Now older and more mature, he holds the finished weapon with an air of deep satisfaction. All his hard work has finally paid off. After firing hundreds of prototypes and perfecting the design, he is finally satisfied with the weapon's power and recoil. He contemplates his future. After graduating from the orphanage, he plans to embark on a journey to save people, fulfilling the vow he made to himself. This will be his last summer in the village. The young gunsmith feels distressed at the thought of leaving. He still hasn't found a way to tell Iru-sensei and especially Snow about his plans to travel alone. Snow arrives for daily training, her presence and developed figure catching Lute by surprise once again. He is momentarily speechless, which she notices. After a brief exchange, she suggests they start practicing while he is still trying to compose himself. Lute is immersed in his internal conflict. He knows that their paths will diverge after graduation and wants Snow to pursue her magical potential at a prestigious school. However, he fears that she will give up her own dream to accompany him, and he needs to convince her to follow her own destiny. Lost in thought, he overhears a group of children talking. They talk about a well-known merchant whose cart was attacked by goblins and orcs on the main road, piquing Lute's attention. The conversation continues with rumors about the constant danger on the road and about a terrifying demonic leader known as the twin-horned beast, who commands the monsters and, abnormally, can use magic. Lute remembers hearing rumors about this monstrous pig-like creature in the city. The merchant's story confirms that the road has become extremely dangerous, with reports of entire villages and troops being annihilated by the beast. One of the older girls scares the younger ones with horrific tales about the twin-horned beast devouring the organs of children while they are still alive. Snow quickly intervenes, trying to calm them down and assuring them that they are safe. Another girl boasts that they could defeat even an army, a bravado that Lute considers dangerously arrogant and a bad omen. The conversation takes an unexpected turn when one of the girls asks directly if Lute and Snow are dating, given the time they spend together. The sudden question piques Lute's interest, who smiles mischievously as the chapter closes. Amidst a casual conversation, Snow's friends corner her with a direct question. Are you and Lute-kun dating? Caught off guard while watching from a distance, the boy wonders how the conversation about the fearsome, twin-horned beast turned to matters of the heart. The friendly interrogation continues, with the girls teasing Snow about who made the first move and if they've kissed, leaving the young wolf-eared girl increasingly embarrassed. Totally embarrassed, Snow vehemently denies it, stammering that they haven't kissed and that they're just childhood friends, a statement that causes a small stir among the other girls. One of the friends takes the opportunity to joke, saying that if they're not together, she might try her luck with Lute herself since he's strong and rich. With unexpected seriousness, Snow replies that it wouldn't be right to go after him just for those reasons. The focus of the gossip shifts to another girl, who is asked about a supposed romance with a handsome merchant. She denies it, explaining that he's just the young master of the store where she works and that he's been asking for advice about the magic school. The friends aren't convinced, pointing to the girl's blushing face as proof of her feelings, which makes her even more embarrassed. The girls continue to fantasize about the merchant, describing him as a handsome elite mage who trades magic crystals. The conversation disturbs Lute, who hears everything and begins to worry that Snow might also be enchanted by someone like that. Insecurity takes over the dark-haired young man. He reflects that Snow is beautiful and a talented mage, and that it would be natural for another man to be interested in her, making him feel threatened. Bothered by his own thoughts, Lute decides he needs to act. Feeling that his relationship with Snow is more than just a simple childhood friendship, he resolves to go to her to assess the situation. He follows her through the city streets to the place where she works. Hidden, Lute spies through a crack in the blind, watching her secretly. To his despair, he sees the merchant the girls were talking about. The man is exactly as described, handsome and with the aura of a powerful mage. Jealousy consumes Lute as he sees Snow laughing and chatting animatedly with the merchant. In his mind, he declares the man his greatest enemy, lamenting the injustice of the situation. The merchant pats Snow on the head, a gesture that intensifies Lute's fury. Losing control, Lute impulsively shouts, telling the pretty boy to take his hands off her. The sudden shout startles Snow and the merchant, who look out the window, confused. Lute hides in time. Through the window, Snow looks confused, commenting that she swore she heard her friend's voice. Relieved not to have been seen, the boy crouches out of sight. The merchant asks what's wrong, but Snow dismisses the sound as a figment of her imagination. The merchant continues to flirt, complimenting Snow's hair. Lute clenches his teeth in anger, convinced that the man is a charmer who is deceiving his friend. Then the man hands Snow a box whose face lights up with happiness. They share an intimate moment, seeming to be in their own world. The scene is too much for Lute, who panics, grabbing his head and convinced that he has already lost the battle for Snow's heart. Night falls and the scene returns to the orphanage. During dinner, Lute barely touches his food, lost in dark and jealous thoughts. He notices that Snow also looks bad, pale, and without appetite. He tries to strike up a conversation, but she admits that she can't even taste the food, leaving him worried. Meanwhile, he overhears the story of two childhood friends from the city who everyone expected to marry. The gossip reveals that, after graduating from magic school, the girl in the story married one of her seniors, abandoning her childhood friend. The story ends with the heartbroken boy leaving the city forever. The tale hits Lute hard, making him reflect on the reality of that world. Mages are an elite class, and he understands why a girl would choose a partner who could guarantee a better future and talented children. Observing Snow's pale appearance, his fears intensify. He fears that she will also leave him for a more talented mage. He tries to talk to her, but she seems distant, lost in her own thoughts. Later, Lute sees Snow at her bedroom window. Instinctively, he hides, questioning what she's doing and what's really going on in her mind. He is surprised to see her there, looking at the night. His jealousy resurfaces when he sees her holding the box she received from the merchant, questioning the importance of that gift to her. He watches her as she carefully opens the box. To his utter surprise, the contents are not a jewel, but a S&WM-10 revolver. Lute watches her practice aiming through the window and quickly realizes that the weapon is a non-functional replica, as the hammer and trigger do not move. He is perplexed, not understanding why the merchant would give her that. His spying is interrupted by Iru-sensei, who surprises him and asks jokingly what he's doing. She scolds him for spying on the girls. The boy defends himself, insisting that he wasn't doing anything wrong. With a stern look, Iru-sensei warns him not to do anything illegal, as that would make her furious. Taking advantage of the teacher's presence, Lute asks why Snow is trying so hard to practice with a toy gun. With a sigh, Iru-sensei reveals the truth behind Snow's actions. Everything she's doing is for love of Lute. The teacher explains that, fearing the imminent separation, Snow is trying to learn everything she can to stay connected to him. She even used her tuition money to order the replica of the weapon, as she felt too selfish to ask Lute, knowing the cost of magic metal, to make one for her. To illustrate her point, Iru-sensei shares a painful personal story about her fiancé, who passed away before they could realize their dream of opening the orphanage together. Hugging Lute, she explains that knowing how fragile life is, she wants all the children, especially Snow, to live without regrets. With that, she sends him to class. The conversation is interrupted by the hurried arrival of the village chief and other residents. With an air of urgency, Iru-sensei asks Lute and Snow to gather the older children. Before the gathered children, Iru-sensei prepares to give the news brought by the village chief. She informs everyone that the fearsome, twin-horned beast has appeared in a neighboring town and is preparing to attack. Iru-sensei announces that she will join the fight to help. Despite the children's protests, she reassures them, saying that, as a healer, she will stay in the rear. Lute, however, feels a bad premonition. Before leaving, Iru-sensei says goodbye to Lute, asking him to take care of everything. The embarrassed boy tries to convince himself that the rumors about the beast are exaggerated. The scene shows a lonely cliff, establishing a moment of quiet and reflection. Alone, Lute holds a box, thinking of Iru-sensei, who is risking her life to protect everyone. He opens the box, revealing the revolver that he himself made for Snow, but never had the courage to deliver. He scolds himself for his shyness and hesitation. Remembering Iru-sensei's words about living without regrets, a new determination arises in Lute. He decides that he will no longer let fear stop him from acting. His resolution is interrupted by the arrival of one of the younger children, who runs to him in a panic. She sobs that monsters attacked the village, kidnapped the other children, and that Snow went after them, sending her to seek Lute's help. The news hits Lute like a lightning bolt. Taken by a protective fury, he grabs his AK-47 rifle, ready for battle. "I'm coming, Snow, just wait," he swears. Fueled by his promise to live without regrets and by the need to protect his friends, Lute runs towards the danger, diving headfirst into the battle to save Snow and the children. In the forest, the young wolf-eared girl, Snow, bravely defends a group of children from a goblin attack, telling them to stay behind her as she faces the impending threat. The horde of monsters is led by a bestial creature, a giant pigman known as the twin-horned beast. He disdainfully steps on one of his goblin subordinates, angrily reprimanding him. With a cruel smile, the monster expresses his displeasure that his minions have only found brats. Snow, hidden nearby, is shocked to realize that the creature can speak the human language, identifying him as a high-ranking demon. The pigman commands his followers, "Hurry, slaughter the children, and let's plunder their defenseless village." Determined to protect the little ones, Snow asks them to stay quiet for one more moment and prepares her magic. With a shout of "Freeze!" the young mage claps her hands on the ground. The air crackles with an unearthly chill, and walls of translucent ice rise up, forming a protective dome around the children. Contemplating her creation, the ice sanctuary, Snow stands up, feeling the magical power flow through her veins. With the children now safe, she declares to herself, "I don't need to hold back anymore." The demon leader orders a goblin to bring him that. Seeing the other goblins advancing to attack her, Snow tries to suppress a chill of fear, feeling that there is no time to think. Unsure about the enemy's plan but resolute, she decides that the only option is to act first. "I'll defeat him before he has a chance," she thinks, preparing for the attack. Invoking her power, Snow shouts, "Ice blades dance in my palms." The air condenses and ice crystals come together to form a long, gleaming sword. With her ice sword in hand, the mage leaps towards a goblin, delivering a powerful blow. The pigman watches with a satisfied smile, exclaiming, "Yes, right on target." A goblin braces for impact, holding a small shield in front of him. To Snow's astonishment, her ice blade stops abruptly in the air, inches from its target, blocked by a magical barrier emanating from the shield. "Gwahaha, too bad, little mage," the pigman taunts, "you landed a nice blow, too." Surprised and vulnerable in midair, the wolf-eared girl realizes she has nowhere to run as the monster leader approaches. The mage is knocked down hard, falling awkwardly to the forest floor. Before she can recover, thick, magically imbued ropes shoot out of the ground, wrapping tightly around her limbs and torso, immobilizing her completely. Trapped and unable to move, surprise and the flush of exhaustion mark Snow's face. The pigman approaches, explaining that the shields and ropes are magical devices that nullify her attacks. "No more futile resistance," he declares. "Give up." Despite being surrounded by enemies with her magic neutralized and the goblins approaching the children's sanctuary, Snow feels no fear. Instead, a calm smile forms on her lips. The demon leader licks his lips, promising to devour her in the most brutal way possible as a reward for her bravery. He then orders the remaining goblins to capture the children. With Snow immobilized and surrounded by goblins with anti-magic shields, the situation looks hopeless as the monsters advance on her. Inside the ice dome, the children's faces are marked by despair and fear as they watch their protector's fate. Even as a goblin raises a club to strike a blow, Snow remains strangely serene, showing no sign of fear or unease. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos. "Snow, are you all right?" Lute arrives at the scene, wielding his AK-47 rifle. His sudden appearance shocks both the monsters and Snow, who looks at her friend with relief. With a radiant smile, Snow thanks her hero for coming to save her, assuring him that she and the children are fine. The dark-haired boy is relieved to see her unharmed. Lute's calm is replaced by a cold fury upon seeing Snow tied up. "How dare you hurt Snow?" he shouts at the pigman. "You won't get away with this." The twin-horned beast seems intrigued by the boy's arrival. The young strategist exposes the monster's plan. He sent a decoy to a neighboring village, drawing everyone's attention so he could attack the defenseless village. "I was right to sense that something was wrong," Lute concludes. The monster laughs proudly, admitting the strategy. When Lute questions him about why he attacks cities instead of hunting animals, the twin-horned beast reveals his sadistic nature, confessing that he delights in the screams of his victims, especially the taste of children's flesh and entrails. Repulsed by the monster's cruelty, the protagonist's fury reaches its peak. "You filthy bastard," he snarls, "I won't let you escape." The pigman mocks them, confident in the shields that block magic. "Gwahaha, what can you two do?" he taunts, promising to eat Snow's entrails while she is still alive. Aware that the shields are just physical objects, the dark-haired boy reveals his trump card, armor-piercing ammunition, designed to pierce tanks. A single shot echoes, and the bullet tears through the magic shield as if it were paper, obliterating the goblin holding it and shocking the remaining monsters. Taking advantage of the confusion, Lute throws 2 revolvers to Snow. "I was going to give them to you as a gift for self-protection," he says. Freed from her bonds, she catches them in the air, exclaiming happily, "I'll treasure them forever." The goblins and their leader stare at the pair with a mixture of fear and hatred. "Looks like we pissed them off," the boy comments with a grim smile. "Yes, you're right," Snow agrees, her eyes glowing red. "We can both face anything." Back to back, Lute with his rifle and Snow with her new revolvers, the pair prepares for battle. "Let's go, Snow," he commands. "Understood, Lute-kun, time to rock." Lute and Snow open fire, a barrage of bullets that sows chaos among the ranks of the monsters. The battle intensifies, with the pair moving in perfect sync, taking down goblin after goblin with deadly efficiency. Snow takes care of the enemies in the foreground, allowing Lute to focus on eliminating the remaining threats with his assault rifle, clearing the battlefield. The protagonist reflects that, although the AK-47 is a powerful weapon and ideal for close-quarters combat against multiple enemies, its reliance on limited ammunition is a significant weakness, as overconfidence leads to error. The cunning pigman realizes that Lute's weapon has limited ammunition and orders his remaining minions to continue the attack, hoping to exhaust his opponent's resources. Hiding behind the trees and using his subordinates as meat shields, the demon leader forces the boy to expend his precious bullets, waiting for the perfect moment to strike when he is defenseless. The young man's gun clicks empty. Seeing his chance, the pigman emerges from the trees, brandishing a massive axe and shouting, "Swallow this," as he delivers a powerful blow. Facing the enemy's onslaught and out of ammunition, Lute analyzes the dire situation, determined to find a way to land a shot and defeat the monster. Despite the danger, a calculating smile appears on the boy's face. He sees a risky opportunity to turn the tables in his favor, ready to bet everything on a single move to secure victory. With only 1 magazine left for his AK-47, Lute-kun realizes that the only way to win is to defeat the monster leader, the twin-horned beast. However, the cunning monster carefully avoids him, forcing the young man to think of a more elaborate strategy, one that he knows he cannot execute without Snow's help. The tension of the battle is evident on Lute and Snow's faces. Their determined looks reveal a deep bond and a readiness to face the imminent danger side by side, showing the strength of their partnership forged on the battlefield. The pigman, leader of the monsters, cruelly orders his minions to proceed with the attack, brazenly using them as meat shields to protect himself. The strategy works, and the dark-haired boy finds himself in trouble when the hollow click of his gun confirms that he is out of ammunition. Taking advantage of the opening, the pigman exclaims, "Finally you let your guard down," and advances with a brutal attack. The blow sends Lute flying, causing him to drop the empty magazine of his gun as he falls to the forest floor. To ensure his advantage, the demon leader shouts to his subordinates, "Idiots, immobilize her so she can't interfere." The goblins advance on Snow, who screams Lute's name in despair. Even at a disadvantage, Lute doesn't give up. He throws aside the useless rifle and draws a combat knife. "Come on, I'll take you down without my AK," he challenges. The pigman laughs disdainfully, promising to cut off his limbs to see if he remains so tough. The bestial monster accepts the challenge and advances with a look of anticipation. He believes that the young man, now without his magic, has taken the bait and surrendered to a hand-to-hand combat that he cannot win. With his face sweaty but with his eyes shining with determination, Lute prepares for the confrontation. "Okay, let's do this," he thinks, clenching his fist, ready to put his risky plan into action. As the pigman approaches and raises his axe to deliver the final blow, shouting "Die," Lute remains focused. He knows that timing is everything, needing to calculate the distance and synchronize his movement perfectly with Snow's breathing. At the exact moment, Lute dodges the axe and advances with his knife, shouting, "Swallow this." His attack surprises the monster, who did not expect such a quick and precise maneuver. Lute's blade hits the monster's shoulder, not the heart. "Did I miss?" he thinks, shocked, as the creature stares at him with a mocking smile, having dodged at the last second. The twin-horned beast mocks him, revealing that the hand-to-hand attack was just a cheap trick, a bluff that he realized from the beginning. Just when the monster declares Lute helpless, Snow, who was watching attentively, shouts, "Lute-kun, catch!" She throws a revolver in his direction, executing the next phase of their coordinated plan. With perfect timing, Lute jumps back and catches the gun in the air. "Nice timing," he praises. The exchange, communicated only with a look, demonstrates the incredible harmony between the two childhood friends. Now at point-blank range and with a loaded revolver, the protagonist aims at the monster, who seems to have been caught by surprise. "Got you," he exclaims, certain of victory. However, the pigman roars naive, revealing that he never lost his balance. He anticipated the gun pass and did not fall into the trap, to Lute's shock. Spinning with surprising speed, the monster hits Lute directly in the chest with the handle of his axe. The force of the impact knocks him down, leaving him panting and wounded on the ground, while Snow screams his name in panic. Triumphantly, the pigman explains his cunning. He saw the signal that Lute gave to Snow and knew they were plotting something, so he pretended to fall into their trap so he could counterattack. The trick to setting a trap, kid, is to make your opponent believe that you fell into theirs. Seeing her friend defeated and in mortal danger, Snow, immobilized by the goblins, cries with tears in her eyes, "Lute-kun, run, don't worry about us, just get out of here." Ignoring Snow's plea, the monster approaches the fallen Lute. "It's useless," he says, raising the axe. "What can you do without magic in this device? I think I'll start with the legs so you can't run." As the axe comes down, Lute on the ground reveals a defiant smile. "Just kidding," he murmurs and fires a deafening shot from his AK-47, which he had discreetly picked up. The bullet hits the monster squarely, who stares at him with wide eyes of disbelief. "Impossible," stutters the twin-horned beast, looking at the hole in his chest. "This device should already be out of magic." Lute, getting up with difficulty, explains the final trick. "Sure, the magazine is empty, but I left a bullet in the chamber." Lute's strategy was possible thanks to a feature of the AK-47's design. A bullet can remain in the chamber even after the magazine is removed. It is a classic technique to surprise an opponent who believes the weapon is unloaded. In a flashback, Lute reveals his complex plan. He conspired with Snow to fake the attack with the revolver and deliberately receive the blow from the axe, all to hide his true intention of using the last bullet hidden in the AK-47's chamber. With a victorious smile, Lute throws the monster's words back at him. "You hit it right on the head. The trick to setting a trap is to make your opponent believe that you fell into theirs." His strategic superiority ensured victory. After the battle, Snow runs to Lute, relieved. "You had me worried, I thought you had really lost." The boy smiles and jokes, "If I fooled you, then my acting wasn't so bad." Mortally wounded, the pigman begs for his life. "W8, you won, spare me, and I'll tell you where to find all the treasure I've accumulated." Lute and Snow stare at him impassively. Lute rejects the offer coldly. "Gold is not enough to quench your thirst for blood. You have no reason to accumulate treasures." With their revolvers pointed, he seals the monster's fate. "I said I wasn't going to let you escape." With the final declaration, "It's here," that you fall, Lute and Snow fire together, executing the twin-horned beast and putting a definitive end to his reign of terror. In the silent forest after the battle, the cries of the villagers calling for Snow and a girl named Carol can be heard. The villagers and the other children from the orphanage emerge from the trees, desperately searching for the young heroes, shouting their names. Upon finding them safe and sound, an overwhelming relief takes over the group. The children and adults run to embrace Lute and Snow in a scene of pure joy and gratitude. After calming everyone down, Lute and Snow are surrounded by their friends who are amazed by their bravery. "Did you defeat all those demons alone?" asks a girl. "Of course not," replies Snow with a proud smile. "We destroyed them." Walking hand in hand, Snow praises Lute. "You were so cool, Lute-kun." He responds with sincerity, "Without you, he would have beaten me. I'm so glad you were there, Snow." While holding Lute's hand, Snow's happiness is momentarily overshadowed by a melancholic thought. "Lute-kun is right here with me. But soon, we will be separated." Blushing and nervous, Snow decides that she can no longer postpone it. "If I don't ask you now, I know I'll regret it," she thinks, gathering all her courage to speak to Lute. With a trembling voice, she asks, "What are you going to do when you leave the orphanage?" Lute realizes that this is the perfect opportunity to finally be honest with her about his future plans. Lute reveals his plan. "After I leave the orphanage, I intend to go on a journey. I want to help people who are in danger or asking for help." He reflects internally that the real reason is to atone for the sins of his past life, a burden too heavy to share, so he decides to invent a simpler excuse. He explains to her, "Today, I saved the children from that monster, and all those years ago when I saved you and the others, I felt like I had done something really important. I want to continue saving people like that." Snow's response is immediate and enthusiastic. "Then I want to go with you." She believes that together they would be strong enough to face any demon, feeling ready to leave the next day. Lute, although touched, gently refuses. "I would love to travel with you, Snow, but you are such a talented mage. I feel like I would be stifling your potential." Both are heartbroken, realizing that separation is inevitable as long as they are just friends. With emotions running high, Snow stutters, determined to confess something she has always wanted to ask him, before the opportunity is lost forever. Lute, unlike a dense manga protagonist, has been fully aware of Snow's feelings for him for some time. He reflects that he never confessed because he saw her as a child, but now she is bravely trying to express her love for him. He understands the importance of this moment. In this world and the previous one, she is the first and only girl to confess to him, and he knows there is only one way to respond. They stare at each other, both blushing deeply, as Snow opens her mouth to ask her long-awaited question. In a completely unexpected climax, Snow shouts with her face on fire, "Please, accept me as your sex slave." The audacious proposal leaves Lute in a state of absolute shock. In a completely unexpected climax, Snow, her face flushed, makes her audacious proposal, "Please, accept me as your sex slave." The statement leaves Lute in a state of absolute shock, completely unprepared for such a request. Still trying to process the situation, the protagonist questions where she learned such a specific term. Snow reveals that it was from a merchant she works with, who also deals with slaves. She explains the merchant's twisted logic. If she became a slave, she would have to stay by her master's side forever. Stunned, Lute tries to bring the conversation back to sanity, suggesting that they could simply date like a normal couple. Misinterpreting his shock as rejection, Snow's expression saddens. "It's okay, I understand. I'm not good enough for you," she says, believing he's just being kind. "I would be happy just to be by your side." The wolf-eared girl continues, expressing her insecurities about her lack of magical talent and how she feels inferior to him, who she believes will become a legendary hero. The boy, in turn, realizes the depth of her misunderstanding and self-deprecation. As Snow, in her innocence, continues to justify the merchant's idea, Lute is consumed by guilt. "It's my fault for not expressing my feelings properly," he thinks, regretting having allowed the situation to reach this point. Remembering his promise to no longer run away from his problems, the protagonist understands that his hesitation and fear of being rejected hurt her. He realizes that he waited for her to take the first step, an attitude he now regrets. With a new determination stamped on his face, the dark-haired young man decides to take the initiative and clarify his true feelings once and for all. He approaches a still confused and nervous Snow, holding a small gift box, taking her by surprise. "Snow, I wanted to give you this," he says shyly, opening the box to reveal a delicate silver bracelet. He apologizes for the delay, explaining that the design took a long time to finalize. The boy then narrates an ancient legend of the heroes of the 5 races, in which a hero asked a goddess to marry him with the gift of a bracelet. Since then, the tradition of offering a bracelet as a marriage proposal has remained in that world. With his heart in his hand, Lute finally asks the question, "Will you marry me?" Snow's tears, once of sadness, are now of pure joy as she accepts the proposal with an emotional, "Yes, I love you too, Lute-kun." With their feelings finally revealed and reciprocated, the two seal their engagement with a passionate kiss, a moment that marks the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Later, when sharing the news, Iru-sensei and another friend are shocked. "You're getting married so suddenly," comments the teacher. Lute, embracing a radiant Snow, clarifies, "The bracelet is proof of our engagement." The conversation turns to the future. Lute reiterates his plan to travel alone until Snow graduates from magic school, which leads Iru-sensei to intervene with a safer and more structured suggestion. Iru-sensei proposes that, instead of wandering aimlessly, he become an adventurer, join a guild, and eventually create his own legion. She details how the adventurer system works, with its difficulty ranks and the various specializations of the legions, some focused on hunting demons, others with restrictions such as women only or anti-dragon. Arguing that teamwork is safer, Iru-sensei offers a letter of recommendation to her twin sister, a veteran adventurer who could teach Lute the basics, and eventually join him when Snow graduates. Lute accepts the offer with gratitude. Iru-sensei describes her sister as a kind-hearted person with an adventurous spirit, although she is not a mage. The serious conversation is interrupted by a comical moment when Iru-sensei catches the young couple in an intimate embrace, jokingly reprimanding them for being too hasty. With a mischievous smile, the teacher gives Lute one last piece of advice, asking him to control his perverted personality, as women are very sensitive to prying eyes. Changing to a more serious and maternal tone, Iru-sensei wishes the couple a long and happy life together. With radiant smiles that mirror each other's happiness, Lute and Snow respond in unison, "We will." On the day of departure, the separation becomes a reality. Snow, still recovering from her injuries, offers to go with him, but Lute gently refuses, stroking her head and stating that he doesn't want to be a burden to her. He promises to write and visit her, and they share one last affectionate hug, knowing it will be the last time for a while. Before his own departure, Lute gives a farewell gift to another girl from the orphanage, ensuring that she also has a way to protect herself. The gift is a custom-made leather holster for the S and WM-10 revolver, designed to be hidden discreetly under the arm, with the instruction that it is only for self-defense and should not be used lightly. The moment of Snow's farewell is emotional. Iru-sensei and the other children surround her with advice and words of encouragement, reminding her that the orphanage will always be her home and that she is never alone. With a heavy heart and tears in her eyes, Snow thanks everyone and is helped onto the cart, waving goodbye to the family she is leaving behind. As the cart moves away, her emotional cries echo, "Send me letters, okay? Come visit me." Watching her leave, Lute smiles with determination, making a silent promise. "Snow, we'll be together again soon, and until then, I'll become a full-fledged adventurer." For his own departure, Lute chooses to leave discreetly at dawn. However, Iru-sensei awaits him at the gates for a private farewell. He explains that a big farewell wouldn't suit him. The teacher replies that he didn't need to leave so early, as everyone would have come to see him off. Iru-sensei hands him the letter of recommendation for her sister, a pass to his new future as an adventurer. With an affectionate smile, she confesses that she always found him difficult to deal with, which shocks Lute, who asks if she always hated him. She quickly denies it, explaining that although he was an early and problematic student, his ability to earn money and his maturity beyond his age made her, deep down, immensely proud. In a final gesture of affection, Eru-sensei hugs him, reiterating that he is never alone and that he must use his power for good. Moved, Lute thanks her. The emotion of the moment is too much for the boy, who cannot hold back his tears. It was a good idea to leave early, he thinks. A man shouldn't let them see him cry. He wipes his face quickly before mounting his horse, ready to begin his journey. With a final wave, he says goodbye to his mentor and friend, promising to keep in touch and visit her when things calm down. With his heart full of hope and determination, Lute rides towards the horizon, taking the first step on a path to realize his dreams, a future he believes to be promising and bright. A year ago, Lute set out on his journey, full of hope and determination, after saying goodbye to his friends at the orphanage. The hardest farewell was from his fiancée, Snow, who left for a prestigious magic school while he began his career as an adventurer. However, the promising future he envisioned fell apart. Now he finds himself in an underground cell in a slave market on the monster continent, a prisoner among other unfortunates. Reflecting on his terrible situation, the protagonist wonders how everything went so wrong, remembering the events of a year ago that led him to this captivity. His journey began with a setback upon arriving in the big city. Seeking the sister of his mentor, Eru-sensei, he was abruptly informed that the woman he was looking for was dead. The truth was even darker. Eru-sensei's sister, addicted to gambling, had been sold into slavery and sent to the monster continent, leaving the boy shocked and without his only connection in the city. Disappointed and without a guide, the young adventurer ponders his next steps, realizing that the person he hoped would help him was very different from what he imagined. Briefly considering the idea of abandoning his mission and reuniting with Snow, he quickly dismisses the thought, determined not to run away from his problems. The temptation of a simpler and happier life with his fiancée passes through his mind, a daydream about what could be if he chose the easier path. In his imagination, he sees Snow praising him, a fantasy that reinforces how far he is from his goals and the life he desired. Back to reality, he remembers his first crucial mistake, heading to the Adventurers Guild, a place that would prove to be the beginning of his downfall. Despite warnings that the guild was not responsible for injury or death, the protagonist accepted the terms with naive optimism, eager to begin. Thanks to the superior firepower of his AK-47, the initial missions were surprisingly easy, allowing him to eliminate monsters efficiently and gain a quick reputation. His rapid progress caught the attention of a group of veteran adventurers who invited him to join them on higher-level missions, an offer that seemed like a stroke of luck. Believing he had found kind mentors, Lute gladly accepted the group's advice and tips, feeling fortunate for their camaraderie and without suspecting their true intentions. The harsh reality hits him when he wakes up tied up, realizing belatedly that his trust was cruelly betrayed. The veterans reveal their charade. They drugged him to steal his weapons, which were their true objective from the start. With mocking smiles, the traitors reprimand him for his naivety, teaching him the bitter lesson of never trusting strangers or accepting offered food so freely. After extracting information about his magic devices with a truth serum, they reveal their final plan, to sell him in the slave market where young humans fetch a high price. After the betrayal, his fate was sealed. He was sold as a slave, stripped of his freedom and his weapons. Aboard a slave ship for a year, the pain of losing the engagement bracelet that the traitors discarded as trash fuels his determination to survive and take revenge. Back in the cell, a guard informs him that Rano-sama, the master of the market, has summoned him. Led by the guards, the young man understands that his long wait may have come to an end, as a potential buyer has been found. Despite the opportunity, he is aware of his impotence, with the heavy shackles on his wrists and ankles severely limiting any chance of escape. In addition to the physical chains, a magic collar on his neck suppresses his magic and ensures that any forced attempt to remove it would be fatal. While he is washed and prepared for sale, he clings to his resolution to be patient, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tables, no matter how long it takes. He remembers that on the monster continent, human slaves are a common commodity, transported through new trade routes. While his hair is combed, he reflects on the value of slaves, knowing that, as a young man capable of using magic, he can fetch an exorbitant price. The fear of being sold into prostitution plagues him, and he prays that his buyer is a wealthy, high-class woman of the monster race, who might treat him with some decency. With a cold determination, he hatches a plan: to be an obedient slave for now, gain the trust of his new master, and diligently look for a chance to escape. Taken to the presence of the trade master, he is greeted by Rano Mekumeru, a surprisingly well-dressed and courteous frogman who formally introduces himself. During a polite conversation, Rano offers him tea, and Lute notes that, despite his amphibian appearance, the merchant behaves like a true gentleman. Rano reassures him, stating that he does not eat humans, before leaving to fetch the client, leaving the young man apprehensive to await his fate. Alone and terrified, the protagonist joins his hands in a desperate prayer, begging all the gods that his buyer is a woman. His worst nightmare materializes when the door opens to reveal his buyer, a huge, muscular, and wild-looking man who laughs with overwhelming joy. The man grabs him unceremoniously, introducing himself as Count Dangate Vlad, the respected leader of the vampire race, as despair takes over Lute. Amidst the panic, a small hope arises that he may have been bought to be a messenger or worker, and not for more vile purposes. His hope is crushed when Rano offers him a farewell gift for his nights with the Count, confirming his worst suspicions. The gift is a set of provocative women's lingerie, and the dark-haired young man faces his future with despair, realizing that his life as an adventurer has led him to a truly terrible predicament. Upon arriving at Vlad Castle, Lute is greeted by the head butler, a sheepman named Mary, who professionally welcomes him into the grand entrance hall. He is then introduced to Jiggy, the imposing werewolf head of security, whose intimidating presence leaves the young slave visibly terrified. As he is guided through the opulent corridors, the protagonist reflects on his uncertain future, now in the hands of his new and peculiar masters. Mary questions Lute about the farewell gift he brought from Rano. Embarrassed, the boy shows the provocative lingerie, believing it would be a treat for the master of the house. Mary's reaction is one of total disappointment. "Excuse me," he says with a sigh, "it seems you have been severely misinformed." The butler and the head of security clarify that the Count is a man faithful to his wife and does not engage in other activities, confirming that Lute's purpose in the castle is different. An overwhelming relief takes over the young man as he realizes that he will not be the toy of a muscular giant, but the question of his true function still intrigues him. The answer comes when Count Dangate Vlad himself approaches, bringing with him his young and shy daughter Chris. It is revealed that Lute was bought as a birthday present for the reclusive Chris, intended to be her personal butler and, to his surprise, her blood bag. At first, he thinks he's hit the jackpot. However, the term blood bag evokes terrifying images, causing the protagonist to panic. Mary, noticing his fear, promptly reassures him. Mary explains that, among wealthy vampires, having a butler who also serves as a blood source is a status symbol, and that the blood is collected in small samples, not a fatal role. Lute calms down with the explanation. Before the formal introduction to the family, Mary hands Lute a new outfit, instructing him to dress appropriately. To his complete shock and humiliation, the outfit is a maid's uniform. The Count bursts into laughter, delighted with his choice and exclaiming, "I have a good eye for them, don't I?" revealing a fundamental mistake. The Count's wife, the stunning vampire Ceres, embraces Lute with overwhelming enthusiasm, exclaiming how cute he is. The boy is buried and confused by the sweet aroma and warm reception, so different from snow. After the tight hug, Ceres apologizes for getting carried away and formally introduces herself to a still stunned Lute. Still amused by the uniform situation, the Count leads the group to officially introduce the new employee to his daughter. Inside the room, they find Chris, a young vampire with a delicate appearance and blonde hair, who looks more like an angel than a fearsome demon. With great pride, the Count introduces Lute to Chris as her birthday present and new blood bag. The boy, in turn, formally introduces himself to his new mistress. Chris stares at him with a blank expression and in silence, leaving everyone in suspense about her reaction. The young woman then pulls out a magic slate from a small bag, preparing to communicate. Instead of speaking, she writes, thanking her parents for the gift but asking an embarrassing question. Why is that boy wearing a maid's uniform? She turns the slate to reveal the final part of her message, a confession that shocks everyone in the room. I'm afraid of boys. Count Dangate Vlad bursts out laughing when he realizes his colossal mistake. He mistook Lute for a girl, a comical mistake coming from such a powerful mage. It is explained that Chris, despite her noble lineage, has no magical talent and was bullied at school, which resulted in deep trauma and fear of boys, leading her to isolate herself in her room. Her parents, desperate to help her, decided to buy a butler blood bag as an attempt to improve her reclusive condition. Lute finally understands the confusion. Ceres comments that Chris's perception is exceptional, as she was the only one who knew instantly that he was a boy, even under the clothes. The Count laughs at the situation, admitting his mistake but stating that it doesn't matter, since Lute's official documents list him as a man. Jiggy the werewolf reveals that he knew Lute's gender all along just by the smell, to Mary's surprise. When questioned about his silence, Jiggy states that he is just doing his job. Lute, in turn, concludes that he needs to stay, as he fears that being returned to the market will lead him to a fate as a prostitute. Determined to avoid a dark future, the dark-haired young man begs to stay and work, promising to do his best to serve Chris. The request sparks a debate among the staff. Mary objects, worried about Chris's phobia, while Jiggy, to everyone's surprise, argues that they should keep him precisely because he is a man. The werewolf explains that interaction with a friend of his age may be the key to Chris's recovery. Lute, moved by the unexpected defense, sees his intimidating guard as an angel. Mary, however, insists on returning Lute and looking for a more suitable candidate, which irritates the boy to the point that he mentally swears to turn the sheep butler into a barbecue. The Count ends the discussion with a decision. Lute will have a 3-day trial period. If he can get the terrified Chris to drink his blood within that time, his job will be guaranteed. With his future at stake, Lute accepts the challenge. He has 3 days to earn the trust of his new mistress and become a member of the Vlad family, or he will be expelled and left to his own devices. Lute's 3-day challenge begins. Dressed impeccably in a butler's uniform, his first task is to wake up his new and reclusive mistress, the young vampire Chris. The first contact is a disaster. The mere sight of a boy in her room terrifies Chris, who shrinks back and communicates through a magic slate, declaring her fear of men and asking him to leave her alone. After the failed attempt, the protagonist talks to Mage, the head maid, who encourages him not to give up as it is only the first day. Mage expresses a surprising opinion. She believes that the presence of a boy like him may be exactly what Chris needs to overcome her trauma, thanking him for accepting the challenge. The head maid, in a moment of levity, jokes about how difficult Lute's task will be, who, without realizing the joke, panics at the idea of giving up, reaffirming his determination. Later, a voice-off panel offers new hope, asking Lute, "Do you know how to make sweets?" Another maid suggests that winning Chris's stomach may be the key to her heart, as the demon race has a weakness for sweets. Inspired, the young butler begins his plan, gathering the staff in the kitchen. Lute presents his secret weapon, a pudding. Using the knowledge from his past life, he creates a completely new dessert for that world, explaining that it is made with eggs, milk, and sugar. The maid who tastes the dessert is visibly surprised and amazed by the flavor, never having seen or tasted anything like it before. A brief glimpse of his past reveals that the boy honed his culinary skills during a period of seclusion in his previous life, a hobby that now proves invaluable. The maid's reaction is ecstatic, confirming the potential of the plan. The delight of the pudding leaves her speechless, validating Lute's bet. With renewed confidence, Mage encourages him, stating that with such delicious sweets, he will certainly win the young mistress's trust. Armed with his creation, Lute approaches Chris's bed. The young vampire, attracted by the aroma, shows curiosity, but her phobia still prevents her from accepting the offer directly. Mage intervenes, taking the spoon and offering the pudding to a hesitant Chris. With a say-ah, she manages to break the barrier of fear, and the young mistress finally tastes the dessert. The moment the pudding touches her tongue, Chris's eyes widen in pure delight. The overwhelming sweetness triumphs over her fear, to the relief of Lute and the other maid. After savoring the pudding with a cup of tea, Chris timidly admits that it was delicious. Encouraged, Lute asks if he can bring more sweets in the future. With a radiant smile, she agrees enthusiastically. The first barrier has been broken, and Lute celebrates his small victory, determined to continue. On the second day, Chris is already eagerly awaiting Lute's creations, who promises to dedicate himself fully to making the best desserts for her. The success continues with afternoon tea, where a strawberry crepe is devoured with pleasure, followed by a request for more, please, on the magic slate. At night, a fruit sandwich surprises and delights the young mistress, who never imagined that sweets and bread could combine so well. The sweets plan is an absolute success. A significant milestone is reached when Chris, overcoming her shyness, calls him by name for the first time, Lute-san. She thanks him sincerely, and the boy is visibly moved by the progress. With a genuine and joyful smile, Chris expresses her anticipation for the next day, showing that the distance between master and servant is rapidly decreasing. On the third and final day, a remarkable advance occurs. Chris invites her friends for afternoon tea, a clear sign that her confidence is returning, creating a lively atmosphere in the room. Lute formally introduces himself to the guests as the apprentice butler, maintaining his professional demeanor. Chris, in turn, introduces her butler to her friends, a gesture that demonstrates her growing acceptance and comfort with his presence. Chris's friends are introduced: Barney from the three-eyed race, Karen, a centaur, and Muir, a lamia. They are protective but curious about the new human butler. The group enjoys the desserts and potato chips prepared by Lute, and the contrast between salty and sweet is a great success. The tea party is a social triumph for Chris. After her friends leave, Chris thanks Lute, crediting him with the success of the meeting and the joy she felt. In a moment of sincerity, the young vampire confesses how happy she is that he has become her butler, solidifying the bond between them. The effort of socializing leaves her exhausted. Lute notices her tiredness and yawn, worried about her well-being. Despite her fatigue, he knows that the night is not over yet. With a determined expression, he prepares for the final and most crucial stage of his 3-day challenge. Later in her chambers, Lute approaches seriously, knowing that the future of his employment depends on this moment. He introduces himself not only as a butler but also as her blood bag, and formally asks permission to fulfill his duty that night, leaving Chris shocked and blushing. Although it is her first time and she is visibly nervous, the trust they have built in recent days leads her to agree. She takes his finger to her mouth, ready to fulfill the condition. After tasting his blood, she declares it delicious. With this act, the 3-day challenge is officially completed successfully. Lute has secured his place in the Vlad house. Chris, with a shy smile, expresses her happiness that he can stay. The boy, relieved and grateful, thanks her. With the mission accomplished, the butler withdraws from the room, leaving behind a satisfied mistress and a promising future ahead. Thus, Lute becomes an official member of the Vlad family, accepted not only as a servant but as part of the house. A year passes. The scene changes to the training yard, where Lute, now stronger and more experienced, trains hand-to-hand combat daily with Jiggy, the imposing werewolf security chief. During this year, life has become a stable routine. He continues his duties as a butler and blood bag, trains intensely, maintains correspondence with Snow, and watches Chris flourish, slowly overcoming her seclusion. During a break in training, Jiggy advises Lute on the futility of fighting head-on against S-class or higher mages, emphasizing the need for smarter and more evasive tactics. Despite the warning, Lute expresses the desire to be able to fight against such powerful opponents, showing an ambition that impresses and amuses his werewolf mentor. The conversation is interrupted by a thunderous laugh. Count Dangate Vlad appears, challenging Lute to a training match, a prospect that fills the young man with dread and marks the beginning of his next great test. In the training yard, Count Dangate Vlad laughs contagiously while Jiggy, the werewolf, warns him not to overdo it. The head of security reminds his master that if Lute is seriously injured, the young mistress, Chris, would be without his company for a month, a prospect the young man considers a bit too long. With a war cry, Lute advances against the Count, determined to use all his speed to deliver the first blow. He believes that a well-aimed attack on the solar plexus can bring down even the powerful vampire. His fist hits the target, but the impact is null, as if he had punched a stone wall. The Count remains motionless with an amused smile, while the young butler realizes the futility of his direct attack. With an almost casual counterattack, the Count sends Lute flying through the air with an invisible force, throwing him violently against the distant wall of the courtyard. After the painful defeat, the scene unfolds in an opulent room of Vlad Castle, reflecting on the shocking events that have just happened. Later, while serving tea to Chris, the protagonist comments to his young mistress that, although he had heard about the Count's strength, he never imagined it would be so overwhelming, admitting that he would not like to repeat the experience. Mage, the maid, joins the conversation, wondering why Lute strives so hard to become stronger. The young vampire observes her butler with growing curiosity. The maid reminds Lute of his reality. He has no magical talent, and no matter how much he trains, he will never reach the level of those born with that gift. The black-haired boy closes his eyes, accepting the truth in her words with a melancholic smile. Despite this, he declares with conviction that he wants to have the strength necessary to protect the most important person to him when the time comes, reaffirming his determination. Moved by his resolution, Chris approaches him timidly, hesitant to make a request. Her face lights up with a radiant smile and an adorable blush as she gathers the courage to speak. With a soft voice, she asks if she could watch him during his training the next day, a request that surprises and delights the young butler. When Lute conveys the request to Jiggy, the imposing werewolf is shocked and, to everyone's surprise, begins to cry with joy, moved by the fact that Chris is finally showing interest in the outside world. With a fierce expression, Jiggy informs Lute that he must do his best in tomorrow's training, as the young mistress will be watching. The young man agrees with renewed determination. The next day, Lute finds himself in the courtyard again, but this time the audience includes not only the staff but also Chris, who watches attentively from her room's window. Jiggy sets the terms of the new challenge. If Lute can survive the Count's attacks for just 10 seconds, he will win. The young man accepts despite his apprehension. From the window, Chris cheers for both of them. Hearing her encouragement changes everything for Lute, transforming the shame of a possible defeat into a new wave of determination not to disappoint her. The fight begins. This time, the protagonist focuses entirely on evasion, using his agility to create distance and try to survive the crucial 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the Count appears behind him, demonstrating a superhuman speed that defies Lut's perception and leaves him in a state of shock. Completely exhausted and covered in soot, Lut confides in one of the maids, convinced that it is impossible to escape the Count's overwhelming power for 10 seconds. Unexpectedly, Chris's voice comes from the window, offering a tactical analysis. She asks if, after the first attack, he noticed the absence of a follow-up feint, an observation that leaves Lut and Jiggy surprised. The young vampire reveals that she has exceptionally sharp vision, explaining that she noticed a backward feint that Lut did not see. Impressed, he asks her to teach him how to identify his father's attack patterns. With Chris's new strategy in mind, the challenge restarts. This time, Lut runs towards the Count, planning to fight at close range, where his opponent's body mass could become a disadvantage. The tactic works. Up close, the Count's muscles hinder his movements, making his attacks slower and more predictable for the agile butler. As he successfully dodges, Saras warns him not to let his guard down and to pay attention to the feints, advice that echoes Chris's strategy. With calm and focus, Lut anticipates a feint, seeing the opening he needed. He dodges to the side and slips to the Count's unprotected back, believing he has found the blind spot. Believing he has won, his triumph is short-lived. He realizes too late that the Count's apparent imbalance was, in fact, another feint, a trap to lure him in. The Count's fist stops millimeters from Lut's face at the exact moment Jiggy shouts, "Stop!" The 10 seconds have passed. The young butler won by a hair, to the delight of the vampire, who laughs at how close the result was. Exultant, Lut jumps in the air, celebrating his victory. He turns to Chris's window and shouts that he did it, thanking her. The young mistress applauds, smiling proudly. Saras and the Count congratulate him, stating that he should be proud of his great achievement. Embarrassed by the exaggerated celebration, Lut apologizes. His joy is interrupted when Jiggy grabs him, informing him that, since he managed to survive for 10 seconds, the next challenge will be 20 seconds, to the young man's despair. After Jiggy sternly warns him to remember his position as a butler and blood bag, Lut goes to Chris to thank her, admitting that the victory was only possible thanks to her advice. Chris, however, insists that it was Lut's hard work that secured the victory, starting a friendly discussion about who deserves the credit, further strengthening the bond between them. Later in her room, the two laugh together, sharing the joy of victory. The atmosphere of complicity between master and servant deepens. With a flushed face, Chris declares that the victory was both of theirs and, in a moment of tenderness, says that he was very cool during the fight, calling him Lut Onii-chan for the first time. Completely shocked by the affectionate term, Lut is speechless. Chris timidly explains that, being an only child, she has always wanted an older brother and asks if she can continue to call him that. Despite the embarrassment, the idea of having such a cute younger sister pleases him immensely, and he agrees. However, the intensity of his gaze makes the young vampire nervous, ending the moment on a comical note. In a moment of tenderness, Chris timidly asks if she can call Lut Onii-chan, older brother, while in the background, Snow panics at the idea, trying to convince herself that their relationship is purely fraternal. Remembering telling Snow that his goal was just to help the young mistress overcome her seclusion, Lut is taken by surprise by the request. The blush on his face and the accelerated beating of his heart reveal a strong protective instinct awakened by Chris's adorable question. With a genuine smile, the boy enthusiastically agrees, saying that he would love to have a younger sister as cute as her. Chris's face lights up with pure joy as she thanks him, solidifying the new and affectionate nickname. Lut feels overwhelmed by a feeling of affection, marveling at the cuteness of his new, younger sister. This small victory marks a crucial step in his plan to help her overcome her isolation. With the foundation of trust established, Lute begins to encourage Chris to leave her chambers. Slowly, they progress from the gardens to the gates and eventually to the city, a progress that brings the Count to tears of happiness, observed by the entire castle staff. During one of their first outings to the monster city, the young vampire is enchanted by the variety of shops. Radiant, she thanks her Oni-chan, who, although feigning modesty, cannot hide the blush of pride and affection. Although the atmosphere is light, they are never truly alone. From the shadows, the vigilante Jiggy watches them, ensuring the princess's safety at the Count's command, a presence that Chris seems to feel subtly. During one of their walks, Chris's attention is captured by something in a workshop, a glimpse that leaves her curious. Back at the castle, she asks Lute about a magical tool she saw. He reveals it to be a weapon he built with the help of her theoretical knowledge. The weapon in question is a sawed-off shotgun, a close-range combat tool conceived by Lute after his challenging training with the Count, designed to be decisive in direct confrontations. A detailed technical diagram details the operation of the shotgun, explaining how the shortened, sawed-off barrel allows the projectiles to spread more quickly, causing massive damage at close range, making it a brutally effective weapon in confined spaces. Chris, proud of her theoretical contribution, recognizes that the weapon was crucial to his victory. Lute, in turn, solemnly promises that he will use it to protect her, no matter what happens. The young vampire thanks him, but her expression suddenly turns to shock and amazement, seeing unexpected figures approaching them. The figures reveal themselves to be Zion and Ranovi Vlad, the Count's older and cruel brothers, whose malevolent presences immediately sour the mood of the outing. Lute positions himself protectively, while Chris shrinks behind him, both assessing the threat posed by the unwanted relatives. The Count's brothers waste no time in distilling their venom, openly mocking Chris and disparaging Lute as a mere slave bought for her. Jiggy materializes from the shadows, his massive body forming a protective barrier. With a growl, the werewolf questions the intentions of the two nobles. With false cordiality, Ranovi claims that they only wanted to greet a familiar face, ignoring Jiggy's implicit threat. The head of security explains to Lute that those are the master's older brothers, notorious for their ambition, and for having, in the past, waged a war against the Count for feudal reasons. A brief flashback shows the overwhelming strength of Count Dangate Vlad, who alone decimated his brother's 1,000-man army, proving his superior power. Despite the crushing defeat, the Count, for political reasons, spared his brothers, who now harbor resentment and wait for a new opportunity to attack. Back in the present, Chris's uncles continue with their taunts, expressing a sadistic pleasure in seeing her finally out of her room. The words become more cruel when they mock Chris's lack of magical talent, implying that she is a disgrace to the Vlad lineage and that a normal father would have already gotten rid of her. In an act of contempt, one of the brothers slaps Lute on the back of the head. Jiggy, with clenched fists, instructs the boy to endure the humiliation for now. The situation worsens with the arrival of Zanardi, their nephew. Zion introduces him as a genius destined to become a divine-level mage, in clear contrast to the useless Chris. Zanardi addresses Chris with disdain, offering to raise her as his special pet. The insult is the last straw, and Lute quickly guides a shocked Chris away from the scene, under the laughter of the relatives. In the carriage back home, the silence is heavy and oppressive, broken only by the young mistress's visible anguish. Her uncle's cruel words revive old traumas, and Chris bursts into tears, asking Lute if she is really useless and worthless. With fierce conviction, Lute holds her by the shoulders, vehemently denying her words. He assures her that her parents and all the servants love her deeply, regardless of her magical talent. He declares that her smile is enough to bring happiness to everyone and begs her never to call herself useless again, as he loves to see her smile. Moved and relieved by his words, Chris thanks him amidst sobs, finding comfort in his unwavering loyalty. She snuggles into his embrace, asking to remain like this for a moment. He agrees, offering solace as the carriage takes them back to the safety of the castle. Some time later, life at the castle seems to have returned to normal. Chris, showing remarkable progress, organizes a surprise birthday party for her friend Karen, surrounded by the new friends she has made in the city. The celebration becomes double when the castle staff surprises Lute, celebrating his first anniversary of service to the Vlad family, to his complete surprise and Chris's joy. As a gift, the young mistress gives Lute a scarf that she embroidered herself. The boy is deeply moved by the gesture, promising to keep it as a treasure, while a maid encourages him to wear it. In the middle of the party, an intimidating presence approaches Lute from behind, the shadowy figure of Jiggy. The werewolf grabs him by the shoulder, causing the butler to startle at the sudden approach. Jiggy then gives him one of his own canine teeth, explaining that it is a custom of his people to give such a gift to someone they respect and recognize as a warrior. With a serious expression, the head of security warns him that difficult times are approaching and makes him promise that, no matter what happens, he must protect the young mistress without fail. Understanding the gravity of the warning, Lute shakes Jiggy's hand and makes a solemn promise to protect Chris at all costs, sealing a pact of mutual trust. Jiggy's premonition quickly materializes. The Count calls an emergency meeting, and the atmosphere in the dining room becomes icy and heavy with an oppressive magical aura that Lute feels immediately. The Count's wife, Siraz, calmly asks her husband to control himself, as his immense magic is leaking from his body, a sign of great agitation. Count Dangate Vlad lets out a humorless laugh, apologizing for his momentary loss of control. He then announces the grim news: his brothers are preparing for war again. The revelation shocks everyone, and Lute realizes with dread that he and everyone he loves are about to be dragged into a violent family civil war. The civil war begins at the gates of Vlad Castle. Count Dangate faces his two brothers, Zion and Ranovi, who lead an army. With an air of disdain, the powerful vampire taunts them for their persistence, suggesting they simply leave him alone. Ignoring the taunt, the brothers order their troops to attack, determined to punish what they see as rebellious behavior. The Count, in turn, remains serene, ready for the imminent battle. Inside the castle, as the team prepares for defense, Lute, wielding his shotgun, declares his intention to join the fight. However, Jiggy firmly stops him, stating that he cannot take him into combat. The werewolf shows Lute a vial, revealing its contents. The young butler and the sheep maid, Mary, look at the head of security, awaiting an explanation. Jiggy confirms that he has prepared more than enough of an antidote against silver, a crucial item for the vampire's survival in the upcoming battle. A brief explanation details the vulnerability of vampires to silver, a deadly poison that can turn even the smallest wound into a death sentence. In case of silver poisoning, the only salvation for a vampire is the use of a specific antidote, which underscores the importance of Jiggy's preparations. The head of security addresses Lute, reminding him that brute force is not enough to win a battle. Jiggy and Mary reiterate that the young man still lacks experience and knowledge, and that his primary and unwavering duty always has been and always will be to protect Princess Chris. With the weight of responsibility in his gaze, the black-haired boy accepts his mission. With a heavy heart, Lute says goodbye to his companions, understanding that his place is beside his mistress and not on the main battlefield. The butler returns to the princess's chambers. Chris welcomes him back, visibly surprised and blushing at his sudden departure and return. He explains to an ecstatic Chris and the other maids that he remembered that his top priority is her protection. With his task defined, he can only hope and pray for his master's victory. Meanwhile, the battle unfolds outside. Count Dangate Vlad, laughing thunderously, repels enemy attacks with impressive ease. Like a force of nature, he effortlessly annihilates the opposing soldiers, treating the war as mere amusement. With a single powerful movement, the master of the Vlad house creates a devastating whirlwind, decimating a large part of his brother's army. From a balcony, Countess Siras and Jiggy watch the unfolding combat. The werewolf's expression is serious and difficult to decipher as he watches the fight. Siras comments to Jiggy that, although her husband is having fun, she feels that the enemies would not attack so recklessly if they did not have a hidden trump card. While instructing Jiggy to keep an eye on enemy formations, the Countess ponders the nature of the hidden threat. She has a terrible epiphany. The enemy's trump card does not have to come from their own ranks but from within the castle. At the same instant, Jiggy, her most loyal bodyguard, stabs her in the back with a silver dagger. As she falls in shock, he begs forgiveness for the act of betrayal. A gravely wounded Mary bursts into Chris's chambers, bringing the catastrophic news of Jiggy's betrayal and the Count's defeat. Lute, in shock, tries to calm the wounded maid, barely able to believe what he is hearing. Mary cries that she is not lying, explaining that Jiggy swapped the antidotes for placebos and poisoned the Countess, forcing the Count to surrender to save her, leaving Lute and Chris paralyzed by the horror of the revelation. The boy's mind refuses to accept the betrayal of someone he respected so much. As Lute tries to process what happened, remembering Jiggy's devotion to the family, Mary's voice calls him back to reality. The maid grabs him, shaking him out of his stupor. She warns him that the next target will be the princess and that he must take her away as quickly as possible. The protagonist refuses to abandon his companions, but Chris cries beside him, and Mary insists that the princess's escape is the only option to guarantee her survival. Mary begs Lute, stating that he is the strongest among those who remain and the only one who can protect the young mistress from the pursuers. Jiggy's words echo in his mind, "You must protect the mistress without fail." The memory of his oath solidifies his decision. With a somber determination, Lute accepts his duty, understanding that this is a task that only he can fulfill. While Mary and the others prepare to create a distraction and buy time, they entrust the princess's safety to Lute. The butler takes a stunned Chris in his arms and, with a last look at his colleagues, solemnly promises that he will protect her at all costs before starting the escape. Both plunge into the dark forest surrounding the castle, with Lute firing his shotgun to ward off the pursuers who are already on their trail. He is perplexed by how quickly the enemies reached them, questioning how their escape route was discovered so easily. Without time to think, he continues to run, protecting his mistress while firing at the shadows that relentlessly pursue them. In the middle of the dense forest, they spot an abandoned cabin, a potential temporary refuge. Exhausted, they approach the cabin, and Lute suggests they rest there for a moment to throw off their pursuers. However, as soon as they approach, a mocking laugh echoes from the darkness, causing Lute to raise his weapon on high alert. Zanardi emerges from the shadows of the cabin, revealing that their escape was a trap. He was waiting for them, having foreseen their path and prepared an ambush. The arrogant mage boasts of his intelligence, explaining how he deduced their escape plan through the forest and how Chris's capture will earn him his father's favor. Lute attempts a desperate escape, but it is useless. Zanardi instantly appears in front of them, blocking the way and reprimanding them for their lack of manners. With a speed comparable to that of the Count himself, Zanardi demands that Lute hand over the princess. The butler, however, refuses to yield the person entrusted to him. Lute's refusal causes Zanardi's expression to turn into a mask of fury. With a sinister smile, he reveals that he received direct orders to capture Chris, preparing to take the princess by force and initiate a desperate confrontation. In a forest clearing, Lute protectively positions himself in front of Chris, instructing his master to hide while Zanardi approaches with a menacing smile. The black-haired butler raises his shotgun, assuring the young vampire that with his trusted friend in hand, he will protect her life. Grateful, she only whispers for her Oni-chan to be careful. Zanardi mocks the weapon, recognizing it as the magic tool Jiggy mentioned. He arrogantly warns them not to compare him to figures from the past, like Count Vlad. The affront to his master enrages the boy, who advances in a burst, shouting that someone like Zanardi would never be able to defeat the Count. Believing that his opponent's arrogance is a weakness, the protagonist prepares to fire his sawed-off shotgun, seeking to end the confrontation with a single, accurate shot. With impressive agility, the young man pivots on one foot, altering his trajectory to find a more advantageous angle of attack. Throwing himself to the side in a swift movement, the butler's coat flutters as he prepares his weapon for a surprise attack. The protagonist understands that a frontal attack would be useless against such power and decides to use his speed to flank the enemy, aware that proximity is his only chance. From his new position, he finally pulls the trigger, unleashing the devastating power of the shotgun at close range. To the shooter's absolute shock, the projectiles stop inches from Zanardi's face, who smiles with disdain. The weapon proved ineffective, leaving Lute paralyzed by surprise. The mage boasts of his superiority, revealing that, during his time at magic school, he analyzed and perfected the magic technique developed by Dan Vlad himself. The technique in question is a body enhancement magic that envelops the user in an aura of raw power, granting them superhuman offensive and defensive capabilities. Zanardi reveals that he named the technique Iron Skin, and, with the same power as the Count, mocks Lute, stating that none of his attacks will work. With a cruel smile, Zanardi questions if the butler has ever despaired before delivering a violent punch that hits him squarely in the face. The blow throws the young man backwards, who falls to the ground, injured and helpless. The blonde mage despises him, commenting that he thought he had held back in the attack. With maniacal laughter, Zanardi brutally kicks Lute's fallen body, inciting him to get up while describing his plans to kidnap the precious princess. Standing over the defeated butler, the mage addresses Chris, informing her that her father has given him permission to do whatever he wants with her, as long as he keeps her alive. With sadistic pleasure, Zanardi details how he intends to torture her to test her resistance, promising to heal her only to be able to hurt her again, while the young vampire watches in horror. Despite his injuries, Lute refuses to give in. With desperate strength, he grabs Zanardi's leg, determined to prevent him from touching his master, to the mage's fury. Ignoring the pain, the boy clings firmly, faithful to his oath to protect the princess, who watches the scene with tears of anguish and helplessness. Sobbing, the young woman wonders why her protector insists on fighting and sacrificing himself for someone she considers as useless as herself. Her mind transports her to the painful memories of bullying at school, where she was ridiculed for her lack of magical talent, despite having powerful parents. She remembers how the fear of the world consumed her, leading her to isolate herself in her room, unable to even speak. In her sanctuary, she lived surrounded by the kindness of the servants, a happy and protected dream where no one could hurt her. However, the cruelty of her uncles destroyed this peace, making her realize the fragility of her world for the first time. Chris realizes that she used her weakness as an excuse, taking advantage of everyone's kindness in a distorted reality. Seeing her protector being beaten, she understands that she continues to be a burden, always hiding behind excuses not to face her fears. A painful epiphany strikes her. The people around her fight to protect those they love, and the more she runs away, the more she hurts those who care about her. With a new and fierce determination in her tearful eyes, the young princess decides that she can no longer continue running away. Interrupting Zanardi, who was preparing to deliver the final blow to Lute, she bravely places herself between the two, trembling but resolute. The sight of the helpless maiden sacrificing herself for her protector fills the mage with sadistic ecstasy, which he describes as paradise as he prepares to grab her. The aggressor reaches out and pushes the young woman to the ground, reveling in the despair of her and the fallen butler. A close-up reveals Chris's face, marked by pain but with a spark of defiance still burning in her gaze. With a gesture of pure willpower, the young vampire wipes away her tears, her expression transforming from fear into unwavering determination. Zanardi revels in the scene, grabbing the young woman's hair and expressing his sadistic pleasure, while the protagonist tries to intervene uselessly. The mage prepares to intensify the torment, but is surprised by the unexpected resistance of his victim, who refuses to give in. Desperate, Lute shouts for her not to do it, begging her not to ignore the wishes of everyone who wants to see her safe. The butler whispers a final plan, asking his master to flee to the city and seek out the Rano slave traders while he sacrifices his life to delay the enemy. Refusing to abandon him, the young princess pushes him away, determined not to run away anymore. With a gentle touch on his chest, she silences him, making clear her decision to stay and fight by his side. Chris declares that she will not run away and that she wants to fight with her Oni-chan. Lute reveals that his arm is broken, but she encourages him not to give up. Moved to see his master, who has finally gone out into the world, face her fear to move forward, the protagonist feels a new wave of determination. Understanding her desire, the boy agrees to fight together. He reveals that he has a plan with little chance of success, and she agrees without hesitation, fully trusting him. Zanardi watches them with a mocking smile, waiting for them to finish their plan so he can crush their hopes. However, Lute and Chris prepare to turn his smile into despair. Aware that Zanardi's iron skin ability makes him nearly invulnerable to direct attacks, Lute and Chris prepare to execute a daring plan, relying not on brute force but on strategy. Despite the excruciating pain of his broken arm, the butler leans on his mistress. Together, they raise the shotgun, the young vampire's determination becoming the force that guides her protector's hands. United in purpose, they become one shooter. Chris, with her theoretical knowledge of the types of ammunition Lute created, guides the aim, ready to fight alongside her Oni-chan to defeat the enemy. Zanardi advances arrogantly, mocking the futility of their magical tools. However, the pair remains firm, ready to fire the first shot of their multifaceted plan. The first shot echoes, but instead of projectiles, a dense cloud of black smoke envelops the battlefield. Taken by surprise, Zanardi questions the tactic, wondering if the intention is just to blind him. Confident in his invulnerability and his enhanced senses, the mage laughs at the futile attempt, certain that a simple smokescreen will not be enough to defeat his powerful iron skin. Inside the smoke, the young mistress takes command. With surprising calm, she instructs her protector to trust her and pull the trigger once more, executing the next phase of their ambush. Following the order, the boy fires again. The sound of the weapon echoes, but the projectile that emerges from the smoke is not one that Zanardi could predict, marking the beginning of his downfall. While the aggressor remains confident that their plan is useless, a slight smile appears on Lute and Chris's faces. The enemy's arrogance has blinded him to the true nature of the trap that unfolds. A bolus shell projectile composed of two metal spheres joined by a steel wire emerges from the smoke and wraps tightly around Zanardi's legs, knocking him down and restricting his movements. Immobilized, the blonde mage roars in fury, still believing that his iron skin makes him untouchable. He underestimates the pair, not realizing that their goal was never to hurt him directly. Lute and his mistress exchange a look of confirmation. They know that their enemy, although trapped, is alert and will enhance his vision to anticipate the next attack, exactly as they predicted. With calculated precision, they prepare the third type of ammunition. Zanardi's preparation is commendable, but it is precisely this caution that will lead to his ruin. The third shot is a flashbang. A blinding burst of white light erupts in the darkness, overwhelming the vampire's enhanced senses. Zanardi screams in agony. His eyes, his greatest advantage in the darkness, have now become his greatest weakness. Blinded and disoriented, he is completely vulnerable to the final blow. Taking advantage of the opening, they fire a load of heavy lead. The impact hits the mage head-on, his iron skin faltering under the pain and disorientation, throwing him violently to the ground. With the enemy finally down, Lute supports an exhausted Chris. The flawless execution of her plan, a combination of tactics and courage, secured them victory against a seemingly invincible opponent. Victory was achieved through a three-phase strategy. First, the smoke grenade to conceal their movements. Second, the bolus shell to immobilize the enemy. And third, the flashbang to blind him, exploiting his vampire vision as a weakness. Zanardi, who used magic to enhance his natural night vision, was caught in a perfect trap. The intense light overwhelmed him, and while he was distracted by the pain, a scatter shot knocked him down. Surprisingly, the mage gets up. The injury was not fatal. Lute immediately positions himself in front of his mistress, preparing for the worst. With his arrogance undone, Zanardi kneels and begs for mercy, claiming to be just a victim of circumstances, forced to fight for his father and now seriously injured. Pointing a gun at the defeated mage, the protagonist listens in silence as his opponent desperately tries to get away with it, claiming to be as much a victim as they are. Lute's fury explodes. He lists Zanardi's unforgivable crimes, hurting his friends, mocking the Countess, and most serious of all, daring to lay hands on Chris. With a cold and determined voice, and with the silent support of a hardened-looking Chris, the butler declares the end of the line for the demon, executing the final sentence without hesitation. After the battle, the young vampire tears a strip from her dress to bandage her protector's arm, using the precious handkerchief she embroidered to clean his wounds. She comforts him, saying she can always make another one. The black-haired boy reflects on his mistress's transformation. Beneath the guise of a fragile princess, he witnessed the awakening of a formidable talent during combat. He recalls her superhuman calm and observational skills, which allowed her to track the enemy's movements through the dense smokescreen, a remarkable feat for her first battle. However, what surprised him most were the young princess's innate shooting instincts, which were revealed at the most critical moment of the fight. In a flashback, he remembers that the sharp pain in his broken arm caused his aim to waver at the crucial moment of firing the flashbang. It was Chris's instant intervention that corrected the aim, hitting Zanardi's face from 20 meters away. This act not only saved the plan, but also awakened the fearsome and powerful marksmanship skills that lay dormant within her. 3 days after the escape, Lute and Chris arrived at a port city, seeking refuge in the only place the boy knew that could help them, the Rano slave trade branch. The protagonist negotiates with the frogman, Rano, who agrees to help them reach another continent in exchange for payment. Sitting in his office, they discuss the desperate situation. Lute knows that Rano is taking advantage of their situation, but they have no other choice. They could not count on the help of Chris's friends, as magical families traditionally do not intervene in domestic disputes, leaving them completely isolated. The absolute priority was to leave the continent to ensure the young mistress's safety. Any retaliation plan would have to wait. In a burst of inspiration, Chris suggests that they do not run away, but rather resist, proposing the creation of more AK-47s to increase their firepower, an idea that she presents with an enthusiasm that borders on madness, a reminder of her traumatic encounter with Zanardi. The butler tries to calm his mistress, surprised by the sudden mention of the weapon. The mention of the AK-47 catches Rano's attention, who describes it as a magical tool that uses destruction magic to fire metallic projectiles, leaving Lute stunned by his knowledge. Rano asks if they know the Magic Stone Princess, a revelation that shocks both Lute and Chris. The merchant explains that the Magic Stone Princess, Medea Dragoon, is the most renowned developer of magical tools and resides on the Dragon Continent. Lute realizes that the fame of his creation has spread, attracting great rewards. When Rano mentions that the name of the student who created it seems to be Snow, Lute abruptly corrects him, declaring that Snow is not just someone, but his fiancée, leaving Chris shocked by the news. The news makes Rano euphoric, as he realizes that the information about the true creator of the weapon and his fiancée is worth an immense fortune, much more than he imagined. With a new goal in mind, the decision is made. Being the original developer of the magical tools, they will depart for the Dragon Continent. The journey takes them to a new continent, a land of mountains and exotic architecture, the home of the Magic Stone Princess. In the opulent palace, an assistant informs Meiya-sama about the arrival of a merchant who wishes to sell a magical tool. Bored, Meiya Dragoon dismisses the visitor, assuming he is just another charlatan, and asks her assistant to send him away, as she does not need more information than she already has about the creator of the AK-47. Despite her disdain for imitations, Meiya admires an S&W M10 revolver, one of Lute's creations, considering it the most wonderful of all the magical tools she has ever seen. She analyzes the complex internal construction of the weapon, marveling at the small parts and channels that even the most skilled engineers cannot reproduce, recognizing that only she can truly understand its value. Her admiration turns to despair as she realizes that she is completely unable to replicate the masterpiece, falling to the ground in frustration. Drowning her sorrows in alcohol, Meiya demands more drink to the despair of her assistant. In the midst of her drunkenness, she is revolted by the fact that an orphan without formal education could create something so complex and revolutionary, while her own attempts at replication resulted in spectacular explosions. While Meiya sinks into her crisis, her servants whisper about the rumors that her talent has stagnated since the creation of the Rainbow Blade. Even in her state, the ingenious inventor knows that she cannot continue like this. With sudden clarity, Meiya admits to herself that Lute's genius far surpasses her own, and decides that her time to wallow in self-pity is over. With renewed vigor, she throws aside her pride and decides to research the weapon from scratch, willing to understand the basic principles of gunpowder to approach Lute's level. The research rekindles her passion, and the more she studies, the more she realizes Lute's abnormal genius. Her thinking is consumed by the weapon and the desire to find its creator. An assistant interrupts her with urgent news. They have found the AK-47 and received information about its creator. Meiya demands to see the report immediately. Upon reading the report, her expression turns to horror. The news is that Lute, the genius she has come to admire, was attacked by beasts and perished. The news hits her with full force, leaving her paralyzed by disbelief and shock. After a moment of despair, Meiya finds a new purpose in her life. Believing she was saved by her god, Lute, she dedicates herself to using her talent to preserve the work of the genius who surpassed her. She vows to protect his legacy for posterity. Her devotion reaches a fanatical level, begging Chris to sell god Lute to her, to which the princess vehemently refuses, stating that her Onii-chan is not for sale. The young wolf-eared woman, Snow, arrives for an audience with the renowned inventor, Meiya Dragoon. The wolf girl introduces herself, and Meiya, recognizing her as the bearer of a magical tool of inestimable value, becomes intensely interested, asking her to hand over the item. Snow categorically refuses to sell the precious item made for her by Lute Kun. Seeing the artifact in the hands of an amateur enrages the brilliant inventor. As the wolf girl prepares to leave, Meiya reveals the shocking news she received. Lute, the creator of the weapon, has already perished at the hands of beasts. An assistant points a revolver at the inventor as a warning, but it is Snow who is truly shaken by the news. With her face showing horror and disbelief, Snow vehemently denies Meiya's claim, insisting that her Lute Kun would never be killed by mere beasts. Regaining her composure, the white-haired young woman points her own revolver at Meiya's head, demanding to know why she would spread such lies. The tension is palpable as the inventor sweats under the gun, realizing the gravity of her words. Having made her point clear, the wolf girl lowers her weapon and prepares to leave. Furious after the confrontation, Maya rages at being challenged by the woman who just left. The inventor begins to plot ways to obtain the revolver at any cost, considering using assassins or pressuring the Magic Academy. Her plans are interrupted by an assistant with news. Maya is informed that a merchant claiming to be loot has arrived. Skeptical and in a bad mood, she agrees to meet them, planning to vent her frustration on the inevitable imposters. In the audience room, Lute and Chris come face to face with the inventor, who stares at them with clear indifference. The young man begins to recount his story of how he was sold into slavery after his weapons were stolen, which Maya dismisses as a well-rehearsed tale. Determined to test him, the inventor challenges Lute to answer technical questions about his creations. The protagonist agrees confidently, warning her not to forget her words. Lute correctly answers her questions about the raw materials, liquid magic metal from metal slimes, and the specific types of ammunition used. Still skeptical, Maya dismisses the answers as something that could be easily researched and asks to inspect the weapons he brought to confirm their condition directly. To Maya's surprise, the boy inspects the revolver and immediately identifies it as a cheap imitation, pointing out that the cylinder is locked and the barrel has no rifling. He then examines the rifle, declaring that it is also wrong, being too light and having a non-functional trigger. The protagonist concludes that the items are not real weapons, but poorly made products. This unexpected expertise finally shakes Maya's skepticism. Stunned, the inventor realizes that the person in front of her can only be the true creator. In a state of shock, she stutters, "Why, you are the real one, the god Lute." Overcome with emotion, Maya throws herself at the young man's feet, clinging to him and proclaiming in ecstasy how much she has waited to meet her god. Lute is completely confused and ticklish with her bizarre display of adoration. Upon learning that Lute is technically Chris's property, Maya immediately begs the young princess to sell her god, offering 100 times the original price. An angry and blushing Chris vehemently refuses, shouting that her Oni-chan is absolutely not for sale, putting an end to the bizarre negotiation. The chaotic scene leaves Lute and Rano speechless, while Maya and Chris continue their dispute. After the chaos subsides, the protagonist explains that they have come to make a formal request to Maya Dragoon. Ecstatic, Maya insists that they stay at her house and that she herself will take care of the dinner preparations. She enthusiastically offers luxurious baths and clean clothes, with her eyes shining with adoration for her new god. After a luxurious bath, Lute comes out wearing traditional Dragon Clan attire, wondering if Chris will wear a similar outfit. He is then momentarily stunned by the sight of his master, who is also dressed in a seductive red dress in the same style. The boy can't help but notice her fresh and soft appearance after the bath. His fixed gaze is interrupted by Snow, also dressed in local fashion, who shyly says that his intense gaze is embarrassing, causing him to apologize profusely. At a sumptuous banquet prepared in his honor, the group marvels at the extravagant variety of food. Maya encourages her guests to help themselves freely, delighted to receive them. During dinner, the group explains the situation. To help Chris regain her home, they need capital and information, which the Brad family promises to reimburse. The inventor declares that she does not need monetary reward, but that, in return, she has a single request for Lute. With the deepest respect, she kneels before him and begs to become his disciple. The protagonist is embarrassed by the request and her insistence on calling him God. The fanatical inventor insists that the title is appropriate, as she cannot imagine a more fitting term for someone who produces such wonderful tools. She debates how to address him, refusing to use his name without a worthy honorific to Lute's exasperation. Overwhelmed but seeing no other way out, the boy finally relents and accepts her request, welcoming Maya Dragoon as his first disciple. Inspired, Chris asks her Oni-chan to teach her how to use the AK-47, desiring the power to save everyone. He promises that he will first prepare a more suitable weapon for her. The protagonist reveals his new creation for Chris, a precision rifle, a weapon designed to make the most of her natural strengths and innate marksmanship. In preparation for the rebellion, Lute subjects his allies to rigorous combat training. He adopts a stern instructor stance, reprimanding Chris for her sloppy movements and insisting that she anticipate the opponent's attacks to counter effectively, rather than just delivering blows without strategy. The training is exhausting and Chris collapses from fatigue. However, the black-haired boy gives her no respite, demanding that she get up immediately, as there is no time to rest in the face of the imminent battle. Despite the harshness of the training, the goal is clear: to forge the young princess into a warrior capable of fighting for herself and those she loves. The young man's harsh words to the princess are interrupted by Karen, the leader of the resistance maids, who reprimands him for his apparent insubordination. Lute quickly defends himself, explaining that his stern attitude is a crucial part of the training to strengthen Chris's determination, who, in turn, confirms with a smile that she agrees with her Oni-chan's methods. It becomes clear to the observers that, to save everyone, the young mistress needs to become a combatant, and this intensive training is the way to awaken her potential. The protagonist explains that, to ensure victory, he contacted Karen to oversee the enemy's movements, understanding that precise formation is the key to the plan's success. The reunion between Karen and Mary, another loyal maid, is emotional. They hug, relieved to find each other safe and sound after the traumatic events at the mansion. Karen shares vital information. The Count's wife, Siraz, is confined in the highest tower. The Count's brothers, Payu and Zion, remain in the mansion, hiring mercenaries, and Count Dangate Vlad is missing, presumably not dead, as this would trigger a war between clans. Madame's safety is, for now, guaranteed, as any harm to her would provoke retaliation from her powerful clan, something the usurpers wish to avoid. Meanwhile, the Vlad brothers are frantically searching for Chris, determined to crush any trace of rebellion before it can consolidate. With the new information in hand, Lute thanks Karen, stating that his rescue plan now has everything to succeed. The plan is multifaceted. While Mary's group creates a large-scale distraction, Lute's infiltration team will sneak into the mansion to rescue Madame. The strategy is considered simple, but much more realistic and effective than an attempted frontal assault. During the planning meeting, it is decided that Lute will lead the infiltration team, while Chris, with her new precision rifle, will provide cover from a distance during the escape. The protagonist ponders that he will need at least one more person for the risky infiltration mission. Maya, his fanatical disciple, offers herself with overwhelming enthusiasm, proclaiming herself the ideal partner for having assisted in the development of the new weapons and taking care of her god, Lute, in recent months. Her devotion borders on obsession, declaring with shining eyes that she would serve him as a lover, wife, or loyal servant. Lute categorically rejects her, pointing out her total physical ineptitude, as she couldn't even keep up with Chris's basic training. He needs someone reliable and, at a minimum, a B-class mage. The women present listen in silence as he lists the requirements for his ideal partner, without much hope. He concludes with a sigh, resigned to the idea that such a convenient and perfectly suited person for the mission simply does not exist. At the exact moment of his disbelief, a white-haired figure bursts into the room, throwing herself at him with an excited cry, "Lute Kun." It's Snow, his fiancée, who hugs him tightly, repeating his name and inhaling his scent with longing, to the boy's complete shock and confusion. Amidst the chaos, the wolf girl tries to take off her fiancé's clothes, wanting to feel his skin directly, ignoring the astonished looks of Chris and Maya. Introducing his childhood friend, Lute is shocked to learn that Snow is not just a student, but a class mage, a feat she achieved by working hard to graduate early and be able to meet him again. The wolf-eared girl recounts how, during her visit to the academy, Maya appeared and spread the terrible news that Lute had been killed by beasts, a lie she refused to accept. In a flashback, she remembers how, desperate for news, she sought out her teacher, Iru, and forced her to show Lute's letters to confirm that he was alive. After confirming that he was on the Dragon Continent, she set out in search of him, guided only by his scent, a sensation that warmed her and propelled her to continue, despite the distance. Confronted with the truth, Maya apologizes profusely to Snow, offering her own life as penance. The wolf girl stops her, saying that such an act would not make her happy. Lute intervenes, calming the situation and accepting Maya's apologies on behalf of Snow, who is grateful for her fiancé's generosity. The scene leaves Chris and the other maids in a state of silent confusion. Finally, Snow is formally introduced to Chris. The young princess, shy, greets her Oni-chan's fiancé, blushing at being called cute. The two quickly form a bond, with Snow insisting that Chris call her One-chan, older sister, happy to have gained such an adorable little sister. Lute observes the interaction, somewhat exasperated, wondering what exactly they are doing in the middle of war planning. Upon learning of Chris's situation, Snow's fury explodes. She declares that she will never forgive those who bullied her beloved Lute-kun and her cute new little sister, promising to help in the fight. With the arrival of the powerful A-class mage, the staffing problem for the rescue mission is solved, and the plan can move forward. The protagonist entrusts Karen with the task of taking a final message to Mary and the rest of the distraction group, synchronizing the start of the operation. With the development of the precision rifle completed and the infiltration team formed by him and Snow, Lute, surrounded by his loyal and powerful allies, declares the official start of his rebellion. That night, shaken by the day's events, Lute is surprised by a knock on his door. It's Snow, who shyly asks to stay with him. He welcomes her, and the wolf girl slips into bed beside him. The physical proximity after a year of separation is overwhelming for the boy. The sensation of her body against his, their legs intertwined, tests the limits of his self-control. The intense sensations begin to wear down the chains of his reason, which he struggles to keep intact. He tries to calm down, remembering that they are in someone else's mansion and that Chris's problem should be his priority, but his fiancé's presence makes concentration almost impossible. Suddenly, he realizes something that shocks him. He realizes that Snow is crying silently. She confesses that they are tears of happiness for finally being able to hug him again after so much time of uncertainty. The protagonist apologizes for worrying her, but she reassures him, saying that as long as he is well, so is she. Overcome with emotion, he hugs her tightly, comforting her and cradling her head until she falls asleep in his arms, finally reunited and at peace. In his nightmares, the werewolf Jiggy is haunted by memories of a happier time, when a young and innocent Chris clung to him, calling his name. The image of the tower where Madame Sirras is imprisoned blends with memories of his past in the Vlad mansion. He remembers the contagious joy of the little mistress, who saw him not as a slave, but as a dear companion. The kindness of Count Dan and his wife, Madame Sirras, who welcomed him with laughter and trust, has become a poison to his thirst for revenge. Jiggy remembers the moment when the master entrusted him with the safety of his daughter, a burden of loyalty that he accepted. With his hand on his chest, he swore to protect young Chris, honoring the trust placed in him. However, beneath the facade of a loyal servant, his true nature and internal conflict manifested, a constant reminder of his blood oath. The voices of his parents and his massacred clan echo in his mind, faces distorted by agony. The ghosts of his tribe surround him in the darkness, whispering about forgotten duty and betrayal. His ancestors howl for retribution, a ghostly chorus demanding that he avenge their deaths. The torment is evident on his face, caught between loyalty to the family that took him in and the oath to the clan he lost. The real culprits, the Count's brothers, appear in his nightmares as voracious beasts, the architects of his disgrace. Jiggy wakes up abruptly, cold sweat running down his skin, the weight of his double life crushing him in the solitude of his room. Meanwhile, Lute puts the finishing touches on Chris's precision rifle. Elsewhere, his information network, led by Karen, finalizes preparations for the rescue operation, coordinating the distraction with Mary's group. Ready to sleep, the boy finds Snow, who initially asks to spend the night with him but then says goodbye to talk to Chris. Watching her go, Lute feels a pang of loneliness, noticing how close the two have become. The next morning, Lute greets the two, but to his surprise, Chris blushes and runs away, avoiding his gaze. Completely confused, the young man panics, questioning what he could have done to cause such a reaction. Snow can't contain a funny laugh at her fiancé's confusion. She explains that she and Chris spent the night talking about him, which left the young princess terribly embarrassed. From the corridors, Chris's muffled voice insists it was a secret. Terrified at the idea that his flaws have been exposed, Lute laments the ruin of his gentlemanly image, being interrupted by Meia's arrival. He quickly composes himself, reminding himself that the next day's mission is the top priority. Focusing again, the protagonist puts aside his personal worries to focus on the strategy of the imminent operation. Despite the preparation, the question of Jiggy's betrayal still disturbs him. He squeezes the wolf tooth he received as a gift, pondering the motives of the man who was once an ally. In the usurped mansion, the Payu and Zion brothers dine while Jiggy approaches to deliver his report. They mock their missing brother Dan, confident that he will not return, while Jiggy confirms that the slave trader's property transfer has been completed. The werewolf probes them, asking if they do not fear retaliation from Dan's powerful friends scattered around the world. Ignoring his concerns, the brothers reprimand Jiggy for his failure to locate Chris, cruelly reminding him that he has nowhere else to go. Zanardi, now wearing an eye patch, announces his arrival and boasts of having surpassed Dan in magical power, mastering the Iron Skin ability. Consumed by the desire for revenge, he vows to capture Chris and torture Lute to death in front of her. In private, Jiggy argues with a subordinate about how Zanardi managed to survive the previous confrontation with the protagonist. The meeting is interrupted by a report that Mary, the loyal maid, is gathering forces in the port city for a rescue attempt. Jiggy listens attentively, his expression impassive. Payu furiously orders Jiggy to massacre Mary's forces. The werewolf suggests it might be a distraction, but is threatened and forced to obey. Payu's sons reinforce their father's order, treating Jiggy with contempt and demanding his submission. Reluctantly, the werewolf accepts the order and withdraws to carry out the task. Under the cloak of night, the Vlad mansion stands silent, the stage set for infiltration. The shadows around the castle offer cover for the approaching rescue team. Lute and Snow move stealthily through the castle grounds, like specters in the night. Inside the walls, they confirm that Mary's distraction worked perfectly, finding internal security drastically reduced. The plan is revised. Rescue the Madame, retreat to the evacuation point where Meia awaits with a carriage, all under the cover of Chris's precision rifle. The first and most dangerous obstacle they face is the magic collar that imprisons the Madame. The collar has multiple deadly functions. It seals magic, tracks the wearer's location, and can be commanded to strangle or kill instantly if forcibly removed. Fortunately, Meia has provided them with a specialized tool to temporarily neutralize the collar's functions, allowing for a safe escape so that a specialist can remove it later. With the plan in mind, Lute and Snow climb the spiral staircase towards the highest tower, where Siraz is being held. As expected, guards patrol the path, blocking access to the prisoner's room. Relying on their childhood bond and non-verbal communication, the two prepare to neutralize the threat silently. In a coordinated and swift attack, they eliminate the guards before they can raise the alarm. Lute breaks down the door to the room and finds Siraz, sitting and alone, visibly surprised by his sudden appearance. He hurries towards her, relieved to find her unharmed, and informs her that they need to remove the collar before leaving. Overcome with emotion, Siraz hugs him tightly, and the boy is momentarily disoriented by the soft and strangely nostalgic sensation. The scene is interrupted by Snow, who formally introduces herself to a surprised Siraz as Lute's fiancée. Siraz, still holding Lute's face, looks at the newcomer with curiosity. Regaining her composure, the Madame greets Snow politely, expressing her gratitude for the help. While the two exchange pleasantries, an exasperated Lute tries to hurry them, reminding them of the urgency of the situation. He quickly attaches Meia's device to Siraz's collar, neutralizing its most dangerous functions. Lute assures the Madame that once they escape, a specialist will remove the collar permanently. With her magic still sealed, the young man picks her up in his arms to ensure a quick escape. The trio jumps out of the tower window, with Snow clearing the way with her weapon, in a daring descent to the courtyard below. Upon landing, they find themselves immediately surrounded by a large number of enemy guards. Acting quickly, Lute shouts for the Madame to cover her ears. He pulls out one of his new inventions, a small spherical grenade, and pulls the pin. The boy throws the device into the middle of the enemy formation. The anti-vampire grenade explodes, spreading a cloud of silver fragments that burns the skin of the vampire guards, incapacitating them with excruciating pain. Taking advantage of the chaos, the group runs towards the tree line and the planned escape route. However, their path is blocked by one of Jiggy's subordinates, who raises a magic barrier to stop them. Emerging from the shadows, Jiggy and his troops surround them. Lute stares at him, his heart heavy, finally confronting the traitor and demanding to know why he allied himself with their enemies. Cornered, the protagonist Lute, carrying Madame Siraz and protected by Snow, confronts the werewolf Jiggy. With a heavy heart, he demands to know why his former ally has turned against them while assessing the desperate situation. They are completely surrounded by enemy forces. The group debates their few options. Jiggy, the leader of the werewolves, recognizes Snow's formidable magic, but relies on his overwhelming numerical advantage, challenging them to try to escape. Lute analyzes the battlefield, confirming that Jiggy's squad, with dozens of men, blocks the escape route ahead. The trap closes. Behind them, the vampires who survived the grenade explosion approach, completing the pincer movement. With Madame unable to fight, the trio has no chance of breaking the siege. With enemies approaching from all sides, the werewolf gives the order for his men to attack, sealing the fate of the small rescue group. Out of nowhere, chaos erupts in the enemy ranks. One of Jiggy's men falls dead, his head exploding from the impact of an invisible projectile. The sudden and lethal attack coming from an unknown direction leaves the werewolf leader completely stunned, unable to comprehend what is happening. As confusion spreads among the attackers, Snow grabs Lute's arm, shouting for them to take the opportunity and flee to the cover of the forest. Jiggy's men, as they begin the chase, are surprised by traps. Barbed metal wires, strategically positioned, trap and injure the pursuers, slowing their advance. The barrage of invisible attacks continues, knocking down the werewolf's men one by one. Jiggy desperately tries to reorganize his troops, but panic sets in before an enemy they cannot see. The soldiers crawl for cover, trying in vain to locate the origin of the shots, which seem to come from an impossible distance. Finally, one of the men spots a solitary silhouette on a distant hill, silhouetted against the glow of the full moon. The mysterious shooter is revealed. It is the young Princess Chris, armed with the precision rifle that Lute built for her, providing vital cover for her companion's escape. With calculated precision, she incapacitates another enemy, sowing terror in the opposing ranks. Jiggy realizes that the shots are fatal, but come from such a great distance, under the darkness of night, that it seems like the work of a ghost. The young master aims with a frightening calm, aware that each of her shots is a sentence. The werewolf understands the terrifying strategy. The shots are not to kill but to injure, a tactic that breaks the morale of his men, as death could come at any moment. Amidst the chaos, Zanardi, sporting an eye patch as a reminder of his last encounter with the group, advances confidently, mocking the cowardice of his companions. He reveals his new ability, Iron Skin, a defensive magic that he believes is impenetrable, and vows to capture the blonde girl to satisfy his desire for revenge. With his face contorted into a mask of hatred and lust, Zanardi promises to inflict terrible humiliation on Chris as soon as he captures her. His attack is abruptly interrupted when a heavier caliber projectile hits him with overwhelming force, throwing him backwards. Zanardi screams in pain and shock, incredulous to see that his acclaimed iron skin has been easily pierced. Observing the scene, the protagonist smiles, knowing that his strategy and creation are working perfectly. A confident smile forms on the young inventor's face. Lute reflects on Zanardi's foolishness, as the precision rifle was designed precisely to nullify magical defenses like his. The M700P precision rifle, developed for the princess, has impressive accuracy, capable of hitting targets at over 500 meters. Its 10-gram ammunition, traveling at 840 ms, generates kinetic energy capable of piercing up to 10 m of steel, far exceeding conventional magical defenses. The force of the impact, more than 10 times that of a shotgun, is something that not even Zanardi's enhanced iron skin could withstand. In addition to the weapon, Chris's exceptional night vision, superior even to that of other vampires, allows her to shoot with deadly accuracy in the dark. However, the most terrifying factor is the young master's innate talent for handling the weapon, a skill that transcends mere equipment. For the young princess, this moment is a baptism of fire. She begins to recite the rifleman's creed, a mantra that her Oni-chan taught her. "This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My life depends on it. My rifle is my best friend. I must master it as I master my life." In a memory, Chris asks Lute about the song, and he explains that it is the rifleman's creed, something he likes very much. She, in turn, asks him to teach her. The boy explains that humming the song to herself can improve her focus and accuracy, turning it into a tool for concentration. The young princess continues her silent creed, "My rifle without me is useless. Without my rifle I am useless. I must fire my rifle with precision." Each line of the creed strengthens her determination, transforming the frightened girl into a resolute defender. With a serene face and focused eyes, Chris concludes her oath, "I must shoot him before he shoots me. I will." She fully embraced her role, no longer a victim but the protector of her family. Completely immobilized under Chris's sights, Jiggy and his men realize the truth of this war. It's not the bullets, the noise, or the smoke that matter. As another of his men falls, the werewolf understands the young shooter's terrifying strategy. The fear of being shot down at any moment completely paralyzes them, making any movement a death sentence. Jiggy understands that what really counts is the precision of the shots, each hitting its target with a cruel purpose. He feels a chill, as if the Reaper himself were by his side. Chris is not shooting to kill but to incapacitate, breaking the morale of his troops with the constant threat of death. With an eerie calm, the young princess embraces her role, becoming an angel of death for her enemies and the protector of her family. The werewolf recognizes the innate talent of his former mistress, knowing that as long as he is in her sights, there is no escape. The fear of a fatal blow that can come from anywhere at any time freezes the soldiers in place, unable to fight or flee. Terror spreads through the ranks, and Jiggy's men, trembling, face the reality of their desperate situation. With each shot, Chris's determination grows stronger, and another enemy falls, a victim of her relentless precision. A wounded soldier groans in pain and dread, a living representation of his squad's defeat. Finally, the men's morale breaks. "I don't get paid enough to deal with this shit," one of them shouts, fleeing in panic, abandoning the fight. Vowing to protect her family, Chris fires once more, sealing the fate of her adversaries. Zanardi, completely defeated and humiliated, begs for his life, promising never to cross Chris's or her family's path again. He swears to cut all ties with his brothers, offering total submission in exchange for clemency. The young shooter's response is not a bullet, but a different kind of projectile. A bag of black paint explodes in Zanardi's face, marking him not with death but with total humiliation. As her enemy writhes in disgrace, Chris reaffirms her dominance, declaring herself the master of the battlefield. Jiggy observes, understanding that it was all a warning. The young mistress made it clear that she has the power to kill them whenever she wants, and the fear of that truth is her real weapon. A flash illuminates the night sky. Jiggy looks up, recognizing the signal. It's a signal for retreat. The covering operation is complete. The werewolf reacts, understanding what the signal means. With the withdrawal of her shooter, Chris's menacing presence disappears from the hill. Jiggy knows that pursuing Lut's group would be suicide. Death awaits him in the darkness if he dares to take another step forward. Surrounded by the groans of his defeated men, the werewolf stands alone in the forest. Holding the wolf tooth he received as a gift, Jiggy faces the moon and admits his defeat to Lut. Back in safety, the group gathers to deal with the aftermath of the battle. While Ceres recovers, Maya Dragoon boasts that removing the magic sealing collar without the key is a trivial task for the greatest magic tool developer after her god Lut. The tension of the battle gives way to a moment of relaxation, as Snow teases an embarrassed Chris about her feelings for Lut. Ceres, the madame, notices her daughter's anguish after the ordeal. In an emotional reunion, Ceres hugs Chris tightly, thanking her for saving her and reuniting the family once again. A month after the madame's successful rescue, a formal meeting is convened to resolve the dispute over the leadership of the Vlad family. Ceres, Chris, and Lut sit on one side of the table, facing the usurping brothers Payu and Zion. Karen, from the Bishop family, takes on the role of mediator to preside over the discussion between the factions. To ensure impartiality, two members of a neutral vampire clan, who were not involved in the recent conflict, join the meeting as observers. Lut notices the absence of a key figure among the enemies. It is revealed that Zanardi, completely traumatized by the confrontation with Chris, has locked himself in his room and refuses to leave, spending his nights lamenting and begging for forgiveness. The young strategist absorbs the information in silence. The discussion begins, and to everyone's surprise, Jiggy is present, positioned next to the traitorous brothers. Ignoring the facts, Payu and Zion demand that Ceres and Chris be handed over to them as compensation for the night attack a month ago. Ceres calmly refutes the audacious demand, stating that she does not remember appointing thieves and kidnappers to the position of substitute heads. The brothers scoff, claiming that they only took the post out of kindness, since the current boss, Dan, had the misfortune of being sold into slavery and his whereabouts are unknown. With a cutting smile, the madame thanks them for their services so far, but informs them that they will no longer be needed, as Chris Gate Vlad will succeed the leadership. The brothers explode in fury, outraged at the idea of Ceres abdicating in the name of the absent boss. Ceres acknowledges that the master of the house is missing. Therefore, as his wife, she made the decision in his place, to the despair of the usurpers. Payu and Zion vehemently protest, questioning how a girl without a shred of magical talent could lead the family. Ceres concedes that they raised a good point. She agrees that to lead the Vlad family, one must possess the strength to repel cruel pretenders to the throne, looking directly at them. The madame admits that, in fact, her daughter does not possess talent as a mage, but she possesses other talents suitable for leading the family. Disdainful, the brothers demand real proof, believing that her words are empty. Sira smiles, confident in the demonstration that is to come. She turns to Lute and asks him to proceed. The boy stands up and with a theatrical flourish declares, "As you wish." The instant he snaps his fingers, the wine glass in front of the brothers explodes into 1,000 pieces. Completely shocked and terrified, they cannot comprehend what has just happened. Panic takes over and the two dive under the table for shelter, screaming in fear. Lute calmly explains to the terrified attendees that the attack was launched by Chris herself, from the highest point of the castle tower. He details the capabilities of the precision rifle, an effective range of 1.5 km, power to pierce cover, and the ability to carry out an assassination at any time of day, whether during a walk or a bath. The implicit threat of an inevitable and invisible death leaves them pale with fear. Totally intimidated, the brothers are confronted with another revelation. Their misuse of family funds has been discovered, and the lands they offered as collateral for their debts now belong to Lute's allies. They are ruined and cornered. With the brothers defeated and powerless, Sira disqualifies them from managing the clan's assets. Under Chris's new leadership, they will be forced to work to pay off their debts, under penalty of unforgivable exile if they break the agreement. With the succession issue resolved, Lute turns to the last pending matter, confronting Jiggy to finally discover the truth behind his actions and his apparent betrayal. Through a flashback, Jiggy reveals the origin of his revenge. His mountain tribe was subjugated and massacred by a group of adventurers led by Dan Gate Vlad. Still a child, he was sold into slavery, vowing in his heart that one day he would take revenge. Fate, with its cruel irony, led him to become Dan's second master. Jiggy recognized him instantly, but the Count did not recognize the young werewolf who had grown up. Having trained for years for his revenge, Jiggy realized the moment he saw him that he could never face Dan in direct combat. To achieve his goal, he decided to hide his true identity and diligently serve the Vlad family, waiting for an opportunity. However, the Vlad mansion turned out to be an unexpectedly welcoming place. Although he thought he could endure any treatment to achieve his goal, his determination began to waver. Dan's genuine kindness and Madame Sira's serene gentleness, who accepted a slave like him, began to erode his hatred. Above all, it was the pure affection of young Master Chris, who clung to him with affection that completely disarmed him. Involuntarily, his heart began to fill with love for the Vlad family, the clan of his sworn enemy. From then on, nightmares haunted him every night, with the ghosts of his family and friends demanding that he avenge them. He found himself trapped in unbearable torment, crushed between the love that grew each day and the revenge engraved in his heart. Somehow Dan's brothers Pyu and Zion discovered his dark past. With malicious smiles, they offered to help him in his revenge, but Jiggy, already consumed by the conflict, no longer wanted it. The pressure from the spirits of his clan haunted him, making his hesitation an agony. The brothers then blackmailed him, threatening to reveal his identity and his original plan to the family he now loved. He imagined the horror and betrayal in their eyes, the contempt of Dan and Sira's, and the fear of his dear master. The image of Chris recoiling from him in terror was the final blow to his resistance. With no choice, cornered by the brothers' manipulation, Jiggy chose the path of the traitor to protect the Vlad family from his own past. Still, his resolve wavered. It was Lute, with his cunning and power, who gave him new hope and cleared his doubts. Jiggy believed that the young man would be able to save the Madame and the Master, and even find Count Dan, who had been sold into slavery. And in the end, he believed that Lute would kill him, the traitor, thus fulfilling justice and giving him the peace he so desired. It was with this faith in the boy that Jiggy entrusted him with the wolf fang, a symbol of his trust and the future of the family. His plan was complex. By allying himself with the brothers, he would lead them to their own destruction, fulfilling his original revenge while ensuring the safety of the Vlad family under Lute's protection. When confronted with the question, regrets, the answer manifests in his final decision. Back in the present, after Chris's succession is resolved, Jiggy faces Lute. "If you want to hear my answer, then fight me," he demands, to the boy's confusion. Lute turns to Siraz, seeking an explanation for the sudden challenge. He realizes that no one, not even the Madame or Chris, is trying to stop the imminent confrontation. The protagonist senses Jiggy's extraordinary fighting spirit, a dark and resolute determination. He looks at the wolf fang in his possession and understands. By entrusting him with the future of the Vlad family, Jiggy now intends to fight seriously to the end. Lute ponders that, with the crisis resolved, there should be no more reason to fight, but Jiggy's eyes tell a different story. He finally understands the werewolf's true desire. Whether by victory or defeat, Jiggy plans to take responsibility for his betrayal by dying there, hiding his true reasons. Resigned, the young man accepts what he calls Jiggy's last request. "I have no choice," he thinks. "I'll have to beat him to the brink of death." And tear the truth from him. Lute launches into the attack, determined to unravel the mystery behind the werewolf's actions. The hand-to-hand combat is intense. Lute, although skilled, struggles to overcome Jiggy's brute strength and experience, who narrowly dodges a punch. Jiggy finds an opening and lands a devastating blow to Lute's stomach, exploiting a moment of vulnerability. The impact throws Lute back, the breath knocked out of his lungs. Despite the pain, the strategist sees his chance in the middle of his opponent's attack. Jiggy anticipates that Lute will aim for his vital points, such as the throat, a logical move to incapacitate an enemy. However, the protagonist refuses to deliver a lethal blow, diverting his attack at the last second. Jiggy rebukes him, calling him naive for his hesitation, and hits him with a powerful kick, sending him to the ground. Lute doubles over in pain, the cost of his mercy manifesting physically. Towering over him, Jiggy demands to know why he didn't aim for the throat. As Lute recovers, the werewolf questions him, asking if he is afraid to kill, concluding that this is his weakness. With fury in his eyes, Jiggy admonishes him, "You are a butler of the Vlad family. Don't confuse who you must protect, crush your enemies to dust." Continuing his attack, he begins to reveal the truth. "My tribe, the mountain tribe, was killed by adventurers led by Dan." With a roar of pain and triumph, he confesses, "I was sold into slavery, and by chance I was bought by Dan. I hid my hostile intention and waited for a chance. My revenge has been fulfilled. Finally, I was able to make him feel what I felt, selling him into slavery." Lute, recovering, shouts in response, his voice full of conviction, "Are you saying that from the bottom of your heart?" Ignoring the question, Jiggy unleashes his magic, shouting wind spiral, enveloping the area in a violent tornado. The protagonist is caught by the force of the spell, struggling to stay on his feet as he is whipped by cutting winds. He reflects that, although Jiggy harbors a desire for revenge, there is more to his story. Memories of the genuine trust that Jiggy shared with the other maids, Mary and Merce, flood his mind. He remembers the unmistakable look of admiration that the werewolf had for the Count and the Madame. And above all, the deep and undeniable affection he felt for young Master Chris could not be a lie. With his eyes fixed on Chris, who watches the fight with anguish, Lute makes a decision. "Shit, but how? I can't let him die." He realizes that alone he cannot stop Jiggy, but if he combines all his skills and the trust that others have placed in him, maybe he has a chance. Jiggy interrupts his thoughts with a kick, mocking, "What's wrong, Lute? Your feet have stopped." He continues to press, questioning the effectiveness of Lute's sawn-off shotgun. "Do you think you can win while holding back? That shotgun is just a decoration." The sawn-off shotgun, a short-range weapon, becomes the focus of the battle. Lute abruptly moves away, creating distance between them in a tactical move. Jiggy, believing that his opponent is fleeing, refuses to let him escape. The werewolf advances, shouting, "I won't let you run." In a sudden twist, Lute spins around and points the shotgun at point-blank range, revealing that the retreat was a feint. I'm not letting you run either, he declares. With incredible reflexes, Jiggy grabs the gun barrels with his hand, interrupting the shot at the last instant. Smiling, the werewolf recognizes the power of Lut's magical tools, but observes that once you see them, you can develop countermeasures. He holds the gun firmly, expressing his disappointment. Didn't you realize I would pull out the sawn-off shotgun? You disappoint me, Lut. A glimmer of confidence appears in Lut's eyes. With a smile, the boy reveals his true plan. After all, no need to worry, I made you grab the shotgun on purpose. Using the trapped gun as a lever, Lut executes a CQC, close quarters combat technique. He traps Jigga's arm, spins, and uses the werewolf's body for support, breaking his balance. The maneuver, unknown in this world, uses Jigga's own momentum against him. It is a takedown technique designed for a stronger opponent, setting him up for impact. With Jiggy completely unbalanced and vulnerable, Lut delivers a final and decisive blow. Words are unnecessary. The resolution for Jigga's anger is close quarters combat, he shouts, ending the fight. Defeated, Jiggy reflects that being killed by Lut would be a fitting end for a mountain tribe slave who dared to betray his master. Still in the grip of Lut's maneuver, the werewolf admits to himself that the young man always exceeds his expectations, recognizing the genius and strength of the boy to whom he entrusted the family's future. With the fight over, Jiggy faces the young butler, acknowledging his superiority. Sitting on the floor, exhausted and defeated, the werewolf loudly admits his defeat to the protagonist. Lut Kun remains standing, victorious, while his opponent accepts the outcome of the combat. With a resigned smile, Jiggy congratulates the boy on his newfound strength, while the protagonist watches him, still processing the intensity of the confrontation. The werewolf begins to get up, fully accepting the consequences of his actions. However, before the situation can escalate to a fatal outcome, Madame Siras intervenes, declaring that she will not allow Jiggy to escape his responsibilities. She states that he has said enough and that the rest is up to her. To Jiggy's complete shock, Siras reveals that she and the Count already knew about his origin as a survivor of the mountain tribe. She confesses that, feeling guilty, they wanted to atone for their sins, but that, even so, he took care of the Vlad family better than anyone. Siras admits that they were also to blame for letting their guard down and allowing the situation to reach this point. With a look of deep sincerity, the Madame assumes her share of responsibility in the crisis. With authority, Siras reaffirms Jigga's position, declaring that he is still the head of security for the Vlad family and that she will not allow him to leave. From the top of the castle tower, a new voice speaks, announcing that, as interim head, she will pronounce the sentence. Chris, now in command, approaches and officially dismisses Jiggy from his duties as head of security, to his surprise. The young princess then reveals her punishment. Instead of death or exile, she orders Jiggy to conduct a search for Count Dangate Vlad. Upon returning with her father, he may serve the family once more. Jiggy protests vehemently, arguing that forgiving a traitor will tarnish the family's name and implores that a proper trial be held. With a gentle touch, the werewolf's pain is soothed, and he is informed that everything will be all right. Mary and Merce join in, expressing their regret for not being able to help and showing their unwavering support for him. Still conflicted, Jiggy questions the decision, unable to understand why he would be forgiven when the family would be despised for it. With tears in her eyes, Chris interrupts him, stating that none of that matters. She declares that everyone loves him and that he is part of their precious family. The young mistress continues, saying that she doesn't want to lose any more members of her family and that he doesn't need to suffer alone anymore. Completely disarmed by his mistress's compassion, Jiggy can only murmur her title, his voice choked with emotion. The weight of years of torment, revenge, and conflicting loyalty finally crushes him, and the werewolf falls to his knees. Before everyone, Jiggy finally gives in to emotion, letting out a howl of pain and relief, crying for the first time in years as he is accepted back by the family he loved. Composed and with a new purpose, Jiggy accepts his mission. He swears on his life that he will find the master, atoning for his sins and ending the incident once and for all. With the crisis resolved, peace returns to the Vlad family castle. In a later celebration, the group gathers to celebrate the victory and the reunification of the family. Lute is the center of attention, receiving warm thanks from Snow, Maya, and especially from a Chris grateful for him saving her mother and Jiggy. In the midst of the celebration, Madame Siras draws the young butler's attention. She expresses her deep gratitude once again, formally thanking him for saving the Vlad family from its imminent destruction. Siras praises Lute, stating that he managed to save Jiggy from his torment, something that not even her husband, Count Dan, was able to do. The protagonist is confused, not understanding where the conversation is leading. Siras then makes a shocking announcement. As a reward for his deeds, she frees him from his condition as a slave, giving him the freedom to choose his own path. Stunned, the boy contemplates the offer. He has his own dreams, such as forming his legion, but Siras, already informed by Snow, knows of his ambitions. The Madame expresses her complete confidence that her husband is not the type to die easily, imagining him in a heroic and exaggeratedly muscular way. Overwhelmed with the decision, the young man asks for time to think about his future. Later in his room, Lute reflects on his newfound freedom, lying on his bed. He questions why he hesitated, why he couldn't immediately answer that he would follow his dream of creating the Legion. Night falls on the castle, bringing with it a moment of introspection. The answer to his hesitation becomes clear in his mind. He admits to himself that he is worried about Mistress Chris, and the image of her, smiling and recovered, fills his thoughts. The young man finds himself in a dilemma. He wants to stay by Chris's side to protect her, but he knows that, as the new leader of the Vlad family, she needs to be strong on her own. Trapped in this cycle of worry and responsibility, he feels unable to make a decision. His rumination is interrupted by a soft knock on his door. To his surprise, Chris enters his room, her face flushed and her demeanor shy, clearly nervous about something. Caught off guard, the protagonist doesn't know how to react to the unexpected visit. The young princess sits next to him on the bed, the tense silence hanging between them. Suddenly, Lute realizes that the young mistress is crying silently beside him, which makes him even more confused and worried. In a surge of courage and desperation, Chris throws herself at him, capturing his lips in a sudden and passionate kiss. The kiss continues, charged with all the young princess's repressed emotion. Completely stunned by his mistress's sudden action, Lute is speechless. Still crying, Chris manages to stammer her confession, "I like you." The boy tries to process the confession, while the young woman trembles with nervousness. With her heart in her hand, the young princess declares her love for Lutoniachin, and, through tears, asks him to make her his bride, wishing to stay by his side forever. The weight of the confession and the request hits Lute, who faces an overwhelming internal conflict. Carefully he responds, explaining that, although he likes her very much, his heart belongs to Snow. Heartbroken, Chris begs him not to leave her, fearing losing him now that he is a free man. In his thoughts, the protagonist admits that he never planned to leave her. The idea of abandoning her or seeing her with another man causes him deep pain. However, his love and commitment to Snow are unwavering. He cannot betray her, leaving him torn between his duty and his heart. Chris seems to accept his answer, although sadness is evident on her face. A small, sad smile forms on her lips, as if she already expected this answer. She picks up a small slate and writes a short message, confirming his suspicions. "I knew." Showing the slate to Lute, she admits that she couldn't beat Snow and apologizes. Wiping away her tears, she prepares to make a new proposal. With a radiant smile, she declares that in that case, she would like to support him as his second wife. The proposal leaves the boy in a state of shock. Chris reveals that she had already made an agreement with Snow. If she was rejected, she would become the second bride. He wonders when on Earth this agreement was made, and she explains that it was during their conversation at Meia's house. Lute has a flashback to that night, realizing that their conversation went far beyond his dark past. At that very moment, Snow enters the room and without hesitation hugs Lute from behind, to his complete astonishment. Snow reassures Chris, confidently stating that, knowing Lute, he will certainly love his first and second wives equally. The two girls, now allies, celebrate their successful plan and promise to work together to support the man they love. Completely overwhelmed, the protagonist protests, questioning how they can decide something so important so lightly, especially considering that Chris is the new leader of the Vlad family. He then realizes that Chris's own mother, Siras, gave her full approval to the plan, ensuring that the family lineage would continue through a future son. Watching Snow and Chris holding hands, laughing together, Lute's resistance begins to wane. Seeing the genuine happiness on both of their faces and recognizing that he also loves them deeply, he begins to resign himself to the idea, questioning whether he deserves so much happiness. Embracing the two women in his life, Lute accepts his fate, and so, with the conclusion of the arc, he gains a brilliant sharpshooter as his second wife. With the Vlad family crisis resolved, a new phase begins for Lute and his brides. After the tumultuous events, the group returns to the safety of Meia's mansion on the Dragon Continent. Although a formal ceremony could not be held due to the Count's disappearance, Lute informs everyone about his marriage to Chris, solidifying his new family structure. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild to register their new group, the receptionist is stunned to see Lute, whom everyone believed to be dead. The protagonist, with a sheepish smile, acknowledges that, given the circumstances, being presumed dead was a logical conclusion. He briefly recounts his ordeal, being betrayed by false adventurers and sold as a slave on the magical continent from which he managed to escape. With the formalities cleared, the young man requests the renewal of his membership and the registration of Snow and Chris as new adventurers under his command. The receptionist processes the paperwork, but a note on the girl's forms leaves her confused. When questioned, Snow and Chris proudly declare that they are Lute's wives, to the shock of the guild employee. The young man awkwardly confirms the multiple union. The receptionist explodes, scolding them for their youth and questioning the morality of today's youth. Her outburst quickly turns into a comical lament about her own loneliness, pressured by her parents to marry and forbidden by guild rules from engaging with clients. After successful registration and completion of some basic missions, the entire group advances to level 2 adventurers. With the registrations done and a new beginning ahead, the group's life seemed to be entering a stable and peaceful rhythm. However, the tranquility would be brief. During a conversation, Snow suggests that it's time to become independent and find their own home, arguing that they can't continue to be a burden on Meia. The proposal is met with vehement protest from Meia, who, in a panic, argues that, as Lute's first disciple, everything she owns also belongs to him, and vice versa. To Meia's despair, both Chris and Lute himself agree with Snow's idea, recognizing the need for independence. The strategist explains that, now that they are active adventurers, they cannot continue to depend on their friends' hospitality. Besides the practical reasons, Lute admits to himself that he longs for a space of his own to enjoy his newlywed life with his two wives. The realization that her arguments were useless leads Meia to a cry of despair. The inventor throws herself on the floor in a fit of childish rage, refusing to accept the departure of her master and his companions. Lute calms her down, explaining that they are not leaving out of discontent and that they will rent a place nearby, ensuring that he will visit her almost every day to continue weapon development. Following the plan, they find a 2-story house with 3 bedrooms, a perfect home for the new family, for a monthly rent of 5 silver coins. Being his first home in this world, Lute feels an overwhelming desire to create something essential for his comfort. With the help of Maya and a considerable amount of gold coins, he turns his desire into reality. His great invention, an unprecedented item in that world, is revealed: the toilet with bidet. He presents his creation with pride to Snow, Chris, and Maya, who stare at him with a mixture of shock and confusion. While Snow and Maya express confidence in the final product, considering the genius of its creator, Chris comments that Lute tends to get excited about the strangest ideas. Ignoring the doubts, the young inventor insists that, once they experience the power of the toilet, they will understand its true value and will no longer be able to live without it. Determined to prove his point, he makes them test his invention. Snow's reaction is one of pure ecstasy, declaring the experience incredible to the point of her legs giving way. Chris, on the other hand, comes out traumatized and screaming. The young shooter, horrified, swears never to use what she calls the Demon Lord's torture device again. Maya, in turn, enters a state of feverish adoration, marveling at the level of advancement that Lute Sama has achieved, seeing him as an unparalleled prodigy. With the house established, Lute's dream of having a home equipped with a modern toilet is complete, despite Chris's mixed reception. With the arrival of night, the group's attention turns to nighttime activities in their new home. The protagonist feels nervous and uncertain, contemplating his first time with 2 people and questioning whether he will be able to satisfy them adequately. His mind enters an internal debate about logistics, imagining whether he should be with one at a time or with both at the same time. His rumination is interrupted when Snow and Chris come out of the bath, radiant and dressed in nightgowns. The sight of them with matching pajamas that he had given them as a gift and skin warmed by the bath awakens his desires. However, to his disappointment, the 2 announce that they are already going to the room to rest. The sound of the door closing echoes his disillusionment. It was clear from their attitude that tonight would not be the night. Lute resigns himself to another night of celibacy, imagining that they would simply hug him to sleep as usual. He laments that even with 2 brides and a house of his own, the path to his first night still seems long and arduous. He turns to enter the room, dejected. However, upon opening the door, he is faced with Snow and Chris sitting on the bed, dressed in seductive lingerie, waiting for him. With inviting looks and blushing cheeks, both express their desire to be loved by him that night. At that moment, Lute hears the sound of the chains of his reason shattering and finally forges a physical bond with his wives. In the months that followed, life in the new house flourished. The trio settled into a peaceful routine, living without major problems. To Lute's relief, Snow and Chris got along wonderfully, acting like sisters in complete harmony. He, in turn, loved both equally. However, they did not focus only on married life. They also took important steps towards the formation of their legion. Their days were filled with equipment development, with Maya fulfilling guild missions and training and weapon testing sessions, establishing a peaceful but productive routine. During a break in training in the forest, Maya invites them to her mansion for a bath and a banquet to celebrate the end of the workday. Lute accepts the invitation on behalf of everyone, and the group agrees animatedly. However, the protagonist notices a sudden change in Snow's expression, who seems to have noticed something. With her senses heightened, Snow warns that there is a smell of blood in the air, and the protagonist immediately becomes alert. She focuses, determining that the smell is not from any beast, but comes from the main road outside the forest. The possibility of an attack by demonic beasts or a confrontation between humans puts them in motion. Lute and Snow exchange a look, confirming the gravity of the situation. Immediately, the group leader orders Maya to stand by while he, Snow, and Chris, armed and ready for combat, go to investigate the origin of the bloodshed. As they approach, a monstrous roar echoes through the forest, confirming their suspicions. They recognize the unmistakable sound of demonic beasts in combat and prepare for battle. Their eyes fix on the scene ahead. Upon arriving at the scene, they find a luxurious carriage being attacked by a band of ogres. Lute identifies the creatures as one of the strongest in the region and sees that the adventurers defending the carriage are at a disadvantage. He declares that his group, as level 2 adventurers, is there to help. Without hesitation, Snow and Chris open fire with their rifles, decimating the ogres with a brutal efficiency that the monsters cannot keep up with. In a short time, the battlefield is filled with ogre bodies, and the immediate threat is neutralized by the group's decisive intervention. With the monsters slain, Lute and Chris assess the situation, believing they have eliminated all enemies. Suddenly, Chris notices a movement. Snow shouts a warning, alerting Lute about a last ogre that is approaching stealthily from behind him. Before the monster can attack the unsuspecting protagonist, one of the adventurers defending the carriage, a dark-skinned elf, jumps into action, intercepting the attack. Lute watches impressed as the group of adventurers, composed of dark elves, demonstrates an exceptional combat ability, far above what was expected. One of the adventurers calls for their healer, Jisan, to treat a companion wounded in the battle. The elf chants a healing spell, and a soft light envelops the wound, closing it instantly. The strategist is shocked by the healer's power, noting that her healing abilities are on par with his former mentor, and that the entire group of elves operates on a much higher level than the common adventurers in that area. With the battle over, the carriage door opens. A serval-looking elf descends, commenting that her one-sama had predicted that they would meet there. Then a figure of ethereal beauty emerges, a young elf who seems not to belong to that world of violence and tragedy. Lute is stunned by her appearance, long blonde hair, flawless skin, and a bust that rivals Snow's. She introduces herself as Meleth Enos Memia, the second princess of the High Elves. With eyes full of hope and despair, Princess Meleth bows before Lute and calls him hero, begging him to save her homeland, marking the beginning of a new and dangerous journey. In a world with diverse races, the High Elves stand out for their almost immortal longevity, living for millennia. They reside isolated in their capital, Enos, rarely leaving or allowing outsiders to enter, especially royalty. After a chaotic encounter, the High Elf Princess, Meleth, tries to explain her situation to a completely confused Lute, who doesn't understand why he's being called a hero. Suddenly, the clumsy princess trips on the forest floor. Screaming for help, Meleth falls towards Lute, who prepares to catch her. At the moment of impact, the protagonist feels a familiar softness, which reminds him of Snow and Madame Sira's. To his horror, he realizes that he broke the princess's fall by grabbing her breasts. Embarrassed, she lets out a moan as Lute hastily backs away, apologizing. The princess, blushing, insists that it was her own clumsiness. The boy still extends his hand to help her up. Before he can help her, Meleth's dark-skinned servant, Zaya, intervenes, taking the princess into her care. The protagonist realizes that his accidental action has made him the target of the loyal bodyguard's distrust. The situation worsens when Snow and Chris reprimand the young man for touching another girl's breasts, despite his embarrassed apologies. In a calmer and safer place, the group sits down to listen to the princess's story. Meleth, also known as Liss, reveals that it all started with the diary of her missing older sister, Lala Enal Memia. She explains that the High Elves, upon reaching 100 years old, receive a blessing from the spirits. Her sister Lala received the power of clairvoyance, allowing her to perceive everything within a radius of several kilometers. Due to this power, Liss is sure that her sister was not kidnapped or murdered. The princess then reveals a shocking fact. After Lala's disappearance, they discovered that she possessed a second blessing, something extremely rare. This second ability was the power of precognition, the ability to see the future. Possessing both powers was historically unprecedented. In her sister's diary, her final vision was written. Lala's prophecy predicted a cataclysmic disaster that would destroy the High Elf Kingdom in just one night, within 3 months. Liss explains the cause of the destruction. Someone will destroy the barrier stone, releasing a sealed demonic beast that will stain the country red with blood. The barrier stone is an ancient artifact, created by the heroes of the 5 races to seal a powerful entity. The protagonist, shocked, questions whether what is sealed is the legendary infinite dragon, a creature he knows from stories. The princess confirms that researchers believe that the stone contains the infinite dragon, the most famous dragon in the world, known for having 5 heads and an almost absolute regenerative power. Legend says that not even the 5 heroes could defeat him, being forced to seal him. His release would also bring with it an army of 10,000 dragon warriors. These warriors are a superior class of lizard men, over 2 meters tall and with strength comparable to that of orcs, representing an overwhelming threat in large numbers. Liss reports that, upon reading the prophecy, she immediately discussed it with her father, the king. However, he refused to believe it, considering the idea of his daughter possessing 2 rare powers unbelievable and having unwavering faith in the indestructibility of the barrier stone. With despair in her eyes, the princess states that their meeting is proof of the prophecy, as one of her sister's visions specifically mentioned the hero who would save them. The vision described a hero wielding strange, tube-shaped weapons from the dragon continent. With S-rank mages being insufficient to prevent annihilation, Liss begs Lut, the prophesied hero, to save her kingdom, Enos. Faced with the prospect of facing an army of 10,000 dragon warriors, Lut hesitates. However, Snow and Chris encourage him to accept the mission, showing themselves ready for the challenge. Both wives express their empathy for Liss's situation, imagining the terror of a large-scale attack, and declare their desire to help. Satisfied with his wife's agreement, the protagonist ponders his decision. He reaffirms his original purpose. The reason he was forming a legion was precisely to help people in trouble like Liss. With his determination solidified, Lut decides that he can no longer ignore a plea for help, no matter how difficult the task. He accepts the mission. With the agreement sealed, the group commits to offering everything they have to help the High Elf Kingdom, and so they depart for Enos. The journey to the Elf Kingdom is made aboard an aircraft. Maya, who lent her personal aircraft for the mission, supervises the loading, instructing everyone to use magic to create drinking water, saving weight. She continues to give orders, ensuring that the weight is tracked so as not to overload the ship, demonstrating her competence as a leader. Lut reflects on the exorbitant cost of aircraft production and maintenance, realizing the immense wealth and influence that Maya possesses. During the preparations, one of Maya's subordinates, concerned about the weight of the cargo, makes a suggestion. He points to Lut's most beloved invention, the magic toilet with bidet, suggesting leaving it behind to lighten the load. Maya explodes with anger at the suggestion, declaring that the toilet is an absolute necessity and must be transported with the utmost care, like a sacred relic. The protagonist observes with a smile, satisfied with the unwavering loyalty of his self-proclaimed #1 disciple. A subordinate, noticing the barrels of magic liquid being loaded, asks Lut-sama about their purpose. The young man explains that the liquid is for the development of a new weapon during the trip, one that will solve the group's lack of firepower. The Panzerfaust, an anti-tank rocket launcher that uses a hollow charge warhead to penetrate heavy armor. Maya is ecstatic, feeling like the happiest girl in the world for receiving a technical lecture directly from her beloved master. Her adoration becomes so intense that she throws herself on the ground to kiss Lut's feet, forcing him to reprimand her to stop. Despite Maya's occasional outbursts, the preparations for the journey go smoothly, and they depart for the High Elf Kingdom. They arrive in Enos, the kingdom's capital, a place that Lut imagined to have an ethereal beauty, surrounded by forests and lakes. However, the reality is a shock. The city is a bustling tourist center, with street vendors shouting offers of high elf portraits and other souvenirs, completely breaking the mystical image he had. While Liss and Zaya go to obtain permission for the group to examine the barrier stone, Lute, Snow, Chris, and Maya decide to stroll through the city. The ethereal image of the high elves that the protagonist had in mind completely crumbles in the face of the crude commercialization of their culture. The group tastes a local delicacy, a roasted high elf. While Lute and Snow find it reasonably good, Chris, with her refined palate of demonic royalty, gives a devastating critical analysis, giving it a score of 2.17 out of 10 and leaving Lute shocked by her brutal sincerity. Suddenly, Snow calls Lute's attention to something she found. She points to a group of people playing a game of reversi, also known as Othello. Lute is surprised to see that the board game he invented as a child has spread to the remote High Elf Kingdom. Snow happily explains to a curious Maya that it was Lute Kun who created the game, and that it's very fun. That night at the inn, Lute, remembering the game, has a fantasy of playing a strip reversi game with his brides. However, the fatigue of the trip speaks louder. Exhausted, the young man falls asleep embraced by his wives, his mind focused on the imminent destruction of the city and his responsibility to assume the mantle of hero to avoid the dark future. The next morning, Zaya greets them, announcing that she has obtained permission for them to examine the barrier stone and invites them to follow her. They are taken to a sacred site where the gigantic barrier stone stands, a pyramidal structure that dominates the landscape. In front of the artifact that, according to legend, not even the 5 heroes could destroy, Lute contemplates the magnitude of the threat that will come from there. An army of dragon warriors like they have never faced before. Despite the daunting scale of the challenge, the strategist expresses his confidence that they will be able to defeat the dragon warriors. Liss is surprised but relieved by the hero's confidence. Lute confirms, but adds that they will need to prepare properly first. He analyzes the battlefield, noting that the vast open space around the stone is ideal. His plan is to contain them with overwhelming firepower, which will require the development of a new weapon. While he is immersed in his strategic thoughts, an animal paw enters his field of vision, interrupting his concentration. A young and energetic elf riding a saber-toothed wolf approaches, excitedly asking if he is the hero that her One-chan brought. The arrival of Princess Luna, Liss's younger sister, marks a new development in the mission. In the kingdom of the High Elves, the arrival of a young princess riding a saber-toothed wolf causes the soldiers to kneel in reverence. Princess Liss reprimands her younger sister, Luna, for her dramatic entrance, asking her to get off the wolf and greet the guests properly. Ashamed, Liss apologizes to Lute for her sister's childish behavior, explaining that, not having completed 100 years, she still does not understand proper etiquette, to the protagonist's amusement. The king questions the presence of his youngest daughter, and Luna responds enthusiastically that she came to meet the heroes that Liss brought home. Liss's reaction to her sister's unexpected arrival is one of pure shock and apprehension. The king of Enol emerges, interrupting the scene. Lute recognizes him as the princess's father and the monarch of the kingdom, who immediately expresses his discontent that his daughter brought a group of humans to his lands. With a stern tone, the king warns the young human to treat the magic stone with caution, as it is a sacred artifact for his people. Liss intervenes, begging her father to treat his guests with more respect. A noble elf scoffs at Liss's concerns, stating that her sister Lala's prophecies are nothing more than fairy tales. The king openly declares his disbelief in Lute's group's ability to protect his country from destruction. Outraged, Liss confronts him, calling his attitude rude, while another elf agrees with the monarch's skeptical assessment. The protagonist ponders the delicate situation, aware that he cannot fulfill his mission without the king's consent. He is introduced to Frasco Florence, an influential nobleman whose ideology is the opposite of Liss's, believing that other races were created to serve the High Elves. In his thoughts, the hero laments having to deal with such a problematic group of people. Frasco, with a sneering smile, proposes that the newcomers have a chance to demonstrate their heroic side. The proposed challenge is a deadly task: to exterminate alone the giant scorpion that inhabits the jungle, a demonic beast of colossal proportions. The mission is revealed to be of comparable difficulty to exterminating dragons, according to the guild's classification. The silhouette of the terrifying creature looms as a promise of certain death. Frasco and his followers watch with satisfaction, knowing that the task is, in fact, a way to get rid of the group, a death sentence disguised as a challenge. Lute immediately perceives the malice behind the suggestion, clenching his fists in frustration. While Liss tries to argue against the absurd proposal, the nobles pressure her, suggesting that, if they are true heroes, the task should not be a problem. Ignoring the desperate pleas of Liss and Zaya, who warn him about the extreme danger, Lute shocks everyone by accepting the challenge, declaring that he will exterminate the monster alone. The young strategist, however, imposes a condition. He proposes to the king that, if he is successful, the monarch must listen carefully to everything Princess Liss has to say. The court observes in tense silence as the audacious proposal is made before the throne. After a moment of deliberation, the king agrees to the terms of the agreement. The monarch, however, reiterates that he will only listen to his daughter after the creature is exterminated. Lute bows his head in respect, thanking His Highness for his pledged word. The protagonist notices the discontent and irritation in the eyes of the opposing nobles, who were not counting on this turn of events. Determined, Princess Liss announces that she will join the expedition, arguing that it is her duty as a hostess to supervise the heroes to the end. A royal advisor reprimands her for her foolishness, reminding her that, as the second princess of Enos, she must not expose herself to such great danger. The princess and her father stare at each other, a silent confrontation of opposing wills. Tired of the discussion, the king relents and allows his daughter to participate in the mission. However, he imposes a condition for her departure. The condition is cruel. Zaya must escort her, and her main priority is the princess's safety, even if it means abandoning the heroes to their death. Liss is horrified by her father's order, but Lute calms her down, accepting the condition and ensuring that nothing bad will happen to them. With unwavering confidence, the young man promises the princess that everything will be all right and that he will definitely defeat the beast. The conviction in his words calms Liss's afflicted heart. Two nobles from Frasco's faction mock the loser princess, telling her not to think too much of herself. Luna intervenes, shouting at the nobles and declaring that the discussion is over. Frasco says goodbye with a fake smile, wishing them luck and expressing his high expectations for the success of the mission. The group turns to leave, leaving behind the hostile court. With a childish gesture of defiance to the nobles, Luna declares that, if her sister is going on an adventure, she will go too. Liss reprimands her severely, stating that the mission is not a fairy tale and that she cannot go along. Ignoring her sister, Luna appeals directly to her father, whom Liss accuses of spoiling her excessively. The young princess protests, stubbornly stating that she has already thought of a way to join them. Before the discussion can continue, Luna flees at high speed. With the imminent departure, Lute prepares for the journey alongside Liss and Zaya. He promises that, if they want to see his true strength, he will show it to them. 3 days later, in a mansion seated by Liss, the group prepares for the long journey. On the day of departure, they gather a large amount of supplies and equipment in the mansion's courtyard. Lute expresses his concern about the amount of cargo, but the princess reassures him, saying that she can carry everything alone. She reveals her intention to use her unique blessing ability, the bottomless storage. Her ability, a spiritual power, allows her to store items in a separate dimension. Storage magic has no weight or size limits and can be accessed at will, but it cannot be used to transport living beings. Liss reflects on how her ability is often belittled and considered useless in combat compared to her sister's powers. She laments being seen as the loser princess and the most pathetic of the three, especially when compared to her brilliant younger sister, Luna, who has great aptitude for ruling. The princess vents about the pressure she suffers from Frascu's faction, who considers her unworthy of ruling the country. The protagonist tries to cheer her up, highlighting that, for a long journey, the ability to store an infinite amount of supplies is an incredible and extremely valuable power. Curious about the limits of the ability, the young man asks if the storage could contain non-living creatures, such as undead or skeletons. Liss explains that this is impossible, as any substance that contains the slightest trace of life force is instantly destroyed upon entering the storage. While storing the supplies, Liss encounters a problem. A wooden box refuses to be stored. She speculates that the presence of some small animal, such as a rat, inside the box is preventing the magic from working. Lute approaches to open the box and check what's inside. His eyes widen in shock at what he finds. To everyone's surprise, Princess Luna jumps out of the box, revealing her plan to secretly join the expedition. With a slightly sad look, Luna confesses that she just wanted to go with them on an adventure with a hero, just like in the picture books she loves to read. Liss lets out a sigh, torn between irritation and compassion for her younger sister. The older princess consoles Luna, asking her to be a good girl and stay in the castle, promising that they will go on a great adventure together when the current mission is over. Reluctantly, the young princess agrees and says goodbye to the group. Liss watches her sister leave, relieved to have convinced her but clearly exhausted with the situation. Finally ready, the group sets off on their journey. Maya, Snow, and Chris say goodbye, wishing Lute success and safety on his dangerous mission. The scene changes to a dense and dark forest, the destination of the expedition. After a 7-day journey, they finally arrive at the Green Howden jungle, the territory of the giant scorpion. Zaya details the beast's formidable capabilities: impenetrable scales, immunity to magic, and 3 tails with stingers that can launch poison within a radius of up to 70 meters. Faced with the frightening description, the protagonist admits to a worried Liss that, having never faced such an enemy, he cannot guarantee victory. Despite the uncertainty and imminent danger, Lute's determination is unwavering. He reaffirms his commitment to protecting Enos, declaring that he will not lose to the creature and that he is ready to fight with all his power. Beginning the 7-day journey to the Sasu Haobutsu jungle, the group plunges into a forest so ancient that time itself seems to slow down under its canopy. Despite her determination, Liss recalls Frascu's proposal with apprehension. She had doubts about the hero's ability to defeat the giant scorpion, a fear that now embarrassed her. Resolved not to be a burden, the princess composes herself. Alongside Lute and Zaya in the carriage, she strives to be useful in the dangerous expedition that begins. With a renewed fire in her eyes, Liss declares that she is ready for battle and will support her hero with all her strength. However, the reality of the trip proves more arduous than expected. The constant rocking of the carriage leaves the princess terribly nauseous, groaning that she is dying and wants to vomit, to the concern of Lute and Zaya. At nightfall, already feeling better, the princess tries to redeem herself. With newfound energy, she volunteers for an essential task in the camp, collecting firewood. To Lute's astonishment and horror, the young elf approaches a healthy tree and begins attacking it with vigorous karate blows, in an attempt to knock it down for use as fuel. The protagonist intervenes quickly, patiently explaining to the confused princess that this is not the correct way to get firewood for a fire. He teaches her that you cannot burn green and damp wood from a living tree, showing her that the ideal is to collect dry branches and trunks fallen on the forest floor. Embarrassed by her ignorance, the young noble apologizes to Lute, admitting that she did not know that basic survival information. With the correct firewood, they light a crackling fire that illuminates the camp, bringing warmth and security for the night in the jungle. Thanks to Liss's bottomless storage ability, the group enjoys a luxurious dinner, something unthinkable for other adventurers on an expedition. The princess modestly states that it is the least she can do to help. During the meal, Liss, visibly embarrassed and sweating, tries to ask Lute about one of her peculiar inventions that she transported. Zaya, noticing the princess's hesitation, whispers something in her ear, probably encouraging her or explaining what Lute might want her to do. The suggestion, apparently, was to use the surroundings as a bathroom, which leads the princess to a panic attack, shouting that she would never ever do something like that. With a mischievous smile, the protagonist notices the princess's embarrassment, who has never had to relieve herself outdoors, and decides to have some fun with the situation. He sees an opportunity to convert one more person to his technological cause. With an air of mystery, Lute asks Liss to remove a specific item from her dimensional storage. The result is an epic battle between royalty and otherworldly technology. Inside a privacy tent, Liss declares that she will not be defeated by the toilet with bidet, only to be subjugated by the invention. The princess emerges, completely defeated, admitting that the toilet won and that she can no longer live without it, to the triumphant satisfaction of Lute, who celebrates another victory for his creation. Later that night under the starry sky, the camp calms down. Feeling guilty for having been useless during the day, Liss insists on standing guard during the night, promising that she will not fail this time. With fervent determination, she swears to herself that she will not fall asleep, determined to prove her worth. A short time later, however, exhaustion wins and the princess falls into a deep sleep. Zaya, her loyal servant, silently takes over the shift, covering her mistress to protect her from the cold. Lute approaches, observing the scene and commenting to himself how Zaya is an exceptional maid and escort. He offers Zaya to rest, as she spent the day driving the carriage, but the dark-skinned elf refuses, stating that, as a trained maid, it does not tire her. The protagonist admires the servant's diligence and unwavering dedication to her princess. Moved by curiosity, Lute asks Zaya why she became Liss's companion. Zaya explains that it was not by order but by her own will, having sworn loyalty to the princess. She reveals that Liss grew up in a hostile environment, constantly compared to her genius sisters and ridiculed for her spiritual blessing being considered useless. Despite the mental pressure, the princess never gave in to contempt. Unlike other high elves, she treats all races with equality and kindness, always striving to be a worthy leader. Zaya concludes that Liss's greatest strength is her charisma, the ability to make people want to follow and protect her. Therefore, she decided to become the princess's ally, even if she was the only one. The young strategist perfectly understands Zaya's feelings, stating that, if he were in her place, he would have done the same to help the princess in her fight. After the conversation, Lute accepts Zaya's insistence and agrees to let her cover the princess's shift, retiring to rest. The next morning, Liss wakes up full of remorse for having fallen asleep. Crying, she vents about her insecurities, feeling clumsy, incompetent, and a burden to everyone. In a gesture of comfort, the hero gently takes the hand of the crying princess. He comforts her, saying that it is better to know your weaknesses than to fear failure and do nothing. Lute states that everyone in the group, including Zaya, wants to help her. He reminds her that they are not just a hero and his client, but friends traveling together. The word friends surprises Liss, who had never considered such a relationship with someone outside her family. The boy explains that his wives and Maya already see her as a friend, and that there is no problem in treating her as an equal, despite her royal status. Zaya, listening in the distance, seems to agree with the idea that they should trust each other as companions. Lute reinforces his statement, solidifying the new bond between them as travel companions and friends. Liss is visibly moved by his words, her eyes filling with tears of happiness. With a radiant smile, she asks Lute to take care of her from now on and, in a moment of boldness, asks if she can ask him for a quick favor. She asks that, as friends, they stop using honorifics with each other, suggesting that he call her just Liss. The protagonist readily agrees to her request. He then adds his own condition. If he shouldn't call her Liss-sama, then she shouldn't call him Hiro-sama either. Zaya observes the scene with a slight smile, recognizing that, as friends, they are now equals. The princess blushes at the prospect of calling her hero by name. Overcoming her shyness, Liss agrees with an enthusiastic yes. The bond between them strengthens. Lute and Liss shake hands, no longer as hero and princess, but as friends and partners, ready to face the dangers that await them together. During the journey, Lute's self-defense training with Princess Liss shows impressive results. Equipped with an AK-47, she and Zaya repel an attack by demonic beasts. Liss, however, seems disturbed by the weapon's recoil. The princess's disturbance quickly turns into unexpected ecstasy. She declares that the feeling of shooting is so good, wanting to continue just to feel more. The protagonist observes, worried that he may have taught her something he shouldn't have. The noble elf's enthusiasm for the weapon is such that she now takes the initiative during attacks, a drastic change in behavior that surprises her mentor. On the fourth day of the trip, the group camps. Despite the occasional attacks, they are making good progress and expect to reach their destination the next day. As they gather, the young strategist begins to detail his plan to exterminate the mission's target, the giant scorpion. He reveals the two main tools they will use: a single-use rocket launcher known as Panzerfaust and rolls of barbed wire to create a barrier. The plan is simple but effective. First, Zaya will dig a trench for Lute to hide in. Then, the two elves will lure the monster with magic into a barbed wire trap. Once immobilized, Lute will finish it off with a shot from the Panzerfaust. Liss questions whether the Panzerfaust can really defeat the creature with just one hit. The hero explains that while the scorpion's carapace is resistant to swords and magic, the weapon's rocket is capable of piercing a 20 cm thick iron plate, which should be more than enough. The elves are amazed by the power of the weapon, praising the genius of its inventor. Liss, now a firearms enthusiast, tries to convince the skeptical Zaya to experience the amazing sensation of firing an AK-47. However, the warrior, accustomed to her dual swords, is not interested in projectile weapons. Seeing Zaya's hesitation, the protagonist offers her a different weapon, more suited to her close combat style. He presents the Vespa knife, a blade with an elegant appearance but with a hidden mechanism. The warrior maid is visibly surprised by the offer of the new weapon. Lute-kun notes with satisfaction the happy expression on Zaya's normally impassive face. The boy begins to explain how the special knife works. Despite the offer, Zaya politely refuses. She explains that her job often requires her to capture targets alive, and the killing power of that knife is excessive for her needs. The young man is a little disappointed by the refusal, but admits that her reasoning is correct. He reflects that, in fact, the Vespa knife is a weapon designed solely for the purpose of killing, which makes it unsuitable for Zaya's role. Finally, they arrive at the scorpion's lair, a ravine filled with bones from its previous prey. The strategist gives the final orders. He will hide in the trench while Liss and Zaya surround the nest with barbed wire and lure the creature out. He turns to the princess, reminding her that her main function is to provide support and that, according to the promise made to the king, she must flee at the first sign of real danger. With a serious expression, Liss agrees, understanding that a princess must keep her promises. Seeing her concern, the boy reassures her with a smile, saying that it was just a precaution and that if they follow the plan, everything will be fine. With renewed confidence, Liss declares that she must believe in her friends. With everyone ready, the operation to exterminate the giant scorpion begins. Zaya invokes her earth magic, Gnome Factory, and shapes the ground to instantly create a deep trench for Lute to position himself. Meanwhile, Liss and the other elf quickly stretch out the rolls of barbed wire, setting up the barricade around the entrance to the cave. With the trap set, they signal to Lute that everything is ready. Positioned in his trench, the young hero prepares for the final part of the plan. He signals the mages to start the attack and lure the creature into the trap. The earth trembles violently with the sound of something huge moving inside the darkness of the cave. A deafening screech echoes through the ravine as the gigantic scorpion emerges, enraged by the disturbance. Following the plan, Liss and Zaya launch fire and water spells against the colossal creature. The magical attacks, although ineffective against the beast's carapace, serve their purpose of irritating it and drawing its attention. The monster advances furiously towards the elves, falling directly into the barbed wire trap. The creature is trapped in the razor wire barrier, a material reinforced with magic by Maya that prevents its escape. Seeing that the beast underestimated the steel, Lute aims with the Panzerfaust, declaring that he read the enemy's movements like an open book. With a cry of "Sayonara, Scorpion," the protagonist fires the rocket. The impact is devastating, tearing a hole in the creature's carapace and annihilating it instantly. The massive body of the giant scorpion collapses, lifeless, amidst the wreckage of the barricade. Liss and Zaya stare, dumbfounded, at the scene. They can hardly believe that such a destructive weapon can exist, capable of killing such a powerful monster with a single shot. The boy humbly states that the victory was a team effort and that it would have been very difficult for him to achieve it alone. Liss, however, insists that without him, the chances of victory would be nil. With her heart full of relief and admiration, the princess declares with complete confidence that, with the help of Lutsan, her country will certainly be saved. As the hero, embarrassed by the praise, suggests that they start cleaning up the site, he suddenly notices a furtive movement coming from the bushes. He shouts a warning to Liss just as a poisonous stinger shoots in her direction. Without hesitation, Lute runs to protect her from the surprise attack. The stinger cuts through the air, aiming directly at the princess. The young man throws himself in front of Liss, pushing her out of the projectile's path. He manages to save the princess, but is hit in the shoulder by the poisonous attack, screaming in pain. A second giant scorpion emerges from the shadows. While Zaya wonders where it came from, Liss rushes to Lute's side, using magic to heal the poison before he is consumed by imminent death. The presence of another monster confirms the worst possible scenario. Zaya realizes that this creature is different, a mutant variant capable of changing its skin color to perfectly camouflage with the environment. This explains why she didn't detect it during the reconnaissance. As the poison spreads through his body, Lute, with his breath panting, begs Liss to flee and save herself. The princess vehemently refuses to abandon him. With tears in her eyes, she cries that Lute is her most important friend and that if she stops channeling the healing magic, he will die instantly. Feeling his body go numb and unable to move, the protagonist despairs as he realizes that he is only dragging his companions to their deaths along with him, as the scorpion approaches for the final blow. In a desperate situation, with Lute severely poisoned, Princess Liss tries to heal him while the second giant scorpion approaches for the final attack, believing all is lost. The poison spreads rapidly through the protagonist's body, paralyzing him and leaving him in agony as the monster prepares to attack. In a blur of fury and steel, the loyal servant Zaya jumps to intercept the monster's charge, placing herself between the creature and her charges. The elven warrior orders the princess to focus exclusively on healing Lute, ensuring that she will buy the time needed for the healing magic to take effect. Despite being an exceptional fighter, the giant scorpion's brute strength proves to be a formidable challenge, and Zaya is forced into a desperate defensive battle. The dark-skinned elf demonstrates incredible agility, dodging and deflecting the relentless attacks of the colossal creature's claw and tail. The battle intensifies, with Xayah fighting with a ferocity that defies the odds, but the power difference between her and the demonic beast is evident. With a crushing blow, the monster's claw finally finds its target, proving that the warrior's courage and skill are no match for the giant scorpion's overwhelming strength. The brutal impact sends the loyal servant flying through the air, her body unable to resist the force of the attack. Xayah is violently thrown, the world spinning around her as she is tossed back like a rag doll. She collides with a tree with a sickening thud, falling to the ground motionless. Liss screams her name in pure terror. Seeing her protector fallen and the monster approaching to finish the job, Liss and a weakened Lute watch in horror, begging Xayah to get up. With his last ounce of strength, the young strategist throws an object towards his fallen companion. It's the wasp knife, the lethal weapon he had offered Xayah earlier. He shouts for her to use it, betting everything on one last desperate plan. Princess Liss watches, confused and frightened, not understanding how a simple knife could help her unconscious servant. As the scorpion approaches Xayah's motionless figure, Liss expresses her disbelief, stating that a weapon alone will not help as her friend is unconscious. Lute stops her from intervening, begging her to believe in Xayah. At the last second, the elven warrior explodes into motion, revealing that she was only pretending to lure the monster. In a fluid motion, Xayah uses the tree trunk as a springboard and launches herself onto the creature's back, catching it completely by surprise. With deadly precision, she plunges the wasp knife into a crevice in the monster's impenetrable carapace, the blade penetrating deeply. Xayah activates the knife's mechanism, releasing a high-pressure gas capsule that injects an explosive force into the creature's internal organs, instantly destroying it from the inside out. With the second monster finally defeated, Liss runs to her friend, embracing her amidst tears of relief, while Xayah, covered in goo, reassures her, saying that they are now safe. After the battle, the journey back to the elven kingdom of Enos begins. With the poison finally neutralized by Liss's magic, the princess apologizes profusely, filled with remorse for her actions that led to Lute's injury. She laments her weaknesses, believing that if she were more careful or as good as her sisters, Lute would not have been struck by the poisonous stinger. In a gesture of comfort, the young hero gently takes the crying princess's hand. He reassures her with a smile, saying that, regardless of what she thinks of her sisters, he is genuinely happy to have her as a partner. The protagonist reaffirms her value to the team, reminding her that she was the one who saved him from death with her healing, and that the mission's success was thanks to her help. He considers her an indispensable companion. With her heart overflowing with happiness, Liss declares with a radiant smile that it's because Lute is her precious partner. The ordeal has strengthened the bond between the three, who now see themselves not only as allies but as true teammates. To prove their feat, they use Liss's bottomless storage to transport the carcasses of the two giant scorpions back to Enos, planning to hand them over to the guild for verification. The return is triumphant. In the castle courtyard, the sight of the two colossal monsters leaves the court, including the king, in a state of shock and disbelief. Before Frascu and the other skeptical nobles, Liss and Lute present irrefutable proof that they have accomplished the impossible task, questioning whether that is enough to approve Lute's ability. The king observes the scene, forced to admit that the result was exactly as his other daughter's prophecy had predicted. Liss turns to her father, ready to collect the promise they made. Bound by his word, the king yields. He declares that he will do as he promised and grants the princess the authority to act as she sees fit. Frascu, however, intervenes, questioning the monarch's decision and arguing that doubting the barrier stone is the same as doubting the very strength of the high elves. Liss interrupts him sharply, ready to take control of the situation. She declares that the responsibility for this matter is entirely hers, as her father is only fulfilling the promise they made. With newfound determination, the princess states that, even if the prophecy comes true, she will take all the blame, but they still need time to prepare for the day to come. Addressing Frasco, she assures him that she will not reveal her sister's prophecy to the others, allowing him to keep his pride intact when the crisis passes. Without arguments, the elven noble reluctantly agrees, stating that he has nothing to say if she can actually prepare for what is to come. With the king's permission and the opposition silenced, the group finally gains the freedom to openly prepare for the day the barrier stone is destroyed. Frasco and his followers retreat, their faces a mask of discontent and barely contained fury. Later in a mansion, Frasco's faction gathers to conspire. The nobles express their outrage, furious with Liss for doubting the power of the barrier stone and for daring to ask for help from races they consider inferior. Their anger is even greater because she adores the human brat and calls him a hero, considering this a disgrace to their lineage. They lament the future, believing that the country will be doomed if the useless woman and the good-for-nothing princess become the next queen. Frasco calmly states that he understands their feelings and tells them that solving this problem is actually very easy. His plan is simple and direct. They just need to expel the human and his group from the kingdom of Enos. One of his lieutenants expresses concern, recalling that the group has the king's permission to stay, which makes an open expulsion a risky action. With a cunning smile, Frasco assures his followers that, of course, they will not do it openly. He reveals the cowardly nature of his plan, explaining that, as nobles, it is their privilege to order others to do the dirty work for them, hinting that they will hire mercenaries to get rid of Lut's group. Meanwhile, in a mansion, Frasco's faction is conspiring. His followers flatter him, declaring that if he, who understands the other races, were to marry Princess Liss and become the next king, the country would surely flourish. The consensus among the nobles is clear. Having Frasco as leader is much better than letting the cursed princess take the throne, especially now that her brilliant prophetess sister, Lala, is not present. With conviction, the nobles reaffirm their belief that Frasco is the only one worthy of being the next king, declaring that they have the right to choose their leader. Far from the court intrigues in the mansion that Liss ceded to them, Lut and Maya finalize the preparations. With an imposing PKM machine gun mounted, the protagonist confidently declares that even if the sacred magic stone is destroyed, they will be ready. After the success in hunting the giant scorpion, the young strategist continued to develop new weapons, working tirelessly alongside Snow. His goal was to create a weapon capable of containing the predicted threat of thousands of lizardmen troops, an overwhelming firepower for the battle that was approaching. The solution is the PKM, a general-purpose machine gun. An evolution of the AK-47, it possesses overwhelming firepower, using an ammunition belt to fire 200 rounds of 7.62 without reloading, with a range of up to 2 km, far surpassing previous weapons. Its ability to change the barrel allows for sustained firepower, essential for facing enemy hordes. Snow, seeing that the preparations are perfect with the new weapon and the mass production of ammunition, questions why he continues to create anything more. The hero replies that the PKM is the last resort, a weapon he hopes he never needs to use. The work routine is interrupted by a cheerful visit. Lut announces that they have pudding for a snack, a special request from Luna-chan, while Snow and Chris join the table. Since the end of the scorpion hunt, the third princess of Enal, Luna Enal Memia, has been escaping from the castle to visit the group's mansion, fascinated by the development of new weapons. Her friendly and curious nature quickly made her beloved by everyone. She became especially fond of Chris, becoming an instant fan after hearing the tales of heroes from her homeland. Luna became a daily presence in the mansion, imitating Chris by calling Snow Snowonechan and invading the workshop with a cheerful "I came to play." However, to Lut's confusion, the young princess calls him Lut Tun, a familiar and unusual honorific that he cannot understand. With a perplexed expression, the protagonist politely asks Luna not to call him that way. During the snack, Lute finally realizes that Luna's appearance is different, with short ears and eyes of distinct colors. The young princess reveals her secret, a magic pendant that transforms her into a human, her perfect disguise to escape from the castle without being recognized. Completely at ease, Luna acts childishly and asks Chris to feed her the pudding, a request that the human princess fulfills with a smile. Then Luna declares that it is her turn to feed Chris, stating that the pudding tastes even better that way. In a burst of affection, she proposes marriage to Chris, to Snow's shock. Lute, exasperated, asks Luna not to try to seduce someone else's wife during lunch. The fun is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Princess Liss, who bursts into the room shouting her younger sister's name. The sisters get into a heated argument. Liss insists that Luna return home, arguing that a princess cannot go out freely, but Luna retorts that Liss, also a princess, does the same. The argument turns physical when Liss grabs Luna, who takes the opportunity to grope her older sister's chest, commenting on its size and softness in a completely shameless manner. Chris intervenes, ending the fight. Liss, mortified, apologizes for her sister's behavior, but the group reassures her, saying that it's fun to have her around. Lute, with a smile, offers pudding to Liss and Zaya, inviting them to join the snack. The piece is short-lived, as Luna starts tickling Liss, who writhes with laughter. The scene becomes a moment of joy and camaraderie, showing how well the princesses have integrated into the group. Later, tranquility returns and Lute goes back to work with Maya, asking her to reinforce a specific part of the weapon they are building. On another day, Luna's absence is noted. Maya asks why she didn't come for the snack, but the question is met with a somber silence. Liss and Zaya are present, their faces marked by worry, and the atmosphere in the room is heavy and tense. The reason for the despair becomes clear when Lute reads a ransom note. "We have Chris as a hostage. If you want her to return safely, leave Enos quickly." Maya points out that the threat is cruel, even if it's a joke, and notices a piece of hair attached. Chris, who is next to them, is confused as she obviously hasn't been kidnapped. Liss stares at the strand of blonde hair, a terrible premonition taking over her. In a moment of shared horror, Lute and Liss exclaim at the same time, realizing the truth. It's Luna's hair. Zaya explains that Luna's wolf, Lexi, found the letter with the hair after they noticed her disappearance. The young princess must have used her disguise pendant to leave the castle once again. The group quickly deduces what happened. A faction of high elves hired mercenaries to kidnap Chris, whom they considered the most vulnerable member of the group, but the inept kidnappers captured Luna by mistake, confusing her with Chris due to her human disguise. Seeing Chris blaming herself and crying, Lute comforts her, stating that the blame lies solely with the kidnappers and whoever hired them. Zaya observes the situation unfolding with a somber expression, understanding the gravity of what has happened. Liss explains the terrible situation they are in. If they report the kidnapping to the king, he will surely blame them for yet another disaster and expel them from the kingdom, forcing them to obey the kidnappers' demands. With the eldest daughter, Lala, already missing and now the youngest kidnapped, the skeptical king would see Lute's group as the cause of all the misfortune that has befallen his family and his kingdom. The situation is even more critical because the date of the prophecy of the barrier stone's destruction is dangerously close, leaving them with no time to lose. With tears in her eyes, Liss makes a desperate appeal to Lute and his friends, begging them to save both her country and her sister. The group's response is unanimous and fierce. Snow, with her eyes shining, declares that she will do her best for Liss and that anyone who dares to touch Luna-chan will pay the price. Everyone unites in support, determined to rescue the young princess. Gathered, Lute summarizes the situation and outlines the plan. He reiterates that reporting to the king is unfeasible, as they would be expelled and unable to help when the barrier stone is destroyed. The strategy is clear. They need to rescue Luna and return as quickly as possible. Lute hands Liss a complete set of weapons, tasking her with gaining as much time as possible if the prophecy comes true in their absence. Zaya vows to protect the princess with her life. To Liss's relief, the young strategist reveals that he already has a plan to locate Luna's whereabouts. The plan depends on a crucial member, Lexi, Luna's saber-toothed wolf. Lute fully trusts the animal's ability to track its mistress's scent. Meanwhile, the mercenaries discuss their plans. Realizing that they have captured a high-ranking noble, they decide to ignore their client's orders and sell Luna, believing that the profit will guarantee them a life of luxury. One of the more cautious mercenaries insists that they keep their guard up, but his companions mock him, confident that no one could find them in the vast open plain. Their arrogance is punished instantly when two of them are shot down by precision shots that come out of nowhere. The survivors panic, unable to identify the origin of the attack. It doesn't seem to be magic nor arrows, leaving them completely bewildered and vulnerable. More shots shatter the lock on the cage and Luna's handcuffs, while one of the kidnappers, enraged, shouts for the coward to show himself. Responding to the challenge, Lute and Snow emerge from a trench camouflaged in the grass, weapons in hand. The protagonist retorts coldly that he doesn't want to be called a coward by trash that kidnaps children. As Luna runs to freedom, one of the mercenaries, moving with superhuman speed, manages to recapture her. From the hiding place, Lute and Snow open fire, surprised by the enemy's speed. With a confident smile, the strategist reveals that they anticipated the escape route and had been camped at the location since the beginning, waiting for the perfect moment for the ambush. In a flashback, Lute narrates the execution of his plan. As predicted, after reporting the threat letter to the king, they were officially expelled from the country. That same night they pretended to obey the orders, leaving the country in Maya's aircraft, only to stop at a discreet location just after the border, deceiving both the king and the kidnappers. Once on land, Lute released Lexi, trusting the wolf's powerful sense of smell to track Luna's whereabouts. As expected, Lexi fulfilled her task perfectly, locating the kidnappers as they tried to take the princess out of the country. The challenge was the location. An open plain with nowhere to hide, making a direct approach impossible without alerting the enemy. Inspired by the camouflage of the mutant giant scorpion they faced, Lute devised a guerrilla tactic. They dug a trench, covered it with grass, and used camouflage paint to become invisible. Back in the present, the tactic proves to be an absolute success. The kidnappers, who thought they were alone, are caught in a perfect ambush, read by Lute like an open book. Snow manages to reach Luna, hugging her and confirming that she is safe, to everyone's relief. Lute takes tactical command, ordering Snow to retreat with Luna while Chris provides cover. He will remain in the rearguard to eliminate the remaining threats. With deadly efficiency, the protagonist shoots down two more mercenaries, leaving only the fast leader. This last enemy moves like a blur, a speed that defies normal perception. Lute's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. He watches, stunned, as the opponent dodges his hail of bullets with impossible agility. Incredulous, the hero continues to shoot, unable to accept what he is seeing. The truth becomes clear. The enemy is using a combination of body enhancement magic and shield magic to move at high speed and physically deflect the bullets. The fast mercenary closes the distance in the blink of an eye and attacks Lute. The impact of the fight causes the enemy's hood to fall, revealing his face. Time seems to stop for Lute. Under the hood is the face of a ghost from his darkest past. Als, the beast man who ambushed him, stole his weapons and sold him into slavery years ago. In a somber retrospective, the story revisits a simple gold bracelet, an object of sentimental value to Lute, questioning its fate. Bound and helpless, the young hero writhes in fury and humiliation, cursing the traitors who mocked his proposal bracelet, calling it trash. The flashback begins years earlier. As a novice adventurer but equipped with an AK-47 from his previous world, Lute carried out missions with disconcerting ease. He recalls that time, shortly after leaving the orphanage, when his journey as an adventurer began, full of confidence and optimism. With the overwhelming firepower of his weapon, the protagonist believed that no demonic beast could stop him, dreaming of one day forming his own army. His self-confidence is shaken when he suddenly feels a presence approaching at high speed, something that his enhanced instincts had not detected. On high alert, he prepares for combat, questioning who or what could have gotten so close without being noticed. The presence appears to be from other adventurers, not monsters. The boy is perplexed, caught completely off guard by the stealthy approach. He ponders the possibility of it being his imagination, but the feeling of danger is real, suggesting that his enemies possess a special ability to conceal themselves. The young strategist realizes that, if the intention was hostile, he would already be dead before even noticing the danger, a thought that chills him to the bone. Wielding his weapon, Lute shouts into the forest, demanding that the unknown intruder reveal himself or be treated as an enemy and attacked. After a tense silence, he begins to think that maybe he was just imagining things, lowering his guard for an instant. However, his keen instinct alerts him to imminent danger once again, proving that the threat is real and present. Determined to force a reaction, the weapon bearer prepares to fire a warning shot in the direction of the hidden presence. At the last second, he hesitates, noticing a movement that makes him stop before pulling the trigger. From the thicket, a group of adventurers emerges with their hands up, begging him not to shoot and declaring that they are not his enemies. The trio, composed of a cat-eared beastman, a dark-skinned demon, and a robust human, apologize for the prank, explaining that they only wanted to surprise the promising rookie. Still suspicious, the young hero confronts them, asking directly what they want from him, as they don't seem to be ordinary people. The group leader moves with an arrogant confidence, preparing to assess the young adventurer before them. Suddenly, the robust man snatches the map from the protagonist's hands, who reacts with surprise and indignation. Shocked by the man's audacity, Lute protests, questioning what he thinks he's doing. The group leader, Akent, declares with disdain that Lute's 10-year-old map is useless trash, asserting his superiority as an experienced adventurer. The other two, Alst and Misha, mock the young hero for being deceived by a dwarven vendor, known for their low-quality products. They warn him that, for adventurers, equipment is a matter of life and death, and that rookies should always buy their items at the guild store. The demon tries to soften her leader's rude approach, assuring Lute that they can't simply abandon a rookie to his own devices. Although annoyed by their arrogance, the protagonist recognizes the validity of the advice and reluctantly thanks them. Alst and Misha, with friendly smiles, assure him that they have no bad intentions and that he can relax. Leaving aside the issue of the map, the group reveals that they have a favor to ask of the young and promising adventurer. They invite him to join their team, offering to teach him everything an adventurer needs to know, from setting up camp to navigating the territory. The black-haired youth ponders the offer, remembering having heard about teams in the guild, informal alliances without the rigid rules of an army. Suspicious by nature, he directly questions the reason for their sudden interest in having him on their team. They explain that despite being a beginner, his track record of success in monster subjugation missions has caught their attention, and they want to recruit him before other teams do. The strategist realizes that their interest is not in him, but in the advanced weapons that make his feats possible. Misha appeals to the sense of community among adventurers, explaining that, when he becomes experienced, he will also feel the desire to help the rookies who come after him. They share that they were also helped by a veteran at the beginning of their careers, reinforcing the idea that the exchange of knowledge is fundamental among adventurers. Their logic resonates with the protagonist, who begins to see the merit in helping others as an investment in his own future. Convinced by their argument and apparent goodwill, the young hero decides that he cannot refuse the offer. With a nod, he accepts the invitation, sealing the deal to join the team of veteran adventurers. The Beastman formally introduces himself as Alst, a level 2 adventurer, and welcomes the new member. The demon introduces herself as Misha, also a level 2 adventurer. Finally, the human leader Akent, a level 3 adventurer, is introduced. The black-haired youth introduces himself as Lute, a human and level 2 adventurer, eager to start working with his new team. Thus, they begin to carry out missions together as a team, marking the beginning of a new phase in the protagonist's life as an adventurer. During battles, Lute observes and learns from the experience of his new companions, who demonstrate coordinated and efficient tactics. He absorbs precious knowledge, from how to set up intruder detection traps in the camp to the etiquette of greeting between adventurers, grateful for not having to pay for this learning. Sharing a meal prepared by Misha around the campfire, Lute feels incredibly lucky to have joined such an amazing group of veterans. The illusion of camaraderie is brutally shattered when he wakes up, drugged and tied up, hanging over the campfire. With malicious smiles, his companions reveal the terrible truth: he has been deceived. They mock his naivety, revealing that the alarms he installed were useless, and that they never imagined he would fall into the trap so easily. The trio admits that it was difficult to contain their laughter while pretending to be good Samaritans to lure him in. They covet his weapons, considering them a waste in the hands of a naive brat. The humiliation and betrayal remind him of the bullying he suffered in high school in his previous life, a feeling of helplessness that he knew all too well. In despair, he cries, unable to understand why, even after reincarnating, he is still a victim of such despicable people. Immobilized and with a slave collar around his neck to prevent his escape, he frantically searches for a way out, but realizes that without his weapons, he is completely lost. His AK-47 and his S&W-10 revolver are stolen, along with the rest of his belongings, leaving him stripped of everything he owned. The final blow comes when he is sold as a slave, the lowest point of his new life, a cruel fate born of betrayal. As a final act of contempt, they throw away his proposal bracelet, the only item of sentimental value he had left. With his heart full of hatred, Lute swears to himself that he will never forgive them, and that, one day, he will take revenge on each of them. The flashback ends, returning to the current confrontation. The protagonist faces Alst, surprised to find him there, while the Beastman accuses him of interfering in their business. With a cruel laugh, Alst mocks the fateful encounter, declaring that it will be the last time they see each other. With a promise to tear out his throat, Alst launches into the attack, starting the predestined battle between the traitor and his victim seeking revenge. At the start of the fated battle, Lute analyzes Alst's strength. He recognizes that while his enemy isn't a mage, his combination of body enhancement magic and shield magic is strong enough to deflect his bullets. The fight intensifies, with the hero being pressured by Alst's overwhelming speed and ferocity. From the sidelines, Snow and Chris watch with apprehension, calling out their beloved's name. Alst taunts the protagonist, threatening to capture his 2 wives and sell them as slaves once he's done with him, a threat that only strengthens the young hero's resolve. Consumed by righteous fury, Lute shouts that he would never hand over his precious wives to scum like Alst. The mere thought of Snow and Chris being sold as slaves solidifies Lute's resolve. He knows he cannot and will not lose this battle. Despite his determination, the protagonist feels the vast power difference between them. Alst's magical energy seems inexhaustible, while his own is dangerously close to the limit. The Beastman continues his cruel game, maintaining a calculated distance to slowly drain Lute's energy, torturing him to death. Realizing his enemy's tactic, the strategist understands he only has one chance. He needs to get close enough for a single, decisive blow, even if it means risking everything. Alst lets out a mocking laugh, clearly enjoying his victim's desperate struggle. Continuing his taunts, the Beastman sarcastically praises Lute for becoming a successful adventurer, treating the deadly confrontation like a reunion of old acquaintances. The battle of attrition continues, with Alst pressing his advantage and questioning if his opponent's body enhancement magic is already starting to fail. Pushed onto the defensive and panting, the black-haired hero is forced to admit to himself that he has already reached his physical and magical limit. With a swift move, Alst finally overcomes Lute's defenses, knocking him down and preparing for the final blow. While holding Lute subdued, Alst repeats his vile promise, ensuring that he will sell the girls as slaves, just like he did to him years ago. With a lewd and sickening grin, he adds that since Snow is especially attractive, he will make sure to sample a bit of her before selling her. Rage gives Lute newfound strength, and he snarls at Alst to shut his disgusting mouth. Feigning weakness, the protagonist lures Alst closer and activates the hidden function of his knife, releasing a spring-loaded blade that pierces his enemy's magic shield and strikes him in the chest. The weapon, called Wasp Knife, possesses a ballistic knife function, a popular feature in mangas and animes from Lute's previous world. The mechanism works like a children's toy that shoots a blade using the force of a spring, but with enough power to pierce Alst's skull and cause fatal damage if he doesn't react in time. Lute's gamble paid off. He waited for the moment when Alst was closest to ensure the hit, and the Beastman staggers back, shocked and wounded. Seizing the opening, Lute fires his AK-47, riddling Alst's body with bullets. The Beastman screams in pain, accusing his opponent of using a cowardly trick. With the gun barrel pointed at his fallen enemy, the young hero coldly retorts that the word, cowardly, means nothing coming from someone who deceives and sells novice adventurers into slavery. With revenge within his grasp, Lute demands to know the whereabouts of the other two traitors, Misha and Akent, vowing to make them pay for their crimes. Clinging to life, Alst claims he knows nothing, as they separated many years ago. The protagonist senses something amiss in the answer, doubting the Beastman's sincerity. A malicious smile spreads across Alst's bloodied face, who asks Lute if he wants to know the reason why he will never find them. In an act of desperation, Alst reveals a syringe, declaring with a crazed look that he will kill Lute right here. The hero throws himself to the side, dodging Alst's desperate attack. The sight of the syringe surprises Lute. It's the first time he's seen such an advanced medical item in this world, an anomaly that distracts him for a crucial instant. Taking advantage of his opponent's hesitation, Alst injects the contents of the syringe into his own neck. A surge of magical power explodes from the Beastman's body. His wounds close instantly as he warns that cornering a cat only reveals its fangs. He transforms into a bestial monstrosity, swearing allegiance to a dark lord and howling that all who oppose them must die. The transformed monster advances with astonishing speed, forcing Lute to retreat while unloading his weapon. Alst's speed is superhuman, allowing him to dodge most of the bullets, even at close range. Despite his efforts, some bullets manage to hit the monster, grazing its flesh. However, the wounds heal almost instantly, demonstrating a formidable regeneration ability that renders firearms ineffective. Amidst the frenzied attack, Lute's AK-47 clicks empty. Panic grips the protagonist's face as he realizes his ammunition has run out at the worst possible moment. With Lute defenseless, the monster lunges for the final attack, intent on devouring him. At the last second, a precision shot strikes the side of the monster, throwing it off course and interrupting its deadly attack. Alst skids to a halt, confused and enraged by the unexpected intervention. Lute looks to the origin of the shot and sees Chris in the distance, realizing that his wife saved him. With his weapon reloaded, he thanks Chris, knowing that he has no chance in close combat against the regenerative monster. The protagonist provides suppressing fire, but Alst manages to deflect every shot. With limited ammunition, he knows he needs to make every bullet count. Lut laments the absence of Liss and her infinite storage ability, which would be extremely useful for providing extra ammunition in moments like this. He understands that even with Chris's help, they can only keep the monster at bay for so long. If they continue like this, they will run out of ammunition. The young strategist ponders his options, aware that the moment he runs out of bullets, he will be dead. The battle shifts dramatically when Snow enters the fray, conjuring an ice sword that attacks Alst from all sides. Lut realizes the brilliance of Snow's tactic. If she can use magic to attack the enemy from all directions, he will have nowhere to run. With renewed hope, the hero shouts his wife's name, encouraging her. Snow unleashes her full power, summoning a blizzard and a rain of ice spears to penetrate and freeze everything in its path. A storm of hundreds of ice blades materializes, surrounding Alst and attacking him from every angle. The monster is caught in the middle of the ice torrent, its body being torn and pierced as it roars in agony. Even as he is brutally impaled by the ice barrage, Alst continues to fight, his roar of pain echoing across the battlefield. To Lut's astonishment, the monster manages to dodge the most lethal blows, only being hit in the shoulders and limbs. The protagonist is shocked, realizing that Alst's physical strength and magical power are so incredibly strong that not even Snow's magic is enough to stop him. He has become a true monster. Feeling the weight of the battle, Snow pleads with Lut and Chris to buy her some more time, preparing for an even more powerful spell. Without hesitation, Lut confirms that he understands and prepares to protect Snow at all costs. With steely determination, the protagonist assumes his role as protector. He faces the monster, declaring that it's time for his beloved wife to show her true strength and that Alst's time is up. Cornered, Lut resorts to a desperate measure, hurling a hand grenade towards the advancing monster. The strategist throws himself to the ground for cover as the earth explodes behind him in a deafening blast. The shockwave sends him tumbling through the air, but the calculated risk pays off. He reflects on the indiscriminate power of the grenade, a weapon of last resort that damages both the enemy and the user if used up close. Alst is caught in the full force of the explosion, his body violently battered by the shrapnel. Seizing the opening, Chris fires her precision rifle from a distance. The high-caliber bullets strike the staggering monster in the chest, throwing him backward with force. With a proud smile, Lut praises his wife for the perfect shot, acknowledging that their teamwork is working flawlessly. Despite his grievous wounds, Alst's rage propels him to his feet. The protagonist realizes that their teamwork may buy some time, but it won't be enough to defeat the creature. Roaring his intent to kill, the monster charges forward. Having exhausted his tricks, the young hero prepares for close combat, relying only on his own strength and magical power. The pair clashes in a brutal exchange, trading blows at high speed. Lut is quickly outmatched by Alst's superhuman speed and strength, barely managing to defend himself. An attack comes too fast, and the protagonist braces for impact, surprised. Alst's blow lands squarely on his face. Despite the pain, Lut remains standing, shocked by the lack of force behind the blow. He realizes something is wrong, a confusion mirrored on his opponent's face. The truth hits him in a flash of understanding. As he dodges another attack, he questions the sudden shift in the battle. Lut realizes the unthinkable: his enemy is getting slower. His suspicion is confirmed when he notices that the wounds Snow previously inflicted on Alst are no longer healing. The monster gasps, exhausted steam pouring from his lungs. Finally, Alst's strength gives way, and he collapses to the ground, unmoving. Paralyzed, Alst can only stare at Lut, who in turn feels a deep, unnatural chill spreading through his body, realizing he is freezing. Lute finally understands Snow's ingenious and cruel strategy. Her ice magic wasn't just causing damage but stealing the heat from Alst's body, inducing a magical hypothermia that neutralized his regeneration. He marvels at his wife's power, making a mental note to never anger her. Just when victory seems certain, Alst, in a final act of defiance, declares that it's not over yet. Shocked, Lute and Chris watch as the Beastman rises, laughing maniacally, promising to kill them all. Alst's magical power erupts, surging to even greater heights. The protagonist fears that not even Snow's magic will be enough to stop him now. However, the monster's body begins to fail. Blood streams from his eyes as he stutters in confusion and terror. He screams in agony, his body unable to contain the immense magical power he has forced upon himself. With a sickening sound, Alst's body ruptures from within, convulsing violently. Lute watches in horror as his enemy is consumed by his own borrowed power. Alst's body falls lifeless. The protagonist deduces that, not being a magic user, the sudden surge of power was too much for his body to handle, leading it to self-destruct. Looking at the corpse, Lute feels a bitter emptiness. The revenge he swore for years ended not with a duel but with an overdose. The group gathers around the hero, relieved. He examines the fallen syringe, a medical device he has never seen in this world, intrigued by the drug that grants magical power. A chilling suspicion forms in his mind. Whoever created this drug must be another reincarnated from Earth. He looks to the horizon, sensing that the end of this battle is only the beginning of a much larger and more dangerous war. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, night falls over the elven kingdom of Enos. The great pyramid that houses the sacred barrier stone stands silent beneath the stars. Elven soldiers stand guard, their captain instructing them to remain vigilant due to a rumor that the barrier stone will be destroyed. The captain reinforces that protecting the stone is the most honorable duty for the kingdom's soldiers, urging them to make their ancestors proud. A young guard, however, remains skeptical, believing that nothing will happen, as they are protected by over 50 soldiers and rank B mages. Suddenly, a hooded figure appears out of nowhere before the stone, startling the guards. The elves react with shock and alarm at the sudden appearance. The captain confronts the intruder, questioning how he appeared there so suddenly. The alarm sounds, declaring the presence of an intruder and ordering all forces to converge on the south face of the barrier stone. The elven soldiers quickly mobilize to surround the mysterious figure. The captain orders the intruder's immediate arrest, shouting for them to be pulled away from the stone. With a casual gesture, the hooded figure releases a wave of invisible force, throwing back the approaching soldiers. The intruder then places his hand on the surface of the stone, and a web of black cracks spreads from his touch. With a deafening sound that shakes the very kingdom, the barrier stone explodes into 1,000 pieces. Far away, Liss and Zaya feel the tremor and hear the cataclysmic sound, reacting with shock. Sweat drips down Liss's face as she refuses to believe what her senses are telling her. The sound of distant thunder and the cries of animals confirm her worst fear. As the sister of the prophetess Lala and the second princess of the kingdom, she feels the destruction like a wound in her own soul. Accepting the terrible truth, Liss pushes aside her fear. She remembers her promise and her new role as a member of Lute's team, and her expression becomes a mask of determination. Liss and Zaya exchange a look of understanding and silent determination. With the voice of a true leader, the princess orders them to head to the barrier stone. Liss's test of endurance to buy time until Lute's return had begun. In the chaos that followed the destruction of the barrier stone, Liss and her loyal servant, Zaya, watch the elven guards running in panic. Zaya informs her princess that the commotion has attracted everyone's attention. Noticing the disarray, the young elf prepares to act. With newfound determination, the two prepare to face the crisis unfolding before them. A flash of shock and understanding crosses the princess's eyes as she witnesses the scale of the invasion. Before them, an endless horde of monsters, demon wolves and lizard men emerges from the breach, threatening to annihilate the kingdom. The torrent of bestial creatures advances, a sea of claws and fangs that represents the realization of her sister's terrible prophecy. The horror of the situation is reflected on the faces of Liss and Zaya, who stare at the army of nightmares. The loyal maid points out that the soldiers are disorganized, fighting without leadership. If they continue to be defeated in groups, their forces will soon be exhausted. A desperate guard approaches, shouting to the princess amidst the chaos of battle. He begs her to flee, insisting that the front line can no longer be held and that the location is too dangerous. With a serious expression, the young royal ponders his words, but the idea of escape is not on her mind. Defying expectations, Liss firmly declares to the shocked guard that she will not back down. Taking command, the princess announces that she will hold back the horde to give the soldiers time to retreat and reorganize for a counterattack. With her decision made, the noble elf turns to her most trusted companion, calling her name with authority. She reveals that she has prepared a PKM machine gun and orders Zaya to use the time she buys to rescue the remaining soldiers in combat. While a guard accuses her of foolishness, the princess walks away, her determination unwavering. Turning to the surprised guard, Liss declares fervently that she will not allow any more lives to be wasted in that battle. With the authority of a true leader, she inspires the soldier, telling him that, as guardian of the kingdom, he must protect what is worth fighting for. Stunned by his princess's conviction, the guard can only watch in silence. The guard accepts the orders, promising to evacuate the others. Meanwhile, Liss instructs Zaya not to leave anyone behind during the rescue. The horde of dragon warriors, monstrous and brutal creatures, continues its relentless advance. An elf soldier is cornered, his screams of terror echoing as the monsters approach for the slaughter. The soldier reaches out in a desperate plea for help, facing certain death in the jaws of the beasts. Like a blur, Zaya intervenes, pushing the beasts away and saving the soldier at the last second. The combat servant warns the soldier to stay down, as the situation will become dangerous, before unleashing a devastating attack. The force of her attack sends the monsters flying through the air, clearing a path amidst the chaos. Zaya confirms that the soldier she saved can move and gives him a direct order: retreat for now. As the soldier flees, the maid prepares to face the horde alone, declaring that she will fulfill the princess's order to kill her enemies. With blades in hand, Zaya dives into battle, her expression hardened by the determination to fulfill her duty as an escort maid. From an elevated position, Liss observes the battlefield, preparing for her own offensive. Under the crescent moon, the princess takes a deep breath, gathering her courage for what she must do next. With a decisive nod, she fires a signal into the sky, the signal for the start of her counterattack. The flare soars high into the night sky, alerting her forces that the plan is in action. The princess positions herself behind the PKM heavy machine gun, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light as she prepares to unleash the storm. As Liss prepares, Zaya continues her deadly dance among the monsters, clearing a path for the cornered soldiers. With the soldiers having successfully retreated, Zaya returns to her lady's side, panting but ready. Thanking her servant for her help, Liss cocks the machine gun, the metallic sound echoing as she declares, "One in the chamber." The dragon warriors roar in fury, unaware of the death that is about to rain down upon them. Alone against the horde, Liss pulls the trigger, shouting a challenge, "You shall not pass." The world explodes in sound and fury as the PKM roars, spewing a stream of fire and death that tears through the enemy ranks. The monsters, which once seemed invincible, are torn apart by the barrage of high-caliber projectiles. Liss lets out a war cry, a mixture of fear, anger, and determination, as she continues to mow down the horde. The gun barrel still smoking, the ground before her is covered with the mutilated bodies of the first wave of monsters. The elf soldiers she saved look on in shock and awe at the carnage. The princess breathes heavily, the power of the weapon leaving her exhausted but victorious for now. Surrounded by her soldiers, the loser princess has become a valkyrie, a war heroine before their eyes. The soldiers erupt in cheers, shouting Liss's name, their morale restored by their princess's display of power. Amidst the applause, Liss and Xayah exchange a look of silent understanding. The combat maid informs her lady that the weapon is reloaded and ready for the next round. However, a cold sweat runs down the princess's face as she realizes that the battle is far from over. Xayah warns her that if they continue like this, the dragon warriors will overwhelm them, as they are simply too numerous. Liss recalls Lut's tactical instructions on the defensive positioning of a machine gun, realizing that they did not have time to prepare properly. The situation is complicated, as the dragon warriors prove to be more intelligent than expected, using their dead as shields and flanking their positions. Making a battlefield decision, the princess orders her soldiers to take care of the monsters that try to get around them, while she attracts the attention of the main force. She inspires her troops once again, reminding them that they must protect the helpless citizens who sleep behind them. Xayah offers to take over the PKM so that the princess can retreat to a safe location, but the young noble has other plans. Liss firmly refuses the offer to retreat, knowing what is at stake. She explains that if she retreats now, the newly won morale of her soldiers will shatter instantly. The reluctant leader recognizes that her soldiers are fighting to the limit against an overwhelming power. She understands that if their morale breaks, the front line will collapse completely, dooming everyone. With the weight of the kingdom on her shoulders, she reaffirms her decision that she cannot retreat in this situation. Xayah closes her eyes, accepting her lady's logic. "You are right, Princess Sama." Facing the approaching horde, Liss apologizes to her friend for dragging her into this terrible battle. The maid reassures her, stating that her loyalty is an oath and that she is only fulfilling her duty. With quiet conviction, Xayah adds that she is sure that Lut Sama's group will arrive to save them at any moment. Her friend's words ignite a spark of hope. Liss clings to Lut's promise, reaffirming her faith that he will come to save her, just as he saved her sister. Hope is abruptly cut short when a soldier points in terror at the origin of the invasion. To their horror, a new and even larger wave of dragon warriors emerges from the destroyed barrier stone, threatening to finally overwhelm their defenses. At the forefront of the invasion, Princess Liss finds herself overwhelmed by the sheer number of dragon warriors emerging from the destroyed barrier stone, an endless stream of claws and fangs. Interposing herself between her lady and a crocodile-headed monster, the loyal servant Xayah brandishes her twin blades, declaring fiercely that she will never allow a single claw to touch the princess. Xayah launches into a deadly dance, her movements a blur of lethal grace as she skillfully dodges and counterattacks, repelling the approaching creatures. Despite her prowess, the tide of monsters is relentless. Another combat maid with red hair shouts a warning, informing that the defense can no longer be maintained. While Xayah is busy with an enemy in front of her, a second monster takes advantage of the opening and attacks from behind. Liss shouts a desperate warning, but it's too late. Monstrous claws tear through Xayah's back. The princess screams her friend's name in agony and rushes to her side, pressing her hands on the wound and desperately trying to conjure healing magic. With tears streaming down her face, Liss begs her wounded servant to hold on. Xayah, in turn, with a weak voice, insists that the princess leave her behind and flee to a safe place. Refusing to abandon her friend, Liss finds herself surrounded by the approaching horde of monsters, a circle of fangs and claws closing in on the two defenseless elves. Despair takes over Liss as she holds Xayah, completely cornered by the pack of dragon warriors preparing for the final attack. Facing certain death, The princess can only watch in horror as the monster's jaws open, ready to devour them. Unexpectedly, a new group of elven soldiers, led by Frasku, arrives on the battlefield. With an order, he instructs his men to aim at the monster's vulnerable mouths. Frasku and his soldiers conjure magic, preparing to launch a counterattack against the horde of monsters. Despite the intervention, the ferocity of the dragon warriors is immense, and one of Frasku's soldiers is quickly subdued and killed. Liss calls Frasku's name, seeking help for her wounded servant, but he ignores her, focusing only on giving orders to his soldiers to protect the castle. With calculated coldness, Frasku passes by Liss and the dying Zaya without giving them a glance, his priority clearly not their rescue. The princess stares at Frasku, confusion and fear in her eyes as he turns to her with an expression of disdain. With a cutting voice, Frasku demands that Liss explain what happened, interrogating her amidst the chaos of battle. In a state of shock, the princess can only stammer that the events unfolded exactly as her sister, Lala, had predicted in the Book of Records. Frasku scoffs at her explanation, insinuating that it's all a conspiracy. He suggests that Liss used the suspicious human she brought into the country to destroy the barrier on purpose. The image of the shattered barrier stone appears in her mind, the basis of Frasku's poisonous accusation. Liss reacts with fury, calling his words a false accusation and demanding that he retract them, insisting that not even the greatest heroes could destroy the stone. Ignoring her protests, Frasku calmly states that the fact that the stone is indestructible is exactly his point, planting seeds of doubt. He recalls the strange magical item, the rocket launcher that Lut's group used previously, connecting its destructive power to the current event. Frasku concludes his distorted logic, stating that, with such a weapon, it would not be surprising that they could indeed destroy the barrier stone. Night falls on the kingdom, setting the stage for the web of intrigue and accusations that unfolds. The princess is shocked and heartbroken when Frasku dismisses her beloved sister's Book of Records as a joke, undermining the basis of her defense. Frasku exposes his conspiracy theory. Liss fabricated the prophecy, brought Lut to destroy the barrier, and prepared for the crisis so she could emerge as the heroine of the kingdom. He concludes his poisonous accusation, stating that, by becoming the heroine who saved the country, she would ensure her ascension to the throne as the next queen. Horrified by the outrageous accusation, Liss cries out that it is ridiculous, unable to believe that anyone would think she was capable of such betrayal. Frasku condescendingly rebukes her for her emotional outburst, treating her furious denial as proof of her guilt. He sarcastically points out how it was convenient that, thanks to her preparations, she managed to hold the front line alone and minimize the damage until he arrived. With a look of contempt, he reiterates that everything looks like a convenient turn of events, solidifying his public accusation. A glimmer of understanding dawns in Liss's eyes as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place in her mind. Frasku suggests that Liss's plan probably includes the expulsion of the humans, so that she can take all the credit for the victory. The princess realizes that Frasku could only know about the imminent expulsion of Lut's team if he was the culprit or an accomplice, as this information was classified. She notices the malicious smiles on the faces of Frasku's companions, understanding that they are happy with the crisis because they orchestrated it. With a new and terrifying clarity, Liss confronts Frasku, questioning him about how he obtained such secret information. The shock of the revelation hits her with full force. Liss realizes, without a shadow of a doubt, that Frasku is the traitor behind the destruction of the barrier. Before the confrontation can continue, the ground shakes violently. The ruins of the pyramid that housed the barrier stone begin to rise and crack. From the depths of the earth, a massive and monstrous silhouette emerges from the ruins, its sinister form rising against the night sky. The creature slowly reveals itself, a nightmarish vision of black scales and ancient power materializing from the dust and rubble. Liss and Frasco look up in shock and terror, recognizing the legendary creature from their people's darkest stories. The legend becomes reality as the five-headed monstrosity reveals itself completely. The infinite dragon, a beast of apocalyptic power, has awakened. Facing the five-headed monstrosity, Liss and Frasco are in a state of shock and terror as they realize that the legend of the infinite dragon is terrifyingly real. A close-up reveals the grotesque form of the beast, its multiple heads moving with an evil intelligence. With a cacophony of ancient and hateful voices, the dragon speaks in unison, expressing its contempt for the lineage of heroes and ordering them to serve the demon king and die. The massive silhouette of the creature stands out against the crescent moon, a harbinger of impending destruction. The elven soldiers, who were once ready for battle, are now paralyzed with fear at the sight of the legendary beast. Frasco, however, refuses to give in to fear. He rallies the remaining soldiers, ordering them not to lose courage and to fight the dragon and its army until their last breath. In an act of arrogance, Frasco decides to face the dragon alone, summoning his powerful fire spirit to the battlefield. From the flames emerges the colossal form of Salamander, a pure fire elemental ready to obey its master. With a commanding gesture, Frasco orders his spirit to show its overwhelming power to the ancient creature that opposes them. Salamander lunges forward, engulfing the dragon warrior's army in a sea of flames. The attack culminates with the fire spirit engulfing the infinite dragon itself in a vortex of fire, seeming, for a moment, to have succeeded. The dragon seems to disintegrate into dust, and the observing elves are filled with hope, believing that Frasco has accomplished the impossible. The hope is short-lived. From the ashes, the dragon's form begins to reconstitute, its regeneration surpassing the damage from the flames. The infinite dragon resurfaces, completely unscathed, to the horror of the elves, proving that its legend is true. Frasco smiles disdainfully, believing he has found the key to victory, despite the monster's regeneration. The dragon stares at the elf, indifferent to his misguided confidence. Frasco summons his salamander again, preparing for a second attack. He explains his failing strategy. If the beast regenerates, he will simply burn it continuously until it can no longer do so. While the dragon is again enveloped in smoke, Frasco's confidence does not wane, but Liss watches with growing concern. The smoke dissipates, revealing the dragon once again without a single scratch. Frasco is stunned, stammering that it is impossible for his salamander's flame to have no effect. In a last desperate act, Frasco commands his spirit to use all its power to erase the dragon's existence from the face of the world. The final attack hits the beast, but Frasco can only watch in despair as he realizes that not even the full power of his spirit can scratch the monster. With his fire spirit dissipating, Frasco collapses to the ground, completely defeated. Liss watches in despair as the victorious dragon hovers in the night sky. To make matters worse, a new army of dragon warriors emerges from the breach, and the elves' morale finally breaks. Screams of terror echo across the battlefield as despair turns into absolute panic. The elven soldiers scatter and flee to save their lives. Frasco, broken, laments that it is all over, that his country and the world are doomed. An elf in retreat murmurs that it is already too late to flee. With his face contorted in despair, Frasco reiterates his belief that there is no escape from the monster that not even his salamander could defeat. He mocks Liss, asking what she could do with her useless storage power. The princess, however, shouts that she will not give up as she still has her friends and loots on. Defiant in the face of the advancing horde, the princess declares her unwavering faith, believing that Lutkun will definitely defeat the legendary monster. Luna, standing beside her, echoes the sentiment, shouting "Never give up" to the approaching monsters. Liss clings to Lutkun's promise, firmly believing that if she waits, he will come and save her. As if in response to her prayer, Lute suddenly appears, landing nimbly in front of her. With tears of relief, the princess can only look at her hero who arrived just in time. Through Liss's eyes, we see flashbacks of Lute, the man who never scorned her. He called her his precious partner, exposed himself to danger, and protected her repeatedly, even when she felt useless and ignorant about the world. With unwavering faith forged in the fires of battle, the elf princess reaffirms her belief. She knows that no matter what happens, her hero will definitely come to save her. Her faith is immediately put to the test. Surrounded by monstrous dragon warriors, the young royalty faces certain death, a solitary figure before a tide of fangs and claws. As if in answer to her prayer, a figure emerges on the battlefield. Lute appears, just like a hero from a storybook, landing in the middle of the horde of monsters surrounding her. He cuts through the swarm of dragon soldiers, reaching out to the terrified princess, a beacon of hope amidst despair. With her heart overflowing with relief and adoration, Liss accepts his hand, being pulled into the safety of his arms. Sheltered beside her savior, the princess clings to him, whispering his name with a reverence that borders on prayer. She always believed in him. Lute checks on Liss, asking if she is okay, to which she replies yes, her voice choked with emotion. At that moment, Liss's younger sister, Luna, runs towards them, shouting her name with joy. One of Chris's companions confirms that Luna was rescued by their team and is completely safe. The black-haired youth and the princess share a moment of profound relief, happy that Luna is safe. Under the night sky, Liss thanks him once again. The boy smiles, expressing his own satisfaction at having fulfilled his promise to rescue Luna. However, the hero's countenance hardens. He informs the surprised princess that there is still one promise left to fulfill. With a cold determination in his eyes, he focuses on his final promise, the real reason for his return. Facing the horde of monsters led by a legendary beast, Lute declares that his last promise is to save the kingdom of Enos. Pointing defiantly at the five-headed monstrosity against the rising moon, he shouts its name, Oi, infinite dragon. Surrounded by his companions, the youth faces the ancient beast with fury. How dare you hurt my friend and make her cry? Prepare yourself, because I'm going to take you down here and now. The dragon's 5 heads laugh in unison, a cacophonic sound of contempt. Absurd, ridiculous, pathetic, a human child like you. In response to their master, the remaining army of dragon warriors roars in unison, preparing to attack the small team of heroes. Liss looks at the sea of monsters, her voice trembling with fear as she says her savior's name. Ignoring the danger, a fierce and confident smile spreads across the black-haired boy's face. He points to the aircraft hovering above. Meiya feast on their flesh. Aboard the ship, Maya smiles with enthusiasm, positioning herself behind an Mk-19 automatic grenade launcher. Leave it to me, Lute-sama, take this. Hell descends upon the battlefield as the grenade launcher roars, and 40 explosions tear through the ranks of the dragon warriors, obliterating them instantly. Amidst the carnage, the hero boasts of his weapon's power, ordering Maya to give the monsters everything they have. The once terrifying horde is reduced to burnt flesh and smoking craters, the creature's screams filling the air. Consumed by the adrenaline of battle, Lute shouts at the remaining monsters, his excitement bordering on madness as he dares them to keep coming. Liss watches the destruction, marveling at the existence of such a powerful weapon. However, she knows that while the dragon army is almost annihilated, it will not be enough to defeat the infinite dragon. With the lesser army out of the way, the youth turns his focus to the real enemy. He turns to Liss, his face serious. Ah, he says, to defeat that dragon. I need your power, Liss. His words catch her by surprise, her eyes widening at the revelation. He expresses his concern, admitting that the plan may put her in danger and that he doesn't know if she wants to accompany them. The princess closes her eyes for a moment, pondering his words and the weight of the request. With a confident smile, Liss gently chides him for the excessive question. Do you really think I would be afraid and refuse your request? Finally, I have the chance to show my abilities. Lute laughs, apologizing for his rudeness. With the team united, he declares the start of the Dragon Slayer arc, with the sky of Enos as the stage and them as the actors. The infinite dragon mocks their bravado, declaring that they shall regret their crime of defying the Demon King. The colossal beast lunges towards the aircraft, a missile of hatred and ancient power. From the ground, Lute shouts a warning to Maya. Aboard the ship, Maya takes aim, scoffing at the dragon's attack, comparing it to a moth flying to the flame. The dragon, having adapted to Frascu's fire attack, arrogantly declares that their weapons can no longer harm it. Maya retorts with disdain, "Shut up, dragon, and taste the greatness of Lute-sama," as she prepares a different ammunition. She fires again. The new bullets hit the creature, which recoils in shock and pain, much to its surprise. The five heads scream in confusion, not understanding how they can still be hurt, despite their extremely high fire resistance. With a smug smile, Maya reveals that they have prepared for this situation, informing the dragon that they still have 2 more types of bullets for it to adapt to. A precise shot from Chris, using a special, explosive incendiary bullet, hits one of the dragon's heads, exploding with tremendous force. Seeing the dragon momentarily stunned, the black-haired youth shouts, "Now, Liss, it's your turn." The princess reaches out her hand, ready to execute the plan. Lute remembers observing Frascu's fight, noticing a crucial detail about the monster's ability. He realized that the severed parts of the infinite dragon, even when evaporated, returned to the main body to regenerate. Analyzing the mechanics from a different angle, he theorized that although the parts could return, the part of the main body itself could not regenerate on its own. The question that arose in his mind was, if that's the case, what if? The answer was his desperate plan. Right after a part of the dragon is cut off, we instantly put it into Liss's bottomless storage. He reasoned that if the severed part was stored in another dimension, where time and space are different, it could not return to the main body. Following Lute's order, Liss activates her ability, and the wounded head of the dragon simply disappears into thin air, sucked into her pocket dimension. The remaining heads scream in panic, "We are not regenerating. What is happening?" realizing that their greatest defense has been nullified. The group celebrates their discovery, shouting that they have found a way to beat the beast. The dragon, sensing an existential danger for the first time, identifies Liss as the most dangerous threat. With a primordial terror, the 4 remaining heads focus all their hatred on the elf princess, their voices echoing with a single intention: eliminate, kill, remove, exterminate. Focused entirely on the elf princess, the infinite dragon plummets from the skies, a missile of pure hatred with a single intent echoing from its remaining heads: kill her. On the ground, Lute throws himself towards Liss, shouting her name in a desperate effort to push her out of the path of the oncoming beast. The hero manages to shove Liss to safety at the last second, taking the brunt of the dragon's collision with the ground. As the dust settles, he rises, checking on his companion. "Are you hurt, Liss?" She, shaken but unharmed, replies, No, I'm fine, thank you." Recovering, the winged monstrosity soars into the skies again, circling at a safe distance. Lute watches, frustrated. "Damn it, it's too far away from us now," he mutters, realizing the creature's strategy. Is it going to use hit-and-run tactics? Beside him, Liss ponders what they can do against such a fast and distant foe. Chris interjects, her Barrett rifle shouldered with lethal calm. "Leave it to me," she says confidently. "You two, stay back and prepare to be my meat shield." Her statement surprises Lute, but her determination is unwavering. Against the night sky and the crescent moon, the sharpshooter takes her stance, aiming at the distant form of the dragon, a lone silhouette of deadly precision against the vastness of the night. Liss voices her doubt. The dragon is too far away, and isn't it too small too? The protagonist, however, has unwavering faith in his companion. "Don't worry, Chris can do it," he reassures her. The image focuses on the sharpshooter's preternatural concentration as she lines up the perfect shot. A flash rips through the darkness as Chris's bullet finds its mark. The dragon's head explodes in a violent impact, the creature recoiling in shock and visible pain, its flesh disintegrating under the force of the projectile. The black-haired youth explains his team's secret weapon to the marveling princess. She really hit it and dug a huge hole in it. He details the explosive incendiary bullet, a special munition that replaces incendiary compounds with a wind attribute magic stone designed specifically to circumvent the dragon's fire resistance. With otherworldly shooting precision, Chris fires again, the second bullet hitting the exact same spot on the dragon's neck. Lute and the princess can only watch, marveling at their companion's skill. The sharpshooter continues her relentless assault, firing another precise shot at the weakened beast. The continued assault has its desired effect. The flesh and scales around the dragon's neck are torn away, and the head, now hanging by a thread, is on the verge of being completely severed. As the monster roars in pain and fury, the youth taunts it from the ground. "Foo-foo. You don't seem to like that very much, do you? Keep showing off and one of your heads will be torn off soon." The legendary creature lets out a howl of pure agony and rage, its form contorting in the night sky. As the sharpshooter kneels to reload or prepare, the hero continues to mock their foe. "Look at that poor dragon, it can dive towards one again and again. Clueless dragon." Snow's expression twists in shock and alarm, anticipating a new and terrible retaliation from the cornered beast. Changing tactics, the dragon slams into the ground with tremendous force, abandoning its aerial assault for a ground-based one. Magical tentacles, thick as tree trunks, erupt from the ground. One of them whizzes past Chris, who remains unfazed, her focus unwavering even in the face of imminent danger. Chris's final shot tears off the dragon's second head. Luna, Liss's younger sister, cries out in joy. "Kaya, as expected of Christian, you're amazing, Christian." Lute reprimands the young princess. "Hey, what's with that, Luna thing? Chris is my wife, not yours." He then turns to Liss. "Liss-san, come pick up her head quickly." The princess, caught off guard, stammers, yes, sorry." Now with only 3 heads, the infinite dragon glares at the small group of heroes, its eyes blazing with an indescribable fury and a deep, ancient hatred. The word unforgivable echoes from the beast's remaining throats, a low, menacing growl that promises a painful annihilation. With a deafening roar, the dragon unleashes its full power, the earth cracking beneath its fury. Lute and Liss can only brace themselves for the overwhelming attack. Pillars of crystal or earth erupt from the ground, trapping the heroes. The black-haired youth instinctively shields Liss with his body as the creature looms over them, snarling, "The unforgivable one is you, dragon." Snow steps forward, her eyes burning with fury. "How dare you try to hurt my husband, Lute-kun, and my friend, Christian," she declares. "For that, I will never forgive you." Lute calls out her name as she summons her power. "Answer my call, ice and snow dragon. Create a world of glaciers before me." Unleashing her Rankes magic, Snow casts the spell Permafrost, and a wave of glacial ice spreads across the battlefield, encasing the infinite dragon's legs in a freezing grip. The creature's head is momentarily trapped in the ice, its fury interrupted by the sudden glacial imprisonment. However, the beast scoffs at the effort. "It's no use, beast person, I have resistance to ice magic," it declares, the ice beginning to crack. "I'm already immune to it." Wielding an assault rifle, Snow calmly replies, "I already know." She reveals her true intention, "But it's too troublesome if you just fly away and shake me off like before. I just want to freeze you a little, you know." From above, Maya joins the attack, wielding her own weapon. "Here's my real attack," she shouts, opening fire and adding her barrage to the coordinated offensive, making the dragon stagger under the combined assault. Lute observes Maya's attack, noting the effectiveness of her ammunition. "It looks like the dragon's neck is being scraped away slowly," Liss comments. The youth explains, "Snow is using armor-piercing bullets. That type of bullet is made to pierce armor and iron plates. If that bullet can cause that much damage to that dragon, then..." Snow launches herself forward, delivering a powerful kick to the immobilized beast. "Loot Kun, Liss-san, I'll leave the rest to you," she shouts, creating the opening they need. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist commands 3 more heads to go. Liss, poised and focused, responds with determination, "Yes, leave it to me." The 3 remaining heads of the dragon snarl in unison, their murderous intent clear and unmistakable. "Unforgivable, unforgivable, you must all die." An extreme close-up of one of the dragon's heads captures its impotent rage as the team's strategy methodically dismantles it. In a last desperate act, the dragon unleashes an eruption of magical tentacles from its body, filling the battlefield. "If we just need to kill those girls, then no one can stop us anymore," the heads scream in unison. "We'll tear you limb from limb and make this place a bloodbath." In a flurry of magical tentacles, the infinite dragon launches a focused attack on the princess, its murderous intent clear. "Lissc!" Lute shouts, diving to intercept, reaching out in a desperate effort to push her out of harm's way. He reaches her at the last instant, enveloping the princess in his arms and using his own body to shield her from the violent impact that follows. The force of the blast hurls them through the air, away from the mass of writhing tentacles. Still holding Liss, the black-haired youth curses the creature. "Damn it, it really is a legendary dragon after all. The difference in power is too great." The beast's tentacles smash the exact spot where they stood moments before, pulverizing the rock in a display of brute force. Completely surrounded, Lute assesses the grim situation. I can't fight this while carrying Liss in my arms," he thinks, noting that neither Snow's magic nor Chris's shots can penetrate the dragon's tentacle defense. Trapped and under pressure, he knows he needs to act. "Damn it, somehow I have to get through those tentacles and stop the main body," he resolves, desperately searching for an opening. An indistinct figure launches through the chaos of the battlefield, moving with surprising speed. One of the tentacles hits squarely, hurling one of the combatants away with brutal force. Lute and Liss land hard, the pain of the impact coursing through them as the chaos of battle continues around them. The dragon's remaining 3 heads focus their gaze on Liss, their voices echoing in unison. "That elf's power could be a big problem for our demon King Sama later. As his subordinates, we cannot let her live. Kill her." Upon realizing they are the primary target once more, Lute and the princess's expressions fill with alarm. With a unified roar of "Kill her," the legendary beast lunges for the final attack. Suddenly, a rain of dark, spherical objects falls from the sky. The dragon, caught by surprise, can only question "What is that?" before the hand grenades explode on its scales, causing it to scream in pain and confusion. A close-up reveals the hail of hand grenades falling, each pin already pulled, ready to detonate. A figure descends from the heavens, her maid uniform torn and adapted for combat. "Sorry to interrupt your grand entrance, but your chest is wide open," Zaya announces. On the ground, Lute and Liss look up, shocked. "Zaya, you scoundrel, when did you?" In an act of suicidal courage, the maid launches herself directly towards the open mouth of the dragon's central head, hurling a chain of grenades down its throat before the creature can react. The muffled explosions tear through the dragon's insides, causing the beast to writhe in agony under the unexpected and devastating attack. Zaya lands gracefully and rushes to her mistress's side, bowing deeply in apology. "I'm so sorry, Zaya, for abandoning the princess in the most dire situation while on duty. As your escort maid, I am a disgrace." Liss and Lute quickly reassure her. "Don't say that. If you weren't here, we would have been trampled by those tentacles," says the princess. The black-haired boy agrees with a smile. "That's right, nice assist, Zaya." However, Lute's tactical mind is already working, and he turns with a new question in his eyes. Lute questions Zaya about her torn uniform, and she explains that she used the pieces to create the grenade chain. The moment is interrupted by the urgency of the situation. More importantly, "Look, the dragon is starting to regenerate," he shouts. "Liss, let's move quickly." As its body falls apart, the dragon laments in disbelief. Impossible, we were created by the Demon King himself, to be defeated by a bunch of weaklings like you. Impossible. With a fierce expression, the young hero glares at the dying beast. Grow up and accept it, it's a fact. The legendary creature can only repeat the word impossible, as its existence comes to an end. The team gathers, their weapons pointed at the weakened target. Our dance party is going to start here, Lute declares with a wild grin. Let's ring the final bell in the flashiest way, let's go. Together, the group of heroes attacks. I told you before, right? We're definitely going to defeat you, dragon. This place is going to be your end. With a last desperate cry to its master, Demon King Sama, the monster explodes in a shower of fragments. Lute watches the scene, proclaiming victoriously, the infinite dragon will finally be eternally silent. After the Battle of Enos, peace returns to the elven kingdom. In the castle's great throne room, Lute and his companions are summoned for an audience with the king. Inside the opulent hall, under the light of crystal chandeliers, the young hero's destiny is about to change forever. The elf king, with his daughters Liss and Luna by his side, addresses the group. First, I want to show my respect and thank you, heroes, he declares. And for saving my country and my daughters, I want you to accept my reward. He presents a ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming with the supernatural shine of the rare orichalcum metal. Descending from his throne, the king offers the dagger to Lute, who is kneeling, along with the knife, to praise the greatness of your achievement for the country. I grant you the title of noble. The hall erupts in applause as the king recognizes the black-haired boy. With a smile, the young man accepts. Thank you for your kind words. I am honored. The king promises the kingdom's full support, stating that they will be eternally grateful. The monarch expresses his surprise at how they defeated the legendary dragon. To demonstrate, one of the captured fragments of the creature, now small and pathetic, is brought and crushed under a guard's boot, letting out a final squeak. With a satisfied snap of his fingers, the hero watches the destruction of the last sentient vestige of the monster. Lute explains the strategy. After we blew the infinite dragon to pieces, Liss stored those fragments in her bottomless storage. The dragon's core no longer exists. They no longer have their intelligence and, of course, can no longer summon warriors. The king, impressed, comments, "That achievement is even greater than saving my country, it seems." Lute agrees, stating that although they cannot kill every piece, they successfully disabled it. The monarch informs Lute Dono that it will take a few days to formalize the title of noble and invites him to stay in the castle with his friends. Meanwhile, he asks the boy to think of a family name and a coat of arms. Finally, says the king, I would like to express my gratitude to you once again, the hero who saved Enos. I thank you. Later, the team celebrates the news. Chris and Luna are radiant. You are the second human in history to receive a title of noble, says Chris. Liss, however, offers a more pragmatic perspective, explaining that it is also a way for her father to secretly manage the scandal of Luna's kidnapping. She explains that the damage to Enos's reputation if the news of the princess's kidnapping were to leak would be unimaginable. In comparison, making Lute a noble is a small price to pay to ensure silence and gratitude. The conversation turns to the conspirators. Frascu and his accomplices were sentenced to 100 years of hard labor, a severe punishment, but not amounting to the death penalty. The conspirators' motive remains a mystery. Changing the subject to more cheerful news, Snow announces that, after the guild processes their battle report, everyone's level has officially reached level V. The group reacts with shock and joy, realizing that they have reached an elite level. The level increase was a direct reward for defeating formidable enemies such as the giant scorpion subspecies, the dragon warriors, and the legendary infinite dragon. Lute celebrates enthusiastically, a fist clenched in the air. Yes, finally, I can start organizing my own legion. Liss adds more good news, informing Lute that, in addition to the king's reward, Enos will cover all battle expenses. The black-haired boy almost faints with relief, admitting that he was extremely anxious about how to cover the astronomical costs of the ammunition they used, such as the magic stones for the grenades. The conversation returns to the title of nobility, with Liss, Lute, and Snow sitting together. The princess assures Lute that, although her father may have political motives, his gratitude is genuine and that the honor of his country guarantees the hospitality offered. She encourages him not to worry and to accept the title with pride, deciding on a family name and a coat of arms with confidence. The boy thanks Liss, crediting his success to all his companions. Suggestively, the princess smiles and says, "Right, let's think of a family name for us, shall we?" to the joy and enthusiasm of the whole group. The brainstorming begins with Snow suggesting the name of her homeland, Moto. Lute ponders, thinking it sounds too much like the name of another land. Chris offers her family name, Vlad, but the protagonist finds it a bit sinister, like a name that belongs to someone who takes lives. Maya enthusiastically suggests a name related to dragon, since they defeated the infinite dragon, but Lute is embarrassed by the grandiose suggestion. With the suggestions becoming increasingly embarrassing, the hero puts them on hold for now. The conversation shifts to the victory party. Zaya reveals that she doesn't know how to dance, while Maya and Chris express their proficiency. Snow mentions that she only knows folk dances. A plan is quickly formed. Chris will teach Luna to dance. As for Lute and Snow, who need more help, Chris turns to the princess. Zaya suggests that the princess teach the two, but Maya enthusiastically volunteers, declaring that, as Lute's first disciple, she will do her best to teach him. Liss diplomatically agrees that having Maya's help would be better to avoid the work of teaching two people at the same time. Snow and the black-haired boy place themselves under her care, and Liss nervously accepts. Later in her chambers, Liss and Zaya have tea. While Zaya serves, the princess gently confronts her. "Zaya, what are you doing?" Liss asks why the maid keeps trying to bring her closer to Lute. Zaya admits, "I thought Princess Sama had feelings for Lute Sama for sure." In a panic, Liss vehemently denies it. How could I have illicit feelings for him who already has two wives? Zaya calmly explains that, although high elves traditionally commit to one person, multiple marriages are not unheard of, as long as the feelings are not forced. The princess remains silent, the conflict visible on her face. Liss tries to end the conversation. "Zaya, I understand your feelings. But you are misunderstanding the situation. I am not in love with Lute-san," she lies, her hand holding the teacup. "I am not being forced or enduring anything. So please don't worry about me," she insists, trying to appear firm. Zaya observes her lady, her expression showing that she is not convinced. The elven royalty continues, declaring that she understands her position and responsibility as the future queen of Enos. She reflects on how her public image has changed drastically. The girl who was once ridiculed as the useless princess is now seen as the great heroine of the kingdom. Rumors now circulate among the nobility, suggesting that she is worthy of ruling and that perhaps it is time to think about her marriage. Because of her new position, Liss argues that any rumors about her and Lute would cause an uproar and would not be accepted by the nobility. "Zaya, you always take care of me and I thank you for that," says the princess, her voice softening. "But, for today, please rest." As soon as Zaya leaves, the princess's composure crumbles and tears begin to fall. Overwhelmed by emotion, she throws herself on the bed, heartbroken. Alone in the darkness, she can no longer deny the truth. "How could I have such feelings for Lute-san? No, I..." The realization hits her with full force. "I am having feelings for Lute-san," she whispers, the truth finally escaping. "That is my true feeling," she admits to herself, the blush of confession spreading across her face. She reflects that before she knew it, Lute-san had already stolen her heart. She respected him as a hero but had no romantic feelings for him at first. Memories flood her, Lute calling her his precious partner, his refusal to abandon her even when she made mistakes during Luna's kidnapping. She vividly remembers the moment when he charged against the hordes of enemies to save her, looking like a hero out of a storybook. At that moment when she looked at his face, her chest tightened so much that it hurt, and tears of happiness flowed naturally. She can no longer lie to herself, "Lute-san, I love you so much." But the harsh reality of her royal duty hits her. That's right, but I can't abandon my country. I have to hide my true feelings because I am tied to this country. I have prepared myself mentally for a long time that I cannot choose who I marry. Hugging the pillow, she allows herself to mourn the love she believes she can never have. The tears she held back finally fall freely, tracing silent paths down her face. "Just for today," she whispers to the shadows, "let me cry until I can't anymore, because tomorrow everything will go back to normal." As she cries, the image of her hero fills her thoughts. My hero, Lute-san. In the silence of her royal chambers, the princess breaks down in sobs, her heart and feelings completely in pieces. In the castle's ballroom, preparations for the victory celebration are underway, and the group takes the opportunity to practice their dance skills. Luna, full of energy, asks Chris to be gentle during the lesson. Nearby, Lute and Snow observe, deciding that they should start practicing as well. Overcome by shyness and an overwhelming feeling of inadequacy, Liss flees the dance floor. "How could I get so excited about a simple practice session?" she scolds herself in thought. "Now I'm going to end up being the only one who doesn't know how to read the room here. How clumsy I am." Lute watches her leave, confused by her sudden reaction. The small confusion on the dance floor continues as Luna and Maya tease the eldest princess, saying, "Hey, One-chan, you're in our way, don't get in the way of Christian's dancing." Liss watches her younger sister Luna having fun without worries, and a pang of envy strikes her. "Unlike me, Luna is so cheerful and lively," she reflects sadly. "I'm envious of her." The weight of her royal duties and unrequited feelings oppresses her. "I also," she thinks melancholically, "want to say I love you to the person I have feelings for without having to worry, but—" As the group discusses the arrangements for the dance lessons, Maya enthusiastically offers to be Lute's instructor. Noticing Liss's distress, the protagonist asks if she has a headache, but she denies it. The princess, however, is conflicted, determined to suppress her feelings for him once and for all. "What's wrong, Liss? Do you have a headache?" Lute asks, genuinely concerned. No, it's nothing. Please don't worry about it," she replies quickly, trying to hide her inner turmoil. Snow abruptly intervenes, declaring, "Maya-chan teaching Lute-kun is no good," to Maya's shock and confusion. Pressed for a reason, Snow simply pouts and says, "Because somehow I don't like it." With a sweet smile, Snow turns to the other elf and asks, "Liss-chan can teach Lute-kun to dance, please." Without giving Maya a chance to protest further, Snow drags her away, leaving Liss blushing and alone with the prospect of teaching the boy she loves to dance. Lute and the elf princess stand face to face in the empty ballroom, the atmosphere charged with nervous anticipation as they prepare for their private lesson. "Well, shall we begin?" he asks with a gentle smile. Stuttering, Liss manages to reply, "Why, yes." The princess's face turns bright red at the proximity of her hero. He reaches out and takes her hand firmly, but gently, making her heart race. As they dance, the protagonist marvels at the experience. "Even though our hands are only touching, why is my chest getting warmer and my cheeks hotter?" he thinks. "How wonderful, how dazzling could it be?" The scene widens to the victory celebration, where the grand ballroom is filled with elven nobles and guests, all twirling elegantly to the music. Among the dancing couples, the atmosphere is one of celebration and joy after the defeat of the infinite dragon. Sitting alone, away from the festive crowd, Liss observes the scene with a melancholic expression, feeling isolated amidst the celebration. Her eyes meet Lute's, who is now dancing with Maya. The sight of him, a light so dazzling, fills her with a deep sadness, reinforcing the belief that he is a light she can never reach. An overlay of images shows Liss's fantasy of being in Lute's arms, contrasting with the harsh reality of her belief that he will never be mine again. Overwhelmed, she begins to cry silently. I'm drowning in the dark feeling, and the inferiority complex towards my older sister and Luna. It's all coming back to me now like I was before I met Lute-san. The ballroom's attention turns to Lute and his dance partner, their movements receiving applause, which only increases Liss's feeling of isolation. Across the room, the young hero notices the princess sitting alone, her expression of dejection clear even from a distance. Concerned, he approaches her. Are you crying, Liss? What's wrong? He asks, his voice cutting through her haze of sadness. Caught off guard, she quickly makes up an excuse. Sorry, maybe it's just dust flying in my eyes. Excuse me for a moment, I have to touch up my makeup. Without waiting for a response, the princess flees the ballroom, running down an empty corridor to hide her tears. Alone in the corridor, she finally gives in to her pain. And so, I cried until I couldn't cry anymore tonight, she narrates in thought. In her haste and anguish, the heel of her shoe breaks. She stumbles and falls awkwardly to the stone floor. Helpless and defeated, Liss lies on the floor of the cold, empty corridor, the weight of her feelings crushing her. Sobbing, she murmurs to herself amidst her tears. The title of incompetent princess, she thinks bitterly, really suits a clumsy person like me, doesn't it? A voice startles her. Look at you, tripped again, Liss. Lute appears, having followed her. You're still as clumsy as ever, aren't you? He extends his hand to help her up. Hey, how long are you going to sit on the floor? It would be a waste to let such a beautiful dress which suits you so well get dirty. Get up. Stunned, she stutters his name, Lute-san. Why are you here? Accepting his hand, she thanks him shyly, her face flushed with embarrassment and relief. As she gets up, she loses her balance again and falls into his arms. The moment is a blur of movement and unexpected closeness. Enveloped in his embrace, Liss feels safe. Lute-san's body heat and scent, spreading all over my body. My hero, she thinks, wishing the moment could last forever. He asks why she ran away and she replies, why did you follow me? He responds simply, it's only natural for me to worry when my precious partner leaves with a face like that, right? His gentle words fill her with overwhelming happiness. When he speaks, all my miserable feelings vanish without a trace. I'm overflowing with joy. My love, she thinks, gazing at him adoringly. The intimate moment is interrupted by the elf king. What are you two doing here? He asks, his voice echoing in the corridor. Liss, startled, explains that she felt unwell and that the boy was accompanying her. The king scolds his daughter for leaving the party but thanks the young man for his help. He then turns to Liss with a command. Liss, come to my room after the party is over. Why yes, father, she replies, a feeling of dread settling in her heart. On her way to her father's chambers, Liss's mind races. It's been years since my father last called me to his private room. What could it be for? Or maybe he knows that illicit feeling I have for Lute-san. Resigned, she arrives at the door, thinking that she has already given up on her feelings anyway. She knocks, her heart heavy with the anticipation of a reprimand. What do you want to talk to me about? She asks as she enters her father's room. The king stares at her, his eyes piercing. Liss, what I want to say is mainly a prediction from my observation, and also from your expression. Are you in love with Lute Dono? The direct question leaves her speechless, confirming her father's suspicions. Father, please stop saying strange things so suddenly. Isn't that rude? Not only to me but also to Lute-san, she protests weakly. The king observes her with a heavy gaze. You are the next queen, huh? Liss reaffirms her duty. I understand what you mean, father, but I am the next queen of Enos. I am ready. I will set aside my selfishness for that. The king changes the subject. How much do you know about your mother, Liss? She replies. What do you mean by how much I know? Her physical condition is deteriorating. She is very ill and being treated in a place very, very far away. That's all you've told me about mother. If that's the case then, the king begins, pausing dramatically. He hands her a sealed letter. You can read. This, what is this? she asks, taking the envelope. It's a letter from your sister Lala to me. The sender is Lala Inalmemia, explains the king. I found this letter in the middle of her diary right after she found the book when she disappeared. With trembling hands, Liss opens the letter. I'll read it. The scene shows a flashback, with her father receiving the letter from Lala. Liss reads her sister's letter, the shocking truth revealing itself. The king summarizes the revelation about the worsening of your mother's health condition. It's because of pregnancy, and it seems that it's a boy. It was written that he will succeed Enal and lead the country brilliantly. Therefore, there is no need for you to ascend the throne. It was also written that she knew you would go after Lut Dono, he adds, confirming Lala's powers of prediction. The king confesses his own fear, admitting, every time an event from the diary became reality, I could feel the absoluteness of the diary's prophecies and it tormented me. I trembled with fear when you held the diary after I read the letter. He reveals the darkest part of the prophecy. Anyway, it is written that there is a certain chance that you sisters will kill each other in the future if you two get together. But, continues the king, his voice softening, I have already made up my mind, Liss, if you say you want to marry that man, I have no right to stop you, but more important than that, and above all as a father. He looks at her with love and acceptance. I would like you to be happy. His unexpected words break down her barriers and she stares at him with tears in her eyes. Father. Therefore, there is no need for you to force yourself to suppress your feelings, he reassures her. There have been many times in the history of the high elf race when we have married another man as a second or third wife. Liss lets out a small laugh amidst her tears, a sound of pure relief. Father, Zaya told me exactly the same thing you just said, she says, wiping her eyes. The king looks visibly embarrassed. The tense moment transforms into one of familial warmth and amusement, relieving the weight of years of secrets. With newfound determination, Liss declares, I want to be with Lutsan and his team, but father, I won't let the tragic prophecy happen between us sisters. The diary's prophecies are also about Lut. But we can think about it another way. I will find my sister again. And the prophecy doesn't have the outcome of the event, she argues fervently. So, even if we might start trying to kill each other, there will still be a chance that we end up not killing anyone. And if that's the case, then I will definitely bring one Sama back to you, father, safe and sound, without any injuries. And I think we all want to hear why she disappeared and what she was thinking, all directly from her. The king watches her with pride. You've grown so much, even though I've taken my eyes off you for a while, haven't you? He pulls her into a hug, holding his beloved daughter tightly. Liss, you have to be happy, okay? He says. No matter how amazing the man who wants my daughter to become his wife is, I can't help but seethe when I think about it, but if my beloved daughter says she's going to marry him, I can only accept her decision. She hugs him back. Thank you, father, I love you too. With her father's blessing and a light heart, Liss runs out of the room. Zaya tries to catch up with her. Princess Sama, it's very, very late. I don't know what's so important, but can't we leave it for tomorrow? Liss shouts back, no, I have to do it now. This is important to me as it will greatly affect what my life will become. Full of purpose, she bangs loudly on the door to Lut's room, declaring to herself, I also have my own purpose, and for that, I will follow Lutsan. A sleepy and confused Lut opens the door. Yes. He is surprised. Liss, Zaya, it's late, why are you two here? Ignoring his question, Liss bursts out with her epiphany. The life of a high elf is very long, however, just living means nothing. I have to move forward on my own feet. Tonight, I realized that, and, Lut, still stunned, asks, what's wrong, Liss? With all her heart, Liss makes her confession and proposal, to the absolute shock of Lut and everyone else in the room. I love you, Lutsan, please marry me. In the Adventurers Guild Hall, Lut seeks clarification on forming a legion. He discovers the prerequisites, the signatures of a rank V adventurer and 2 rank IV or higher, plus the choice of a legion name and an emblem. A guild employee explains that, like an adventurer's rank, the guild will also assign a rank to the legion, ranging from copper for novices to the highest level of orichalcum. The judgment is always fair, without racial discrimination, in the name of the heroes of the 5 races. The explanation continues, highlighting the main difference between a regular adventurer and a legion. The guild will not interfere in the internal affairs of a legion, such as its laws, power structure, or social etiquette, unless its actions are malicious. A legion is, essentially, treated as its own independent society. Lute, realizing the implications, asks excitedly, "In short, I can do whatever I want." A guild employee smiles and confirms, "That's right." The reason behind this autonomy is revealed. The guild's long-term strategy is to grant freedom to the legions, allowing them to accumulate human resources and build stronger organizations in preparation for a potential future conflict against the Demon King. The magnitude of this newfound freedom leaves the young hero momentarily disconcerted, processing the responsibility while his companions watch. The guild employee gives him the final instructions. In the next few days, he must prepare the legion's name, the design of its banner, and the necessary registration fee. Approaching the registration desk, Lute declares that he is ready to register the legion's name. With a flourish of a pen, he writes the chosen name on the official document, Peacemaker. The name Peacemaker has a double meaning for Lute. It references a quote about peacemakers being the children of God, but also the famous Colt Peacemaker revolver of the American frontier. He sees it not as a tool that brings peace through passivity, but as one that actively resolves conflicts. Standing in a city square with his group, the protagonist reflects on his choice, stating that he uses the name with the sincere desire to become someone who brings true peace to the world. With the matter in the Elven Kingdom concluded and his dream of creating a legion realized, Lute considers his next steps. They need to organize the legion properly, think about visiting his homeland, and formally introduce Chris to someone important. This scene returns to the moment right after the victory party. Liss, with a radiant and determined face, approaches a surprised Lute and declares, "I love you, Lute-san, please marry me." Overwhelmed by the sudden and sincere proposal, both the hero and the princess are blushing and speechless. Lute, still stunned, turns to Snow and Chris, who were watching the scene unfold. "Hey, you two, do you want to say something?" he stammers. Far from being upset, Snow and Chris smile warmly. "Of course we accept," Snow says cheerfully. Chris adds, "Yes, me too, just by looking at how Liss-san acts I already knew she would do this soon. I thought it was pretty obvious." They gently tease their leader for his slowness. "Look at that, Lutoniachan," Snow says. "You're pretty thick-headed when it comes to a girl's feelings, aren't you? Even though you have such incredible perception when it comes to having sex with us." Snow becomes serious, pointing a finger at him. "Stop worrying about what we think. What you think is more important, so what do you think?" Urged to examine his own feelings, Lute admits, blushing, About that. I think Liss-san is a precious partner and a lovely girl. If I had to say whether I like her or not, then I'd say I like her. No, I really like her. And her clumsiness too, it makes me want to protect her, and she's cute and honest and..." His train of thought veers into a more primal appreciation, muttering, "And her chest too." This earns him blank stares from his other companions, while Liss blushes furiously. Concluding his internal debate, the protagonist decides, "Well, anyway, I have no reason to refuse her." However, before he can give his answer, their moment is broken by a sudden explosion, causing him to shout in shock. The objection comes from Maya, who explodes in fury. Then how could she become Lute-sama's wife before me? I would never let that happen." Surprisingly, Snow adds, Then, me too." Chris, however, directs her objection not at Liss but at Maya. "Maya-san cannot be Lute-kun's wife," she declares firmly. "But why?" Maya demands. "Or are you telling me you still hold a grudge against me because of the incident at the magic school?" Chris quickly denies it, stating, "That's not it." Chris clarifies her position, looking incisively at Maya. Those who do not have a determination like Lute-chan's are not worthy of being Lute-kun's wife. Maya turns to Snow for support. "SN, Snow-san, did you know about this?" Snow averts her gaze, replying, "No, it's just my intuition." Inflamed by the challenge, Maya points to herself with determination. "I, Maya Dragoon, will show you my determination to become Lute-sama's wife." Meanwhile, Lute and the others can only watch the unexpected drama unfold. Snow smiles sideways, accepting the challenge. "Show me your determination, then I will recognize you as Lute-kun's wife." Maya narrows her eyes, accepting the terms. "Understood." Aboard their airship, Lute narrates the outcome of the commotion. "Anyway, that's how Liss became my third wife. Both she and Zaya continued our journey with us." The group, now larger, sails towards their next destination. Observing the horizon from the ship's deck, the young hero confirms that the course is set and there are no immediate problems. As they prepare for the long journey, Lute turns to his new bride. "For now, everything we're not going to use immediately, I'll leave it all with you, Liss," he says, referring to her bottomless storage ability. Liss reacts with a start of surprise. Lute demonstrates, effortlessly dropping a huge box of supplies into a much smaller wooden box where Liss is positioned, the box disappearing into her dimensional storage. "Lute-san, what's wrong?" Liss asks, noticing his sudden pause. A thought strikes him. No, she's done this kind of thing before. Acting on suspicion, Lute lifts a false bottom inside a seemingly empty box, revealing Princess Luna huddled and hidden inside. The group is shocked by the stowaway. Luna pouts, insisting that she wants to go with them to study abroad. Lute ironically considers that this could be a convenient excuse to explain why two princesses are traveling with their group. Desperate, Luna turns to her friend. "Christian, can you say something for me, please? Then we can stay together." Chris is visibly torn, looking at her friend with a pained expression. Overcome with emotion, Chris chokes out the words, "We can't." With tears in her eyes, she clarifies, "We can't go together, but we can be friends forever." As a farewell gift, Chris offers her dearest friend her most prized possession, a picture book. The two girls share a tearful hug, promising to remain friends no matter the distance, and to see each other again soon. On land, the group prepares for departure, with Liss shouting a final goodbye to her sister, Luna. The Elf King formally entrusts his daughter Chris to Lute's care. "Please take care of my daughter, Viscount Gunsmith." Lute accepts the responsibility, replying, "Yes, I will take care of her." In the end, Lute chose the family name Gunsmith. His coat of arms emphasizes this, featuring a design of a revolver cylinder with 6 bullets, representing a tool of magical power. With the farewell said, the airship Peacemaker ascends, charting a course over the vast empty landscape. Aboard, Chris stands at the railing, her hair blowing in the wind as she silently watches her homeland disappear into the distance. Lute approaches to comfort her. "It'll be okay, we can meet her soon. Next time we meet Luna, let's bring lots of sweets and food and see how happy Luna gets, okay?" He smiles, adding, "I'm proud of you, Chris, you didn't cry during the departure." She looks at him, surprised by his words. Suddenly, Snow bursts onto the deck in a panic. "Lute-kun, Christian, it's terrible, come with me quickly." Alarmed, Lute and Chris immediately follow Snow down a corridor. They enter a room to find Luna, the same person they just left behind, eating a snack. "Ah, Christian, we really met again," she exclaims cheerfully. Lute explodes in frustration, demanding to know how she got back on the ship. Luna explains that she snuck back on while everyone was saying goodbye, using her body-strengthening magic and her keen magical senses to find and climb the ladder undetected. Luna teases Lute playfully, who threatens to turn the ship around. She quickly changes her tune, pleading that she is useful. Liss agrees with Lute, insisting that they take her back for a scolding from their father. "Wait, Luna is really useful. Look, look," the younger princess says, holding up an empty PKM bullet cartridge to prove her point. She explains that with the magical liquid metal she found in the warehouse, she can replicate the empty bullet cartridge. Using her magic, she instantly forms two perfect replicas of the bullet in her hands. See. Lute is amazed by the perfection of the work. This is perfectly fine to use immediately. How about it? Isn't it cool? Luna asks, puffing out her chest. He marvels at her ability. How did you manage to remember how to make it? That's right, making these cartridges isn't easy at all. Luna proudly reveals her secret. A long time ago, Luna can already remember everything just by looking at it once. Perfect memory power. Still in shock, Lute questions the process, but Luna explains that it's simple. She just needs to pour the right amount of magic until it makes a specific sound, a feat that requires incredible precision. Witnessing Luna's innate genius, Liss and Maya collapse in despair, lamenting, "It's true, my sister and Luna have always been superior to me, even though I've had to work so hard to be able to do this. How can the difference be so great?" Lute, however, sees immense potential. Without a doubt, she's a talent anyone would want. Not only is she a mage, but her magical power is really high. If I had her learn how to make smokeless gunpowder, we can mass-produce bullets. The protagonist turns to Liss, the de facto decision-maker in this situation. "So, what should we do now, Liss?" She looks at him and replies with a grim determination, "Of course." Liss points an accusing finger at her younger sister. "Send her back to the country, sneaking in, deceiving everyone in Lutzon's group. That's unacceptable as a member of the High Elf royalty." "Wait a minute, One-Etchen," Luna shouts back. "It was you who tricked Luna, on the day you went to exterminate the giant scorpion." The accusation hits home, causing both Lute and Liss to recoil in blushing shock, exclaiming in unison, "You did." A flashback confirms Luna's claim. Liss is seen promising a younger Luna. "After this case is safely resolved and things calm down, I'll ask Father to let us go on a little trip, okay? You said that." Back in the present, Luna presses her advantage. "It's unacceptable for a member of the High Elf royalty to lie, right?" Liss is flustered and without a counterargument. Completely defeated by her sister's logic, Liss collapses to the floor as Lute watches with a strained smile, commenting, "What a decisive fight." Lute narrates the final decision. They used the excuse of temporarily studying abroad to let Luna stay aboard. He notes that everyone, especially Chris and Liss, were happy with the outcome, and he's glad to have another powerful ally on the team. On the deck of the Peacemaker, surrounded by his wives and friends, the hero reflects on his journey. He accepts the sins of his past life and resolves to live a new life helping people in need, recognizing that his ultimate goal is more than just creating a legion. As the silhouettes of his group stand out against a vast landscape, his determination solidifies. "But with my lovely wives by my side, those I can trust, with the friendship I've built so far. As long as I'm with my girls, I will surely live and make the peacemaker, the one who brings peace and the one who solves problems." Their journey is interrupted when Snow runs to him with an urgent report. "Lute Kun, this is bad. Christian has spotted a village that is under attack by a group of lizardmen over there." They see the village under attack. Worse, the lizardmen appear to be kidnapping a girl. "Lutoniachin, let's rescue her from those lizardmen," Snow insists, and Lute agrees to go immediately. Lute takes command, beginning to formulate a plan. "All right then, let's start with this. Luna and Maya prepare our trap tactics." Maya accepts confidently. "And trust this to me, as Lute-sama's best disciple, I Maya Dragoon will not disappoint you." While Luna adds eagerly, "Luna will show everyone Luna's worth." He continues assigning roles. "Liss, you will set up traps and be in charge of preparing supplies for recovery." Liss accepts with a determined "understood." "Leave it to me." "Zaya, you will support and escort Liss." Zaya nods stoically. "Understood." "Snow and Chris will be on the front lines with me," Lute declares, and the two girls smile fiercely in agreement. With the team briefed, the hero gives the final order. "Let's equip our latest gear and send a greeting to those lizard men." A new member of the group, a girl with short, purplish-gray hair, raises her fist in the air with enthusiasm, ready for the coming fight. The entire Peacemaker Legion unites, armed with modern firearms and dressed in tactical gear mixed with their fantasy attire. Lute, holding his AK, declares with a fierce smile, "Let's show them the Peacemaker's debut." In an emotional reunion, Snow throws herself into the arms of her former mentor. "Iru-sensei," she exclaims, inhaling a familiar scent. The rabbit woman, Iru, hugs her back affectionately, calling her "my successful daughter." The black-haired protagonist interjects with a slight reprimand. "Hey, Snow, that's enough. You're bothering Sensei." Iru just laughs, commenting on how the two of them are as close as they've always been. The group walks along a wooded path, finally reuniting with their beloved teacher after a long time. Lute approaches Iru, bowing his head in apology. "Not only did we make you worry so much about us, but I also took a while to tell you about our marriage. I'm sorry." She reassures him with a smile, saying, "Foo-foo, I was just a little worried, you know." With a look full of affection and pride, the rabbit woman adds, "I always believed that if it was Lute-kun, everything would be all right." Visibly moved by her unwavering faith, the young man can only whisper his mentor's name. Reunited, the group begins formal introductions. Snow introduces Iru as the mother figure who raised them. Lute, a little awkwardly, explains, "Besides Snow, I also married 2 other girls." Liss and Chris politely introduce themselves as the hero's other wives. The news takes Iru by surprise. "I'm a little shocked that you would marry someone other than Snow-chan," she admits. The young hero laughs, explaining that many things happened. He continues the introductions, pointing to Luna, Liss's younger sister, and Zaya, her attendant. Iru's reaction is one of pure shock when the next person introduces herself. With a dramatic pose, Maya declares, "I am Maya Dragoon, the first disciple of the genius inventor of magical devices, the god Lute-sama. As your next wife candidate, I will be under your care for many years," leaving her hostess speechless. After the commotion, Iru blushes and reveals the reason for her joy in seeing them. Actually, Sensei received a marriage proposal. The revelation hits Lute like a lightning bolt. In an exaggerated and comical reaction, the young man arms himself to the teeth with ammunition belts and multiple weapons, shouting, "Itis war time." He advances furiously, demanding to know, "So, who is he? Who is the bastard who dares to hit on Iru-sensei?" His fury leads him to an older man with white hair and an eye patch, who watches him in surprise. Without hesitation, Lute cocks his gun and presses it against the man's face. While the protagonist threatens the alleged suitor, shouting at him to save his apologies for the afterlife, Iru and Snow desperately try to restrain him. The situation is quickly diffused. The man, named Garuma, laughs at the young man's energy, while Snow scolds her husband for taking things too far. "Even if it's Sensei, this is too much to be called a joke," she says, while Lute kneels in apology. Kneeling and crestfallen, the young man begs his sister-wife for forgiveness for his outburst. With tempers calmed, the group sits down to talk. Garuma is introduced as a level 5 adventurer, although now retired. Despite the apparent calm, Chris is not convinced and confronts the teacher directly. "Iru-sensei, are you going to marry Garuma-san?" Garuma bursts into laughter. "Ahahaha, no, of course not. I already have a wife, a daughter, and even a granddaughter," he explains, clarifying the misunderstanding and teasing Iru about how much she is loved. Still suspicious, Chris presses, "Well then, who is trying to marry Iru-sensei?" Iru waves her hands frantically. No, I'm not going to marry anyone. Garuma-san said he would introduce me to someone, and I intended to refuse the offer from the start, that's all." Undeterred, the vampire continues her protective speech, declaring the suitor an enemy, until Snow covers her mouth to silence her. Garuma and Iru watch the chaotic scene with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Iru turns to her old friend and assures, "You can trust them, they are my children after all. They are really capable, maybe they can be of great help to you, Garuma-san." Intrigued, Garuma addresses the group. "Everyone, have you heard of the Order of the Legion of Virgin Knight Maidens? He tells the story of a legendary legion composed only of women, known for its diversity and for accepting members regardless of their magical ability, wealth, or poverty. However, the legion's glory has faded. But recently, generation after generation, the legion's capacity continues to drop drastically. A worrying rumor circulates: if the decline continues, the guild will dissolve the legion. Garuma reveals his involvement, so I made an exception and became their advisor, and even after borrowing the name of a former level 5 adventurer, their performance is still very mediocre. The conversation turns to Iru's abilities, a high-level healer whose medical skills are known for saving lives and even reviving the dead. Snow reveals the real reason for Garuma's visit. She is our Iru-san. I came here to invite Iru-san as the next leader of the Legion. Garuma admits that he also tried to arrange a suitor for her, but both offers were refused, which irritates Lute once again. To change the subject, Iru asks her former student. Lute-kun is also planning to create his own legion, isn't he? With a twinkle in her eye, she makes a proposal. So, what do you think? Do you want to take on the position of Garuma-san's advisor for his legion? I think you can gain good experience there. The hero and his wives listen attentively to the offer, pondering the opportunity. After a moment of reflection, Lute politely declines. I'm sorry, Iru-sensei, actually. He begins to explain his own plans. Garuma is impressed. Oh, you already have enough confidence to create a legion at this age. I'm surprised, but now that sounds more like you, Lute-kun. Iru smiles warmly at her protégé. Peacemaker, what a beautiful name. From now on, do your best to realize your dream, okay? Still, Garuma doesn't give up completely. The more I hear about Lute Dono, the more I want you to be the advisor of the Order of the Virgin Knight Maiden. In a hilarious gaffe, Lute tries to firmly refuse but reverses the words. If my job is to tear your bastard throat to pieces, then I'll do it right now. The unexpected response makes Garuma laugh, while Lute realizes his mistake with horror and Iru scolds him. Regaining his composure, Garuma says, Anyway, even if I can't have Lute Dono in the advisor position, I'm grateful. Maybe at another time, your legion can help me. Still panicking, the young man makes another gaffe, and his teacher has to drag him away by the ear to avoid further embarrassment. Outside, Garuma says goodbye. Garuma-san, I'm sorry I can't help. No, please don't worry, I already had the feeling that you would refuse. With sincerity, the old adventurer turns to his friend. But Iru-san, as your friend, I wish you happiness, and a lot of time has passed since then. Iru smiles, surrounded by her children. I appreciate your consideration. Now I'm surrounded by children. And there are children who come back to visit like Lute-kun and Snow-chan here too. She teases him gently. If I were you, Garuma-san, I would quickly find a partner for myself. As Garuma walks away, he reflects, maybe I did something unnecessary. Back inside, Iru revels in the moment thinking, that's why I'm so happy now. With her friend's departure, Iru turns to the group with a radiant smile. Now, tonight, we'll have a welcome party to welcome you all back, she announces to everyone's delight. The house fills with life and laughter as the group celebrates with Iru and the children from the orphanage she runs, a warm party under the moonlight. The next day, the Peacemaker Legion prepares to depart, gathered beside their imposing aircraft. Lute says goodbye formally. Well then, Iru-sensei, thank you for taking care of us. She replies with a smile, Fufu, you too, take care and do your best. As a gesture of gratitude, the young hero offers his mentor a bag full of coins. Wow, this is too much, she exclaims. He insists, it's okay, you can never have enough money. He hands her a second, an even larger bag of money. Together, Lute and Snow explain, we want to thank you, Iru-sensei, and the orphanage for raising us. Moved by the generosity and affection of her former students, Iru holds the gifts with tears in her eyes. With an emotional smile, she thanks, Thank you, Lute-kun, Snow-chan, I will take good care of this. Holding his hand, Iru offers a final piece of advice. Lute-kun is now the husband of 3 wives, so you must prioritize them and take good care of them, okay? She says goodbye to Snow with a warm hug, asking her to get along with everyone. Next, she turns to Chris. Chris-chan, please take care of Lute-kun and Snow-chan for me. The vampire replies, yes, I will be under your care from now on too, Iru-san. Finally, she turns to Liss. Liss-san, it's a shame I couldn't entertain you much, but please take care of Lute-kun and Snow-chan for me. The elf princess thanks her, mentioning how much the hero helped her. A sudden thought occurs to Liss. And sorry to be rude, but can I ask another question? I wonder if we've met before. Iru becomes visibly nervous, laughing and denying hastily. No, I don't think. This is the first time we've met. Fu. Noticing her discomfort, Liss apologizes for the rude question, although a seed of doubt remains. From the ramp of the aircraft, the whole group says a final goodbye to their beloved mentor. The Peacemaker aircraft soars into the skies, leaving behind the familiar landscape. On board, a blonde-haired elf approaches the captain. Young master, where are we going now? He replies thoughtfully. For now, let's go to the guild. Then I want to create some equipment and we also have to resupply, but the first thing I prioritize now is... In a casual conversation, Maya reports to her master and Liss about the growing rumors surrounding the Peacemaker Legion. The group's fame, known for being established with the support of the High Elves royalty and for pulverizing a legendary dragon with a single attack, spreads rapidly. Lute, with modesty, dismisses the tales as mere exaggerations. The scene flashes back to the moment when the new family dynamic was sealed. A radiant Lute proudly presents the elven princess as his 3rd wife, to the comical astonishment of Maya, who observes the scene closely. Maya summarizes the incredible turn of events in her leader's life. In short, you became a noble, got a cute and well-endowed 3rd wife, and created the legion of your dreams, is that it? Flushed, the young hero confirms that this is, in fact, the situation. The protagonist and his first disciple share a laugh, marveling at the sequence of good fortune and the realization of their goals in such a short time. The light atmosphere changes abruptly when Maya, seized by a fit of protective zeal, emanates a terrifying aura that leaves Lute, Liss, and Chris completely shocked and frightened. With a menacing look, the dark elf sternly warns the young man about his future behavior, making dark allusions to hasty arranged marriages and getting younger girls pregnant, declaring such acts as unforgivable. Her intensity causes Lute and Liss to recoil, seeking a quick escape. After settling their affairs at the guild, the now expanded group walks through the city streets, returning home to start their new domestic life. A tender image captures the happiness of Liss, Chris, and Snow together. From that day on, the hero's married life with his 3 wives finally begins. The logistics of the house are settled. Luna, Liss's younger sister, initially insists on living with them, but after a convincing conversation with Zaya, she ends up staying at Maya's house. Eager to adapt to her new life and become a true partner, Liss, the former princess, humbly asks her more experienced companions to teach her household chores. A new bond forms between the wives, as Liss and Snow share a smile, ready to begin what they call bride training. Snow enthusiastically accepts the role of mentor. Of course, as fellow wives of Lute-kun, I will do my best to teach you, she says, welcoming a grateful Liss. Their training as a united family begins. Excited about the idea of bride training, Lute suggests that their first activity be to go shopping to acquire suitable aprons for the occasion. The shopping trip proves to be a distraction for the protagonist, who is mesmerized to see Liss in a particularly revealing lace apron. His companions need to reprimand him to bring him back to his senses, reminding him of the seriousness of the former princess's effort. Liss's first lesson in household chores is doing laundry. She, Snow, and Chris cheerfully step on the clothes inside a large tub, turning the work into a fun exercise and an opportunity to connect. The princess discovers an unexpected use for her unique infinite storage ability. To everyone's surprise, she effortlessly levitates heavy furniture, allowing them to thoroughly clean every corner of the house. During dinner, the young hero reflects, satisfied that despite her clumsy girl trait, Liss seems to be doing well with household chores without any major incidents. His tranquility is abruptly interrupted when he tastes the soup and spits it all out instantly, shocked by the taste. The dining table turns into chaos. Maya, choking, complains that the soup is as salty as seawater, discovering that Liss confused a pinch of salt with a handful of salt. The culinary disaster leaves everyone disheartened. Completely humiliated by her mistake in the kitchen, Liss apologizes, feeling like a failure. "Even though I did well in the laundry, I ended up ruining everything in the end," she laments. Lute promptly consoles his new wife, saying affectionately, "Liss, it's okay to fail. We are a family, which means we should help each other, right?" His gentle words touch the former princess's heart. Snow reinforces the support, adding, "It's true, as Lute-kun said, we can simply support each other. I'm still not good at cooking, so let's learn together." The kindness and acceptance of her new family are too much for Liss, who cries, this time with tears of relief and gratitude. Composing herself, the elven princess thanks everyone from the bottom of her heart. "Everyone, thank you so much. Please take care of me from now on too," she says emotionally. Later that night, walking down the hallway, the protagonist reflects on the tiring day, feeling relieved to see that Snow and Chris are getting along wonderfully with Liss. Upon opening the door to his room, he is caught by surprise by an unexpected scene. His three wives, Liss, Snow, and Chris, await him dressed in seductive lace aprons, ready to welcome him. Totally bewildered, Lute stutters, not knowing how to react. Liss, blushing, explains the situation. "It's my first time, so I'm scared. That's why I asked for their help." Alone in bed, the boy reassures his new bride, promising to be careful and asking her to say if she feels any pain. With her heart full of trust and love, she replies that, although inexperienced and clumsy, she will do her best. In that moment of intimacy and surrender, Liss looks at him with adoration and gently calls him darling. They seal their union with a passionate kiss. His embrace and voice envelop her, marking the true and tender beginning of their life as husband and wife. In his workshop, the group prepares for a new development session, focused on improving their arsenal for the urban missions that await them. Lute and his first disciple, Maya, enthusiastically celebrate the start of production of new weapons, a shared passion that strengthens the bond between master and apprentice. The inventor reveals his latest masterpiece to the group's elite sniper, an SVD semi-automatic precision rifle. He explains that, although its accuracy is slightly less than that of a bolt-action rifle, the superior rate of fire and reliability, based on the AK design, make it a formidable weapon in Chris's skilled hands, fulfilling her desire for a super rifle. Continuing the presentation, the protagonist displays an attachable grenade launcher, a tactical tool that allows grenades to be fired directly from the rifle, overcoming the vulnerability of reloading manual launchers. For situations that require a non-lethal approach, he presents the stun grenade. This device, when activated, generates a blinding flash and a sonic shockwave, temporarily incapacitating targets without causing permanent damage. The group's combat maid, Zaya, demonstrates the tactical potential of the new equipment. With the grenade launcher and stun grenades, they can now incapacitate or capture persistent adversaries, such as the Infinite Dragon, much more efficiently and safely. Impressed with the genius of her master, who conceives tools not only to destroy, but also to subdue, Maya exalts him with adoration. "As expected of Lute-sama, you are a divine genius," she exclaims, blushing as the young inventor looks away, a little embarrassed. After the demonstration of the weapons, the dark elf approaches her master with a suggestive look, mentioning that there is one last magic tool that he needs to improve at all costs. The final invention is revealed dramatically, a technologically advanced toilet. Lute, with a manic look, presents his improved creation, now equipped with seat heating, hot air dryer and deodorizing function, raising comfort to a new level. The women of the group are the first to test the invention, resulting in comical and exaggerated reactions. Luna squirms, surprised and agitated by the hot air jet, while Chris feels incredibly good, enjoying the heated seat in winter. Even the noble Liss, second princess of the High Elf Kingdom, finds her challenge. Declaring that she cannot be defeated by such an object, she ends up succumbing to the new and overwhelming sensations, admitting that she can no longer live without the washing and drying functions. Luna and Chris's reaction is one of pure embarrassment and surprise, a mixture of tickling and unexpected sensations, while Lute questions them about the experience to their astonishment. Zaya, the maid and bodyguard, tries to maintain her composure, stating that her torture and interrogation training has prepared her to endure anything. However, the blush on her face betrays her surprise at the experience. Finally, Maya herself is completely subjugated by her master's invention. In an ecstasy of sensations, she shouts Lute's name, marveling at the fact that even a toilet could be improved by his genius. With a satisfied smile, the young inventor assesses the reactions. He considers the project an overall success, although he decides for himself that he will never use it. Under the night sky, the Peacemaker Legion's house seems tranquil, a haven of peace after their recent, turbulent adventures. Inside the house, Lute reflects on the time that has passed. It's been half a year since we returned, he thinks. Although the housework and weapon production are progressing well, we haven't taken a single break. To remedy the situation, the young leader organized a party for his group. Raising a glass, he announces, "That's why today I prepared this party so everyone can relax." With a lively toast, the glasses clink in the air. "Cheers!" Lute exclaims, encouraging everyone to have fun. The party begins with a lavish table and fine drinks. Luna delights in a dish called karaj, marveling at her host's culinary skill, while Zaya, ever on duty, politely declines the invitation to sit and eat, stating her duty. Maya indulges in karaj with mayonnaise, eating with a contagious pleasure that makes the protagonist laugh. "Ha ha ha, don't blame me if you get fat," he jokes. The dark elf confidently replies that if she gains weight, the fat will go to her breasts, unlike Luna's sister Liss. The remark leaves Liss embarrassed, who scolds her younger sister for talking about her chest in public. Zaya intervenes with a frank analysis, comparing Luna to another elf and suggesting that she shouldn't have high expectations of growth, leaving Maya in shock at the brutal honesty. Amid Luna's panic upon learning that a relative of hers is slender, Liss tries to console her, assuring her that she is still in her growth phase. Liss and Snow, both well-endowed, comically lament the problems of having large breasts, citing stiff shoulders and difficulty moving as disadvantages. The elf princess even blames her bust for her clumsiness, an excuse that her black-haired husband hears with amused skepticism. The scene provokes a cry of frustration from Maya, who wishes she had such first-world problems. Observing the cheerful chaos, Lute relaxes, feeling the happiness of his domestic life. As the night wears on, the alcohol takes effect and the party turns into a pandemonium. The women, completely drunk, surround the young hero, each expressing their affection in a chaotic and noisy manner. Maya, in a state of pretentious drunkenness, tearfully laments being too good to have become Lute's wife sooner, much to his exasperation. Realizing the situation is getting out of control, the protagonist orders Zaya to stop his first disciple from drinking more. The impassive combat maid assures that she is prepared to deal with the consequences of drunkenness, from cleaning to curing hangovers. The night continues with Snow, drunk, snuggling up to Lute and making bold plans for the future, suggesting they have about 100 babies together. Chris, in an alcohol-induced vampiric state, tries to bite her husband's neck, declaring his blood clear and delicious to his utter terror. Liss, feeling hot, starts to undress, asking if she can take everything off. The boy, in a panic, yells at her to stop before she gets permission. Completely overwhelmed by his drunk wives, the protagonist makes a mental note to never let them drink outside the house again. The next morning, the living room looks like a scene of carnage, with piles of corpses scattered across the floor amid empty bottles. Looking exhausted, Lute apologizes to an immaculately groomed Zaya, who simply states that cleaning is also part of her duties as a maid. The sound of a doorbell echoes through the silent house, breaking the morning calm. The young master and his maid wonder who the visitor could be so early. Cautiously, the hero opens a crack in the door to see who is outside. He is confronted by a menacing-looking female figure with glowing eyes, who greets him and comments on his sleepy appearance, leaving him intimidated. Terrified, the boy tries to justify himself, explaining that his lack of sleep is only due to the party he threw for his sister-in-law. The visitor grabs him and shakes him, grumbling about family relationships and marriage, leaving the young man completely stunned and confused. The confusion dissipates as the scene is revealed. The visitor is the guild receptionist. She informs Lute that the guild has received a mission assigned to the Peacemaker Legion, requested by the special advisor of the Order of Pure Maiden Knights. In the Beastman continent, the port city of Kokori serves as a bustling center of commerce. Peace and order in this location are maintained by a single force, the Order of Pure Maidens. Recently, a shadow looms over the city. A series of attacks against sorcerers points to the action of the infamous mage killers, assassins specializing in hunting magic users. These adversaries are experts in anti-magic combat, possessing special and powerful abilities that make them a formidable threat and difficult to contain by conventional forces. The receptionist at the local guild explains the gravity of the situation. The Order of Pure Maidens, despite their efforts, does not have the equipment or expertise necessary to deal with such skilled and lethal enemies. Faced with the growing threat and their own inability, the Order found itself forced to seek external help, requesting the support of the Peacemaker Legion, a newly formed group that quickly gained notoriety for its effectiveness and contacts. For Lute and his group, the mission resonates with the purpose of their legion. Helping a friend of their former mentor, Iru-sensei, and protecting those in need is the perfect opportunity for their first official mission. The guild receptionist, with a hopeful smile, formally asks if the group of heroes accepts the dangerous mission of facing the mage killers. To everyone's surprise, Chris vehemently opposes, declaring that they should refuse the mission, her reaction shocking her companions. The sharpshooter explains her objection. The applicant, Garuma, is a personal enemy, a man who tried to seduce her beloved teacher, Iru-sensei. For her, he is an offender of the worst kind and does not deserve help. The protagonist is completely stunned by his companion's logic, finding it hard to believe that she would refuse an important mission for such a personal and, in his view, trivial reason. The other girls in the group question Chris's decision. Maya, with curiosity, asks what kind of man she would consider acceptable for her teacher, leading the discussion in an unexpected direction. Chris then seriously describes an impossibly perfect husband ideal. A serious, kind, hardworking, loyal man with a stable income, strong, honorable, and who values his wife above all else. Her demands leave her friends speechless. In a rare moment of unanimity, the rest of the group shouts in unison that a man with so many qualities simply does not exist in this world, highlighting how unrealistic Chris's standards are. Snow and Maya, realizing the impasse, change tactics. They warn Chris that by refusing to help a friend of her teacher, she risks angering her and, in the worst-case scenario, being hated by her. The mere idea terrifies the young woman. The prospect of being hated by Iru-sensei completely breaks Chris's resolve. In a panic, she reverses her position, begging Lute to accept the mission, declaring that they absolutely cannot abandon someone in need. With the reluctant consent of his companion, the leader of the Legion accepts the mission. Determined, he decides that if he is going to do something, he will do it in the most complete and prepared way possible. The strategist turns to his first disciple, Maya, to plan the arsenal. They agree that, as this is an operation in an urban area, they will need a firearm suitable for this specific environment. The young gunsmith reveals his choice, the MP5 submachine gun, a weapon designed for combat in confined locations, offering controllable firepower and surgical precision for the narrow streets of Kokori. The leader of the peacemakers asks for the help of his weapons specialist, and Maya accepts with overwhelming enthusiasm. For her, any task for her master is not a nuisance, but a joy, a blessing, and a reward. The dark elf's passion and devotion are so intense that they leave her completely flushed and euphoric with the simple prospect of working alongside her beloved master. The protagonist, with a smile, thanks Maya for her passion. His words of recognition are more than enough for his faithful disciple. Completely ecstatic at having her feeling recognized, the elf melts with happiness, and the two prepare to begin production of the new weapons for the mission that awaits them. A week later, under the cloak of night and the glow of a crescent moon, the Peacemaker Legion's aircraft arrives at its destination, flying over the walls of the Kokori district. The aircraft descends smoothly on the outskirts of the city, raising a cloud of dust as it lands on solid ground after the long journey. The group disembarks from the aircraft, finally stepping onto the Beastman continent, ready to begin their mission. After a whole week on board, immersed in weapons development, the group leader breathes in the night air, satisfied to be on solid ground again. The girls chat animatedly about the trip. While some feel nauseous on aircraft, others have become accustomed to it, but they all agree that the feeling of being on the ground is welcome. The mission is considered dangerous, and therefore only the most experienced members participate. Luna, fearing being kidnapped again, stayed behind safely at Maya's mansion. Zaya, ever practical, asks her young master what the next step is. The boy decides that, as it is late, they will look for an inn to spend the night and introduce themselves to the order the next morning. As they walk towards the city entrance, the group leader feels that something is wrong. His intuition is confirmed when an imposing figure in full armor appears on the road ahead of them. The group goes on high alert. Chris analyzes the figure, noting that only an extremely strong race, such as an orc, could move with agility wearing such heavy armor and wielding a massive halberd. Without warning, the armored figure advances in an explosive charge, the murderous intent emanating from him like a shockwave, aiming directly at the leader of the peacemakers. With quick reflexes, the young hero jumps to the side, narrowly escaping the crushing blow of the halberd, which cracks the stone floor where he was seconds before. Dodging another wild attack, the protagonist wonders why he is being attacked and who the mysterious aggressor could be. Chris, realizing the immediate danger, shouts for Lute to retreat and move away from the powerful enemy's reach. Snow enters the fray to protect her beloved, materializing an ice sword and plunging it into a crack in the knight's armor. However, the blade shatters without causing apparent damage. The blonde-haired girl recognizes that her attack was ineffective, but it served the purpose of buying time for her companions to prepare a more powerful counterattack. Maya takes advantage of the opening and fires a burst from her weapon at the knight, but the bullets ricochet harmlessly off the armor. The knight remains motionless, the armor completely protecting him from the dark elf's firepower, demonstrating a seemingly impenetrable defense. The enemy's resistance surprises the group. Zaya and Chris realize the truth. The knight is using magic to enchant his armor, making it immune to conventional physical attacks. After withstanding the attacks, the mysterious knight stomps his foot hard on the ground, preparing an escape maneuver. A thick cloud of smoke erupts from the ground, enveloping the area and temporarily blinding the group of adventurers. When the smoke dissipates, the knight has disappeared. The surprised group can only comment on the opponent's incredible speed. Left behind, the leader of the peacemakers is perplexed, questioning the nature and purpose of the sudden and inexplicable attack. From the top of a nearby roof, two figures watch the scene. A woman dressed as a nun and a blonde girl with a lollipop assess the peacemakers, concluding that they are not a big deal, but expressing curiosity about their magic tools. The blonde girl, Nora, with a sadistic look, declares that she will personally take care of the newcomers, promising to slaughter them all. Far away, two figures conspire in the shadows. Nora, a young blonde girl with a lollipop, expresses her desire to join Lut's group, fascinated by his work with magical tools. Her companion, the austere Toga, reminds her of their mission, but Nora teases her, saying, "You really love them to death, don't you?" referring to the other's passion for weapon development. Observing the city from a rooftop under the moonlight, the pair assesses the formidable defense of their target. Toga comments that no amount of magical tools would be useful if they couldn't overcome the enemy's dynamic magic armor. Nora, with a somber determination, states that, to face their master, Noir, they need to eliminate all the targets here. The conversation turns to the protagonist. Toga raises the possibility that that black-haired man, Lut, is the person they are looking for, a revelation that captures Nora's attention. Toga theorizes that, if Lut is a survivor of the kingdom of Kesslin and is the right age, he fits the profile. She suggests that they should interrogate him before killing him, while the scene focuses on the boy, unaware of the danger that lurks. On the roof, a young blonde-haired boy, Nora's brother, approaches her. "Geez, One-chan, you're so stubborn," he sighs, asking her to restrain herself until the right moment. Arriving at their destination, Lut's group enters the streets of the Kokori district. The protagonist observes the architecture and movement, noting that it is a vibrant and prosperous city for its size, serving as an important passage point for goods. Still shaken by the surprise attack the night before, the group remains on alert. Liss, one of the armorer's companions, wonders aloud who could have ambushed them. The leader and his combat maid, Zaya, carefully examine the surroundings, the tension of the ambush still fresh in their minds, leaving them suspicious of every shadow. The young strategist ponders the identity of the attacker. Could he be related to the mage killers, or did they simply come after us? He reflects, trying to decipher the enigma. The night attack forced the group to redouble their caution. The protagonist seems exhausted but determined, knowing that vigilance is crucial for everyone's safety. As they head to the meeting with their client, the group leader instructs his companions to remain on high alert. He believes they will get more information from Garuma-san, but until then, every precaution is necessary. The group arrives at an imposing structure surrounded by wrought iron gates, the headquarters of the Order of Pure Maidens. In front of the building, which serves both as a public safety base and as a training center, the protagonist comments that the place looks like a combination of school and police station. In the training yard, the group watches the young knights of the Order practicing their sword movements, under the shouts of an instructor who demands precision and synchronicity. Lut attentively observes the rigorous training, impressed by the discipline of the knights, who strive to improve their skills. A young short-haired beastman who supervises the training notices the arrival of the outsiders, her gaze fixed on Lut's group. The knight approaches them, asking if they are adventurers. The leader of the peacemakers introduces himself, explaining that his legion was requested by Counselor Garuma. The young woman's expression changes from distrust to surprise. With a frown, Commander Luca stares at them. "I see, so you're the ones," she says, her tone revealing a clear disdain for their presence. Luca turns and calls her subordinate loudly. "Vice Commander Rayala," she shouts, startling a young woman with long blonde hair. The commander orders Rayala to supervise the training in her absence, demonstrating her authority in the yard. With cold formality, Luca addresses the group. "Follow me, your consultant is waiting for you," and turns to guide them. The protagonist is visibly confused by the hostile reception, exchanging a perplexed look with his elven companion. The group follows the commander in silence up a staircase. the atmosphere heavy and uncomfortable due to her harsh attitude. Walking down a corridor, Chris whispers to the group leader, questioning the reason for the commander's bad mood. The boy admits he has no idea what's going on. The tense walk continues through the corridors of the headquarters, with the commander in front without saying a word. Suddenly, Luca stops and puts her hand to her head, her face contorting in a grimace of intense and sudden pain. She falters and falls to her knees, surprising the protagonist, who observes the scene with concern. Impulsively, the young hero rushes to help her, crouching beside her and asking, alarmed, if she is okay. Luca turns to him with a furious look, brusquely rejecting his help and questioning his intentions with hostility. Completely surprised by the aggressive reaction, Lute and his companion recoil, not understanding the source of so much anger. Composing herself, the commander gets up on her own. "It's nothing," she says, apologizing for the intrusion, trying to minimize the incident. She resumes walking, her expression even more closed, leaving Lute's group completely perplexed by her erratic behavior. Upon reaching a door, Luca knocks and announces the arrival of the guests for Counselor Garuma. The door opens, revealing an older man with an eye patch and a warm smile. "Oh, Lute Dono," he exclaims, clearly happy to see them. Garuma greets the young leader with enthusiasm, expressing his surprise and joy at the group's quick arrival. Lute, with a smile, explains that he didn't want to keep a friend of his mentor, Iru-sensei, waiting. His dedication leaves Garuma momentarily speechless. The protagonist's companions playfully reprimand him for his indiscretion in talking about his teacher, while Garuma, amused, comments on the deep respect the young man has for his mentor. Ignoring the conversation, Commander Luca abruptly announces that she is returning to training. She says goodbye, stating that she is worried about her vice commander and leaving the group in Garuma's care. Without further ado, the commander leaves and slams the door shut, leaving an awkward silence behind. The protagonist sighs, admitting aloud that he doesn't feel welcome at all in the place. Garuma apologizes for his subordinate's behavior, explaining that she is Luca, the current head of the Order of Pure Maidens, to Lute's surprise. The counselor invites the group to sit down, preparing to explain the complex situation that goes far beyond the murders of mages. Garuma begins his explanation, revealing that the attacks by the mage killers were already occurring in the city when he returned from a trip. He tells the story of an adventurer who survived the attack. The narrative is illustrated by a flashback scene showing the adventurer drinking with his mage friend in a tavern. On the way home late at night, the two friends were ambushed by a shadowy figure. An imposing warrior, covered in full plate armor, emerged from the shadows, emanating an aura of danger. The flashback shows the armored knight attacking with shocking speed for someone in such heavy armor, killing the mage instantly. Garuma continues, explaining that the assassin, acting like a ghost, disappeared across the rooftops carrying his victim's body. The adventurer only survived because a member of the order passed by the place, forcing the assassin to retreat. The image shows the knight jumping nimbly between the buildings. Since then, the murders have continued for months. The Order of Pure Maidens, unable to capture even a shadow of the culprit, saw its reputation tarnished. The counselor explains that this ineffectiveness generated a deep distrust among the citizens, who began to question the Order's ability to protect them. Lute and his companion listen attentively, the gravity of the situation becoming increasingly clear. Taking advantage of the crisis of confidence, two other legions settled in Kokori, with the clear objective of usurping the Order's right to maintain peace and order in the city. Garuma reveals the real reason for his request. He needs the peacemakers' help to solve the case and restore the people's faith in the Order, which many now consider outdated. To explain the commander's resistance, Garuma tells Luca's story. Rescued by the Order as a child, she dedicated her life to the group, rising through the ranks through pure skill with the sword as she has no magical talent. Her devotion and pride are the reason why she vehemently opposes asking for external help, seeing it as a sign of failure. The protagonist reflects on the description of the mage killer's armor, processing the technical details of the threat they face. Chris finally understands the origin of Luca's hostility. Garuma, in turn, laments the commander's attitude and states that he will need to be severe with her later. Faced with the revelation, the group leader decides to share his own experience, preparing to tell Garuma about the attack they suffered the night before. With a serious expression, the armorer begins to recount the details of the ambush, connecting the dots of the conspiracy. As Lute narrates the encounter with the armored knight, the tension in the room increases, with Garuma listening attentively to every word. The young man concludes his story, stating that he is sure that the man who attacked them is the same assassin that the Order is looking for. With all the cards on the table, Garuma and Lute seal an agreement. The counselor will provide accommodation and together they will develop a plan to capture the criminal and restore peace in Kokori. Later in their quarters, the team meets to discuss the situation, which is becoming increasingly complicated. Analyzing the facts, they conclude that it is not just about capturing an assassin. They have been caught in the middle of a complex power struggle in the city. The protagonist defines the focus of the mission. "We were asked to help the Order of Pure Maidens," he states calmly. "We will find the armored suspect and leave the rest to them. I have no interest in getting involved in a conflict of interest." His companions listen in silence, absorbing their leader's clear directive for the mission ahead. One of the girls seems about to object, but the protagonist reassures her, keeping the focus on the main objective. The discussion is interrupted by the arrival of Zaya, who informs her master that letters were delivered to him while he was in the meeting. Zaya presents 2 sealed letters. The crests are unmistakable. One belongs to the Wolf Sword Legion and the other to the Lily Rose Legion, the 2 factions vying for control of the city. In their quarters, the Peacemaker Legion examines 2 invitations with distinct seals, one from a wolf wielding a sword and another from a black rose. The letters propose a meeting to discuss their interests in the city. Lute and Liss ponder the intentions behind the meetings, wondering what the motives of the 2 legions vying for power in Kokori could be. Gathered around a table, the group concludes that the other legions probably want to force them to choose a side or withdraw from the city completely. Liss reacts with indignation, declaring that they should go to the meeting to confront them. Zaya, more cautious, warns that a refusal could lead to an immediate attack. The protagonist, in turn, tries to calm tempers, suggesting that they should not all go together to avoid an escalation of tensions. Maya expresses her discontent with the lack of courtesy of the invitations, while Lute, with strategic calm, states that, as newcomers, a greeting is the least they can do to understand the local political landscape. To maintain discretion and avoid a public confrontation, the group leader decides to go to the meetings accompanied only by his faithful combat maid, Zaya, leaving the others to observe from afar, if necessary. The young strategist trusts his plan, certain that maintaining civility is the best path, but prepared for any emergency that may arise. Zaya, with an expression of total confidence, reaffirms her faith in her master's decisions, ready to support him unconditionally. The protagonist reveals that he has also prepared some gifts, a strategic gesture to start negotiations amicably. The pair arrives at their first destination, a restaurant of modest appearance, the meeting place designated by the Sword of the Wolf Legion. Inside the establishment, they are greeted by Gura, the burly commander of the Sword of the Wolf. He greets the leader of the Peacemakers with a firm handshake, which is promptly reciprocated. Sitting at the table, the young armorer observes the environment and the other members of the Legion, feeling the weight of their assessment of him. Gura openly admits that he investigated the boy, stating that it is natural to know who you are negotiating with, and refers to him as the notorious Lord Armorer. The commander of the Sword of the Wolf continues, listing the hero's exploits, such as the defeat of 10,000 dragon soldiers and the saving of the High Elves' kingdom, demonstrating how well-informed he is. Without further ado, Gura gets straight to the point and makes his proposal. Why don't you join forces with us? He suggests that the protagonist abandon the Order of the Pure Maidens, which he considers decadent, to ally with his legion. Gura argues that the order is outdated and that the young leader would not benefit from such a partnership, offering, instead, the experience of his veteran legion to guide him. The proposal deepens with the suggestion of a future merger between the two legions, creating a new and powerful force in the city. Lute and Zaya exchange a subtle look, both aware of the implications and hidden dangers in Gura's offer. In her thoughts, the combat maid warns her master about Gura's likely intention to usurp power and eventually discard him. Aware of the danger but determined not to provoke a conflict in enemy territory, the protagonist maintains his composure. With diplomacy, the young leader refuses to give an immediate answer, explaining that he needs to discuss such an important matter with the rest of his team. Gura accepts the delay and, in a gesture of forced camaraderie, proposes a toast to celebrate the future of the partnership. The hero refuses the drink, using the excuse that his wives are waiting for him for dinner, and gets up to end the meeting. Amused by the excuse, Gura laughs loudly as Lute and Zaya withdraw from the restaurant, concluding the first of two tense negotiations. Night falls on the rooftops of Kokori, setting the stage for the next diplomatic meeting. The following night, the young master and his maid arrive at a new location, ready for the meeting with the second faction, the Lily Rose Legion. They descend a staircase that leads to an underground bar, a more sophisticated and secret environment than the previous one. A woman of the demonic race formally greets them, welcoming the renowned Lord Armorer. The door opens, revealing the luxurious interior of the bar, where the leader of Lily Rose awaits them. Lavela, the sensual leader of Lily Rose, introduces herself. Her provocative appearance and attire leave the protagonist visibly disconcerted, which does not go unnoticed by Zaya's attentive gaze. Regaining his composure, the boy formally introduces himself as the commander of the Peacemaker Legion. Lavela, with calculated audacity, sits next to him on the sofa, invading his personal space and increasing his discomfort. She offers a drink and tries to create a more intimate atmosphere, but the young man, nervous, asks for only tea. The leader of Lily Rose insists on a longer conversation, but the protagonist tries to direct the meeting to the main subject. Noticing the seduction attempt, Zaya coughs audibly, a clear sign of disapproval that startles her master. Again using the excuse of his worried wives, the boy tries to dodge Lavela's advances. Realizing that her tactic is not working, the woman finally decides to go straight to the subject of the meeting. With a perceptive look, she asks Lute to tell her the details of his conversation with the Sword of the Wolf Legion. The protagonist questions why he should share such information, but Lavela surprises him by stating that she already knows everything. The revelation leaves the young strategist on alert, realizing that his opponent is extremely well informed. She confirms her knowledge, detailing the alliance and merger proposal made by Gura, leaving the armorer shocked by her level of espionage. Assuming that he will refuse the Sword of the Wolf's offer, Lavela presents her own proposal, a merger of the three legions, Lily Rose, Peacemaker, and the Order of the Pure Maidens. To sweeten the offer, she suggests that Lute would be the supreme leader of the new alliance, with the Order as second in command, and that she would not mind working under his leadership. The hero, however, points out the logical flaw in her plan, questioning how they could decide the fate of the Order without even consulting its members. Lavela smiles, praising the boy's integrity, calling him a good man for his consideration. She then begins to probe his true motivations for accepting the Order's mission, hinting that it was not just for recognition. Her insinuation becomes explicit when she suggests that the decision is linked to someone very important to him, shocking Lute with her perspicacity. The protagonist is stunned, realizing that Lavela not only knows about his dealings with the other legions, but also about his relationship with his mentor, Iru-sensei. The atmosphere of the conversation changes drastically, with Lavela adopting a tone of warning. Suddenly and authoritatively, she advises him to step away, stating that the matter is beyond his competence. The young leader processes the abrupt change of tone, trying to understand the strategy behind the contradictory message. He points out the contradiction in her words. You ask me to join forces and now you tell me to retreat. Lavela insists that the merger is the only way to succeed, and that without it, he is doomed to failure. She exposes the fragility of the Order of the Pure Maidens, describing their decline in numbers and skill, painting them as a finished legion. The leader of Lilyrose argues that, even if he defeats the Mage Killer, the Order will be unable to maintain the city's security after his departure. She envisions a future where, without a solid power structure, the city would plunge back into chaos. The veiled threat becomes clear. Lavela would spread rumors that the Peacemaker abandoned its clients, ruining their reputation. She concludes that fame can be a double-edged sword, and their notoriety can turn against them. The protagonist understands perfectly. Lavela is blackmailing him, using his legion's reputation to force him to accept her proposal. With a satisfied smile, the woman of the demonic race openly admits her main interest. I love money, Lord Armorer. Maintaining his calm, the boy states that he has no interest in the burdens of power and honor, and that his only goal is to make a profit. Lavela argues that, under her alliance, his legion will grow and his profits will increase, and that she would be content with a small share. The young hero reflects ironically on how small that portion would be. Ending the negotiation for now, the protagonist praises Lavela's negotiation skills and acknowledges her request. When she presses for an affirmative answer, he stands up and says a firm no, for now. He reiterates that he needs to take the matter to his team before making any decision and asks for a moment to deliberate. Lavela watches him leave, her impassive face hiding her true thoughts. She accepts his request, saying that she will eagerly await a favorable response, allowing him and Zaya to withdraw. Under the night sky, the city of Kokori remains like a chessboard, with dangerous pieces moving in the shadows. To relax after the tense meetings, Lute takes Zaya to a restaurant and with a smile tells her to order whatever she wants, as he will pay the bill. As they settle at a table, the atmosphere is noticeably lighter than that of the previous meetings. Zaya, with her characteristic dry humor, teases her master, asking if the meal is a bribe to buy her silence for him having looked at Lavela's cleavage. Completely embarrassed, the boy vehemently denies it, while his companion takes the opportunity to place a large order. After the food arrives, Zaya returns to the main subject, asking her young master what the plan of action is. The leader of the Peacemakers confirms that he cannot simply ignore the two legions, but rejects any alliance with a blackmailer like Lavela. Together, they devise the final strategy. They will not only defeat the Mage Killer, but also help restructure and strengthen the Order of the Pure Maidens, eliminating the weakness that their rivals intended to exploit and thus protecting their own reputation. The strategic discussion is suddenly interrupted by the approach of an unknown blonde girl, Nora, who goes directly to Lute and asks if she can sit next to him, adding yet another unpredictable variable to the conflict. Still at the restaurant, the protagonist and his combat maid, Zaya, are approached by an unknown blonde girl who introduces herself as Nora. The young woman smiles enigmatically, commenting on the surprised expression on the weaponsmith's face. Sitting at the table, the newcomer demonstrates keen perception, stating that the leader of the Peacemakers seems to already know the reason for her presence there. The protagonist, cautious, questions which legion she belongs to. Nora evades the question, revealing that she is part of a sacred organization called Noir and with a sinister look warns him not to make mistakes, as she will not forgive him. The young master and his faithful companion remain silent, analyzing the new and unpredictable player in the city's conflict. Nora questions whether the group was called to replace the order, but the leader of the peacemaker denies it, stating that he has no interest in Kokori's taxes or politics. With a radiant smile, the girl changes tactics, declaring that she is very interested in him and proposing an alliance between the peacemaker and the Noir organization. The boy refuses to give an answer, thanking her for the offer, but explaining that he cannot make a decision without first understanding Noir's objectives and activities. Nora describes Noir as a fair organization that aims to destroy the current hypocritical world in order to rebuild it correctly. The protagonist, skeptical, dismisses the idea as the rhetoric of a terrorist group seeking to seize power by force. Nora's expression changes to one of false pity, calling the weaponsmith naive for not knowing the truth about the world. Challenged, he asks her to reveal this supposed truth, but his gaze shows distrust. She refuses to give more details, stating that she cannot tell him yet, as he has not agreed to join them. With a veiled threat, she adds that if he knew the truth without allying with them, all members of the Peacemaker would be assassinated without question. While the protagonist processes the threat, Nora clarifies that she would not be responsible for the deaths. Enigmatically, she declares that it would be the world itself that would kill them. The young leader realizes that, despite the absurd speech, Nora's threat does not seem to be a bluff, leaving him to ponder what she could mean. One of his companions, with white hair, intervenes with a new proposal, suggesting that if he helps them, they could rebuild his homeland. Confused by the offer, the protagonist questions what she means by rebuild his homeland, explaining that he was abandoned shortly after birth and does not know where he came from. The girl seems genuinely surprised and apologizes for the misunderstanding. The weaponsmith remains perplexed by the bizarre turn the conversation has taken. She explains that she approached him because she thought he was from the same hometown as her sister. With fanatical devotion, Nora exalts her sister as a divine figure and a guiding light before issuing a final warning. The day will come when you will beg on your knees before her, but then it will be too late. Before leaving, Nora's companion leans in and asks one last, peculiar question. With a curious look, she questions whether the leader of the Peacemakers has a star-shaped mark somewhere on his body. The specific question takes the protagonist completely by surprise. The image focuses on the young man's gaze, who seems to process the question with unexpected seriousness. The girl quickly dismisses the question, apologizing for saying something strange. With a wave of farewell, the mysterious group withdraws from the restaurant. The door closes, leaving the young master and his maid alone to digest the disturbing encounter. The question about the star-shaped mark echoes in the protagonist's mind, who remembers a necklace with a star pendant from his childhood. After a moment of silence, he turns to Zaya and reveals, "I forgot to mention, I have a star-shaped mark on my right shoulder." Zaya suggests that they forget the encounter with the self-proclaimed terrorist, considering it more important to think about what they will say to Garuma. The protagonist agrees, but the revelation and the threats weigh on his mind. Under the night sky, the city remains a field of growing tensions. Back at the Order's headquarters, the leader of the Peacemakers prepares for his report. In a meeting with Garuma, the young man reveals that he was approached by both the Wolf Sword Legion and Lilyrose with specific alliance proposals. Garuma listens with a somber expression, lamenting how low the Order's reputation has fallen for others to see an opportunity to take its place. The advisor asks if any of the proposals pleased him. The weaponsmith promptly denies it, stating that he does not trust any of the factions and that he intends to refuse both offers. Garuma's relief is palpable. He admits that if the Peacemakers allied with one side, the Order of the Pure Maidens would be completely lost. Considering that refusing the two legions could complicate the situation, the protagonist offers to act as the Order's representative at a joint meeting. Garuma accepts the proposal gladly, trusting in the young man's diplomatic skill to navigate the dangerous situation. With the strategy defined, the city of Kokori becomes the stage for a summit of power. Lute gathers his team to explain the plan, informing them that the four legions will meet to discuss the situation. He details his intention to promote friendship between the legions, creating a friendly atmosphere to prevent conflicts from escalating and ensuring that they are not targeted again. The strategist explains that without a mediator to coordinate the desires of each faction, the only path would be force. With a confident smile, he declares his intention to keep things civilized. However, the meeting starts disastrously. The commander of the Order, Luca, bursts into the room, slams the table forcefully, and yells at the other legions to pack up and leave the city. The protagonist is shocked by Luca's outburst, while Garuma frantically apologizes, explaining that she followed him to the location. The hostile attitude generates an immediate reaction. One of the leaders of the rival legions accuses Lute's group of conspiracy, expressing his disdain for new and clueless legions. The leaders of the Wolf Sword and Lily Rose agree that the meeting is not friendly at all, and that if the Order wants war, they are ready to fight. While Garuma and Lute desperately try to calm the situation, Commander Luca is furious, unable to accept that her plan was not followed. The young leader tries to intervene to control the chaotic situation, but is interrupted by the sudden opening of the establishment's door. With forced calm, the boy announces that the store is reserved for the meeting, hoping to prevent more problems from entering. His expression changes from panic to pure shock when he sees the figure who has just arrived. An imposing knight in full black armor, wielding a gigantic halberd, enters the hall, his presence instantly silencing the heated discussion. The knight identifies himself as the leader behind the mage murders. He reveals that, upon learning of the Legion's meeting, he came personally to capture them. With a powerful blow, he cracks the floor, challenging anyone who wishes to be destroyed. The force of the impact shatters the stone floor, demonstrating overwhelming power. The protagonist and the other Legion leaders are paralyzed, staring at the threat that has emerged out of nowhere. They realize that the strength of this new enemy is immense, far superior to that of the knight they faced previously, and that he is confident enough to reveal himself in the midst of his enemies. The harsh reality of the situation hits them. They came for a peaceful discussion and are completely unarmed, trapped in a terrible situation. The knight mocks their fear, declaring that crushing them will not be a problem. In this moment of despair, Zaya steps forward, protecting her master. The combat maid faces the enemy. Lute warns her to retreat, but she reassures him and opens a briefcase she was carrying. Revealing a multi-barreled weapon, Zaya aims at the knight and with a fierce expression opens fire, determined to exterminate the threat. In the now ruined meeting room, chaos erupts. Zaya, the loyal combat maid, unloads the weapon contained in her briefcase against the imposing armored figure, the deafening sound of the shots echoing through the confined space as the bullets ricochet harmlessly off the enemy's armor. Despite the surprise attack, the knight's armor proves too thick to be penetrated. The protagonist, amidst the confusion, shouts for everyone to hide and seek a safe place, while he and his companions jump away from the imminent danger. The combat maid, Zaya, unfazed by the ineffectiveness of her first attack, continues to fire, creating a curtain of fire and debris with the force of her weapon. The force of the explosion and subsequent attacks throws one of the armorer's companions against the wall, while another dives to the ground, seeking shelter amidst the chaos and rising dust. After the explosion, the group regroups amidst the rubble. Maya and another companion cough, suffocated by the dust, while Zaya, with impressive calm, recomposes herself, the briefcase still in her hands. The young master, perplexed by the rash action, questions his maid. "It's not me, but why do you have to shoot out of nowhere?" Zaya, while carrying one of her wounded companions, responds with cold logic that the armored woman identified herself as an enemy and that it would be dangerous if she attacked suddenly, as in the first night's encounter. With a confident expression, the white-haired dark elf states that she was prepared for such an eventuality, revealing that the briefcase, or coffer, was designed exactly for moments like this. The weapon in question is an MP5K submachine gun, an urban combat tool from her past life, ideal for secret operations. Compact enough to be hidden in a briefcase, but with significant firepower, it was enhanced with a GB-1540 grenade launcher to deal with the monsters of that world. Still recovering from the shock, the protagonist mutters, frustrated, "Hey, armorer, why do you have to ensure my safety first?" Meanwhile, the leaders of the other legions, Gura and Lavela, react with fury and panic. This was supposed to be a peaceful conversation, so why are you bringing this kind of weapon? Did you really want to start a war with us, huh? They shout, while the young strategist despairs at how the situation got out of control. Trying to calm tempers, the leader of the peacemakers intervenes. Let's put your anger aside for now, right? He argues that the armored woman declared herself the leader behind the murders of mages and that they need to interrogate her. Lavela agrees, but warns that they need to confirm her identity first, as she may simply get up and attack again. The group watches cautiously through the hole in the wall, looking for any sign of movement from the enemy amidst the dust and debris. To their astonishment, the protagonist realizes that the armored warrior is still able to get up, even after receiving such a powerful attack head-on. The armored figure, who reveals herself to be Toga, staggers, but her voice echoes with fury. "How dare you scratch the armor my sister gave me?" she snarls, her anger overcoming the pain. With overflowing hatred directed at the combat maid, the warrior promises revenge. "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you maid." Consumed by fury, Toga advances with terrifying speed, her halberd cutting through the air and destroying what remains of the hall as she lunges towards her targets. The group assesses the precarious situation. The armored warrior appears to be a magical tool containing an entire magic stone, explaining her immense power. Even after a direct hit from a grenade, she remains standing, leaving them in an extremely disadvantageous position. The young master tries to reassure everyone, stating that reinforcements should arrive at any moment, but his sentence is interrupted by a violent explosion that hits the enemy. The explosion throws the armored warrior into the air, her scream of pain echoing amidst the sound of the detonation. The force of the impact throws Toga against a wall, which crumbles with the shock, leaving her buried under a pile of rubble. The reinforcements arrive jumping through the opening in the wall. They are Lut's other companions, Snow, Liss, and Maya, who were supposed to be on standby. "Lut-san, are you hurt?" they ask, while Zaya explains that they were all worried and came to check. The newcomers confess that they agreed to watch instead of just waiting, worried that their master might be seduced by Lavela. The protagonist, surrounded by his overprotective companions, explodes in frustration. "Damn it." From the rubble, the warrior Toga emerges, her armor damaged but her fury intact. "I won't forgive you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you all." With a war cry, she spins her halberd in a devastating arc, promising to annihilate everyone. To contain the enemy's advance, Snow conjures a massive ice barrier, the Ice Fort, while another companion uses her magic to trap the warrior's arm and another launches an energy attack. The protagonist enters the fray, now wielding his AK-47 equipped with a grenade launcher. He orders Liss and Zaya to protect Snow, stating that he will take care of the enemy, as normal bullets would not be effective against such resistant armor. He fires a grenade, but the warrior, with shocking speed, deflects the projectile's trajectory with a precise blow from her halberd. The leader of the peacemakers is stunned by his opponent's agility. "She's fast. I shot at point-blank range and she easily deflected it." The warrior dodges another attack from one of the armorer's companions, moving with lethal grace despite her heavy equipment. Unable to believe Toga's superhuman speed, the protagonist realizes that he will not be able to dodge in time from her next devastating blow. The warrior's halberd hits one of Lut's blonde companions head-on, who tried to get in the way to protect him. At the moment of impact, a projectile coming from a nearby roof ricochets off Toga's halberd, deflecting the fatal blow. The protagonist recognizes the shot and shouts the shooter's name, Chris. The young master observes, impressed, that Toga managed to even avoid Chris's precision shot. He understands that they need to slow her down to be able to hit her, but the warrior gives them no respite and advances again. Before the enemy can attack, Maya emerges with a heavy machine gun, ready for battle. Chris joins the main group and Lut notes that she dodged in time, coming out unscathed. Maya opens fire with her machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets against the armored warrior, who is forced to retreat. Zaya joins the suppressing fire, and together the two keep Toga under a constant rain of projectiles, pushing her back. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by the covering fire, two other companions prepare a coordinated attack with grenades, timing the throw for maximum effectiveness. The grenades detonate in a massive explosion, completely engulfing the armored warrior in a cloud of fire and shrapnel. Watching the smoke dissipate, the group wonders hopefully, did we get her? However, the warrior used the explosion as a distraction to propel herself upwards, jumping away from the epicenter of the explosion and escaping the attack. Toga lands agilely on a distant roof, preparing for retreat. Lut watches the fleeing figure, frustrated. Damn, light and fast despite that heavy armor. How the hell am I going to beat this thing? From the top of the roof, the armored warrior launches a final threat. I'll retreat this time, but I will definitely kill you all. Having escaped, Toga, now without her heavy armor and dressed as a red combat maid, casts a look of pure hatred at Zaya. Especially that maid, I'm going to hunt you down and kill you. With a final jump, the assassin disappears over the roofs of the devastated city, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Amidst the rubble, two of the protagonist's companions watch the escape. She really got away, huh? They comment, relieved but still tense from the confrontation. The young strategist reflects on the battle, concluding that the enemy's lack of decision was the only thing that saved them. Maybe she sensed the danger of an attack she had never seen before, he ponders. The leaders of the other legions, Gura and Lavula, finally relax, expressing their relief that everyone is safe after the terrifying battle. A few days later, calm slowly returns to the city of Kokori, and the parties involved begin to deal with the consequences of the attack. In a room at the Order's headquarters, the leader of the peacemakers meets with the advisor Garuma to discuss the current situation. Garuma reports that the representatives of the Wolf Sword and Lily Rose announced their withdrawal from the city, terrified by the battle. He also mentions that the Adventurers Association is demanding compensation for the damages. Lavela, however, still expresses interest in a future alliance with the peacemakers. The advisor apologizes for the financial burden, explaining that the Order of Pure Maidens will pay a portion of the reimbursement. He emphasizes that the group's help is indispensable and hopes to continue counting on their cooperation. Lut accepts the request, thanking Garuma for the offer of accommodation and continued support while they remain in the city. Garuma, aware of the power of the mage killer, asks if the young man has any plans in mind to deal with such a difficult enemy. Confidently, the armorer replies, I have some ideas about that. Please, leave everything to me. Relieved to have the other two legions out of the way, the advisor focuses on the main problem, the mage killer. The protagonist mentions that he wanted to thank Commander Luca as well, but Garuma informs him that she had to leave to deal with administrative matters. With tacit knowledge, the young master thinks to himself, no, she won't need my thanks anyway, hinting at his awareness of the commander's betrayal. In a secret hideout on the outskirts of the city, hidden in the forest, the enemy group regroups. Inside the hideout, Toga, still furious, punches a table and shouts her intention to kill Lute's combat maid. The other members of the Noir organization, including Nora with her lollipop, discuss what happened. They are angry that their plans have been thwarted and that their companion has been injured, agreeing that the peacemakers must pay for the crime with their own blood. Nora then turns to a hooded figure, asking about the whereabouts of Lute's group. The figure reveals herself to be Commander Luca, confirming her alliance with the Noir organization and her betrayal of the Order of Pure Maidens. After the battle, the protagonist's group reacts with disbelief to the Adventurers Association's demand for reparations, although they are relieved that the Order of Pure Maidens offers to cover the costs and allow them to keep their ship docked. Despite the help, one of the weaponsmith's companions notices that the Order members deliberately avoid them, turning away and whispering to each other whenever they approach, highlighting a persistent tension. The blonde elf comments on the veiled hostility, feeling that they are being openly avoided. The young leader, with a sigh, asks her to give it time, understanding the difficulty of the situation for the Order's knights. Shifting focus to more urgent matters, the strategist instructs Maya to go to the ship's workshop and begin preparations for the production of a new weapon, sparking her companion's curiosity. Lute explains that the current arsenal does not have enough firepower to face the powerful red armor they encountered, making it necessary to develop a new type of weaponry. With eyes shining with enthusiasm and devotion, Maya eagerly asks what kind of weapon her master intends to create to overcome this new and formidable threat. The hero, with a confident smile, reveals the name of his new creation, a high-explosive anti-personnel mine that he nicknamed Egg of Madness. A panoramic view of the city of Kokori serves as a transition, a stage where dangerous alliances and betrayals unfold in the shadows. In a secret hideout on the outskirts of the city, the Noir organization responsible for the attacks plans its next steps. Nora, one of the group's leaders, expresses her satisfaction at knowing that the peacemakers are still in the district, ensuring that they cannot escape their plans. Commander Luca, now a traitor to her own order, reports to Nora, informing her that, according to her report, the Wolf Sword and Lily Rose legions have left the city, and asks that they not make the situation worse. The sinister Toga and Nora listen to Luca's report, their empty expressions barely hiding the web of manipulation they weave around the commander. Noticing Luca's hesitation, Nora confronts her with a psychotic look, questioning whether she is really serious about the betrayal plan. Luca remains in tense silence, visibly tormented by the weight of her decision and the alliance she has been forced to make. Nora pressures the commander, reminding her that they joined together for common interests and questioning whether she intends to break the alliance now that the peacemakers have become involved. The white-haired leader of Noir reveals to Luca that, even if they do what she wants, they intend to retaliate against the peacemakers on their own as soon as they leave Kokori. The mention of their magic armors leaves the commander in a state of shock. With a sadistic smile, the leader of Noir reiterates that the time to act has come, and that they themselves will pursue and attack the peacemakers. Desperate, Luca tries to get out of the agreement, offering to pay, but Nora rejects the offer with disdain, stating that they don't need money and that she can't refuse. In her thoughts, Luca realizes that she is cornered, pondering how she could explain the origin of such powerful armor after all the recent commotion. Seeing Luca's resistance, Nora declares with a sly smile that, if that's how she wants it, they are back to square one, increasing the pressure on the commander. With cruel manipulation, Nora plays on Luca's wounded pride, asking why she doesn't let her precious order take responsibility miserably. Broken, Luca yields, apologizing and begging for the magic armor to continue cooperating. With a victorious and condescending smile, Nora approaches the defeated commander, telling her to lift her head and promising that, if she keeps her word, she will receive the armor. To seal the pact, Nora cynically states that they are friends with a common interest, and that they must help each other in times of difficulty. Completely manipulated and emotionally vulnerable, Luca accepts the false friendship, blushing and agreeing, thus sealing her betrayal. The leader of Noir thanks Nora for her success, stating that, for the happiness and glory of the group and Commander Luca, she will send more magic armors to exterminate all the peacemakers. Back in their aircraft, the young weaponsmith and Maya make the final adjustments to their new weapon, with the protagonist deciding that they need to increase its level of magical power a little more. The scene abruptly changes to a moment of intense fury, with the protagonist shouting, "I'm going to kill you," probably in reaction to a new crisis that is unfolding. Alerted by a commotion outside, Lute and Maya interrupt their work to investigate what is happening. They find the source of the commotion, an adventurer devastated by grief, shouting that he will kill the armor bastard responsible for the murders of mages. Lute and his companion observe the scene, noting that the man is drunk and that the Order's knights are already dealing with the situation to maintain order in the city. Despite the Order's intervention, the hero's curiosity is piqued, and he wonders if the man's situation is somehow related to the mage killer. The protagonist approaches one of the Order members to ask what happened and understand the cause of the disturbance. Days after the incident, which was resolved by Lute, he and his companion comment, frustrated, that nothing has changed in the way they are treated by the Order. The young leader tries to ease the situation, speculating that the Order members are just hesitant to talk to the commander of another legion. Vice Commander Rayala approaches the boy, bringing some supplies he had requested, in a rare gesture of cooperation. He thanks her for her work, but she replies timidly that this is the only way she has to help. The weaponsmith comments to Rayala that Commander Luca seems to see them as enemies, an observation that leaves the vice commander visibly disconcerted. Rayala vents, admitting that she is vice commander in name only and that Commander Luca is not very helpful, leaving all the administrative work to her. In the Order's headquarters, Lute discusses with her companions the capabilities of Vice Commander Rayala and her compatriots. They come from an aristocratic family of witches and wizards, possess a high value of magical power and great potential, but their abilities are limited to recovery and defense magic, being unable to attack. Rayala, with a disheartened expression, explains that her attack skills are so poor that they seem cursed. She confesses that she was only accepted into the Order of Pure Maidens because of a huge donation from her parents, apologizing to the armorer for her incompetence. The leader of the peacemakers, with a reassuring smile, offers to personally train one of the wolf-eared knights, ensuring that handling their weapons is easy. The opportunity to be trained by the renowned Lute Sama awakens an overwhelming envy in another knight, who squeezes her colleague's hand tightly. In the training yard, the young instructor begins the lesson with the shy Rayala, while the others watch from a distance. The protagonist positions himself behind Rayala, guiding her hands to properly hold a revolver. He instructs her to just slowly pull the trigger with her index finger, while one of her companions watches the scene from afar, consumed by jealousy. With her eyes closed and a panicked expression, the young vice commander prepares to fire the weapon for the first time. The deafening sound of the shot echoes through the training yard. To Lute's shock, the bullet whizzes dangerously close to his head. Rayala, in a panic, apologizes profusely, explaining that she always messes things up when she tries to do something and that she wasn't aiming at anything specific. In a demonstration of how the shot should be, a weapon is seen firing precisely at a metal target. Next to try is the purple-haired knight. The armorer instructs her to forget the previous shot and focus on hitting the target, while her other companions hide behind makeshift shields, fearing the worst. A second shot is fired, the bullet leaving the weapon's barrel at high speed. The projectile ricochets wildly, grazing the companions who were protecting themselves. Shocked, Lute questions how she managed to fire multiple shots with just one trigger pull, while the shooter apologizes repeatedly, as confused as he is. From a window of the headquarters, Commander Luca observes the chaotic and dangerous training session with a darkly disapproving expression, seeing the yard marked by bullet holes. Sitting at her desk, Luca collapses in her chair, incredulous and frustrated that her vice commander is practicing with an unknown magical tool. With a tired sigh, she delves into her memories, remembering a time when, for her, everything was better. In a violent flashback, her native village is invaded by ferocious monsters, who massacre the inhabitants without mercy. The young Luca, still a child, watches in horror as her parents are brutally murdered by the creatures. Amidst the chaos, a warrior from the Order of Pure Maidens emerges, decimating the monsters with overwhelming force and saving the village. The image focuses on the face of little Luca, her eyes wide with terror and admiration for her savior. Two knights of the order approach the orphaned girl, assuring her that she is now safe. With tears of relief and gratitude, the young Luca cries in the arms of her new protectors. Inspired by those who saved her, she declares with fervor her willingness to join the Order of Pure Maidens. She formally introduces herself to the knights, asking to be admitted to the order she so admires. One of the knights pats the young aspirant's head with an affectionate gesture. However, the knight informs Luca that she does not possess any magical talent, a prerequisite for most in the order. The revelation leaves the young girl desolate and heartbroken. Despite the lack of magical aptitude, her determination does not waver. Wielding a heavy sword, she vows that she will do her best to compensate with pure willpower. She dedicates herself to physical training, overcoming her limitations with tremendous effort. The young girl tirelessly trains in sword and shield combat, proving her worth through fencing. In addition to combat training, she performs humble tasks, such as cleaning the floor, demonstrating her total dedication to the order. A montage reveals her journey. Through hard work, she earns the respect of her colleagues, fights alongside them in battles, and gradually rises in the order's hierarchy. She finds a home and a family among the knights, sharing moments of joy and camaraderie. The flashback culminates in the moment when, to her utter surprise, she is named the new commander of the Order of Pure Maidens. However, her appointment occurs in a time of crisis, with the order suffering a severe staff shortage due to the retirement of older members and the decrease in the number of mages. Garuma, the counselor, notices Luca's unhappiness with the promotion, noting her worried expression. In a conversation with the counselor, the new commander expresses her insecurity, lamenting that the Legion's level has fallen so low that someone without magical talent like her has to take over the leadership. "We are desperate," she admits. Garuma tries to encourage her, stating that, in the midst of this terrible situation, she is the only one who has managed to stand out and that, therefore, she is the only one who can save the Legion. With the weight of the world on her shoulders, Luca reluctantly accepts the immense responsibility. The end of the flashback shows the harsh reality of her leadership, overwhelmed with bureaucracy, struggling to command in battles, and suffering from the gossip and lack of trust from her subordinates. On a night of despair, the commander is approached by the mysterious Nora and Toga, who offer her a magical tool, promising to make her stronger than any mage. They demonstrate the power of a magical armor, which pulverizes a stone wall with a single blow. Nora explains that the armor, encrusted with a magic stone, creates an impenetrable shield against attacks, and that anyone can use it with the help of a special mobility drug. With a sinister smile, the blonde girl reveals the price for the help. Luca must provide them with bodies of dead mages. The negotiation takes place in a secret hideout in the forest, away from prying eyes. Nora details the plan. Use the armor to create panic in the city with a supposed mage killer, and then plant the body of a mage to close the case, blaming the victim. As Luca listens, visibly disturbed, the Noir members discuss the logistics of hiding the bodies, treating the matter with a frightening coldness. The plan would culminate with Luca discovering and adopting the armor for the order, which, according to Nora, would improve the group's reputation. Nora concludes that, with this plan, the Order would no longer be seen as incompetent. The commander, however, seems horrified at the prospect of involving innocents in a murderous plot. Luca's expression reveals her deep internal conflict, caught between her pride and her morality. With the commander cornered, the Noir organization begins to plan how to eliminate the other legions that compete for control of the city. The scene returns to the Order's headquarters, the stage for the growing internal and external crisis. Back in the present, Luca is exhausted at her desk, the weight of her dark alliance and her responsibilities crushing her. Tormented by guilt, she questions whether she should continue cooperating with Nora's group, aware of the darkness she has gotten herself into. Her anguish manifests physically as a throbbing headache, a possible side effect of the drug or extreme stress. In a fit of rage, the commander blames her subordinates and the vice-commander for her difficulties, violently wishing to tear off their arms, shocking a knight who overhears her. Immediately, she regrets her thoughts, reminding herself that her subordinates are precious friends who are trying their best. Nora's drug is clearly affecting her mental stability. To relieve the headache and anguish, she resorts to the potion provided by Nora, becoming increasingly dependent. She holds the drug vial, her only escape from the unbearable pressure. After consuming the potion, she collapses on the table, panting and exhausted, trapped in a cycle of pain and dependence. The pain returns even stronger, and she realizes, confused, that the potion that was supposed to increase her mobility seems to be causing her migraines. Desperate, she consumes more of the drug, deepening her addiction. The cycle repeats, leaving her in a state of constant exhaustion in her office. In contrast to Luca's torment, the scene shifts to a quiet night near the Peacemaker's aircraft, where the protagonist's companions are chatting animatedly. The girls enthusiastically share their favorite characteristics of Lute, who overhears the conversation and, embarrassed, asks them not to talk about it in front of him. The young master interrupts the moment to ask Zaya about the progress of a task. The combat maid informs that about 70% of the work is completed. Before they can continue, Zaya alerts her master about a large commotion coming from outside. The group, gathered in a room, speculates about the cause of the noise. Worried about a possible attack from the red armor, Lute decides to go check the situation with Garuma. Outside, a crowd gathers, whispering and pointing at the Adventurers Guild building. The leader of the Peacemakers enters Garuma's office to obtain information about the commotion. Garuma receives Lute, while Commander Luca watches with disdain. The counselor apologizes for his leader's behavior and prepares to explain the serious situation. The counselor reveals the cause of the commotion. A man, whose lover was killed by the mage killer, is holding a person hostage inside the guild, demanding that they hand over the killer's armor. In the Order's headquarters, Garuma and Commander Luca receive Lute's group. The counselor explains the dire situation. An adventurer whose mage lover was murdered is holding a hostage, driven mad by grief and alcohol. The hostage crisis unfolds, testing the Order's limits and forcing unlikely alliances. With a serious expression, Counselor Garuma turns to the young gunsmith, seeking his perspective. "How do you plan to resolve this?" he asks, placing his trust in the Peacemaker's leader's strategic ability amidst the escalating crisis. Commander Luca, however, intervenes with barely disguised hostility. "Lord Gunsmith," she begins, her voice sharp, "I regret to say, but this is not part of our request to you." She leans in, her animosity evident. With a fierce look, the barriered commander makes her position clear. "I would appreciate it if an outsider like you didn't try to interfere unnecessarily," she warns, her pride and distrust creating a barrier between them. The protagonist, with an unwavering expression, counters the commander's hostility with the harsh reality of the situation. "A person's life is in grave danger right now," he states, his voice calm but firm, cutting through the tension. Garuma, acting as a mediator, appeals to his commander's reason. "Counselor, it's as he says, Commander Luca, he has a hostage right now." The Peacemaker's leader adds his willingness to help, even without financial reward, if there's anything he can do. The commander remains unyielding, arguing that accepting outside help would be a betrayal to the citizens who pay taxes to the order. Garuma counters that forcing entry would result in casualties, while cooperation with the peacemakers could ensure no deaths. Realizing that the commander's pride is the main obstacle, Lute offers a diplomatic solution. "In that case, why don't we make it look like our actions are as the order instructed?" he suggests. "Wouldn't that help save your reputation too?" Counselor Garuma listens to the young strategist's proposal, recognizing the genius of the solution that preserves the order's honor while allowing for effective intervention. The commander, in turn, ponders the offer, visibly conflicted. After a moment of intense internal deliberation, Commander Luca reluctantly yields. With her eyes narrowed in frustration, she murmurs, "I understand," accepting the gunsmith's proposal as the only viable path. Despite her agreement, Luca issues a final warning. "But if we encounter any more problems this time, we will not allow the peacemakers to interfere in any way here afterward," she declares, setting her terms unequivocally. With her statement made, the commander abruptly withdraws, slamming the door and leaving Lute and Garuma behind in the now silent room. Garuma lets out a sigh of relief, the tension dissipating from his shoulders. Beside him, the protagonist smiles slightly, the first phase of his strategy, the negotiation, successfully concluded. The counselor turns to the young leader. "Lute Dono, do you really have a plan?" Confidently, the boy replies, "Yes, I have an idea in mind, but we'll need more firepower." Under the night sky, Lute formalizes his request. "Can I have the rest of the Order's knights to help me?" The commander, even from a distance, grants her permission, and the rescue plan begins to take shape. The scene in the square is tense. A crowd gathers as the kidnapper, Kale, shouts his demands from the second-floor window, holding a young receptionist hostage. "Bring me the person behind the armor," he yells, desperate. The Peacemaker's leader and his companions arrive at the scene, making their way through the crowd to assess the chaotic situation up close. Taking control, the gunsmith addresses the Order's knights with authority. "From this point on, I, Lute Gunsmith, commander of the Peacemakers, will be in charge of the hostage rescue. Anyone with any objections, please raise your hand." The Order's knights, previously uncertain and frightened, look at their new commander in silence. The hesitation on their faces gives way to a reluctant acceptance, united by the need for a decisive leader. Inspiring his new troops, the young strategist reminds them of their duty. "The hostage in the hands of that scoundrel awaits the help of you, the guardians of this city. We will do our best to rescue her without any harm." With an energetic gesture, he gives the final order, galvanizing the group into action. "And now, Knights of the Order, begin the mission." Immediately, the knights move with renewed purpose, following the boy's first instructions. They work in pairs to isolate the area, blocking the streets and ensuring that no civilians approach the danger. From an aerial perspective, the strategy becomes clear. The street is sealed off, creating a safe perimeter that isolates the criminal, prevents his escape, and forces him to negotiate only with the rescue team, keeping the public out of danger. The next step in the plan is to establish constant surveillance. Teams are positioned on the rooftops around the building, monitoring all four sides and taking turns to ensure that the suspect can be observed for an extended period without fail. The Peacemaker's leader assigns a crucial task to his sharpshooter. Chris will take the Dragunov sniper rifle and go with Rayala to an observation point. "Your objective is only surveillance, do not shoot until instructed." While surveillance is established, other knights are tasked with gathering vital information. They must interview witnesses, obtain a floor plan of the building, and confirm the exact number of hostages to plan the attack with precision. Lute delegates the task of direct negotiation to a familiar face for the perpetrator. I'll leave the negotiation to you, Garuma-san. Buy us enough time, don't provoke him. The counselor accepts the mission, promising to do his best. While Garuma initiates dialogue with the kidnapper, trying to calm him down, the protagonist observes from a distance, his mind already processing the information and preparing the next steps of the rescue operation. With the information flowing in, the young leader analyzes the reports, compiling data on the criminal, the hostage, and the building's layout, each detail crucial to the mission's success. Analyzing the kidnapper's profile, the gunsmith has an epiphany. I knew I'd seen that face before. He's the guy who was causing trouble in the Order's courtyard some time ago. The reports confirm the criminal's identity, an adventurer in love with a mage who was recently killed, leading him to a fit of rage and despair. With the report in hand, Lute informs his companions of the crucial details. The door is barricaded from the inside, making a frontal entry impossible, and the kidnapper's only demand is that they hand over the armored assassin. The protagonist praises the vice commander for her efficiency. You found great and vital information, good job, Rayala. With all of this in place, the attack should go smoothly, he says, giving the young woman a rare and necessary vote of confidence. As night falls, the leader gathers his assault team. Get ready, he announces under the glow of the crescent moon. Snow, Zaya Maya, I'll explain the plan now. While Garuma keeps the kidnapper distracted at the front window, the gunsmith details his strategy. We'll split into two groups. We'll stay on each side of the window out of his sight. At my signal, you'll attack the side windows. Zaya and Maya position themselves near one of the side windows, their faces serious and focused. They wait silently in the darkness, ready to act at the exact moment the signal is given. Hidden by a wall, Lute observes his targets. With a confident smile, he prepares to give the signal that will initiate the coordinated attack. Following the signal, the side windows shatter and specialized flashbang grenades are thrown inside. The room explodes in a blinding flash and a deafening sound, completely incapacitating the kidnapper's senses. The criminal's scream of agony echoes as the assault team storms the room, taking advantage of the crucial seconds of disorientation created by the explosion. In a swift and precise movement, the protagonist fires his pistol. The shot is not to kill, but to incapacitate, hitting the kidnapper's leg and causing him to fall screaming in pain. Before the man can recover, the peacemaker's leader advances and knocks him down with a swift blow to the nape of his neck, neutralizing the threat efficiently and non-lethally. The kidnapper falls to the ground, unconscious. The protagonist kneels beside him, the adrenaline of the mission beginning to subside, and lets out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Snow is already beside the hostage, cutting her bonds and ensuring her safety. The hostages were not injured. They are fine, she reports calmly to her master. With the situation under control, the gunsmith gets up. All right, let's leave the rest to the Order of Pure Maidens now. Rayala, surprised by the hasty departure, questions his decision. The young master smiles at his companion. Yes, he confirms, explaining the logic behind his tactical retreat. We don't want it to look like we did everything. The operation is a resounding success, completed without casualties and with the Order's reputation intact, exactly as the young strategist had planned. Night falls over the city of Kokori, but this time the darkness brings not fear, but a sense of peace and relief after the resolution of the hostage crisis. As the Order's knights escort the kidnapper out, the crowd erupts in applause and thanks, restoring the citizens' faith in their protectors. During the celebration that follows, the Order's knights share their pride and joy. For the first time, they feel they have been truly useful to the people, a feeling that fills them with a renewed sense of purpose. Garuma, radiant, thanks the peacemaker's leader. It's all thanks to you that things were resolved so quickly. The residents now recognize the Knights of the Order for resolving this case with your help. The protagonist, modest, dismisses the thanks. No, it's all right, he tells Garuma. I'm sorry for always putting you in unfavorable roles. I'm not looking for anything in return. Rayala, with tears of happiness in her eyes, also thanks the boy. I'm just a glorified vice commander who's always holding everyone back, so, for actually helping this time. I'm really happy, she concludes, her genuine and emotional smile expressing the deep gratitude and relief she feels after the success of the operation. In the headquarters courtyard, the party is in full swing, with the Knights and Peacemakers members celebrating together the victory and newfound camaraderie. However, from the shadows, Commander Luca watches the celebration with a look of pure hatred. Seeing her subordinates fraternizing with outsiders, her resentment overflows and she crushes a glass in her hand, fury distorting her face. In her twisted mind, Luca declares that her knights are a lost cause. In her quarters, she finds Nora and Toga, her secret allies, ready to exploit her instability. Nora, with false concern, asks a visibly disturbed Luca what ails her, setting the stage for the manipulation to come. Trembling with rage, the commander vents her contempt. The proud order of pure maidens is happy to be under the wing of a legion of newly formed babies. My subordinates, she hisses, hatred poisoning every word. In a fit of fury, she smashes a table, shouting, "Don't you have any pride? They're no longer worthy of being members of the order. I'll kill them with my own hands and rebuild the order from scratch." With a psychotic smile, Nora fuels the commander's madness. "Yes, that's it. Kill them all. We'll help you, my best friend. Let's kill all the people who dare to tarnish your beloved knights of the order." Toga joins the sinister chorus, and Luca, now completely consumed by rage and the influence of her friends, agrees to the murderous plan. Yes, let's kill them. Let's cleanse the filth with their souls. The three figures become silhouettes in the darkness, united by a dark purpose. Let's kill them all. While the conspiracy unfolds in the shadows, the celebration at the Order's headquarters continues, oblivious to the storm brewing. The banquet hall is filled with chatter and laughter, the sound of celebration echoing through the walls, a stark contrast to the deadly plot being woven elsewhere. One of the knights, acting under Luca's orders, makes a toast, offering wine as a gift from the grateful citizens. "Drink until you pass out," she encourages, unaware that the drinks have been tampered with. Rayala approaches the protagonist's group to thank them personally. "Thank you for your hard work. We couldn't have done it without everyone's help." The boy responds modestly, "No, we couldn't have done it without everyone's help." The vice commander then notices the combat maid's absence. "By the way, I don't see the dark elf anywhere." The young master replies calmly, "Zaya, oh, I'm sorry, she has some business to take care of. Please let her eat as soon as she's done." With a radiant smile, he adds, "Of course, let's give her the liquor you gave us," referring to the drinks he knows have been switched by his loyal maid. Rayala, oblivious to the duplicity, responds enthusiastically, "Oh, well, there's plenty more where that came from, so feel free for her to drink it." The Peacemaker's leader watches Rayala walk away, taking a sip of his wine, secure in the knowledge that his enemy's plan has already been thwarted by his own counterespionage. Far from the city, on the outskirts of the forest, lies the secret hideout of the Noir organization, the epicenter of the conspiracy against the Order and the Peacemakers. Inside the makeshift camp, the plot unfolds, hidden from the eyes of the world under the cover of night and trees. In the hideout, Nora receives the imposter who posed as Zaya. "Did everything go as you planned?" she asks, and the spy confirms the success of her mission. The imposter reports with satisfaction, "Yes, none of them showed the slightest sign of suspicion, and they all swallowed the sleeping pill-laced drink as if it were delicious." Nora congratulates her on a job well done. Toga, now dressed as a nun, approaches the spy. "Have you finished the preparations around here?" she questions. The imposter confirms, "Of course. Follow me," leading the warrior to what she believes is the conclusion of their plan but is in fact a trap. Meanwhile, the real Commander Luca, completely insane, reveals her secret weapon, a legion of armor animated by dark magic, ready to march on her own knights under the satisfied gaze of Nora and Toga. In a shadowy hideout, Nora and Toga observe their army of approximately 300 animated suits of armor, declaring that the Legion is ready to march and attack at any moment. With a smug grin, Nora reveals that, due to the large number of armors, they were forced to use slimes as pilots, boasting about her genius as a monster trainer to manipulate so many at once. Beside her, a delirious Commander Luca claims to have created and given life to the pilots from scratch, revealing the depth of her disconnection from reality and the manipulation she suffers. The scene cuts to a solitary candle, symbolizing Luca's distorted belief that her murderous actions will mark a new and glorious beginning for the Order of Pure Maidens. With fanatical fervor, the crazed commander calls upon her army of golems to invade the Order's headquarters, vowing to eliminate anyone who dares to tarnish their principles. Below, her manipulators, Nora and Toga, laugh at her madness, noting that she plans to massacre her own members to rebuild her legion. Nora and Toga exchange a knowing look, commenting on the empty armors that now serve as their puppet army. Visibly under the influence of the drug, with her face contorted, Luca acknowledges the effectiveness of the remedy and the urgency to act before the side effects pass, plunging further into her paranoia. It is revealed that Luca's potion is a brainwashing drug from the Demon King era, recreated by Toga. It impedes the user's self-awareness and feeds on their hatred, creating a vicious cycle. Resistance to Nora and Toga's will causes headaches, which are only relieved with more of the drug, deepening the hatred and dependence. Noir's ultimate goal is exposed: to perfect the drug to force all influential figures in the world to consume it, allowing them to manipulate global society according to their needs. Consumed by madness, Luca declares that the peacemakers and the Knights of the Order should enjoy their lives while they can, referring to herself as an experimental animal about to be unleashed against them. Rose Scarlet, another Noir agent, plots her own plans, intending to kill the dark elf Zaya, but capture Lute alive for research, and eliminate everyone else for tarnishing the organization's honor. Under a dark and gloomy night sky, the Legion of Armor prepares to march, the perfect setting for the betrayal that is to come. With a resounding command, the Armored Legion assumes formation and begins its sinister march towards the Order's headquarters. With maniacal delight, Luca marvels at her creation, believing that her armor knights appear to have come out of ancient mythology, completely oblivious to the monstrosity of her acts. Rose Scarlet, marching with her companions, boasts that the combination of their powers makes them unbeatable, inciting the army to advance. The entire legion advances in unison, an army of metal golems marching to execute the will of their traitorous commander. In her thoughts, Luca savors her imminent victory, convinced that the peacemakers and her own knights are asleep due to the potion, and that her army will easily eradicate them, marking the resurrection of her order. A close-up reveals Luca's face in a state of disturbing ecstasy, completely lost in her fantasy of power and purification. Surrounded by her metal soldiers under the moonlight, the commander contemplates the scene with admiration, declaring that it is like a fairy tale and that this is the new order of pure maidens. Luca's fantasy is abruptly interrupted by a deafening explosion that engulfs one of her soldiers in black armor. A second explosion hits the ranks, catching Rose Scarlet and the others by surprise amidst the chaos. The earth trembles as a series of violent detonations tear through the field, throwing the armored legion around like toys. A panoramic view reveals the truth. The army marched directly into a minefield, with explosions punctuating the entire area. Dazed and covered in dust amidst the carnage, Luca can barely process what has happened, confusion etched on her face. Luca's shock turns to astonishment as she realizes that her perfect ambush has been turned against her. Anger replaces shock when she sees the figure responsible for her ruin, snarling, "Why are you here, you bastard?" To Luca's horror, Lute and his entire group, along with the Order's knights, emerge unscathed. The armorer reveals the counter-trap. His maid, Zaya, swapped the liquor with sleeping potion for a normal drink and instead drugged the conspirators' drinks. Asked how he discovered the plan, the protagonist explains that some things seemed suspicious, especially when Luca referred to the red armor warrior as she, a slip that put him on alert. The leader of the peacemakers reveals that, suspecting a conspiracy with the mage killer, he ordered Zaya to investigate her, discovering her secret meetings with the real culprits in a cave in the forest. With the confirmation of the betrayal, the hero anticipated that Luca would use drastic measures, such as sleeping potions, to launch a full-force attack. The young master reveals his secret weapon, modified anti-tank mines, nicknamed Egg of Madness, planted in their path and detonated remotely using magic liquid metal cords when the Legion entered the field. Still surprised that dozens of golems survived, Lute is confronted by a furious Luca, who calls him a coward for using tactics and magical tools instead of fighting fairly. The armorer rebuts Luca's hypocrisy, reminding her that she tried to drug them first. The Order's knights, betrayed, confront their commander, who shouts that they are not worthy and that she will kill them to rebuild the Order from scratch. Despite the unfavorable situation, the traitorous commander draws her sword, determined to kill everyone alone, which leads the young leader to observe her total fixation on the idea of fighting. With the battle inevitable, Lute takes command and orders his group to take action, following the plan they prepared for this eventuality. Seeing that the plan has failed, the Noir members begin to retreat, with Toga shouting orders as she flees. Rose Scarlet, realizing the disadvantage, suggests to Toga that they should retreat for the first time. Ignoring the advice, Toga, consumed by rage, vows to kill the maid Zaya before fleeing. Rose Scarlet's escape is intercepted by Snow, Chris, and Liss, who stand in her way. Frustrated by having her escape route blocked, Rose Scarlet clicks her tongue in annoyance. Without hesitation, the protagonist's three companions set off in pursuit of Rose Scarlet, who runs desperately into the depths of the forest. In the clearing, the hero is left alone to face Luca. He taunts her about her fleeing allies, but she replies that once he is crushed, the rest will not matter. With a scream of fury, the crazed commander lunges at Lute, intent on killing him. Following the plan, Maya leads the Order's knights, guiding them to the safety of a pre-dug trench to protect themselves from the advance of the remaining golems. As they run to the trench, one of the knights screams in panic, warning that the golems will tear them apart if they reach them. Maya spins her reinforced briefcase, preparing for a counterattack against the approaching golems. With a dull thud, Maya's briefcase strikes one of the armor golems head-on, halting its advance. The impact of Maya's briefcase triggers an explosive trap, resulting in a massive detonation that engulfs several golems. The armor golems fall haphazardly to the ground, their metal bodies clanging against each other as they are neutralized by the explosion. One of the Order's knights observes the golems, noting that they are relentless automatons, driven by magic, that will fight tirelessly until their power source is exhausted. Toga, seeing her forces dwindling, furiously commands the remaining golems to kill everyone and leave no survivors. The Order's knights, now safe in the trench, prepare for the next phase of the confrontation against the automaton army. From the top of the trench, Maya takes command, instructing the knights to protect themselves with their shields as the golems attempt to breach their defenses. The battle unfolds with the knights defending the trench against the horde of golems, a tactical display of Lute's strategy in action. With complete confidence, Maya assures her new subordinates that they can leave the situation to her. One of the knights expresses her faith in Maya, entrusting the group's defense to the strategist. Maya, in a grandiose speech, declares that she will punish the enemies in the name of her beloved master, Lute. When alerted to the enemy's advance, she calls them fools, proclaiming herself the second greatest genius after her master. As the golems advance, the ground beneath their feet collapses, revealing another trap. The golems fall into a hidden pit, Seizing the opportunity, Maya orders the knights to launch the eggs of madness into the trap. The mines explode with devastating force within the pit, annihilating the remaining golems and marking a decisive turning point in the battle. Maya's strategic genius is revealed. The moats were designed to collapse under the weight of the golems, while the trenches and other firearms served as a distraction to funnel them into the main trap. Amidst the smoke of battle, Maya, even while coughing, proclaims that the world will be ruled by her beloved lute. Zaya, with calm concern, advises her not to strain herself to speak while in pain. The night sky, dotted with stars, looms over the now silent and smoke-filled battlefield, marking the end of the golem army. Under the moonlight, Zaya and Maya survey the wreckage of their victory, their master's plan executed to perfection. The armored golems, once a menacing legion, lie broken and helpless at the bottom of the moat, completely neutralized by the combination of traps. With a smug grin, Maya boasts about the success of her master's plan, noting that the enemies have been completely immobilized. Examining the wreckage, the two search for the red-armored warrior, but find no trace of her amidst the defeated golems. Zaya's expression shifts to sudden shock, her heightened senses possibly detecting a threat that has escaped. Deep in the forest, the noir warrior, Rose Scarlet, flees desperately, the sound of her armor echoing through the trees. With her face contorted in fury, Rose Scarlet curses the situation, frustrated with the resounding failure of her plan. She runs, her mind reeling from the annihilation of her armor army and the fury her superior, Toga, would surely feel. In her frustration, Rose blames the traitor commander, Luca, for the mistake that led to her dire situation, muttering that incompetents are incompetent no matter what they do. Her escape is cut short by a sudden attack that strikes the ground near her with overwhelming force. Sharp ice crystals, conjured from thin air, rain down on her, forcing her to dodge and defend. With each attack she deflects, her frustration mounts, realizing she is being systematically hunted. Defiant, Rose stops and shouts to her unseen pursuers, revealing that her escape is a tactic to buy time for Toga to escape. A rustling in the shadows answers her challenge, signaling that her hunters are closing in. Gritting her teeth, she curses her pursuers, annoyed that they are using the same stalling tactic as she is. Realizing that the previous blast didn't use magic, she deduces that her enemies are using a magic tool. Determined to force them out of hiding, she channels energy into her electric whip. With a howl, she unleashes the power of her whip, slashing through the forest in a desperate attempt to reveal her opponents. Her indiscriminate attack works, forcing Snow to leap out of hiding to avoid being hit. With her ice sword in hand, Snow lands and faces Rose directly, initiating the confrontation. The two warriors collide in a flurry of motion, Snow's icy steel against Rose's armor. The pursuit turns into a high-speed chase, with Rose surprised by Snow's agility, even with the advantage of her own armor. During the confrontation, Rose declares the power of the Noir organization, brandishing her electric whip and warning Snow about the consequences of opposing them. Suddenly, a beam of blue energy from a long distance strikes her whip with surgical precision. The Noir warrior is shocked by the unexpected attack. The whip disintegrates in her hands upon impact. Only the smoking hilt of her weapon remains in her grip. Frustrated at having lost sight of her pursuers again, Rose continues her escape. She plunges deeper into the forest under the moonlight, running for her life. She glances back, realizing that the threat is far away, a hidden sniper. Rose understands the disadvantage of facing an elite sniper who can attack her from such a great distance. She hides behind a hill, trying to break the sniper's line of sight. Believing she can outrun a long-distance attack with the speed of her Rosa armor, she decides to make a run for it. As she runs, she triggers a nearly invisible tripwire, setting off an explosion that catches her by surprise. The force of the blast throws her into the air, and she tumbles uncontrollably across the forest floor. She lands with a thud, the armor absorbing some of the impact. Dazed and disoriented, with her eyes spinning, she struggles to understand what happened. Staggering, she tries to get up, her body trembling with the shock. A flash of light signals another trap being triggered. A second explosion hits her, throwing her to the ground again. Catching her breath, she looks up and realizes she is caught in an intricate web of tripwires stretched between the trees. Confused and shocked, she wonders what this web of wires is. Her movement triggers another detonation. A close-up shows her foot tripping on another wire. A massive explosion engulfs her, the culmination of the trap. Lying on the ground, her armor damaged, Rose questions how her enemies could have planted the traps and predicted her escape route. Liss is shown falling, likely from her ambush position after the trap has been fully triggered. Liss the elf appears before the defeated Rose, revealing herself as the mastermind behind the web of traps. Rose realizes that her armor's defense is failing and that her magical power is dwindling. Panic sets in as she resolves that she needs to escape quickly. An object is hurled in her direction. Her weapon is hit and shattered into pieces. The pieces of her weapon fall to the ground. Gasping and sweating, Rose admits to herself that while she can see the attacks, she is overwhelmed. Another shot from Chris echoes through the forest. She stumbles on one last wire, triggering the final explosion. The final detonation throws her violently, her armor cracking apart with the impact. Observing the carnage, Liss is horrified, realizing that Rose has nowhere left to run and will be captured. From her position, Chris observes her fallen targets, the capture mission nearly complete. Despite her injuries, Rose begins to rise, driven by determination. With a sinister smile, she refuses to be underestimated. She rises, proclaiming that her love for her sister, Toga, is something her enemies will never understand. Realizing that capture is imminent, Rose raises her sword to take her own life, shouting a final challenge to protect the secrets of Noir. Trapped and with her magical energy dwindling, Rose Scarlet realizes that her capture is inevitable. The prospect of being taken alive fills her with dread. The Noir warrior contemplates the consequences of being captured, knowing that it would be a catastrophic disadvantage for her organization and her beloved leader. Determined to protect her faction's secrets at any cost, she raises her dagger to take her own life, shouting a final and defiant Noir Banzai, as her allies watch in shock. Lute's companions, Liss and the others, look in astonishment, unable to believe that their enemy would opt for suicide rather than capture. In her last act of loyalty, the red-armored warrior begs forgiveness from her one Sama, Toga, believing that death is the only way not to be a burden anymore. Before the fatal blade reaches its target, a precise shot from Chris hits the dagger, knocking it out of Rose's hand and thwarting her suicide attempt. Stunned, the warrior falls, her weapon dropping uselessly to the ground. Immediately after the shot, a sonic grenade explodes near the fallen warrior, the incapacitating shockwave ensuring that she can no longer resist or try to harm herself. Defeated and disoriented, Rose hears the implicit message from her captors echoing in her mind: even suicide is not allowed. Back in the main clearing, the smoke from the battle against the armored golems dissipates under the glow of the crescent moon, leaving the scene ready for the final confrontation. The night landscape, now silent, sets the stage for the inevitable duel between the leader of the peacemakers and the traitorous commander. Amidst the smoldering wreckage of the golem army, the two leaders finally face each other, alone on the battlefield. With a glint of steel under the moonlight, Lute and Commander Luca face off, their blades clashing in a fierce duel for honor and survival. Consumed by a blind fury, the crazed commander charges at her opponent with a wild cry, "Die!" The clash of their wills is reflected in their faces, the armorer's cold determination against the commander's desperate rage. The young strategist quickly assesses his opponent's swordsmanship, realizing that the force of her blows, amplified by the armor, makes prolonged close combat extremely dangerous. With a quick movement, the protagonist retreats, creating distance from Luca. He knows he needs to change the battle tactics to have a chance. Luca watches her opponent move away, her face twisted into a sneering smile, believing his retreat is a sign of weakness. Taking advantage of the space created, Lut opens fire with his weapon, trying to neutralize the threat from a distance. With surprising skill, the commander deflects the bullets with her sword, advancing relentlessly through the barrage of shots. With a powerful blow from her blade, Luca launches an energy attack that forces the armorer to retreat. "If you hadn't come, the plan would have succeeded," she shouts, her sanity fading. The commander continues to launch wind blades with her sword, forcing the young master to keep moving and on the defensive. The protagonist realizes that, although her maneuvers are weaker at a distance, he can only fight to a stalemate and needs a decisive move to turn the tide. In his mind, a plan begins to form. He knows there is only one decisive move that can guarantee him victory. The young leader confronts her with the truth of her actions, killing all the members who admire you and calling it a great success. Have you gone mad? The commander, completely delusional, shouts in response, "It's a necessary sacrifice to regain our pride, the glory of the Order of Pure Maidens." Lut rebuts her fanaticism with cold logic. "Idiot, everything has a lifespan. The Order of Pure Maidens is about to end its role." But Luca refuses to listen, shouting that the order must shine forever. As he continues to shoot, the boy scolds her, "Shut up, you stupid commander." Ignoring the pain, the commander just shouts back, her fury driving her forward. Luca advances through the rain of bullets without even trying to dodge. Her maniacal determination shocks Lut, who realizes that pain will not stop her. The protagonist's weapon clicks empty. He runs out of ammo. Seeing her chance, Luca mocks, "Looks like the fool was you. Die," as she advances for the final blow. In a desperate and improvised move, the young master kicks his empty weapon into Luca's face, the force of the impact unbalancing her for a crucial instant. Taking advantage of the opening, the armorer draws his pistol and presses it against Luca's temple, while her blade stops inches from his neck, resulting in a tense standoff. In the tense silence, both combatants sweat coldly, trapped in a deadly stalemate where the slightest movement could mean death for both. The camera zooms out to show the dramatic scene under the moonlight, the gun to her head and the sword to his neck, a precarious balance between life and death. With a firm voice despite the situation, the protagonist breaks the silence. "I have a proposal," he says, initiating his final bluff. A close-up reveals the tension on Luca's face, sweat dripping down her forehead as she feels the cold barrel of the gun pressed against her skin. The armorer proposes a classic duel to resolve the impasse. The method is simple. We both turn our backs and take 3 steps at the same time. On the 3rd step, we turn and attack each other. Appealing to her distorted pride, he challenges her. "As you said before, why don't we settle this with a fair duel?" Luca, carried away by her pride, accepts. All right. She vows to bring the hammer of justice, while Lut promises to crush her as commander of the peacemakers. They position themselves back to back in the center of the clearing, the silent battlefield witnessing the start of the formal duel. The young leader closes his eyes, focusing not on the fight but on the timing and arrival of his allies. The commander also closes her eyes, but her mind is focused on the betrayal she is about to commit. They take the first step in unison, the duel beginning under the agreed rules. On the 2nd step, however, Luca turns prematurely, her sword ready to cut Lut from behind, breaking the rules of the duel. With a sadistic smile, she shouts, "Die, you idiot, idiot," believing she has tricked her opponent. To her shock, the protagonist is already turned, anticipating her betrayal. "I thought so, you wretch," he says calmly. "You lose." Luca's face twists in disbelief. The young master unleashes a devastating counterattack, a concentrated energy blast that hits the commander head-on. The force of the impact sends Luca flying through the air. She lands hard, her great sword shattering into pieces with the impact on the ground. Defeated, the commander lies on the ground, coughing up blood, and with her armor shattered, the battle finally over. The armorer reveals the key to his victory. What was needed for this was to buy time and draw your attention to me, and believe in it until the end. He concludes his thought, knowing that the true deciding factor was not his own strength, but that of his companions. As he expected, Snow and the others come running to his side. He thanks them for the perfect timing, explaining that the factor that decided the battle was the comrades Luca discarded. "It's ironic, isn't it?" he comments as his companions gather around him victorious. The elves of the group, Liss and Maya, look at the scene with worried expressions, processing the end of the battle. The leader of the peacemakers then turns to his companions and asks about the fate of the pink-armored warrior they were pursuing. They exchange glances, unsure how to explain Rose Scarlet's capture and her suicide attempt. The conversation is interrupted by a scream from Snow. "Lut Kun, look there," she exclaims, pointing to Luca's fallen form. The defeated commander begins to slowly rise, surrounded by the fragments of her broken sword, a sinister glint in her eyes. Rayala, the Order's vice-commander, also notices the imminent danger. "Lut Kun, more importantly, look at her feet," she warns. The boy is shocked that she can still get up after being hit so hard, realizing that something is terribly wrong. To everyone's horror, the metal fragments of the destroyed golems scattered across the battlefield begin to move, being attracted and absorbed into Luca's armor. The armor transforms into a grotesque and spiky monstrosity. Luca's consciousness is replaced by a single desire, repeated incessantly: "Kill, kill, kill the filthy scum of the Order of Pure Maidens." Faced with the monstrous commander Luca, now a creature of grotesque armor, Lut orders his team to open fire, shouting, "Shoot all the bullets at her. Don't let her get close." Following their leader's order, the gunsmith's companions unload a barrage of shots at the armored creature, illuminating the battlefield with the flash of their weapons. The young master watches in astonishment and disbelief as the bullets, instead of piercing the armor, are simply absorbed into its metallic surface. A close-up reveals the bullets being harmlessly sucked into the creature's armor, which seems to be strengthened by the attack. Ignoring the hail of bullets, the armored monstrosity emits an inhuman roar, preparing for a devastating counterattack as one of its arms transforms into a sharp blade. With a cry of fury that echoes through the clearing, the creature, driven by Luca's hatred, prepares to advance on its opponents. Advancing with terrifying speed, the creature surprises Lut and his companions, who barely manage to react to its onslaught. The protagonist intercepts the creature's blow, the clash of their blades creating a shockwave that cracks the ground beneath their feet. The overwhelming force of the attack throws the gunsmith back. Snow screams his name in despair as she sees him fall. Despite the powerful blow, the hero gets up, assuring his worried companions that he is fine, although visibly shaken. Lut realizes that the creature is actively absorbing the metal fragments from the destroyed golems, using them to strengthen itself and enter an even greater state of fury. A glimpse inside the monstrous helmet reveals Luca's face, her eyes white and empty, indicating that her consciousness has been completely suppressed by the maddened armor. The Order's knights, led by Rayala, arrive at the scene and watch in horror at their commander's transformation. Realizing the dangerous situation, Lut understands that the battle has become even more complicated. With a roar, the creature lunges towards Zaya and Maya, who brace themselves for the imminent impact. Despite her master's warnings, Zaya moves to block the attack with her reinforced briefcase, determined to protect her allies. The maid's briefcase, known for its durability, visibly dents under the force of the creature's blow, showing the monster's immense power. The overwhelming impact throws the dark elf and her companion through the air like rag dolls, leaving the others in shock at the display of brute force. The armored creature and one of the Order's knights face each other, the tension of the battle hanging heavily in the air. With eyes glowing with a sinister light, the transformed commander focuses her fury on her former subordinates. The Knights of the Order of the Pure Maidens look at their leader with a mixture of terror and sadness, unable to believe the monstrosity she has become. The creature attacks Rayala, her former vice-commander, who barely manages to react to her maddened leader's attack. Maya, seeing the danger, intervenes to defend the knights, preparing a magical counteroffensive against the monstrosity. Meanwhile, Snow channels her power, chanting a powerful spell. "Heed my call, dragon of ice and snow, create a world of glaciers before me." Snow and Maya's magic works in conjunction, trapping the creature in a prison of thick ice, immobilizing it momentarily. The protagonist praises his companion's good work. With a deafening roar, the creature releases a wave of energy, shattering the ice prison with its overwhelming force, proving that the permafrost spell was not enough to contain it. The explosion of ice and power shocks the onlookers, who realize that the creature's strength continues to increase at an alarming rate. Lute watches the scene, shocked by the creature's insane strength, as the transformed commander completely frees herself from the ice debris. The gunsmith ponders the situation, reasoning that Luca, not being a mage, should have already exhausted her magical power with such a reckless effort. Observing the tireless creature, a terrible suspicion begins to form in the young leader's mind. The realization hits Lute with the force of a physical blow, his face contorting in shock. In a flashback, it is explained that magical power is the energy of a person's soul, excluding what is needed to maintain the body and mind. Lute realizes the horrible truth: the armor is consuming Luca's own life force as fuel. His companions understand that they need to stop it quickly before it's too late. The protagonist is conflicted, knowing that the only option seems to be an all-out attack that may require sacrifices, something he refuses to accept, especially the loss of Luca's life. Desperate, Rayala, the vice-commander, approaches Lute, begging him to help the fallen commander in disgrace. With tears in her eyes, the knight insists that, despite her actions, the commander cared deeply about the order and its members, and that there must be a reason for her transformation. Admitting their helplessness, Rayala and the other knights fall to their knees, pleading with Lute to save their commander's life. Under the moonlight, the leader of the peacemakers observes the knight's desperate plea, his heart heavy with the decision he must make. Snow joins the appeal, her voice firm. "Lute, let's stop Lucasan, we can't just let her die like this." Liss and the others reinforce the sentiment, reminding their leader of the fundamental principle of the peacemakers: to save those who are in trouble. Maya and Zaya also offer their unconditional support, asking Lute to command them without hesitation, confident that he will find a solution. Looking at the Order's knights and his own united team, the young master's determination solidifies. Lute admits to himself that he was the one who lacked resolution the most, moved by the faith everyone placed in him. With renewed confidence, he declares that he cannot ignore those who suffer and that, even if it is dangerous, he will stop the creature without a single victim, to everyone's relief and joy. The monstrous creature, oblivious to the change in mood, lets out another roar and advances to continue its destruction. While one of his companions suggests a risky plan to distract the monster, the gunsmith dismisses it, considering it too reckless to be executed in the middle of combat. Rejecting the initial idea, Lute's tactical mind works feverishly to formulate a safer and more effective strategy. A new plan, brilliant and precise, forms in his mind. With a confident smile, he realizes that it might work. Putting his plan into action, Lute orders, "Chris, stop her movement for a moment." The shooter obeys, and her high-powered shot hits the creature's leg, causing it to stumble. Taking advantage of the opening, the young leader turns to his wife and shouts, "All right, now Snow." With a determined smile, Snow accepts the order, preparing to freeze the ground under the unbalanced creature's feet. A wave of ice spreads across the ground, instantly covering the area around the staggering creature with a layer of slippery ice. Unable to maintain its balance on its metal feet on the frozen surface, the monstrosity falls with a thud. The protagonist explains that the idea of applying knowledge about non-lethal weapons to magic was the key to incapacitating the target. With the target immobilized, Lute gives the final command to Zaya, who promptly unleashes a powerful electric spell. The Thunder Ash spell hits the fallen creature, enveloping it in arcs of electricity that completely paralyze it. Writhing on the ground under the effect of the electric current, the creature manages to whisper Lute's name, a last vestige of Luca's consciousness leaking out. Liss and one of the battle maids watch the perfect execution of the plan, impressed with their master's strategy. The gunsmith approaches the paralyzed form, noting with surprise Luca's tenacity for still being conscious, even if weakly. In a quick and decisive move, Lute delivers the final blow not to kill, but to incapacitate the armor's power source. Hovering over the fallen form, the protagonist declares firmly, "Luca, this is your final stop." In response, Luca's weak voice calls him one last time before the light in the armor's eyes goes out. With the creature finally defeated and inert, Lute and his group stand victorious in the center of the silent battlefield, the crisis finally over. In the darkness of a forest, Nora, one of Noir's agents, groans in agony, suffering from the failure of her mission and the injuries from the battle. Her eyes snap open, consciousness returning amidst the confusion and pain after the defeat. Toga, her companion, cries out in relief upon seeing her leader, whom she calls Alina, revealing that they were saved by her. On her knees, Nora begins to apologize for the mission's failure. Overcome with guilt, Toga cries hysterically, repeatedly apologizing for not having achieved her goals. With a reassuring calm, the black-haired leader assures Toga that she is not angry, alleviating the young woman's anguish. Visibly relieved, Toga accepts a new mission from her superior. With a renewed fervor for revenge, she vows that next time she will kill all her enemies, no matter how many there are. Nora, with a glint of excitement in her eyes, asks if the new task will give them clues about the whereabouts of the final Demon Lord. A sinister silhouette of the Demon Lord looms as the leader explains their ultimate goal: to revive him to destroy and save what they consider a false and unequal world. As the three Noir agents walk away, they reaffirm their desire for revenge, agreeing to be patient and wait for the right moment to annihilate their enemies. Nora expresses her sadistic joy at the prospect of killing everyone before the scene shifts to the Peacekeepers' base, days later. A few days after the battle, the city of Kokori is shown in a state of calm, beginning to recover from the chaotic events. In a medical facility, Lute asks about the condition of the defeated commander, Luca. Garuma explains to Lute that Luca remains in a coma. He reveals that she was the victim of a powerful magical mind control drug, a forbidden item that consumes the user's life force and subjects them to brainwashing without their knowledge. The veteran officer emphasizes the dangerous nature of the substance, confirming that Luca resorted to illegal magical drugs. As they walk down a corridor, the young leader expresses his disbelief at the existence of such an effective drug, realizing that Luca was manipulated without ever suspecting it. Garuma theorizes that the drug is a relic from the era of the Demon Lords, found in an archaeological excavation. The shocking image of Luca's emaciated body is shown, a direct consequence of the drug consuming her vital energy. Looking at Luca's withered form, surrounded by her grieving former subordinates, the protagonist admits that, in the face of the evidence, the terrible story about the drug is undeniable. Lute and Garuma meet in a room, the gravity of the situation weighing on them. Garuma offers a formal apology for the tragedy that has befallen former Commander Luca. The gunsmith absolves him of blame, admitting his own regret for not having shared information about Noir sooner, which could have changed the course of events. Garuma directly blames Noir for manipulating Luca, highlighting the organization's advanced technology, such as their armor and their ability to disappear, which makes them difficult adversaries to capture. Rayala and the remaining knights of the Order of Pure Maidens enter the room, interrupting the conversation. The vice commander nervously thanks Lute for his help, mentioning that he is now hailed as a hero by the townspeople. A flashback shows the citizens discussing the night battle, which solidified Lute's reputation as the young hero who saved the city. With a worried expression, Rayala addresses the uncertain future of the Order of Pure Maidens. The young strategist and Garuma listen in silence, waiting for what she will say next. It is revealed that, due to their commander being the perpetrator of the recent incidents, the Order's reputation has been ruined and their credentials have been revoked by the Adventurers Guild. The knights express their despair, fearing that their beloved order will face complete dissolution. Rayala passionately declares that they cannot allow the order to be dissolved, especially after Commander Luca fought so hard to protect it, even if it led to her ruin. She confesses her own inaction in the past, acknowledging that, while she had given up, Commander Luca never stopped trying to protect the Order and its members. United in their determination, Rayala and the Knights formally request to be absorbed by the Peacekeepers, begging that they may operate as a subsidiary organization to protect the city and the name their commander fought for. Lute-kun and Garuma consider the Knights' desperate plea. The hero internally processes their request, not a complete merger, but the continuation as a subsidiary organization under his command. The protagonist ponders the pros and cons. While the stable income from protecting the city is valuable, the tarnished name of the Order of Pure Maidens could generate negative rumors. Garuma, acting as Vice Commander Layla, points out the harsh reality that the townspeople will likely not accept the order, even under a new banner, and that they will face severe criticism. Understanding the challenges, the knights collectively plead, promising to work tirelessly to regain trust and prove their worth to both the city and the peacekeepers. A soft smile forms on Lute's face as he makes his decision. He reaffirms his core principle. The purpose of the peacekeepers is to help those in trouble and save those who seek help, making it impossible for him to refuse their appeal. The gunsmith announces that he will accept the Order of Pure Maidens as a subsidiary organization, allowing them to keep their name. The knights erupt in joyful celebration. However, with a stern expression, the protagonist adds that his acceptance comes with a condition. The knights fall silent, their expressions changing from joy to confusion and apprehension. On a training field, Lute reveals his condition with the intensity of a drill sergeant. He will personally become their instructor and begin training immediately. The knights, shocked but determined, snap to attention, shouting in unison, "SIR, yes, SIR." The intense training begins, with Lute pushing the knights to their absolute limits, instilling in them the Legion's creed. Each individual for the Legion and the Legion for each individual. Observing the rigorous training, Lute explains to Garuma that his harsh methods are necessary to first reshape their mindset and build their determination. Garuma agrees with the harsh regime, seeing it as a necessary purification to prepare the knights for the difficult path ahead, confident that there will be no dropouts. With the training underway, Garuma informs Lute that he has an important message from the Adventurers Guild, who have specifically requested his presence. Garuma reveals that the meeting concerns Noir, which immediately sharpens Lute's focus. Lute meets with the guild representative, an elegant woman with glasses who introduces herself as Alina, a diplomat from the Beginning Legion and the human race strategist. The Legion's name, Beginning, visibly surprises the young commander. A narration explains the immense prestige of the Beginning Legion. Founded by the descendants of the 5 great heroes who sealed the Demon King, their history and tradition are unmatched, and they hold the highest rank of Divine Iron, making them the most influential legion in the world. Alina expresses her gratitude for the meeting, stating that she has heard of Lord Gunsmith's illustrious achievements. Lute responds modestly that being praised by a member of Beginning is an honor he can boast about for generations, as they shake hands. Sitting across from him, Alina gets straight to the point, revealing the reason for the meeting. Alina formally requests that Lute hand over Luca, the former leader of the Pure Maiden Knights, who is currently under the protection of the Peacekeepers. Analyzing the official document from the Foundation Legion, Lute realizes that the request to hand over Luca is just a formality, as they have already obtained consent from the judicial authority. Alina, the diplomat from the Foundation, expresses with a subtle smile that, coming from their prestigious legion, the request for Luca's custody to be tried for her own crimes would be understood by all. The young commander understands the implication. A request from the oldest and strongest legion, the Foundation, is an order that few would dare refuse. Despite the pressure, the leader of the peacemakers firmly refuses Alina's request. "I cannot hand her over," he declares, his expression unyielding. The armorer justifies his refusal, explaining that the peacemakers accepted the Order of Pure Maidens as a subsidiary organization, and their desire to maintain the order's name is directly linked to their feelings for the former commander Luca. Handing her over now would cause serious repercussions. Leaning slightly, the protagonist asks for Alina's understanding of the delicate political and moral situation he finds himself in. The two leaders stare at each other in a tense standoff, Lute's determination against Alina's implicit authority. After a moment of consideration, Alina yields with a sigh. "Understood," she says, accepting his position. Relieved, the young master smiles, replying that, to maintain a good relationship, they can consider it a favor for now. With the tension dissipated, the hero thanks Alina for her understanding as they sit down at the table. Taking a sip of tea, Alina questions why Luca's custody, involved in a local case in the small town of Kokori, would be of so much interest to the Foundation. Alina's response is direct and surprising. The Foundation has been pursuing Noir for several years. With a serious expression, the diplomat reveals the true nature of Noir, an organization of demon lord worshippers who plan the resurrection of the 6 great demon lords. A brief historical recap illustrates how, in the past, heroes of 5 races sealed 5 of the 6 great demon lords who used a degraded magic, sorcery, to conquer the world. The last demon lord, however, still survives. The image of one of Noir's leaders appears, reaffirming her belief that the current world is a creation of hypocrites and that reviving a demon lord will return it to its rightful state. Alina explains that, although they have been pursuing Noir for years, the clues are few. They believe that the former commander Luca, who had direct contact with Noir's leadership, could provide valuable information. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lute promises to contact her as soon as Commander Luca awakens, offering his full cooperation. When the meeting seems to have ended, Alina pauses, indicating that she has one more matter to address. She reveals the true purpose of her visit, mentioning having heard rumors about rewards being placed on members of the White Wolf tribe, Snow's tribe, and presents documents about a problem in the northern continent. Shocked, the boy questions what this means, but Alina states that she cannot provide more details beyond the document she brought. With an enigmatic smile, the diplomat suggests that it would be better for him to investigate the situation himself, hinting that he may find unexpected circumstances. The leader of the peacemakers remains silent, processing the veiled information and subtle manipulation. With her mission accomplished, Alina says goodbye, expressing her desire to maintain a good relationship with Lute's legion. The protagonist watches the door close, his mind buzzing with the new information and the path that has been subtly placed before him. The young strategist examines the document left by Alina, his expression serious as he reads the disturbing details. A cunning smile forms on his face. He realizes Alina's game. They gave him a clue about Noir in the northern continent and a detailed map, hoping he will investigate and thus return the favor. With a new determination in his eyes, Lute realizes that he finally has a concrete lead to follow. Leaning back in a chair, the armorer reflects on recent events, preparing for the next and dangerous journey. The Peacemaker's aircraft anchors near a walled city under a starry night sky, ready for the trip north. Reunited with his team, Lute announces the new mission. Since we have a unique opportunity, let's look for Snow's parents. The decision is received with surprise and excitement by the group. Snow, with tears in her eyes, expresses a mixture of happiness and fear, worried about what she might discover about why she was abandoned. Seeing his wife's apprehension, Lute and the others surround her, offering unconditional support. "No matter what happens, we'll be with you," he promises. With her heart full of gratitude and renewed courage from her family's support, Snow smiles brightly, ready to face whatever comes. Dressed in winter clothes, Lute and his harem prepare for the expedition to the frigid northern continent. Aboard their aircraft, they fly over the unforgiving landscape of the northern continent, a wild frontier where snow falls year-round. The region is known for its dangerous monsters, especially the giant tribe, colossal stone creatures that roam in groups. They arrive at Noordborden, the largest city on the continent, a fortress surrounded by massive walls. The group observes the impressive city walls, built not to deter armies, but to protect the inhabitants from the wandering giants that occasionally appear. With the aim of understanding the local situation, Lute decides that the first step is to gather information at the Adventurers Guild. Snow falls gently on the imposing building of the Adventurers Guild, the group's next destination. Upon entering the guild's tavern, they find a rustic environment full of adventurers hardened by the climate. The protagonist peeks through a crack in the door, assessing the environment before entering with his group. Lute, Snow, and Zaya enter the guild, their distinct appearances immediately attracting the attention of the locals. The group's entrance causes a silent stir. Conversation ceases as all eyes turn to the newcomers, focusing on Snow. Murmurs spread through the tavern as the adventurers recognize Snow as a member of the White Wolf tribe, whose presence there is audacious. Greed inflames the eyes of the bounty hunters as they realize the opportunity to claim the prize for the head of a member of the White Wolf tribe. An adventurer in heavy armor stands up abruptly, drawing his weapon and shouting, "That one from the White Wolf tribe is my Priyi." Chaos erupts. Shocked by the sudden attack, Lute watches as Zaya and Maya instantly move to protect him and Snow. Without hesitation, one of the battle maids springs into action, using her reinforced briefcase as an improvised weapon to neutralize the first attackers. To end the fight quickly, the armorer orders Zaya to use one of her non-lethal weapons. "We're using the special sonic bombs. Everyone duck." The sonic grenade detonates with a blinding flash and a deafening sound, instantly incapacitating everyone in the room. Amidst the smoke and the adventurers groaning on the floor, Lute's group remains standing, unharmed. With an icy expression of fury, the young master approaches the terrified guild receptionist, formally introducing himself and demanding a satisfactory explanation for the attack on his companion. In a private room, the guild receptionist sits before Lute's group, preparing to explain the dangerous situation. The scene transitions to the receptionist's explanation, highlighting the seriousness of the conversation. The receptionist reveals that a few years ago, the noble who governs the city, Lord Toruo Noordborden, suddenly placed a large bounty on the White Wolf tribe. She explains that, as a result, although no tribe members have been captured, the reward has skyrocketed, making them valuable targets known as white gems. To protect themselves, the tribe moves following the migration routes of the giants, making them almost impossible to contact. The protagonist questions the reason behind such a cruel decree, but the receptionist does not have the answer. The guild employee admits that, Given the circumstances, the guild cannot unilaterally withdraw the reward issued by the local lord. With the guild unable to help, the leader of the peacemakers realizes that his only option is to negotiate directly with Lord Toruo himself. Lut's determined expression contrasts with Snow's worried look, both aware of the dangers that await them. The group returns to the safety of their aircraft anchored on the outskirts of the frozen city, the snow falling around them. Feeling guilty, Snow apologizes to everyone, believing that she is causing trouble for the group. Her companions quickly comfort her. "It's not your fault, One-chan," exclaims Luna. Liss adds, "That's right, it's all that lord's fault." Moved by her friend's support, Snow thanks them with a sad smile, a solitary tear escaping her eyes. Despite the danger, Lut states that they cannot simply leave and that they must return for now. Looking at the walled city, the armorer declares his intention. "I will go directly to this lord tomorrow to question his reasons. I can't stand the thought of Snow's precious tribe suffering for some bizarre reason." He warns the group to remain especially cautious during the night, anticipating that the adventurers they defeated earlier may hold a grudge and attempt a retaliatory attack. While Zaya seems confident in her surveillance skills, Lut remains apprehensive, feeling that the danger has not yet passed. Suddenly, Zaya's eyes widen in shock and disbelief, sensing an imminent threat that managed to bypass her defenses. The elite battle mage shouts a desperate warning to her master and the others. "Everyone, run." A blast of enchanted magic strikes the group by surprise, throwing Lut and Snow to the ground. The protagonist realizes that he allowed an incredibly skilled enemy, capable of eluding Zaya's detection, to get too close. A second, more powerful explosion engulfs the aircraft in flames, cutting off their escape route. Chris's scream of pain echoes in the night as the group finds itself surrounded and under attack in enemy territory. Amidst the chaos of their flaming aircraft, Liss screams in panic, "Our love nest is burning." Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lut, remains calm, focused on identifying the unknown threat that attacked them. Surprised by the power of enchantment-free magic, the young leader ponders how the aggressors managed to get close without being detected by Zaya's surveillance. The elite mage shouts an urgent warning, "Young master, down." The protagonist is struck by a powerful blow, the force of the impact echoing through the freezing night. Rolling in the snow, the gunsmith realizes the enemy's tactic. They approached stealthily, hidden under the blanket of snow. Zaya analyzes one of the white-armored aggressors, noting their martial skill, but is perplexed by the complete absence of magical power flow, a fact that explains why she couldn't detect them. While the strategist is focused on one enemy, Snow shouts desperately, "Lut Kun, behind you," alerting him to another white-armored soldier preparing for a surprise attack from behind. Realizing he can't avoid the blow in time, the young master braces for impact. At the last second, Zaya throws herself forward, blocking the deadly blade with her reinforced briefcase, the vault, saving her master from imminent danger. The battle maid's briefcase releases a smoke and spark countermeasure. Calmly, she instructs everyone to retreat, now wielding a heavy grimoire, ready for the continuation of the combat. Amidst the smoke and falling snow, the battlefield is momentarily obscured after Zaya's intervention. The smoke dissipates, revealing the white-armored soldiers unharmed and in alert position, ready to continue the attack. Lut and Zaya observe their adversaries. The leader of the peacemakers realizes that, although it's the ideal moment for a retreat, the enemies are also on high alert, anticipating such a move. The protagonist's tactical brain works feverishly, assessing the precarious situation. The escape route via the aircraft has been destroyed, the number of enemies is unknown, and they are surrounded by traps. Unexpectedly, a woman from the White Wolf tribe emerges from the trees, calling the group to follow her. To everyone's surprise, Snow immediately identifies her as an ally, urging them to trust her. Despite her husband's distrust, Snow insists with unwavering certainty, "It's okay, I don't know her." but I just know," her intuition guiding the group's decision. A look of understanding and mutual trust passes between Snow and the mysterious woman from the White Wolf tribe. Trusting his wife's instinct completely, Lute orders everyone to follow the unknown guide to safety. The woman from the White Wolf tribe hurriedly guides the group towards the hidden entrance of a cave, offering an escape route from the attack. Led by their new ally, the group plunges into the darkness of an underground passage, escaping the battlefield. The guide explains that the passage is an ancient escape route used to escape the giants, now expanded into a labyrinth so vast that no one can fully comprehend it. She reassures them, stating that the white-armored soldiers don't know the passage and won't follow them there. The young master formally thanks his savior and introduces himself. The woman, in turn, identifies him as a noble from the continent of Enos. The woman introduces herself as Ice, from the White Wolf tribe, and explains that helping a member of her tribe in danger is a survival instinct. Liss then understands why Snow instantly felt that Ice was an ally. Ice reveals the identity of the aggressors, the local lord's secret unit of soldiers who are being trained by elite mages, making the tribe a direct target. Ice turns to Snow, noting that she has never seen her before, and asks about her identity. With a radiant smile of pride, Snow introduces herself as Snow Gunsmith, wife of Lute and member of the White Wolf tribe. Snow explains her story, revealing that she was left at an orphanage in Enos as a baby, and asks Ice if she has knowledge of tribe members who traveled to that continent. The question leaves Ice visibly shocked. An expression of sudden understanding crosses Ice's face as she processes Snow's story. Ice suggests that if they go to the White Wolf tribe's village, they may discover the truth about Snow's past. Lute asks for permission to accompany them. Ice agrees, stating that she trusts the husband and friends of a member of her tribe. With a determined look, Ice declares that the White Wolf tribe never betrays its own. The group emerges from the underground passage, exiting into a snow-covered landscape under a clear sky. Led by Ice, they traverse a dense snow-covered forest, heading towards the White Wolf tribe's village. With her ears twitching, Ice suddenly stops the group, warning that they may need to wait a bit before proceeding. Snow, sensing the same disturbance, asks what's wrong. Ice asks them to listen carefully. The ground trembles subtly beneath their feet, indicating the approach of something massive. Unable to hear what her fellow tribeswomen heard, Lute asks about the mysterious sound, and Ice simply points ahead. Through the clearing, the group watches in astonishment as a horde of stone giants, colossal creatures, move in a slow, crushing migration. The gunsmith assesses the threat, concluding that their weapons would be insufficient against so many giants. Ice warns him not to make any sudden movements, as they will attack en masse if provoked. Liss excitedly recalls a story she read about a mage who tried to control the giants with a failed spell. Ice confirms that the tribe knows the migration routes of these creatures well. The mage's story serves as a local fairy tale, a lesson about the dangers of dealing with power beyond one's comprehension. With the giants having passed, Ice declares that the path is safe to proceed. The group arrives at the White Wolf tribe's temporary village, a series of skillfully built igloos in the snow. Ice welcomes the group, introducing them to her gathered community. Far away in a stone castle, Lord Ole discusses the failed attack with his hooded advisor, Lily, who praises the peacemakers for having managed to escape his elite troop. It is revealed that the secret soldiers' instructors are the Silent Assassins, an elite legion capable of diminishing their presence and erasing the flow of magic, making them undetectable. Lily reaffirms the importance of the secret soldiers to Lord Ole's plan to seize power and asks him to trust her. Ole agrees, remembering that it was on Lily's advice that he imprisoned his own father and placed the bounty on the White Wolf tribe. The young lord expresses his resentment, revealing that his father refused to name him as successor simply because of his lack of magical talent. Noir's plan is revealed. By placing the bounty in the name of the current Lord Toruo, they incite the hatred of the people, setting the stage for Ole to assume power as an acclaimed savior. Lily, acting on behalf of Noir, assures Lord Ole that he doesn't need to worry and that they will take care of everything. With a sinister look, Lily promises Ole that everything will occur smoothly, according to their plan. The hooded advisor walks alone through a dark corridor of the castle, her silhouette casting a long shadow. In the shadows, another member of Noir approaches and kneels before Lily, ready to deliver their report. The agent reports that the peacemakers have been successfully tracked and have appeared as predicted, ready to be attacked at any moment. Satisfied, Lily orders Melissa and Piranha to proceed with the next phase of the plan as agreed. The leader of Noir reflects on her next moves, her mind focused on revenge and manipulation. With a sadistic smile hidden by her hood, Lily decides that simply obtaining the ring would be too easy, and that she must give Lute and his group a little payback for humiliating Nora and Toga. Observing Lute's group from afar, Lily considers this a rare opportunity for a family reunion in the far north. Partially removing her hood to reveal her silver hair, Lily, one of the leaders of Noir, promises to give the peacemakers a grand and warm welcome, both as an agent of Noir and as a true sister. Back in the White Wolf tribe's village, life continues peacefully in the igloos scattered across the snow. Inside one of the ice shelters, one of Lute's companions enjoys a hot drink, her face flushed from the warmth. The group settles inside an igloo, marveling at how warm and cozy it is, despite being made of ice, while savoring a delicious stew. Ice returns after speaking with the elders, her expression serious as she prepares to share news about Snow's past. Before revealing what she discovered about Snow, Ice addresses the entire group, indicating that she has something important to tell first. Ice turns to Lute, questioning whether he has any connection to the extinct kingdom of Kesran, due to his black hair and eye appearance. The mention of the fallen kingdom catches the group's attention, who discuss Lute's possible heritage. Ice narrates the tragic history of Kesran, a small kingdom that was destroyed in a war against the great nation of Meltia. A White Wolf tribe couple, loyal servants of the king, fled the burning capital with their newborn son. Lute and Snow listen to the story attentively, the gravity of the revelation weighing on them. Ice continues, explaining that the couple, relentlessly pursued, made the painful decision to leave their son at an orphanage to ensure his survival, before continuing their escape across the world. The story culminates with the couple's arrival at the village 2 years prior. At the same instant, a man and a woman from the White Wolf tribe enter the igloo. Snow recognizes them instantly, emotion taking over her face as she comes face to face with the parents she never knew. In a snowy clearing, emotion overflows as Snow reunites with her parents, Ariel and Cora, after years of separation. With tears streaming down their faces, they embrace in a long-awaited reunion. Engulfed in a warm embrace, Snow's parents apologize profusely for leaving her, while she sobs that she always wished to see them, the weight of decades of longing dissipating in the frigid air. In the distance, Lute and Ice watch the touching family reunion, giving them space for the private and emotional moment. The scene transitions to a cozy igloo, the only shelter against the incessantly falling snow on the northern continent night. Inside the igloo, Lute's group gathers with Snow's newfound family, creating a warm environment to share stories and revelations. Radiant with happiness, Snow proudly introduces her husband, Lute, and her other wives, Chris and Liss, to her parents, who react with an expression of shocked surprise. Recovering from their initial shock, Ariel and Cora formally introduce themselves, thanking Lute for taking care of their daughter all these years. Ice asks Lute to keep Ariel and Cora's situation a secret, explaining that few in the village know their true story. In a private conversation, Snow's parents confess their deep remorse for abandoning her, insisting that, despite everything, they never forgot her. Korra and Ariel reaffirm their unwavering love, assuring Snow that there hasn't been a single moment when they haven't thought of her. With a genuine smile, Snow reassures them, stating that she holds no grudges, as being left at the orphanage led her to meet Lute and the family they formed. Eager to share her life, Snow prepares to tell her parents everything that has happened since they separated. Visibly moved by their daughter's maturity and happiness, Ariel and Korra listen attentively, tears glistening in their eyes. Later that night, under the light of a crescent moon, the snow continues to fall on the silent village. Inside the igloo, Lute and Snow sleep peacefully, wrapped in warm furs. Ice gently wakes Lute in the middle of the night, her expression serious. She informs the sleepy young man that Snow's parents wish to speak with him alone, asking him to accompany her outside. Led by Ice, the protagonist finds Ariel and Korra waiting for him in the snowy forest, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Korra initiates a series of surprising questions, questioning about the scarf left with Lute at the orphanage and, crucially, if he possesses a black star-shaped birthmark. The young strategist realizes with growing apprehension that this conversation is far more serious than a simple meeting with the in-laws. Without a word, Lute pulls away the collar of his jacket, revealing the unmistakable star-shaped birthmark on his collarbone. Upon seeing the mark, Snow's parents react with absolute shock. Korra nearly faints, while Ariel is stunned by the confirmation of their suspicions. Completely confused by their dramatic reaction, the armorer asks for an explanation for what is happening. Ariel begins the explanation, confirming that the reason they left Snow at the orphanage was the devastating war between their home kingdom, Kesrin, and the powerful nation of Melcha. The shocking revelation is made: their benefactor and the last king of Kesrin, Shurak Nero Kesrin, was Lute's father. The young man is paralyzed, unable to process that he is, in fact, the lost prince of a fallen nation. A flashback narrates the tragic story. Snow's parents were saved by the then Prince Shurak and, in gratitude, swore to serve him. After becoming king and marrying Sari, Shurak's behavior became erratic. The kingdom's peace was shattered when the nation of Melcha declared war. King Shurak was killed in battle, forcing his loyal servants to flee the burning country. It is revealed that they fled not only with their own newborn daughter, Snow, but also with Queen Sari and her son, the Crown Prince Lute. During the desperate escape, they were intercepted by Melcha soldiers and tragically separated from Queen Sari, whose fate remains a mystery. Since that day, Ariel and Korra have lived a life of fugitives, constantly fleeing Melcha's relentless pursuit. They explain that Lord Toruo's bounty on the White Wolf tribe is likely not a coincidence. Melcha must have discovered their presence on the northern continent. Ariel reveals a Kesrin tradition. All members of the royal family are born with the star-shaped mark, a measure to prevent impostors from claiming the throne. Still skeptical, the protagonist argues that the story alone is not sufficient proof of his royal lineage. Despite his doubts, Snow's parents declare him the rightful heir, warning him that if Melcha discovers his identity, he and everyone he loves will become targets for assassins. With the weight of danger upon them, Ariel makes a heartbreaking request. To protect their daughter from the cruel fate that haunts them, he implores Lute to separate from Snow. The young leader is rendered speechless, completely shocked by the impossible request. Korra pleads with him, tears in her eyes, explaining that they couldn't bear to see Snow go through the same decades of hardship and fear that they have faced. Lute tries to protest, the idea of leaving Snow being so painful that the words won't come out. Refusing to abandon Snow but overwhelmed by the revelations, Lute asks for time to organize his thoughts, unable to give a definitive answer. Understanding that the news was sudden and overwhelming, Ariel and Korra agree to end the conversation for now. Before they leave, Ariel mentions that he has one last item to give him, a keepsake entrusted to him by Lute's late father, King Shurak. He presents a silver ring with a golden seal, identifying it as the numeral ring. Ariel conveys the king's last instructions. In times of great need, Lut must take the ring to the continent of monsters. Ariel confesses that he tried to go but was prevented by the strength of the creatures there. Ice watches from afar as Lut remains sitting in the snow, alone with the weight of his newfound past. The young lost prince sits in silence, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts about fallen kingdoms, powerful enemies, and the danger that now looms over his family. Lying in the snow under the night sky, he reflects on the irony of his journey. The search for Snow's parents led him to discover the truth about his own lineage. He ponders the dangerous situation he finds himself in, a minefield of political implications, as the prince of a ruined nation and a target of the powerful Melsha. A dark doubt assails him. He wonders if Snow and the others would abandon him if they knew the truth and the danger he represents. His reflection is interrupted by the sudden arrival of Snow, who overheard his mention of a minefield and questions him, startling him. Snow expresses her concern, noting that he has seemed downcast since speaking with her parents. The protagonist tries to deflect, denying that anything is wrong. Despite his denial, Snow remains by his side, sensing that there is something he is not telling her. Under the starry sky, the young woman from the White Wolf tribe turns to her husband, her expression gentle. In a spontaneous gesture of affection, Snow hugs him tightly, declaring that the embrace feels nostalgic and that his scent is dangerously comforting. With a flushed face, she snuggles into his chest, savoring the familiarity of the moment. Returning the embrace, the leader of the peacemakers agrees, admitting that it really feels like it's been a long time since they last shared such a quiet moment. Snuggled in the warmth of her embrace, Lut decides that he cannot hide the truth from her and prepares to confess everything. At the exact moment he is about to speak, an inhuman and terrifying scream echoes through the night, shocking and alerting them both. They realize that the scream came from the village and rush to the edge of a ridge, only to witness a nightmare. The village is being attacked by white-armored soldiers. As they rush to help, Lut wonders if they were followed. Suddenly, Snow senses an imminent threat and shouts a desperate warning. Too late, a secret soldier attacks Lut from behind, the blow unbalancing him on the edge of the cliff, sending him into the darkness as the chapter ends on a deadly cliffhanger. Thrown from a cliff by a secret soldier, Lut plunges unconscious into the icy darkness. He is taken to the safety of a small hidden cave, a temporary shelter from the storm and his enemies. The young commander begins to regain consciousness, groaning in pain as the reality of his situation hits him. Opening his eyes, the first thing he sees is Snow's relieved face. "Lut Kun, I'm glad you woke up," she exclaims, the worry evident in her voice. Sitting up with difficulty, the strategist looks around the cave, completely disoriented and wondering what happened. A sharp pain from his wounds shoots through him, making him wince and reminding him of the harsh battle. Snow rushes to support him, begging him not to strain himself. "Your wounds are closed, but the blood loss and pain haven't healed," she warns. Memories of the attack on the village by the white-armored soldiers and his treacherous fall from the cliff return in a sudden, painful flash. Ignoring his own pain, his immediate concern is for the others. "Snow, what is the situation in the village?" he asks urgently. Ice, who is also present, helps support him, firmly insisting that he needs to rest until he can at least move on his own. Exhausted and in pain, the leader of the peacemakers gives in, realizing he needs to regain his strength. Ice reassures him, reporting that the village is safe for now and that Chris, Liss, and Zaya are there. The young gunsmith processes the information, relieved that his companions are safe, but still deeply concerned. The scene cuts to outside the cave, where the wind howls and snow falls relentlessly. Inside the shelter, Lut and Ice snuggle together to keep warm. He admits, a little embarrassed, that her body heat is more than enough to ward off the cold. The proximity reminds Snow of her days in the orphanage, where she dreamed aloud of meeting her parents. Lute smiles tenderly, expressing his genuine happiness that her long-held wish has come true. Feeling that the moment is right, Snow prepares to address the issue that has been weighing on her. With a serious expression, she confronts him directly, asking what his parents told him in their private conversation. The protagonist sighs, knowing that he cannot hide the truth from her for long. He begins to reveal the shocking truth about his own lineage and the danger it poses to them all. Outside the cave, the snow continues to fall as Lute shares the weight of his newfound past. After finishing telling the story, his royal heritage, the threat from the nation of Meltia, and his in-laws' request that they separate, a heavy silence fills the cave. He looks at Snow, anxiously awaiting her reaction, fearing that the danger he now represents might drive her away. The frozen landscape under the rising moon mirrors the cold uncertainty of the moment. Snow's reaction is not one of fear but of indignant fury. "Lute-kun, do you really think something like that would make me leave you?" she asks, her loyalty unwavering. Ice supports the statement, gently reprimanding him for his tendency to put the well-being of others above his own, reminding him that such selflessness can be dangerous. Snow hugs him tightly, reaffirming the entire group's faith in him. "Just as you would definitely save me, I will save you too, no matter what happens," she promises. Touched by her unwavering devotion, the young prince is speechless, emotion overwhelming him. He hugs her back, thanking her in a whisper, the bond between them strengthening in the face of adversity. The moment is a silent testament to their deep affection and mutual trust. They share a tender and meaningful kiss. With the matter resolved, Snow instructs him to rest and leave the rest to her. With a fierce determination in her eyes, Snow vows to protect her beloved as she gently lays him down so he can recover. Completely exhausted, Lute finally succumbs to sleep, trusting in his companions. In an act of sacrifice, Snow leaves the cave to confront the approaching soldiers, serving as bait to ensure the others escape and Lute's safety. The vast, desolate snow-capped mountains bear witness to Snow's courageous act. Sometime later, Lute wakes up again, this time to the familiar sounds of his other companions' voices. He finds himself surrounded by Chris, Liss, Zaya, and Maya, their faces a mixture of relief and concern. Snow's absence is immediately felt. "Snow, where is Snow?" he shouts, panic taking over him. The group's somber silence is all the answer he needs, confirming his worst fears. Maya tries to calm him down, explaining that Snow is not with them, but insisting that she must be safe. Ice recounts the grim events. The soldiers in white attacked the village, took hostages, and forced the survivors to flee for their lives. The leader of the peacemakers asks about Snow's fate, recognizing that the retreat was the only viable tactical decision. It is revealed that, in order for everyone to escape, Snow stayed behind to face several soldiers alone and was eventually captured. The terrible truth hits him with the force of a physical blow. "So Snow became bait for me." His expression transforms into a mask of icy, calculating fury. "They really underestimated us," he murmurs, a promise of retribution in his eyes. His wives and companions gather around him, their own anger and determination mirroring his, ready for battle. In a voice that brooks no argument, Lute declares war. "Of course, we're going to save Snow. We'll settle the score with whoever dares to pick a fight with the peacemakers." United in their purpose, the leader and his harem prepare for the rescue, their eyes gleaming with deadly resolve. The scene shifts to the local lord's stone castle, the center of the conspiracy against them. Within its walls, Lord Ole discusses the latest developments with his mysterious hooded advisor, Lily. Lily informs Ole that, although Lute has escaped, the capture of his wife, Snow, is a significant victory. The ambitious lord ponders how best to use his hostage to further his own goals. The cunning strategist proposes a nefarious plan, publicly accuse Snow of being a witch who tried to deceive the lord. Lily details the plan. By staging the discovery of a conspiracy, Ole can present himself as the savior of his people, greatly enhancing his reputation. The staging will culminate in a public execution, a spectacle designed to solidify Ole's authority and win the favor of the crowd. Ole expresses his concern about Lute and his fugitive companions, fearing they might interfere. With chilling coldness, Lily suggests simply killing the bait, using it to lure out the remaining targets. The trap is set. They will announce a grand execution for the witch, knowing that Lute will surely come to rescue her, only to be met by an overwhelming force. The leader of Noir assures Ole, with complete confidence, that they will completely annihilate their enemies. Impressed by her ruthlessness, Ole praises Lily's brilliant strategy. Satisfied with the plan, the Lord orders preparations for the execution and ambush to begin immediately. The camera descends a spiral staircase, leading to the dark depths of the castle's basement. Lily, or rather Lala, descends alone to meet with her sisters. She enters a cavernous chamber where a huge, complex magic circle glows on the floor, the center of their operations. Her Noir companions, Melissa, Piranha, and Ninny, greet her, revealing her true name, Lala. The ninja Ninny uses her skills to confirm that the area is secure and that they can speak freely. Gathered together, the sisters share a moment of dark camaraderie before discussing the final phase of their plan. Piranha reiterates the main objective, to lure Lute in order to obtain the numeral ring he carries. Lala announces that the magic circle for the forbidden art is almost complete, ready to be used after Snow's execution. A close-up on her eye reveals the depth of her determination and the ruthlessness behind her plan. The sisters discuss their strategy for after they lure Lute into the trap. Lala takes command, delegating Piranha the task of dealing with Lute's companions while she focuses on her main target. The final, terrifying plan is revealed. Once they obtain the ring, they will use the forbidden art to completely erase the city and all traces of their actions. The four Noir sisters, Lala, Melissa, Piranha, and Ninny, unite, ready to unleash chaos and destruction to achieve their goals. In the castle's cold dungeons, the captured members of the White Wolf tribe, including Snow's parents, await their fate in a dark cell. Filled with remorse, Snow apologizes to a fellow tribe member, blaming herself for their situation. "I'm so sorry. It's all because we weren't strong enough. And more importantly, I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone because of us." Despite the danger, Snow maintains a radiant smile, reassuring everyone. "Anyway, I'm glad that Mom and Dad are safe. And don't worry, everyone, it'll be all right." Lord Ole, the young and arrogant lord, appears in the cell, mocking Snow's calmness. "Don't you realize you're about to be executed?" Ole continues his psychological game, trying to break the prisoner's unwavering spirit. Desperate, Snow's parents, Ariel and Cora, plead with Ole, offering themselves in her place. "Lord Ole, I'll take her place. Please spare my daughter," Ariel shouts. With unwavering faith, Snow comforts her parents. "It's okay, Mom and Dad, I'm not going to die, because Lute will come to save me before the execution." Skeptical, Ole points out the harsh reality of the situation. Hundreds of soldiers and adventurers fortify the area, making any rescue attempt seemingly impossible. He continues to taunt her. "How can anyone come to save you in such a situation? Besides, the execution was announced 10 days ago. Isn't it reasonable to think you've been abandoned?" Snow laughs at his suggestion. "Haha, impossible, because it's unthinkable that Lute and the others would abandon me." With fierce conviction, she declares, "If all my companions were in the same situation, I would definitely save them. Therefore, it's impossible for me to die." Frustrated, Ole dismisses her confidence as madness induced by fear and orders the guards, "Enough, take her to the execution site." The imposing towers of Northborden Castle rise against a cloudy sky, the stage for the drama that is about to unfold. On the execution platform, Snow is secured in the stocks, her expression calm and resigned, while Ole presides over the event. With an air of superiority, Ole asks Snow if she has any last words. As her last words, Snow sends a message of hope. Mom, Dad, and all members of the White Wolf tribe, Lute and the others will come to save us later. Tell them to always be ready to move. Having heard enough, Ole steps away, leaving Snow to the executioners. A herald reads the official proclamation, sentencing the witch to death for seducing Lord Toruo and conspiring against his territory. The crowd gathered in the square clamors for blood, shouting in unison, "Kill the witch, kill the evil witch quickly." The final moment arrives as the executioner raises his heavy axe, ready to carry out the sentence. At the exact moment the blade descends, the ground beneath the execution platform explodes in a deafening detonation, sending debris and chaos throughout the square. Amidst the chaos, a stunned Ole can barely process what has happened. Snow, on the other hand, looks at him with a knowing smile. "See, I told you they would definitely come for us, right? I believed in it." Emerging from the newly formed crater, Lute and his entire battle group reveal themselves, armed and ready. "Lute Kun!" Snow shouts in triumph. The leader of the peacemakers shouts over the confusion, "All right, looks like we made it just in time." Looking at his wife, the young commander gently scolds her, concern in his voice. "Snow, you did something reckless on your own. I was worried." With her face flushed with happiness, Snow apologizes. "Sorry, Lute Kun, I had no choice but to do it at that time, but I believed in everyone." Observing the scene, Ice comments to Maya about the success of their infiltration through the underground passage, lamenting only that they didn't have time to emerge even closer to the target. With a look of wild determination, the strategist declares, "They didn't expect us to come from the underground passage. Now let's start the war." Recovering from the shock, Ole shouts orders to his guards, "Quick, pull the witch back inside the castle." Liss reminds Lute that now that the battle has begun, they can't forget their other objective. The young master agrees. "We have to save Snow's parents and the White Wolf tribe too. Now that we've come this far, they won't kill her immediately, as she's an important hostage." Leading the attack, the Peacemakers group advances towards the castle entrance to press their attack. The remaining soldiers and adventurers rush to block their path, shouting, "Wait, don't let them into the castle, pursue them." As Lute and the others enter the castle, Zaya and Maya position themselves at the entrance, preparing to contain the pursuing enemy forces. "Lute-san, please save Snow-san. I will take care of stopping them and ensuring the young lady's safety," says Maya. An enemy commander underestimates the two, ordering his men, "What can two women do? Eliminate them and follow the intruders." Maya calls their charge a suicide mission before opening fire with her PKM machine gun, mowing down the first line of soldiers in a hail of bullets. Panicked by the unexpected firepower, the commander shouts for his men to form a shield wall. Zaya observes the defensive formation with disdain. Such shields are no match for the vault, the strongest weapon of attack and defense. The battle maid leaps into the air, raising her reinforced briefcase above her head, transforming it into a weapon of mass destruction. This vault cannot be stopped. With devastating force, Zaya smashes through the shield wall, sending soldiers and metal fragments flying. Zaya and Maya stand among the fallen bodies and shattered shields of the enemy soldiers, having neutralized the immediate threat with brutal efficiency. The survivors look on in horror, one of them stammering, "A monster, how are we supposed to fight something like that?" Maya addresses the terrified soldiers, offering clemency. "Our goal is not to annihilate your forces. If you decide to surrender, we will accept." The soldiers tremble in fear, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming strength of the two combatants. Suddenly, a new and muscular adversary appears, laughing at the situation. "Hey, hey, how pathetic, surrendering to just two little girls. Are you men? Looks like their fight is over. So now it's my turn to be your opponent. I'm Piranha from the Dragonkin race." Piranha confirms with a grin that she is an enemy. Zaya, impassive, replies, "I see. Although it's sudden, I apologize for this. I will have to eliminate you." Maya launches a preemptive attack, but her projectiles ricochet harmlessly off Piranha's rocky skin, to her astonishment. Piranha laughs dismissively, flexing her muscles. "Kaka, did you do something?" Zaya is shocked, realizing, "I can't feel any flow of magical power. Could it be just pure physical strength? Unbelievable." Ignoring Maya, Piranha turns to Zaya. "Then it's my turn." With incredible speed, Piranha launches a powerful punch directly at Zaya. Zaya reacts instantly, using her briefcase, the vault, as a shield to block the devastating attack. The force of the Dragonkin's punch is tremendous, and the impact against the vault resonates through the courtyard as Zaya struggles to withstand the bone-jarring blow. The battle continues as Piranha mocks Zaya's damaged vault, laughing at its fragility. The battle maid analyzes her opponent's pure physical strength, noting the absence of any magical aura. Offended by her weapon being called a toy, Zaya declares that the vault is the ultimate weapon, capable of long-range, melee, and brute force attacks, and advances to demonstrate its power. With a mocking and confident smile, the Dragonkin prepares for the impact of the maid's attack. "It's a toy," she shouts, delivering another powerful punch to intercept Zaya's advance. Zaya blocks the blow with the vault. The force of the impact resonates as Piranha grunts, surprised by the resistance of the defense. The muscular warrior recoils, shocked by the solidity of the vault and the unexpected strength of her opponent. Seizing the opening, the battle maid spins and uses the vault to deliver a devastating counterattack. The vault reveals an explosive function, detonating on impact and launching the Dragonkin backward in a cloud of debris. Maya watches the scene with concern, shouting her companion's name amidst the dust. The two allies exchange a look of determination, preparing for the next phase of the confrontation. Recovering from the explosion, an enraged Piranha rises from the rubble, questioning whether an attack of that level can truly defeat her. Maya is shocked by her opponent's incredible resilience. The muscular warrior finds an opening and advances on Maya with overwhelming speed, shouting that she is full of openings. The blow lands squarely. Piranha boasts of having completely destroyed the elf's left arm with the effective attack. Zaya recovers, and Piranha scolds her for being distracted by the smoke of battle, while the battle maid appears exhausted. The Dragonkin questions her opponent's appearance, confused by the situation. Suddenly, Piranha is struck by a black, sticky substance, which splatters all over her body, causing her to scream in pain and surprise. Maya, though wounded, reveals herself as the source of the attack, wielding her PKM machine gun. Piranha complains that it is cheating, as her body can repel magic, but not physical attacks like this. The elf retorts that Piranha's inhuman strength without the use of magic is the real cheating, comparing her to the white soldiers. Piranha laughs, stating that she is not like them, but rather a freak of nature. The warrior reveals the origin of her power, a unique constitution that stores magical power in her muscles and organs, making her an outcast unable to use magic, abandoned by everyone. She continues, explaining that she found a purpose in meeting her sisters in the Noir organization, who accepted her as she was. Believing that her power was given to her to create her sister's ideal world, her determination strengthens. With renewed conviction, she rises, declaring that she cannot lose to Lut's group. The Dragonkin attacks Zaya and Maya with renewed speed and strength, catching them by surprise. Maya opens fire with her machine gun, trying to stop the warrior's relentless advance. Dodging the barrage of bullets with ease, the Dragonkin mocks her opponent's slowness. With a swift movement, she strikes Maya, launching the elf violently against the ground. Piranha reveals her trump card, a drug that forcibly releases the magical power accumulated in her body. With her strength amplified, she grabs Maya by the throat. She admits that the only disadvantage of the drug is the time it takes to take effect. Maya, suffocating, wonders when her opponent managed to ingest the drug. The noir warrior reveals with a smile that she hid it in a back tooth and activated it while they were talking. With her defenseless hostage, Piranha threatens to break the elf's neck, stating that it doesn't matter since everyone will be killed anyway. Zaya returns to the fight, demanding that Piranha release Maya. The villain provokes her, using the elf as a human shield. Maya groans in pain, still trapped by the dragonkin's iron grip. "Hurry," Piranha taunts, "if you don't help soon, your young lady will die." With an icy fury, Zaya repeats her order for her to release Maya, warning that things will get very bad for her. The muscular warrior scoffs at the threat, asking how things could get worse for her. Unexpectedly, Maya attacks, throwing something directly into her captor's face, who screams in pain and surprise. The elf reveals her secret weapon, a mixture of pepper, chili pepper, and other irritating spices. Piranha is incapacitated by a fit of sneezing and eye pain. Zaya seizes the opportunity, advancing with her vault while Piranha is vulnerable. Even blinded, the dragonkin manages to partially block the attack, insisting that she cannot be defeated by toys and that she can heal instantly. With a steely gaze, the battle maid firmly repeats that her weapon is not a toy. She reaffirms that the vault is the ultimate weapon for both attack and defense. The battle maid delivers a powerful and precise blow, revealing the vault's hidden function, a wasp knife that pierces Piranha's body. The dragonkin stares in disbelief at the weapon that pierced her, unable to comprehend what happened. Piranha falls, defeated. Zaya explains that the internal organs shredded by the wasp knife cannot be regenerated instantly. Maya approaches the fallen enemy, preparing her PKM machine gun for the final blow. With her face bloodied and defeated, Piranha curses her fate with a last gasp of defiance. As the battle maid watches, Maya opens fire, ending the brutal battle against the powerful noir warrior. Inside the castle, Lute and his companions are ambushed by a corridor full of secret white-armored soldiers. The strategist realizes that they were deliberately lured into a trap, noting the tenacity and number of their adversaries. "This situation was already foreseen," exclaims the young commander with a confident smile. He orders Liss and Chris, "Maya, give Chris and me that thing." The phalanx of soldiers advances, their formation compact and their movements disciplined, hoping to overwhelm the intruders by brute force. The protagonist analyzes the enemy tactic. They avoided the AK-47's rapid fire. They probably advanced confident that they could avoid our attacks this time too. With a defiant glint in his eyes, he reveals his new weapon. "But what about this striker shotgun attack?" he shouts, opening fire with the combat shotgun. The shotgun's volley of fléchettes tears through the enemy ranks, an area attack that the precision soldiers cannot avoid, their screams echoing through the stone corridor. The penetration power of the high-speed fléchettes proves devastating, piercing the secret soldier's armor with ease. The striker shotgun's area attack transforms the soldier's defensive formation into a kill zone, with multiple simultaneous impacts. The remaining soldiers look in shock at their fallen comrades, the brutal and unexpected effectiveness of the new weapon breaking their momentum. An armored soldier falls, a last groan escaping from his helmet before falling silent. The once confident elite unit retreats in disarray, the tide of battle turning abruptly in favor of the peacemakers. Chris comments on the enemy's retreat, "To think we could defeat those white soldiers so easily." The young gunsmith replies, "Yes, choosing the right weapon after assessing the enemy's characteristics is all it takes." Lute reflects on the enemy's vulnerability. Their greatest threat is the ability to erase the presence of magical power. Fighting head-on in a place with nowhere to hide is like voluntarily abandoning your greatest weapon. With the tactical advantage in his hands, the leader of the peacemakers aims again. "There's no way we can lose," he declares, preparing to deliver another decisive blow. Another blast from the striker shotgun devastates the remaining enemy forces, neutralizing the immediate threat in the corridor. With the path clear, the group regroups. Great, the immediate threat is gone, exclaims Lute. Snow uses her keen sense of smell to locate her captured relatives. Which way is the scent of Snow and the white wolves? He asks. I smell the white wolves to the left, she replies, pointing. The strategist divides his forces. I'll follow Snow, you three go free the white wolves, he commands, setting off to rescue his wife. The chase leads Lute-kun to the top of one of the castle's highest towers, the stage for the final confrontation. He bursts into the room to find Snow being held hostage. Upon seeing him, her face lights up with relief and happiness. Lute-kun, you came to save me, I'm so happy. The captor, Melissa de Noir, tightens the knife against Snow's throat. Shut up, girl, do you want to be killed right now? She snarls, her expression twisted with anger. Frustrated with the failure of her troops, Melissa curses the situation. Damn it, to think we allowed the enemy to get this far. They're all useless. With glacial calm, the young commander confronts her. You've lost, give up and release Snow. Enraged, Melissa shouts, shut up, I have a hostage here. Drop your weapons if you don't want her to die. The leader of the peacemakers remains silent, assessing the tense situation with a calculating gaze. To show his compliance, the protagonist slowly lets his weapon fall to the ground, the sound echoing in the silent room. Satisfied, Melissa reveals her true demand. Good, the hostage seems to be effective. Now hand over the numerical ring given by the White Wolves couple. Lute-kun is surprised. Why do you know about the ring? Is it that important? He questions, trying to buy time and understand his enemy's motivations. Impatient, Melissa presses the knife closer, shouting, just hand it over, hurry up. Despite the cold blade at her throat, Snow remains calm, her eyes closed in a demonstration of trust in her husband. The strategist's expression hardens, a steely determination forming in his eyes as he formulates a risky plan. The young prince reveals the numerical ring, holding it up so Melissa can see, the simple silver ring shining under the light. Beside the captor, Lord Ole, who is also present, panics upon seeing the target of his plan. That's it, that ring, hand it over quickly, he demands. The protagonist closes his eyes for a brief moment, concentrating and preparing for the maneuver he is about to execute. Snow opens her eyes, her gaze meeting that of her beloved, a silent communication passing between them. Lute's eyes open, fixed on his wife's. Can you still believe in me now? He asks, his voice low and firm. Without hesitation, she replies with a serene smile. I've always believed in you no matter what. Why do you ask such an obvious thing? With the confirmation of their mutual trust, the commander acts. Calm down, I'll hand it over properly, he says, before throwing the ring into the air, creating the perfect distraction. The silver ring rises in an arc through the air, momentarily attracting the attention of everyone in the room. For a fraction of a second, Melissa's eyes follow the shiny object. It's the opening Lute-kun was hoping for. In a fluid and ultra-fast movement, the young master draws a hidden pistol, the barrel already aligned with his target. He fires, the sound of the shot echoes in the tower, a violent punctuation to his daring plan. The bullet, guided by incredible skill and unwavering confidence, passes inches from Snow and hits Melissa with surgical precision. The Noir member screams in pain and shock as the impact throws her back, releasing her hostage. The protagonist advances, catching his beloved in his arms before she hits the ground, ensuring her safety. Nestled in his embrace, Snow smiles. I believed you would come to save me. He hugs her tightly, an embrace that conveys relief, love, and the joy of reunion. Snow, finally, we've met again, he whispers. However, from the shadows, a hooded figure emerges and snatches the ring in the air. I see, Lala's voice sounds, full of cold pleasure. The technique of directing the magic tool only to the darkness. It also depends on mutual trust. How wonderful. This is the numerical ring. With the numerical ring in hand, Lala's hooded figure reveals herself as the mastermind behind the betrayal. Lord Ole, in a panic, shouts at his advisor, "What are you doing? The ring doesn't matter now, defeat them quickly and protect me." Lala remains still, her presence filling the room with an aura of cold indifference. She turns to the fallen lord and dryly refuses his request. "I refuse, I have no more reason to protect you." Shocked, Ole stammers, "What? This is no time for jokes. If things continue like this, our plan will fail." "Plan? What are you talking about?" Revealing her sole objective, Lala displays the ring. "I said from the beginning that I was cooperating only to obtain the guardian ring. That's what I should have told you." Ole reminds her of her promise, but Lala clarifies the terms of their agreement. "I said I would support you for that purpose, but not with regard to your plan. I have no interest in becoming a lord of such a remote place." She details the support she has already provided, including the creation of a secret army and the elimination of the previous lord, declaring that there is nothing more she can do. The revelation shocks Ole to the core. "You killed my father, wasn't he imprisoned?" Realizing that he has been used from the beginning, Ole shouts the name of his betrayer, Lily, as she declares with disdain that it makes no difference since everyone will disappear in the end. Lute suddenly appears, interrupting the scene with his gun in hand. "Let's leave the lovers' quarrel for later. Just put the ring on the ground and raise your hands." The leader of Noir slowly turns to face the new opponent. An aura of pure and overwhelming hatred emanates from the hooded figure as she orders, "Silence." The young commander instinctively recoils, shocked by the intensity of the malice directed at him. He tries to process the situation, hostility, hatred, to be the target of so much malice. Who is she? What is happening? Lala speaks with a contained venom, her voice echoing with an ancient pain. "Because of you, that person." The protagonist remains confused by the enigmatic statement. With absolute disdain, she warns him, "I have no intention of negotiating with you. Please don't talk to me, it disgusts me." Realizing that conversation is useless, the strategist prepares for action. "I understand, then there's nothing to do." He fires his pistol, declaring, "I'll show you with my actions." From the shadows, a new figure, the ninja Nini, emerges to intercept. Lute's projectile flies towards Lala. However, Zaya moves faster, intercepting a surprise attack from Nini that targeted her master in snow. "I won't allow it," shouts the battle maid. Nini's blade collides with Zaya's vault, the force of the impact being absorbed by the reinforced briefcase. Zaya is surprised by the speed and strength of her new opponent. The ninja boasts of her ability. "An attack of that level cannot break my dancing shadow. As long as I'm here, I won't let you lay a finger on my sister." Lala praises Nini for her protection and announces their departure, addressing a desperate Ole with a sinister promise. "Ah, right, Lord Oru. Unfortunately, I couldn't make you a lord, but at least in this land that you love so much, I will make sure you have no regrets." As the castle begins to shake violently, Lute's group reacts in shock. Ole shouts, "Lily, what the hell have you done?" while Nini prepares a smoke bomb for the escape. The Noir members disappear into a dense cloud of smoke. The smoke dissipates, leaving the room empty. Liss and Lute realize that their enemies have escaped. They disappeared. Lute Kun, look. The young master's gaze is drawn to the ground, where a terrible phenomenon is manifesting. A gigantic red magic circle spreads across the room and the city below, pulsing with immense and uncontrollable power. Liss recognizes the pattern with absolute horror. "No way." The commander turns to his companion for answers. "What is it? Do you know what that is?" She explains the terrible truth: a huge red magic circle, a formidable and uncontrollable magical power. Anyone who lives on the northern continent would imagine this with just this description. The forbidden magic invokes its reward, the vision of a horde of giants advancing towards the city. Outside in the courtyard, Zaya, Maya, and the remaining soldiers feel the seismic tremors. The soldiers recognize the magic circle from the legend. That magical power and magic circle are that fairy tale. Elsewhere, Melissa and another ninja find their fallen comrade, Piranha. Lady Piranha, hold on. It's okay, she's still breathing. The newcomer reacts with surprise to the scene. Melissa is shocked by her sister's defeat. To think that Piranha in her released state would lose, and with such terrible wounds. Driven by fury, the two swear revenge against Zaya and Maya. How dare you do this to my sister? I will never forgive you. Next, we will be your opponents. Zaya and Maya prepare to face the new noir combatants. However, Lala suddenly appears, intervening to stop her subordinates. Stop, you two. Her voice carries an unquestionable authority. Now is not the time for this. Melissa is shocked by the unexpected appearance of her leader. She recognizes Lala's aura and voice. Wah, that voice, that atmosphere, could it be her? No, it can't be. Lala orders a strategic retreat. Treating Piranha should be our top priority. Furthermore, this place will be crushed along with the city. There is no need for us to intervene. Zaya and Maya watch the enemy group regroup. With a final taunt, the noir group retreats with their wounded comrade, leaving a final message. If you miraculously survive, then we will deign to face you. Do your best to fight. They disappear once again. A smoke bomb covers their escape, leaving the courtyard in silence. Zaya observes the place where her enemies were. Maya confirms the enemy's retreat. They disappeared. The elf turns to her commander for orders. Princess, what shall we do now? Zaya ponders the chaotic situation. She makes a quick decision. It's decided, let's go to Lutsan immediately. As the dust settles in the castle tower, a remnant of plaster falls, the sharp sound punctuating the tense silence after the activation of forbidden magic. Still shaken, Lord Ole murmurs in defeat. Lut, impatient, approaches for questioning. All right, let's discuss this quickly. Amidst the chaos, the young commander checks on his wife, noticing a scratch on her cheek. Does it hurt, Snow? She smiles, reassuring him. It stings a little, but I'm fine. With his beloved's safety confirmed, the strategist turns his attention to the betrayed lord. Who exactly is this Lily? He demands. With a lost look, Ole begins to confess. I met her while attending the nobility school. He recounts how he was deceived, explaining that the hooded woman called herself a prophetess, predicting the future with sinister accuracy, which led him to trust her blindly to his ruin. Liss listens attentively, the mention of a prophetess arousing her curiosity and concern. The protagonist confronts the fallen lord about his complicity. And why did she want the guardian ring? He presses. Ole, in a panic, shouts, How am I supposed to know? Look at the mess now. She only said she would cooperate in exchange for the ring. Snow's fury overflows. You really didn't know they were preparing forbidden magic? Ole shouts in denial. Stop asking. Of course not. I wouldn't do something that destroys my own territory. Liss, shocked by the revelation, approaches to intervene, stammering in her urgency. The young mage continues her questioning, trying to understand the identity of the mysterious antagonist. You said she was a prophetess, right? Ole admits the extent of his ignorance, confessing that Lily never removed her mask or hood, and that even his subordinates only learned of her true existence that day. Snow murmurs, I see. The tense interrogation is interrupted when an exhausted soldier bursts into the room, shouting, Excuse me, we just received an urgent message from the watchtower. The soldier delivers the terrible news. A horde of giants is currently invading towards North Borden, approximately 100 of them, leaving the group in a state of shock. The news breaks what was left of Ole's spirit. Damn it, that Lily to actually use forbidden magic, he shouts, terrified. In a fit of impotent rage, the Lord slams his fist on the ground, cursing his trust in outsiders. While Ole dissolves in despair, Lut remains silent, his mind already working, calculating the impossible odds they face. The leader of the peacemakers kneels beside the weeping lord, his voice cutting. Sorry, but save your mourning and regrets for later when you have time. To emphasize his point, the young commander grabs Ole by the collar, forcing the Lord to face him and the terrible reality. With a steely gaze, he continues, "You have a ton of things that need to be done right now. I'm sorry to say this as an outsider, but I really need your cooperation." His voice resonates with unwavering authority, his determination clear, to protect this city. Ol laughs bitterly, the idea seeming absurd. "You're foolish. Do you think we can handle 100 giants?" The strategist responds with calm and logic. "We won't know unless we try. If we do nothing, your beloved city will simply be flattened." He reminds Ol of their past achievements. "Believe it or not, we've saved a country before. After all, our Peace Corps exists to help those in need. It's our job to figure out a way to deal with things here." The protagonist's logic begins to penetrate the fog of Ol's despair. "I guess helping is much better than just lamenting and being trampled here," he concludes, making the Lord reconsider. Ol is silent, the weight of the young man's words and the determination in his eyes rekindling a spark of hope. Taking full command, Lut gets up and begins to give orders, turning despair into action and gathering adventurers, the White Wolf tribe, and anyone capable of fighting. Minutes later, a banquet hall is converted into a war center, where the city's defenders gather to hear the plan. A map details the dire situation. A horde of approximately 100 giants, 10 to 20 meters tall, will reach North Borden in approximately 4 hours, making evacuation impossible and interception the only option. The options are evaluated. Chris suggests using the city walls as a choke point, but Lut dismisses the idea, explaining that with 100 giants, a projectile attack from them would destroy the city and cause countless casualties. The commander continues his tactical analysis, pointing out that there is no suitable terrain for an ambush and that an aerial attack with the city's airship would be suicidal. He concludes that a single hit on the airship would result in total annihilation, making aerial combat much more dangerous than on land. Liss dismisses the idea of using another forbidden magic to divert the giants, explaining that legendary tales indicate that creating such a magic circle would take months. Snow offers a crucial insight, suggesting that the goal doesn't need to be to defeat all the giants, but rather to find a way to alter their course away from the city. The members of the White Wolf tribe, including Snow's parents, Ariel and Cora, listen attentively, pondering the limited options. Ariel, Snow's father, explains the difficulty. They could attract the hostility of some giants, but the sacrifice of the bait would be almost certain. He emphasizes the impossibility of outrunning the giants in the snowy mountains, making the bait tactic a suicide mission. As the options dwindle, Lut's mind works furiously, connecting the dots. Hostility, change of course, snow mountains, valleys. Snow notices the sudden change in her husband's expression, sensing that he is close to a solution. Lut Kun. Inspiration strikes. With eyes shining with tactical genius, the young master declares with newfound confidence, "It might work." He murmurs the elements of his plan, realizing that by combining the armament they possess with the local geography, they can use the giants' own hostility against them. Pointing to the map, Lut asks the members of the White Wolf tribe if they could use their knowledge of the mountains to create an avalanche in a specific valley. The tribe members exchange glances, considering the bold proposition. Ariel confirms that they have experience in causing small snow slides for safety, making a larger event, in theory, feasible. However, he points out a critical flaw. Preparing the avalanche would require climbing a steep mountain, a process for which they no longer have time. With a sly smile, the protagonist reveals the final touch of his plan. "How about causing an impact with a remote explosion?" he asks before addressing everyone. "I'll explain the strategy." The plan is put into action. In the snowy forests, the ground begins to tremble with the seismic steps of the approaching horde of giants. Emerging from the trees, the colossal figures of stone and ice advance with relentless purpose. The vanguard of the horde moves with overwhelming force, their towering forms against the gray sky. Positioned in a clearing, Loot and Snow watch the approach of their target, the scale of the threat becoming terrifyingly real. According to the plan, the pair has positioned themselves at a choke point on the giant's invasion route, ready to act as bait. The commander does a final check. "How are the preparations, Snow?" She replies with a confident smile. "Yes, all good, no problem." The giants enter the clearing, their heavy steps making the ground vibrate. With the enemy in sight, Loot gives the order. They've arrived, Snow, get ready to shoot," she responds with an enthusiastic, "Understood." Snow prepares a mortar grenade, ready to attract the giant's attention. "Sure, anytime." With a determined smile, Snow awaits the command as Loot gives the final order: "Fire the mortar." The mortar projectile strikes the middle of the giant formation, detonating with a devastating force that shatters stone and ice. The explosion sends a rain of debris, destroying the targets and creating chaos in the enemy ranks. Exultant with success, Loot shouts, "All right, bullseye, Snow, keep firing all the projectiles you have," she replies cheerfully. "Understood, Loot-kun." A barrage of mortars rains down on the horde, turning the clearing into a kill zone. Smoke and flames rise from the explosions, as the vanguard of the giants is decimated by the surprise attack. The strategist observes the result of their initial attack, assessing the effectiveness and preparing for the next phase. Enraged by the attack, the surviving giants begin to retaliate, tearing off pieces of their fallen comrades to use as projectiles. With the horde's hostility now fully focused on them, the commander orders a retreat. "Snow, retreat, retreat," but we managed to attract their hostility. Quickly, the pair fasten their skis, preparing for a high-speed chase down the mountainside. With skis fastened and poles in hand, they prepare to flee the giant's fury. Despite the mortal danger, Snow revels in her first skiing experience, shouting "Yahoo!" as she glides through the snow. Loot smiles, impressed by his wife's natural ability. "You're mastering it quickly for your first time, as expected of Snow." They descend the steep slope, confident that they can use speed to keep their distance from the pursuing horde. A quick assessment reveals that the plan is working. About 70 giants are following them, while the remaining 20 have diverted towards the city. The leader of the peacemakers expresses confidence in the team he left behind. "It's okay. A number like that should be manageable by the city's defense forces, led by Liss and Maya." With the horde on their heels, they race towards the designated valley, the location of the final trap. Back in the city of North Borden, the defenders prepare for the arrival of the 20 giants that have been diverted. Zaya takes command of the city's defenses with ruthless efficiency, ordering the preparation of anti-tank mines and assigning mages to detonate them. Having witnessed her prowess in battle before, the adventurers and guards follow her orders without hesitation. Maya and Liss watch, impressed by how Zaya commands the respect and obedience of the previously unruly adventurers. As the snow continues to fall, the city's defenses are fortified, turning the walls into a deadly trap. Liss and Maya approach Zaya, reporting that all preparations are complete. The battle maid assesses the defenses, satisfied that they have gathered enough personnel for the interception. Sensing Maya's anxiety about being away from Loot, Zaya releases her from her post. "There will be no problem if you, princess, go to the young lord. Please leave this place to me." Zaya instructs Maya to take Liss quickly, knowing that Loot would be anxiously awaiting his disciple. Grateful, Liss says goodbye to Zaya, while an enthusiastic Maya pulls her along so they can leave immediately. The two depart to join Loot, leaving the defense of the city in the capable hands of the battle maid. Zaya watches them leave, relieved that the worst-case scenario has been averted. With a determined expression, she turns to the looming threat, knowing what remains to be done. Looking at the mountains from where the giants will come, Zaya prepares for battle, her resolution of steel. Now, all that remains is to defeat that horde of giants. In the underground tunnels of North Borden, Ice from the White Wolf tribe organizes the evacuation of civilians. "Everyone, please proceed to the back without panicking," she instructs, ensuring she knows the passages well. "Please proceed slowly to the back." The orderly evacuation is disrupted by a selfish civilian who refuses to abandon his luggage. "Bringing luggage is forbidden," one of the guides shouts. The man retorts angrily, shut up." With a look of avarice, the man defends his actions. "This is my property, what's wrong with that?" Ice intervenes, her patience exhausted. Shut up. If you bring luggage, not everyone will be able to get in. Don't you dare order humans around, you White Wolf tribe," he shouts, revealing his prejudice. A cold voice interrupts the argument. "The one who should be silent is you." Lord Ole emerges, his imposing presence silencing the unruly man. "Oh, Lord Ole." The Lord stares at the man with a cutting gaze. "Can you issue more appropriate evacuation orders?" speaking that way to the White Wolf tribe who offered their cooperation, despite the unilateral persecution they suffered from you. Maya, also losing patience with another civilian, grabs him by the collar. "Have some shame. If you still have any pride, discard your luggage quickly." As the man reprimanded by Maya relents, Ole and Ice watch the tense but functional evacuation continue. Ice turns to the Lord, offering a reluctant thanks. Thank you." Ole responds coldly, the weight of his past actions evident on his face. "There's no need to thank the very person who has been persecuting you." With that, Ole walks away, leaving Ice and the others to continue with the evacuation. Unable to let it go, Ice calls out to him, "Lord Ole." She confronts him, the pain of betrayal in her voice. Why did you betray the relationship with the White Wolf tribe that was going so well until now? Why did you betray them?" Ole stops but doesn't turn around, remaining in a somber silence. With his gaze lost on the besieged city, he replies, "There's no point in making excuses now." He finally reveals his pathetic motivation. "I just wanted to protect this land and its people, that's all, but as a non-mage I needed the power of that dubious prophetess. That's all." His confession offers no comfort, and the distrust between them remains as the looming threat approaches. On the city walls, the defenders watch the forest with apprehension. The ground trembles with seismic footsteps. Panic begins to spread among the soldiers as the scale of the threat becomes visible. The fear is palpable as they brace for impact. The horde of 20 giants that was diverted emerges from the trees. "They're here, the horde of giants really came," a watchman shouts. Confusion sets in. "Damn, so many of them came, did the plan fail? No, there's no way those who were supposed to lure them away fled." Maya sharply reprimands the panicking soldiers. "Shut up, eek." She takes command with authority. "The initial report mentioned 100, but now we see about 20, thanks to the young master who lured them away. Send a messenger. Order them to follow the actions instructed previously." On the walls, Zaya calmly watches the approaching giants, her firm posture reassuring those around her. She observes the approaching stone colossi, assessing their speed and trajectory. A soldier asks anxiously, "Lady Zaya, is it time yet?" She replies with glacial calm, "Not yet, lure them closer." The giants stop and tear off chunks of rock, hurling them like spears against the wall. "The spears are coming. Mage's unit, create a shield," Zaya orders. The magic shield materializes, but the force of the impacts is immense, shattering the stone of the wall around the protective barrier. The ground in front of the wall is scarred with craters from the initial bombardment. Liss assesses the damage. The walls are semi-destroyed except for the protected parts. "It will take the mage's unit longer to re-implant the shields. We won't be able to withstand the second shot." Despite the precarious situation, Zaya remains focused. Not yet, just a little more," she murmurs, waiting for the perfect moment. Having exhausted their projectiles, the giants resume their relentless advance. They get closer and closer, their steps making the damaged wall tremble. The giants are approaching, they'll reach the wall soon. A soldier shouts in panic. Lady Zaya, with her eyes gleaming with determination, she declares, "Right." Raising her arm, Zaya gives the final order with a resounding force: detonate. The prepositioned anti-tank minefield erupts in a series of violent explosions, tearing apart the legs of the vanguard giants. The ground transforms into a hell of earth, and shrapnel as mine after mine is detonated. The chain explosions create a deadly trap from which the giants cannot escape. The vanguard of the horde is completely engulfed by the flames and the force of the detonations. Shattered stone bodies are thrown through the air. The shockwave from the final explosion ripples across the battlefield. Zaya and the defenders watch the smoke dissipate, revealing the carnage. A soldier stares in shock, hardly believing what he sees. The dust begins to settle, revealing that most of the giants have been incapacitated or destroyed. Maya reports the situation. Most of them were blown away by the anti-tank mines. There are 5 giants left capable of fighting. On the battlements, the next line of defense prepares. Fire all Panzerfausts and automatic grenade launchers at them. A barrage of high-caliber explosives strikes the surviving giants, shattering their stone bodies. Impact after impact hits the remaining targets, ensuring their destruction. The last giants are pulverized by a final, overwhelming barrage. With the threat seemingly eliminated, Zaya orders, "Cease fire." Thick black smoke rises from the remains of the defeated giants. Zaya observes the battlefield, her expression serious, sensing that it's not over yet. The defenders erupt in celebration. "We did it! The giants are completely obliterated. There's no sign of movement. This protected the city." Suddenly, a colossal figure bursts through the smoke, a giant who survived the carnage. He advances towards the wall, taking advantage of the cover of dust. "What? It's so close, hidden in the dust cloud. There was one that survived. He's advancing against us." The giant leaps over the rubble, his stone fist raised to crush the defenders. Maya and Zaya brace for impact. With incredible speed, Zaya jumps off the wall and intercepts the giant's attack with her reinforced briefcase, the vault. The force of the impact is immense, but the battle maid stands firm. The vault releases an explosive countermeasure upon impact, disintegrating the giant's fist. The explosion destroys the giant's head and torso, which falls backward, defeated. Zaya lands gracefully as the remains of the last giant fall. Indeed, the vault itself is the strongest weapon for both attack and defense. The battlefield finally falls silent, victory in the city secured. Meanwhile, in the distant mountains, the snow continues to fall, the stage for the main battle. Loot and Snow ski down the slope, the main horde of giants on their heels. The pair works in perfect sync, maintaining a safe distance from their colossal pursuers. They approach the planned location, a deep gorge crossed by a single, fragile bridge. Elsewhere on the mountain, Chris, having reached her vantage point, fires. "Loot Kun, hurry up, it looks like the weather is getting worse," she says to her companion. "It's already done," after preparing the trigger for the avalanche. The tranquility of the snowy landscape is about to be shattered. Chris prepares to retreat. "Right, now we just need to retreat and..." Back on the slope, Maya, who has joined Loot and Snow, shouts a warning. "Loot Kun, get down." A massive rock hurled by a giant strikes the ground near Loot, forcing him to dive into the snow. Snow is also knocked off her feet by the shockwave. "NGH," Loot shouts. "Snow, are you okay?" She replies, "Yes, I'm fine." Loot looks at the distant horde, frustrated. "Damn, even at this distance it's not working. Oh well." Another projectile comes their way. "Get down, Loot Kun," Snow shouts. They watch in horror as the last rock passes them and hits its target, the bridge ahead. With a crack, the wooden structure splinters, cutting off their escape route. In the snowy mountains, Chris's plan to create an avalanche encounters an insurmountable obstacle. A massive rock blocks the critical detonation point. The White Wolf tribe falls into despair, realizing there is no time to go around the rock. Without a detonation at the precise location, the plan to divert the giant horde is doomed to fail. The group debates the possibility of blowing up the rock, but concludes that the risk of triggering an uncontrolled and premature avalanche is too great. With a determined expression, Chris processes the situation, her tactical mind seeking an alternative and daring solution. A flare fired by Loot tears through the sky, indicating that time has run out and the bait is in position. The group watches the signal, the urgency of the situation becoming palpable. The pressure to act is immense. Panic begins to set in among some tribe members. "This is bad, we need to hurry," they murmur, the fear evident in their faces. Ignoring the panic, Chris addresses the group, asking the distance to the junction point on the other side of the rock. The elf princess ponders for a moment, finalizing her risky strategy. She turns to the White Wolf tribe and announces confidently, "I have found a way to cause the avalanche." The tribe members react with shock and disbelief, calling the implicit plan reckless and suggesting they find another method. Chris emphasizes the lack of time, reminding them that hesitation puts Loot and Snow's lives in imminent danger. With a bow, she asks for their cooperation, her firm voice conveying the seriousness of the situation. After a brief exchange of glances, the tribe warriors decide to trust her leadership. With determined nods, they agree to follow her plan. The White Wolf tribe commits to helping, declaring, "Understood, we are here to guard and help Chris-san. We are happy to lend our strength." With the help of one of the warriors, Chris invokes her magic. "Answer my call, ice and snow dragon. Create a world of ice rivers before me." A massive ice bridge, a permafrost, forms instantly, arching over the abyss and bypassing the obstructive rock. The elf casts a physical enhancement spell on herself and her tribe companion. The warrior carries her at high speed across the newly created ice bridge, racing against time. Reaching the end of the bridge, the warrior hurls her with all his might towards the vantage point on the other side of the abyss. Chris flies through the air, propelled towards her destination. She lands with precision, immediately assuming a shooting position with her sniper rifle. The warrior who helped her jumps to a safe location as she prepares for the crucial shot. After the shot, the mountain begins to tremble and crack under the force of the magical impact. Chris locates the exact weak point in the snow, the trigger for the avalanche. With absolute focus, she aims and fires a mana-imbued projectile into the heart of the mountain. The bullet travels at high speed towards its target. The projectile hits the exact point, triggering the chain reaction. The energy of the impact spreads, breaking the stability of the compacted snow. The fracture widens, and the mountainside begins to give way. With the mission accomplished, Chris lets herself fall backward, trusting her team to ensure her safe return. The avalanche begins, a wall of snow and ice forming on the mountainside. Below, the members of the White Wolf tribe celebrate the success of the operation. It's a success, an avalanche has started. They quickly prepare a wind spell to cushion Chris's fall, ensuring she lands safely. As she falls, Chris thinks of her friends on the front lines. "The rest is up to you, Loot-san, Snow-san." The avalanche gains monstrous momentum, descending the mountain with a thunderous and unstoppable force. Loot and Snow watch the horde of giants being swallowed by the fury of the mountain, the plan working perfectly. The giants are swept away, their colossal bodies powerless against the overwhelming force of nature. However, the relief is short-lived, as they realize that their escape route, the bridge, has been destroyed by a final projectile from a giant. With the avalanche approaching rapidly, Snow shouts, "There's no time to think, quick." The protagonist assesses the impossible situation, his mind working under extreme pressure. He makes a split-second decision. "Right, there's nothing left to do but go." Loot turns to his wife with a wild determination. "Snow, let's jump over that valley," she agrees with an enthusiastic yes. With a war cry, the pair launches off the edge of the cliff. They fly through the air on their skis in a desperate leap over the abyss, as the avalanche roars close behind. In the middle of the jump, they realize the terrible reality. Lute realizes that his momentum will not be enough to reach the other side. Damn, it's a little short. Gravity begins to pull them down, towards the icy abyss. From the other side, a voice shouts, "Lute Sama." Liss and Maya, having arrived at the scene, throw a rope to the falling couple. Lute manages to grab the rope, and the tug almost tears his arm off as he and Snow swing over the void. Liss and Maya strain, pulling the rope with all their might to bring their friends to safety. The young commander shouts to his companions, "Yes, we're both okay, we were saved." The two women pull with determination, hoisting Lute and Snow to the edge of the cliff. In safety, they look down at the valley below, where the avalanche has swept away the last vestiges of the giant horde. They reflect on how close they were to death. "That was close," they both say, the relief palpable in their voices. Snow snuggles into her husband. "Well, if I had to die, dying with you, Lute-kun, would have been nice too," she says with a smile, before thanking them for the rescue. He replies with a tired smile, "But I still prefer to live, to be honest." She hugs him tightly. "Of course, if you die you can't hug me anymore, can you?" With the crisis over, Lute and Snow share a kiss, their bond forged in fire and ice, now stronger than ever. A week after the giants' attack, Lute and his companions observe the reconstruction of North Borden. The commander notes that although the city was partially destroyed, the robust local architecture will facilitate repairs, and most importantly, there were no deaths. The protagonist reflects on the political instability. Lord Ole has been detained and an investigation team has arrived to maintain order, signaling that normalcy will not return anytime soon. Ice, from the White Wolf tribe, has also been called in for questioning. Lute meets with Ice, who has just left the interrogation. He asks about the meeting with the so-called investigation team, and she confirms that they asked many questions. Ice informs that Ole has been formally charged and will likely lose his governing rights. The young strategist ponders the news, recognizing that Ole's actions deserve punishment but questioning the validity of the process. He discusses with Snow that, although there are several legal issues, jurisdiction over the domain should belong to the Lord himself. Lute questions the authority of the investigation team, noting that the only clear crime is the false accusation against the White Wolf tribe, making external intervention a clear interference in internal affairs. Ice reveals the composition of the team, a coalition between the Celestial Church and the Adventurers Guild. The revelation surprises Lute, Snow, and Chris. The commander explains that the presence of the Celestial Church as a mediator is understandable, but the Guild's participation raises suspicions. Ice clarifies that the Guild seems to be governing the territory temporarily, which shocks Liss. While the group discusses the situation, the investigation team itself arrives, led by a woman Lute recognizes. He identifies the newcomers as members of Origin, the Guild's elite, confirming that they are in charge of the situation. The protagonist concludes that a local lord would not have the power to face Origin, indicating that the Guild has mobilized its elite force. Chris recalls that Origin, although subordinate to the Guild, only exercises its authority in situations of extreme necessity. Lute concludes grimly that the current situation qualifies as such. He observes the hooded figures, his mind connecting Origin's presence to his original mission of investigating the dark organization, Noir. One of Origin's leaders reflects that even with their power, they have still not been able to track Noir's movements. The leader of the Peacemakers speculates whether Noir has avoided them, or whether Origin has a hidden agenda that goes beyond simple investigation. Snow offers an optimistic point of view, noting that the bounty on the White Wolf tribe has been lifted, and that governance under the Guild will likely be fair. Maya raises a crucial concern. If Noir seeks the resurrection of the Demon Lord, handing over the Guardian Ring they were looking for may have been a grave mistake. Lute gathers his group, indicating that he has something important to tell them. With a sly smile, he reveals his play. The ring he gave to Noir was a fake, created from magical liquid metal that he kept for an emergency. In a distant and dark place, Lala, the former prophetess Lily, kneels before a superior figure seated on a throne. The hooded figure asks Lala to stand up, dispensing with the formality. Lala apologizes profusely, taking the blame for not realizing that the Guardian Ring was fake. Her superior comforts her, stating that mistakes happen and that they will simply steal the real ring next time. The leader then reveals that she had a prophetic dream after leaving the northern continent. The revelation leaves her visibly excited. She dramatically announces that the prince of the kingdom of Kesslin, who everyone believed to be dead, is alive. In a dreamy tone, Lala confirms the prince's name, Ryudo-sama. Noir's leader is thrilled to learn that her betrothed, Ryudo, has survived. The image focuses on a star-shaped birthmark, the seal of the Kesslin royal lineage, which the leader also possesses. Introducing herself as Shanardia Nero Kesslin, Lute's destined consort, she vows to find him, crown him king, and rebuild his kingdom. Back in the present, the scene is set at Lute's group's meeting place. Inside a room, the protagonist and his wives gather around a table for a serious discussion. Lute finally reveals his true identity, explaining that he is the prince of the fallen kingdom of Kesslin and therefore a potential target of the powerful kingdom of Melsha. A sinister image of Melsha's castle illustrates the magnitude of the threat they face. The prince asks for everyone's opinion on how to proceed, recognizing the enormous risks that his lineage poses to the group. Snow is the first to respond, gently scolding him for trying to handle everything alone and reaffirming her unwavering loyalty. Lute, moved by her trust, thanks her. He composes himself, accepting the support with a murmur of gratitude. The other wives watch him with expressions of support and determination. Liss reasons that the chance of Melsha discovering his birthmark is almost nil, but if that happens and they attack him. She finishes the sentence with a violent threat, declaring that she will blow the brains out of the king of Melsha. Chris adds that if diplomacy fails, she will not hesitate to use all the power of the high elf kingdom of Enol to destroy Melsha. Zaya coldly suggests that if they mass-produce their coffers for every soldier, even the great nation of Melsha will surely perish. Maya explodes with rage, shouting that the mere possibility of hostility against Lute justifies the total annihilation of Melsha and its entire royal family. Another wife agrees vehemently, promising to defeat anyone who tries to harm her beloved. With menacing auras, the wives unite in their fierce resolution to protect Lute at any cost. The protagonist reacts with a sigh, internally comparing their aggressiveness to picking a fight with a superpower from his past life. He calms them down, explaining that he has no intention of starting a conflict and prefers to act only in self-defense. With a smile, he thanks them all for their feelings and fierce loyalty. With the matter of his identity resolved, Lute announces that there is one last and more problematic matter to be resolved before they can leave the northern continent. In the port of North Borden, Lute, under the guise of Lord Gunsmith, oversees the loading of a special cargo for the emissaries of the powerful kingdom of Melsha. The emissaries thank the Lord for his personal cooperation. "Thank you for coming all the way here," the protagonist replies, keeping up appearances. "You are the envoys of the kingdom of Melsha." Inside a busy warehouse, he explains that the discretion of the location avoids unwanted suspicion. "Here is the cargo, please confirm," he says, pointing to two large wooden crates. Inside one of the crates, Snow's parents, Ariel and Cora, lie unconscious, under the effect of a magical sedation to ensure a smooth journey. Lute coldly instructs the emissaries, "They have been magically sedated to avoid problems during transport. Please load them as cargo." The men thank him for his cooperation. The Meltia emissaries peek inside the box, satisfied. Indeed, they seem to be the two we were looking for. One of the men reflects on the long chase, noting that, literally, the color of the target's eyes changed from searching for them so much. The chief emissary turns to Lute. By the way, Lord Gunsmith, I believe they were in possession of a special ring. The young strategist maintains his composure, thinking to himself, indeed, Meltia is also after the numerical ring. Lute explains that the woman wore the ring firmly on her finger, and that they resisted significantly when they tried to remove it. With an expression of false decorum, he adds, as a nobleman, I cannot tarnish my reputation by mistreating defenseless prisoners. He concludes the charade, instructing the emissary, severe actions are beyond my purview. Please ensure that any necessary actions are taken once they are back in Meltia's territory. The emissary thanks Lute for his consideration as the large ship waits at the dock, ready for departure. Lute dismisses the thanks, stating his desire to build a friendly relationship with Lord Meltia, as someone who also manages an army. A sudden commotion among the dockworkers draws attention, with a supervisor shouting orders to move the cargo quickly. The supervisor approaches to apologize for the delay, blaming a mistake by one of the younger workers, but assuring that the ship is ready to set sail at any moment. The sails of the imposing wooden ship are unfurled, catching the wind for the journey that begins. Lute bids farewell to the emissaries. Then, I wish you a safe journey. They thank him again for his cooperation. With a subtle and calculating smile, Lute watches the Meltia ship move away from the port, sailing towards the open sea. Hours later, the vessel sails alone under the light of a full moon in a starry sky. In the ship's cargo hold, the wooden crates remain stacked in silence. Suddenly, a silent and contained explosion opens a considerable hole in the bottom of the ship's hull, seawater gushing in. The crew panics with the sudden tremor. "Captain, what happened?" a sailor shouts. "I don't know, suddenly there seems to be a huge hole in the bottom of the ship." The captain shouts desperate orders. "A huge hole, damn it, retrieve the couple and the ring that were locked in the bottom of the ship immediately." But it's too late. "Idiots, they're already at the bottom of the sea, this ship will sink soon, quick to the lifeboats." As the ship is swallowed by the waves, the Meltia crew flees in lifeboats, leaving the precious cargo to be lost in the abyss. Far away in a snowy forest landscape under a night sky, a small group gathers. Lute addresses Snow's parents, now safe and free. "With this, you will no longer be pursued by Meltia. To them, you are dead." Observing the scene, Snow comments with Chris about the timing of the explosion on the ship, while the strategist smiles beside them. Liss asks curiously, "Ryudo, what technique did you use this time?" Lute replies with a mysterious smile. "I just applied a small method used by those who tried to infiltrate ships with false bottom cargo." A diagram reveals the ingenious plan. First, the Meltia emissaries confirmed the identity of Snow's parents. Then, hidden in an adjacent box with a false bottom, Lute and Snow exchanged their parents for heavy mannequins. Finally, the cargo inspectors, suspecting nothing, moved the box containing the parents to the wrong destination, allowing their escape. In a forest clearing, Lute and Snow say goodbye to Ariel and Cora. "Thank you very much for your help this time," they say. Lute asks about their plans, advising them not to show themselves in public. Ariel replies, "No, although I appreciate your kindness, we intend to spend our lives in the village of the White Wolf tribe." Cora adds that, far from the cities, the snowy mountains offer many places to hide. Snow smiles happy. "Yes, there is no concern of betrayal among the White Wolf tribe, and that is the best option. Thus, we can also visit them at any time." Ariel bows deeply. "It's late, but I apologize for all the disrespect shown so far." He formally addresses the young commander, recognizing his true status, Ryudo-sama. Lute gently interrupts him. "Please raise your head." No, given your situation it was understandable," Ariel insists. "I'm sorry, truly." Ariel makes one last request. From now on, no, from before, please continue to take care of our daughter. With a radiant smile from Snow beside him, Lute responds firmly, "It's all right, even without being asked, I intend to love and protect her for life." With the farewells made, the group separates, Snow's parents walking towards their new life in the forest. Under the full moon, Ariel's voice echoes, "I have no obligation to say this, but—" Ariel, with a mischievous smile, says to Lute, "If you have grandchildren, please come and show them to us. At that moment I would like to welcome you, Ryudo-sama, as a son." Snow blushes, scolding her father. "Oh, Dad, talking about grandchildren already, you're so impatient." Her parents laugh, remembering that they had Snow when they were their age. Cora adds, "Oh, Mother Tilda, we could only have Snow because of our life on the run. But with someone as capable as Ryudo, you can feel safe to have many." As Ariel and Cora walk away, Lute and Snow wave goodbye from the edge of a snowy ridge. Lute holds Snow's hand. "Ryudo," she begins, her voice full of emotion, "I'm so happy now." She snuggles into his chest, smiling. "And being able to reunite with Mom and Dad and being with Chris, Risu, Maya, and Lucia, I'm truly happy with everyone here." With a face radiant with pure happiness, Snow thanks her beloved. "Ryudo-kun, you've made me so happy, thank you." The scene changes to a large city, where a light snow begins to fall. The focus is on a large building that resembles a cathedral or seat of power. Inside, a voice exclaims, "Lord Seraphim." In a dark meeting room, clerics of the Celestial Church confront a solitary figure. One of the clerics angrily accuses, "How can it be that you still haven't captured Noir? You started an investigation without informing us, and so far there hasn't been any report. And now this about making the North Borden region a direct jurisdiction. What arbitrariness." The figure, a woman named Seraphim, responds calmly, "I judged that leaving the Noir investigation to the Celestial Church could risk losing critical evidence related to Noir. Furthermore, the Noir investigation belongs to our most confidential affairs in Origin." Another cleric shouts, "Aren't you being too disrespectful to the papal states of the Celestial Church?" The rhetoric continues, with one of the men declaring that the teachings of the Church are the norms by which people live and that the world cannot exist without them. Seraphim scoffs at their arguments. "Initially, it was you who came crying to us to recover your important secrets, and these important secrets were nothing more than correspondence detailing marriage policies between the lords of various nations. What value does such a thing have now? The corruption of the Celestial Church is a well-known fact." The clerics, furious, surround her. What outrageous statements! The recent hard-line stance of the Origin Adventurers Guild is too much to ignore. It is a blasphemy against the Celestial Lord, the Papal States, and by extension, the world order. Seraphim stares at them with contempt. Not knowing one's own ignorance may be a blessing for the person in question, but it is an unpleasant characteristic not to be aware of the inconvenience and discomfort that is spread around. What do you understand about the Celestial Lord or the order of the world? Threateningly, the clerics declare, "How far do you intend to go with your insolence in insulting the order of the Celestial Lord? Our great papal mages, directly under the Pope, would not hesitate to apply divine punishment." With a cutting look, Seraphim asks, "Are you suggesting that you want to go to war with Origin?" The clerics scoff, "Do you intend to confront us with only a handful of B-class mages?" One of them steps forward, shouting, I could silence your insolence right here if necessary." Seraphim's expression turns into a dangerous smile. "That's very interesting." Before the situation escalates, a male and imposing voice intervenes. "Seraphim, that's enough." The figure approaching is revealed, Altreus of the Myriad Armies, the commander of Origin, whose presence immediately intimidates the clerics. An infographic explains the hierarchy of power of mages. Class B is the limit for typical talents, Class A is the realm of a handful of geniuses, and beyond that, Class S are beings called non-humans, monsters, and creatures. In this world, there are only 5 S-class beings. The Beast King god of war, the Decay King of the demonic fire race, the Dragon Sage of the Dragonkin race, the High Elves of the fairy race, and acclaimed as the strongest among them, the commander of origin of the human race, Altreus. Origin is the oldest and strongest military legion in the world, with influence on all 4 continents. It is said that its commander, Altreus Arger, who descends from the blood of the heroes of the 5 races, could single-handedly defeat all the nations of the world. He truly lives up to his name as the strongest mage in the world. Altreus addresses the clerics. I apologize for the rudeness of my subordinate, however, it seems that you are the ones who are mistaken. He stares at them with a stern look. It seems that you do not understand what it means to be under the authority of the Pope. The clerics stammer confused. What do you mean? The commander ends the discussion. It seems useless to argue here. Please convey this decision as it is to His Holiness. He adds a veiled threat. If it is unpleasant, Altreus himself will soon visit the Papal States to inquire directly. One of the clerics protests, sweating profusely. But we were also fully authorized by His Holiness. Altreus's aura explodes with power. If you still wish to challenge this, right here Altreus Arger will be your opponent. Visibly terrified by the demonstration of power, the clerics recoil, speechless. Retreating, one of them murmurs, your actions will eventually be judged by the Celestial Lord. For now, you may continue to act boldly. Watching them leave, Altreus comments to Seraphine, it seems that the Pope needs subordinates who understand things a little better. No, perhaps it is the Pope himself who is mistaken, thinking that the world order can be maintained centered on the Celestial Church, without Origin or the guilds. He reflects somberly, it is fundamentally absurd that there is a division between the Celestial Church and Origin. Seraphine adds, the misunderstanding is serious. What Shijin is really trying to protect is faith in the Celestial. The camera focuses on the vast complex of the Papal States. There must have been problems with the transition of the previous Pope. There may be a need to replace the heads of the Pope and the College of Cardinals. Later, Altreus and Seraphine talk. He questions, but isn't the takeover of the North Borden region a bit excessive? Perhaps it would have been better to leave the negotiations to the Celestial Church, especially since this area in the northern continent is a place where the Church wants to strengthen its influence. Seraphine explains the logic. There is also a meaning in putting a brake on the corruption and exploitation of the Celestial Church. If we had allowed the slow decision-making of the Celestial Church to intervene, we could have lost traces of Noir. Altreus concedes, we must try not to overdo it. Ideally, we want to remain in tune with the Celestial Church. After all, we are still one body. Even if our members do not move as we wish, we cannot simply cut them off. The scene darkens, focusing on a hooded figure of Noir. Altreus asks, so, have you finally gotten any information about Noir? Seraphine responds with a disappointed understood. She formally apologizes. I apologize. No, we were unable to capture any members. Altreus consoles her. No, the fact that they have evaded Origin's pursuit for so long suggests that the enemy possesses means unknown to us, probably something that can predict our movements. Seraphine continues, however, we understand their objective. An image of the numerical ring appears. It seems that their target was the numerical ring. The commander of Origin, Altreus, regrets not having personally tracked down the Noir group sooner. His subordinate, Seraphine, questions the reason for her superior's unexpected presence. Altreus explains that the nature of what Noir tried to steal from the Celestial Church was of great importance to Origin, requiring an immediate verification of the report and the search for traces of the dark group. Seraphine questions whether the records of marriage policies and bribes stolen from the church were really that important. The leader of Origin reveals the truth. The real target was a map of unexplored areas that the organization had meticulously researched. He confesses to having hidden a copy in the church's vault, but it was lost, confirming that Noir's goal is the dreaded Demon Continent, a desolate and dangerous land plagued by electrical storms. An ancient illustration details the dangers of the continent, fierce demons and natural conditions more severe than anywhere else, where a demon lord who escaped the heroes of the 5 races is said to still be hiding. No one has ever reached its depths. Seraphin concludes that Noir's quest to resurrect the last demon lord means the destruction of the world order established by the celestial and the heroes of the 5 races. With a determined expression, Altria states that crushing them is Origin's reason for being. He ponders that, due to the many unexplored areas and the difficulty of access, they probably have some time before Noir reaches its goal, as substantial preparations are needed. Seraphin suggests that, first, they should report the details to the Kingdom of Meltia, also considering the position of the Celestial Church. She also mentions her concern about Lut's peacemaker group. Upon hearing that the peacemakers were involved in 4 cases related to Noir on the northern continent, Altrius orders Seraphin to continue to keep a close watch on them. The scene shifts to the walled city of Kokori, Lut's base of operations. An exterior view of the city's walls and buildings establishes the location. Lut and his wives arrive on the streets of Kokori, back at their base. Walking through the city, Lut comments nostalgically that it's been a while since they've been there and that a lot has happened. Maya wonders excitedly how everyone from the Pure Maiden Knights is doing. The protagonist replies hesitantly that, although they have exchanged letters and everyone seems fine, there is something that worries him. His evasion leaves Liss and Zaya confused. Suddenly, they are greeted with an enthusiastic shout of "Welcome back" by a group led by a young elf with long blonde braids. Liss is shocked to recognize the newcomer. "Luna, why are you here?" Luna, her younger sister, replies with a cheeky smile, saying that it's more maniacal and irrational for an older sister to leave her little sister alone in a foreign country for so long. She explains that since the sisters never came back and she was lonely, she wrote to Lut, who authorized her to come. The young elf adds that she hasn't just been idle, leaving Liss even more confused. Luna proudly displays a variety of modern firearms and grenades that she has produced. She explains that at first she only looked at the designs that Lut sent, but soon she started receiving weekly instructions to manufacture more and more, complaining about how demanding the young commander is. Liss, embarrassed by the situation, apologizes to Lut. In a meeting, the protagonist explains that, without Luna's support in weapons development, the situation on the northern continent could have been much worse, as she has become a valuable resource. The commander asks Liss to somehow allow Luna to stay with them. Faced with Lut's direct request, Liss blushes, unable to refuse. Maya, seeing the pile of letters exchanged between Lut and Luna, reacts with fury. She misinterprets the manufacturing instructions as a huge amount of love letters, comically crying with jealousy. The warrior laments never having received a letter, while Lut tries to explain himself awkwardly. Luna teases Maya, suggesting that she can aim for the position of Lut's wife, which intensifies the other's jealousy. While Maya shouts that she will never accept that, Lut calms her down, explaining that, with the growth of the group, they need more talents like Luna for weapons manufacturing, as the two alone will not be able to cope. To appease the situation, Lut presents Maya with a design for a new airship. Maya is ecstatic with the idea of the Love Nest No. 2, a collaborative project between the genius magical tool developer Ryudo-sama and Maya Gunsmith, although Lut disapproves of the name. Feeling a little guilty for having burned Maya's previous airship, the protagonist gives in. He explains that, although he wanted to build the new airship only with Maya, it would take decades without Luna's help. Luna adds presumptuously that supporting her husband's work is a gesture of a good wife. Completely won over, Maya shakes Lut's hands, assuring him that he can rest easy. She declares fervently that she will be Ryudo-sama's right-hand woman and, as a good wife, will lead her subordinates. Maya takes command with enthusiasm, telling Lute not to hesitate to increase the team, as she will take care of everything. With a new system established and everyone's cooperation guaranteed, the young strategist announces that the activities of the Peacemaker and the Pure Maiden Knights will be resumed in their entirety. He delegates the tasks, dealing with the accumulated paperwork, reorganizing the troops, inspecting the equipment, expanding the sources of income, and actively recruiting new members. With a war cry, the group prepares for work. A montage shows the activities in full swing. Soldiers train shooting, hand-to-hand combat, and do physical exercises in the courtyard. Inside the office, Lute is buried by a mountain of paperwork, to the despair of his assistants. The group's arsenal is displayed, with rows of revolvers, AK assault rifles, and grenades ready for use. Peace and productivity seem to have returned to the city of Kokori. The scene focuses on the exterior of the Peacemaker's base of operations. Two Pure Maiden Knights guards stand guard at the main gate. Suddenly, a large furry figure approaches at high speed. The guards draw their swords and confront the newcomer, a werewolf beastman, who apologizes and says he came to look for Lute and Chris. Alerted by the commotion, Lute runs down the hall towards the entrance. He bursts through the door to see what's going on. Sitting at a table, the visitor is revealed. Jiggy, Chris's family's former butler, now with an eye patch and a rougher appearance. Lute greets him warmly, relieved, saying it's been a long time. Without wasting time, the protagonist asks anxiously if Jiggy's master, Chris's father, has been found. Jiggy asks Lute to calm down, promising to explain everything, but first notes the beastman's wounds and eye patch. The werewolf confirms with a somber expression, "Right, my master has been found." Lute and Chris express their relief at knowing he was safe. Jiggy hesitates, adding that Faramuto was even too energetic almost, but he finally reveals the shocking news. I couldn't bring him back, leaving Lute and Chris stunned. In a flashback, Jiggy recounts his conversation with a muscular Faramuto, who stated that he could not return for reasons he could not reveal. Jiggy continues, explaining that, as he insisted on knowing the reason. Faramuto challenged him directly with a fierce expression, "Fight me and win." Jiggy's narrative begins describing the dreaded demon continent, a desolate and dangerous land plagued by electrical storms, where Chris's father was taken. He recounts how he finally tracked Faramuto to the walled city of Alberta, the most remote human settlement on the demon continent. There, Jiggy discovered that Faramuto had been bought as a slave by a young woman and taken even deeper into that dangerous territory. The Beastman describes his relentless search, which lasted for years, and how he found his master's whereabouts by pure coincidence, in a place he would never have found otherwise. Upon finally finding him, Jiggy saw that his master was safe and seemed more energetic and powerful than ever, almost as if he were in his prime. Despite his appeals, Faramuto steadfastly refused to return, declaring that he could not leave that place for reasons he could not reveal. Even when Jiggy insisted, mentioning the concern of Lute, Chris, and everyone at the mansion, Faramuto remained inflexible and offered no explanations. The master then imposed a condition for his return: Jiggy would have to defeat him in battle. The werewolf, believing that his master would not fight seriously, accepted the challenge. However, Faramuto was serious, attacking his former servant with overwhelming ferocity and power without any hesitation. Jiggy concludes the story of his duel, showing the eye patch as proof of the result. He was completely defeated and lost an eye in the process. Lute and Chris react with shock and amazement upon hearing the butler's grim account. Convinced that he would not be able to persuade Faramuto alone, Jiggy explains that he returned from the demon continent to seek the help of those his master respected most. He then formally asks for the help of the young commander and the elf princess, believing that they are the only ones who can succeed where he failed. Lute is intrigued, questioning what the mysterious reason could be for Faramuto not being able to return. Jiggy reveals the only and enigmatic clue that his master gave him. If you knew the reason why I cannot return, it would crush you under the weight of the world's secrets. The gravity of the warning leaves Lute and Chris in a somber silence, pondering the implications of such a secret. After the discussion, they reach an inevitable conclusion. The only way to discover the truth and bring Faramuto back is to face him and defeat him in combat. The idea of fighting the incredibly powerful master causes a wave of shock and apprehension in the group. Lute and Chris exchange a nervous glance, the enormity of the task ahead of them becoming painfully clear. Trying to compose themselves, they force a smile, agreeing to focus on the fact that at least they know that Faramuto is alive and safe. Chris sincerely thanks Jiggy for his loyalty and years of relentless searching, to which the butler replies that it was his penance. That night, the decision is made at the Peacemaker's base of operations. In a meeting with his wives, Lute announces his resolution. I'm going to bring back Chris-san's father. I plan to go to the demon continent. He acknowledges the dangers of the mission, reminding everyone that the demon continent is a hostile place, still said to be the home of the demon lord. Maya is the first to declare her unwavering support, reminding the protagonist that they will follow him anywhere, whether against the kingdom of Meltia or into the depths of the demon continent. Moved by the unanimous and enthusiastic support of all his companions, Lute thanks them for their loyalty. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the vast and powerful kingdom of Meltia, where the gears of global politics continue to turn. The focus turns to the imposing royal castle, the center of the continent's military and economic power. An imposing figure dressed in a white cloak approaches the throne room for an audience. The figure is revealed as Altrius Arger, the commander of the elite organization Origin, who has come to report on the situation in the northern continent. He appears before Crown Prince Lance Meltia, a figure of androgynous appearance and regal air. The prince, with a casual glance, notices the presence of the guards. With a wave of his hand, Lance dismisses the guards, setting the stage for a private conversation. He asks Altrius to rise, dispensing with the formalities of the court. Lance shows a more personal side of their relationship, reminding Altrius that they are friends and that excessive formality saddens him. Despite the prince's gesture, the commander maintains a formal posture, stating that he needs to maintain appearances during an official visit. The prince then invites them to move to the terrace for a more comfortable and private conversation. On the terrace, Lance informs Altrius that he has already taken steps to deal with the corruption in the Celestial Church, planning to replace the Pope and the Council of Cardinals. With a sly smile, the prince reveals a personal motive for his swift action. The current Pope had the audacity to try to influence his younger brother. The conversation shifts to the number ring, with Lance casually mentioning reports that the ring and its bearers sank to the bottom of the sea. Altrius casts a skeptical glance, openly questioning whether the prince really believes this convenient story. Lance admits that he doesn't, speculating that the ring is probably back with its original owner, the White Wolf tribe hidden in the snowy mountains. When Altrius asks about the nature of the ring, the prince explains that, according to the late king of Keslan, it was an item needed for the demon lord's resurrection ritual. With a tone of regret, Lance begins to reflect on the consequences of his past actions. He laments the fact that he and Altrius destroyed the kingdom of Keslan because of an artifact whose real importance was ultimately questionable. However, the prince concludes that, since no one knows the location of the last demon lord, there is no need to rush, and he intends to take responsibility for the fate of the ring. Although he seems reluctant, Altrius agrees to follow Lance's lead on the matter. Changing the subject, the prince mentions the group that has been the center of attention, the Peacemakers, led by the White Wolf tribe couple. The commander of Origin recalls that his subordinate, Seraphin, investigated them but initially considered them insignificant. Lance, however, notes that rumors about them, such as having repelled a horde of giants, suggest that they possess considerable strength. He reveals that his own curiosity led him to investigate the group as well. The prince shocks Altreus by revealing the information he discovered. The peacemaker's goal is also the demon continent. He explains that their stated reason is to rescue a slave, but their true purpose remains a mystery. With a glint in his eyes, Lance presents his theory. He suggests that there is a high possibility that Lut's group is the one currently in possession of the number ring. The prince ponders that the peacemakers may be an unknown force, capable of creating powerful magical tools and surpassing even Noir and Melcha. Amused by the complexity of the situation, Lance smiles and comments that all of this is quite amusing, to Altreus' surprise. The commander notes that it is rare to see the prince with such a carefree expression, indicating how intriguing he finds the case. For now, Lance decides that the best strategy is to simply monitor Lut's group until their true intentions become clear. However, he warns with a cold look that if the peacemakers show any sign of challenging Melcha's order, they must be crushed with full force. The prince reflects on his duty, lamenting that there are so many seeds of rebellion that need to be eliminated to maintain order. Altreus solemnly agrees, stating that it is a task that must be done regardless of personal desire. The scene returns to the peacemaker's base, as Lance ironically reflects on the group's motto, helping those who cry out for help. The prince murmurs the name of the group's leader to himself, Ryudo-kun. Standing on the palace balcony, Lance observes the horizon and concludes with a cynical smile. For now, he's playing the good guy, isn't he? The narration describes the perilous journey through the demon continent. The traditional journey is slow and dangerous, requiring large convoys for protection, as even at night there is no safety, and the abundance of monsters makes survival unlikely for unprepared adventurers. To overcome these challenges, Lut has developed a solution: a high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicle HMMWV, or Humvee. Unable to recreate the original engine, he adapted it with a magic stone engine, which runs on magic power, allowing high speed on difficult terrain. At the wheel, with Jiggy by his side, Lut explains that the vehicle is essentially a magic-powered carriage, the speed of which is incomparably superior to that of a conventional cart. In his thoughts, the young strategist admits that the performance of the magic stone engine is far from ideal, leading him to mentally consider his Humvee a knockoff. Suddenly, an imposing rock monster, a heavy rock, appears before them, roaring fiercely. Soon after, an entire horde of heavy rocks emerges, blocking the group's path. Without hesitation, Lut accelerates and the Humvee whizzes past the pack of monsters, leaving them behind in the dust. With a confident expression, the protagonist reassures his companions, saying, "It's okay, just watch." He explains the vehicle's main advantage: the ability to easily overtake even the most dangerous monsters, something that would be impossible in a cart. Once they have gained a safe distance, Lut calls for Chris, who is in the back of the vehicle with the others. Promptly, the elf princess prepares to attack, raising her precision rifle. With deadly precision, she fires a burst of energy that hits the horde of monsters in the distance. One of the heavy rocks is hit squarely, its stone body shattering from the impact of the magic projectile. Lut smiles at Jiggy, explaining that this tactic allows them to deal with threats safely. The Beastman, impressed, simply agrees. Jiggy admits that he is constantly surprised by Ryudo's inventions, just as he was with Chris's rifle. The young commander maintains a serious expression, focused on the road ahead and the dangers around them. Through the side mirror, he observes an approaching monster, reflecting on how terrifying the creatures of that continent truly are. Jiggy comments that, despite how easily they are handling the situation, it is strange that none of the monsters have tried to flee after seeing so many of their companions being slaughtered. The battle continues with the Humvee in motion, as Chris and the others eliminate the pursuers one by one. Observing the smoldering remains of the monsters, Lute notes that their aggressiveness is abnormal as they fought to the last. He concludes that this characteristic is terrifying on a battlefield, as it means one cannot relax until the last enemy is eliminated. Jiggy solemnly agrees with the boy's assessment. The experienced Beastman warns everyone never to lower their guard, explaining that the monsters of the continent do not lose their fighting spirit even if they lose limbs, and the strongest will continue to attack even if only their head remains. Jiggy's grim warning causes a visible shiver in Lute and his companions, who gulp. As the Humvee drives away from the makeshift battlefield, Lute sighs, commenting, "What a terrible place we've come to." The journey takes them to the edge of a colossal ravine, from where they observe flocks of winged creatures, similar to wyverns, flying through the abyss. The group gathers at the edge of the cliff, contemplating the intimidating obstacle that lies before them. Lute is shocked to see Jiggy preparing ropes, realizing that they will have to descend from there. Jiggy warns them to be careful during the descent, as the wyverns will attack them as soon as they have an opportunity. He adds that occasionally an even larger red dragon appears to hunt the wyverns, making the rope descent an extremely dangerous task. The Beastman explains the plan. At the bottom of the canyon, they will find a network of caves. A 3 to 4 day journey through these caves will lead them to the whereabouts of their master, Faramuto. The group begins their journey through the network of underground tunnels. After some time walking, they set up a makeshift camp to rest inside a spacious chamber of the cave. Lute expresses his surprise that Jiggy was able to find such a remote place. The werewolf replies that he was lucky, as the faint scent of his master still lingered in the air. Zaya remains silent, her expression tense and alert. The battle maid approaches Lute and reveals that, since they left the city of Alberta, she has had the feeling that someone is following them. The protagonist, worried, asks Zaya what is wrong. He expresses his disbelief, questioning how a pursuer could have followed them from Alberta, especially considering the speed of the Humvee. Zaya steps back, apologizing and saying that perhaps she is just nervous and overly sensitive. Lute reassures her, saying that it is natural to be tense on the demon continent and that she does not need to apologize. He states that he trusts her ability to sense presences and suggests that they remain alert together, as there may be monsters following them in ways they cannot imagine. With the rest over, the group prepares to continue the journey. Jiggy announces that they will reach their destination in half a day. Led by Jiggy, the group walks through the winding passages of the cave. Suddenly, Snow stops abruptly, with an expression of surprise and alertness. Liss and Maya notice her reaction and ask what is wrong. With her wolf ears perked up, Snow turns to the group and warns them, "Everyone, be careful, there are monsters ahead." Immediately, Lute, Zaya, and Chris raise their weapons, ready for combat. However, Jiggy calmly places his hand on Lute's weapon, preventing him from firing. The Beastman assures everyone that there is no problem. He confirms the presence of monsters, but insists that there is no danger, to Maya's confusion. Jiggy apologizes for not having explained it before, admitting that he himself still has difficulty believing what is to come. He guides them to the exit of the cave, saying that seeing it with their own eyes will be faster than any explanation, and reveals a stunning sight: a vast and prosperous underground city. Lute is speechless, completely shocked by the discovery of such a large city hidden beneath the earth. Snow, equally impressed with the grandiose architecture, calls her beloved's attention to the inhabitants of the metropolis. The sight is unbelievable. The city streets are filled with various types of monsters, living in harmony as citizens, with a sharkman working as a salesman in a store. Still marveling at the underground city, Snow realizes that the monsters not only behave like people, but also speak. Lute observes a pig-like creature, reflecting that despite their appearance, they are considered evil by the outside world. The young commander observes the fierce and cunning creatures living in peace, a sight that defies everything he knew. Feeling overwhelmed, the black-haired boy asks Jiggy how they will find Faramudo in such a vast and confusing place. Jiggy reassures him, telling him not to worry as they will simply walk across the city to Lut's surprise. Lut watches in shock as his guide descends the stairs and enters the bustling streets of the monster city. Upon entering the city, the beast man is immediately noticed by two pig children, who react with enthusiasm. A trio of pig children run to greet the werewolf, cheerfully calling him Jigasan and Jigasanta. Jiggy greets the children warmly, who invite him to play. Politely declining, the butler asks where their master is, and one of the children informs him that he is at the altar for a ceremony. The beast man informs Lut that Faramudo is at the altar in the back and guides them there, leaving the young man even more perplexed. Lut, Liss, and Snow exchange confused glances, trying to process the peaceful and bizarre nature of the city. Led by Jiggy, the entire group walks through the streets of the underground metropolis, attracting curious glances. Several city dwellers, including Sharkmen and Catmen, greet Jiggy as an old friend, thanking him for bringing goods. Jiggy points to a large staircase leading to a temple, explaining that his master is up there and that they should ask him everything directly. The protagonist confesses to Jiggy that he has no idea what is going on, to which the beast man admits that he himself only understands half of the situation. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, the group enters a vast hall, looking around in amazement. Suddenly, Lut hears a loud voice shouting about feeling the burn in the muscles, and is shocked. Behind him, Chris also recognizes the voice with a flushed and surprised expression. The scene reveals Faramudo, Chris's father, with an incredibly muscular physique, leading a group of monsters in an intense workout, shouting, "Believe! Believe in your muscles!" As Faramudo lifts stone weights, the crowd of monsters cheers him on, shouting, "Good muscles!" Lut and Chris stare, completely dumbfounded and speechless at the bizarre scene. Faramudo pauses in his workout, sweating profusely. Finally finding their voices, Lut and Chris call out to him, "M-Master." The muscular man turns around, a huge smile spreading across his face as he recognizes them. "Ooh, it's Chris and Ryudo." The elf princess recoils with a disgusted expression as her sweaty father approaches. Chris greets her father awkwardly, commenting that he seems to be in good health as always. Faramudo laughs, praising how much his daughter has grown and become impressive, mentioning that Jiggy told him about the help she gave to Sira's. Lut approaches, formally greeting his master and apologizing for the delay in coming to get him. Faramudo praises him, saying that he has also become an admirable man. The master then surprises them, mentioning that he heard the news that the two got married. Lut, albeit formally, asks for Faramudo's blessing for his marriage, promising to make Chris happy. With a warm smile, Faramudo states that love is something that no one can stop and, of course, gives them his blessing. Chris and Lut smile, relieved and happy with the approval. The protagonist takes the opportunity to introduce his other wives to his former master. Later, the group sits down to talk, while in the background the monsters continue their bizarre training regimen. Lut addresses the main issue, explaining that he would like to discuss buying Faramudo's freedom, as he is still technically a slave. However, the young strategist is distracted by the chaos around him and asks what exactly is going on there. Faramudo explains that Jiggy's story was too complex, so he preferred to wait to tell everything in person. Chris's master ponders for a moment, deciding where to begin his long explanation. He begins his story, indicating that it refers to the inhabitants of the city who train tirelessly. Faramudo explains that the inhabitants of this city are commonly called malignos by the outside world, and asks Lut if he has ever heard of them. He then asks his former pupil a philosophical question: "What do you think is the difference between our 5 races and the monsters?" Lut thoughtfully ventures an answer: "The presence of civilization." Amused, Faramuto praises the answer as being typical of Ryudo, but clarifies that it is not a question with a definitive answer. Internally, Lute reflects that Jiggy had suggested that language was the difference, but the inhabitants of the city clearly possess a functional civilization. He verbalizes his confusion, asking if this means that monsters and humans are, at heart, the same thing. Faramuto states that they are still different, but what he is about to share is purely his theory, without concrete evidence. He theorizes that these beings are neither monsters nor members of the 5 races, but something in between. The explanation leaves the protagonist even more confused. Faramuto reveals that, for lack of a better term, he himself coined a name for them. He calls them half-monsters. Lute's wives react with comical expressions of total confusion upon hearing the new term. Lute processes the information, concluding that his master is suggesting that these half-monsters are a new species that evolved from common monsters. He reflects that, thanks to the knowledge of his past life, he is able to understand the concept of evolution, something that would be incomprehensible to most in this world. His strategist mind goes further, theorizing that a mass and simultaneous evolution of so many species would require the intervention of an external force, such as a god or demon. A sudden and shocking realization hits the young commander. Looking at the grandiose architecture of the underground city, he asks his master if this place could be the domain of the Demon King. The suggestion causes a shockwave throughout the group, who react with astonishment. Faramuto laughs, admitting that Ryudo's assumption is not entirely correct, but it is also not wrong. He reveals bombastically that there is indeed someone here called the Demon King, and that this person is the one who bought him as a servant. However, the master reassures them, ensuring that this Demon King has neither the desire nor the power to harm others. Lute tries to put the pieces together. The last Demon King is Faramuto's master, and the half-monsters are somehow connected to all of this. With a spark of understanding, the young strategist sees the gravity of the situation. He declares that being the case, they have even more reason to leave immediately. Faramuto laughs, stating that he has no intention of being freed from slavery. Lute argues, reminding him of his wife and everyone at the mansion who is waiting for him. Faramuto expresses his regret, but reaffirms that he cannot leave that place. With a solemn expression, he declares that he must protect that person, considering it his and the whole world's penance. The protagonist questions the logic of protecting the Demon King instead of killing him. Faramuto simply repeats the condition he imposed on Jiggy. If they wish to take him back, they will have to defeat him by force. The ultimatum leaves Lute and his companions in a state of shock. The scene changes to a combat arena, where the group prepares to face the formidable master. Lute protests, shouting that there is no reason for them to fight. He pleads for an explanation, questioning why his master is so attached to this land. Faramuto calmly explains that, to know the secret of the world, Lute must first prove that he has the strength to defeat him, otherwise the truth would crush him. The young commander is perplexed, asking if the secret of the world would kill him. A brief image of Liss comes to mind, reminding him of a warning that he could be killed by the world itself. Lute insists that he cannot understand without an explanation, but Faramuto reiterates that, without the power to defeat him, he has no right to know. With a somber look, Faramuto ends the conversation, telling Ryudo to decide whether or not he will fight. Frustrated but with his jaw clenched, the protagonist makes his decision. Chris observes her husband, his face tight with worry. Lute declares that any further discussion seems pointless. With his wives ready for battle behind him, he states that they have not come this far to back down and orders Liss to prepare everyone's equipment. A satisfied smile appears on Faramuto's face, who approves of Ryudo's resolution, but warns him that he will not go easy on him as in the old training sessions. The young commander retorts that he will not hold back either, and that his master should prepare to get hurt. Faramudo laughs with pride, praising the spirit of his son, and invites him to follow him when he is ready. They gather in a vast open-air arena, carved into the cave, with Faramudo on one side and Lut's group on the other. Chris's master informs them that he told the city dwellers to step aside, so they can fight without restrictions. Flexing his Herculean muscles, Faramudo enthusiastically declares the start of the confrontation. Now then, let's make our muscles tremble with excitement. In an underground arena, Lut, Snow, and Chris prepare for the decisive confrontation against the imposing Faramudo, a battle that promises to reveal the secrets of the world. Chris's master laughs disdainfully at the protagonist's cautious strategy, warning that merely avoiding combat will not bring them victory. The formidable opponent contracts his Herculean muscles, preparing for the group's imminent attack. Faramudo perceives their tactic, noting that they started with Chris's ranged attacks, which would be the easiest path if it could work. A projectile hits the giant's arm, but ricochets harmlessly off his hardened skin. With a laugh, Faramudo boasts that such weak attacks are incapable of piercing the magical barrier that surrounds his entire body. In the distance, Liss observes the scene with a calm and analytical expression, unfazed by the initial failure. Suddenly, Faramudo's expression changes to surprise when a projectile hits him with unexpected force. The close-up reveals a special ammunition hitting his shoulder with precision. The explosive ammunition detonates on impact, managing to shatter a point in Faramudo's magical barrier. Surprised, he admits that they managed to break through his defense by concentrating multiple hits on the same spot. Seizing the opening, the young commander orders Snow to advance, shouting that this is their chance. However, with a simple flex of muscles, Faramudo expels the projectiles from his body, revealing that he suffered no real damage. The protagonist gapes, shocked by his opponent's incredible resistance. Faramudo laughs, mocking that their attack was not strong enough to injure his magnificent muscles. Enveloped by a golden aura, he reveals that the vast amount of magical power in his body grants him an automatic healing ability. Snow exclaims in frustration about the injustice of the situation, while Lut curses the fact that no one informed him about this crucial ability. Declaring that their turn to attack is over, Faramudo turns his attention to Ryudo, announcing that now it is his turn. With a casual wave of his arm, he launches a devastating shockwave. Lut, Snow, and Liss look in horror at the overwhelming attack, with Snow shouting for everyone to dodge. The wave of force opens a fissure in the arena floor, leaving Lut stunned by the overwhelming difference in power. In his mind, the leader of the peacemakers reviews the desperate situation, ineffective attacks, instant healing, and knockout power in a single blow. Maya snaps him out of his stupor, demanding that he find a solution quickly. Maya orders Snow and Zaya, the close combat specialists, to attack. They advance towards Faramudo in a coordinated attack. The two warriors attack simultaneously, but their opponent blocks their blows with disconcerting ease. The muscular giant laughs, commenting that their energy makes the fight fun. Lut watches with apprehension, realizing that not even his best close combatants can overcome Faramudo's defense. Maya and Zaya try a new approach, attacking from above, but are repelled once again. Frustrated, one of the girls wonders why it is impossible to hit him. Faramudo mocks their simplistic movements, stating that they will never hit him if they do not anticipate his counterattacks. Zaya lands, processing her enemy's tactical advice. Maya agrees with his assessment, adjusting her strategy accordingly. The blonde elf launches a spinning kick, creating a vacuum to unbalance the opponent. The maneuver surprises Faramudo, who did not expect such a tactic. He is forced to take a step back, destabilized by Maya's attack. Praising Zaya for the successful distraction, Maya advances to exploit the opening they created. She fires her 2 pistols point-blank into Faramuto's chest. While he is occupied, Zaya and Snow descend from the skies for a surprise attack. Zaya lands a powerful axe kick on Faramuto's head. The blow seems to have connected, filling Lute with hope. 2 small fragments of metal fall to the ground with a clink. Zaya looks horrified as she realizes that the impact did not injure Faramuto, but rather broke the metal heel of her own boot. The entire group is in a state of shock to see that their strongest combined attack was completely ineffective. With a booming laugh, Faramuto grabs his aggressors, praising how full of life Ryudo's wives are. His playful expression disappears, replaced by a serious look as he decides on his next target. A close-up on the terrified gaze of one of the captured girls reveals the gravity of their situation. Faramuto turns his menacing focus back to Lute, declaring that now it is his turn to attack. The battle against Faramuto continues, with the blonde elf Maya recoiling from a powerful attack, her expression a mix of shock and determination. The battle-maid Zaya, with a focused look, prepares for the next move, her body tense and ready for action. The formidable master deflects and blocks the coordinated attacks of his opponents with disconcerting ease. In a simultaneous attack, Maya and Zaya deliver powerful blows, but their fists are stopped by the muscular giant's impenetrable defense. With a smile of admiration, Faramuto praises the battle-maid for avoiding injury with a quick defensive spell, but notes that to hit him, more than simple attacks are needed. Zaya clenches her teeth in silent frustration, blood trickling from her mouth, acknowledging the truth in her opponent's words. Adjusting her tactics, the battle-maid launches a powerful kick, trying to break Faramuto's guard with brute force. She declares that, as predicted, they have prepared a counterattack for his counterattack, revealing a deeper strategy. Taking advantage of an opening, the group launches a new attack, momentarily surprising Chris's master. He is hit by an unexpected attack that disorients him, leaving him vulnerable for the first time. Watching from afar, Lute and Liss celebrate the success of the stun grenade, which hit its target squarely. Immediately, a barbed wire net is launched, enveloping Faramuto's disoriented body. With the target immobilized, the protagonist orders all units to unleash their full firepower, taking advantage of the opportunity. Lute's wives, armed to the teeth with rocket launchers and machine guns, prepare for the bombardment. A torrent of explosives and projectiles is fired at the trapped Faramuto, filling the arena with the sound of war. A massive explosion engulfs the target, raising a cloud of smoke and debris that obscures vision. The arena is shaken by a series of detonations, each designed to overwhelm any magical defense. With the weapon still smoking, the young commander observes the result of his all-out attack, hoping to have finally overcome his master. The girls watch, with Maya admitting that she got carried away and threw an anti-tank mine. Chris reassures her, stating that against her father, any restraint would result in their defeat. However, amidst the smoke, Lute and Snow sense a sinister presence, realizing with dread that the attack may not have been enough. Through his magic-enhanced vision, the black-haired boy analyzes the point of impact and understands that his master's magical barrier is not a simple defensive wall. As the smoke dissipates, Faramuto's silhouette remains standing, to everyone's shock. With a deafening roar of fuhahahahaha, Faramuto flexes his muscles, breaking the remains of the barbed wire net as if they were cotton threads, completely unharmed. Lute, Snow, and Liss stare in absolute shock, unable to believe that their most powerful attack was totally ineffective. Faramuto laughs with genuine joy, declaring himself amazed that Chris and Ryudo, once so small, can now launch such battle-worthy attacks. The entire group is stunned and sweating cold, paralyzed by the overwhelming demonstration of their opponent's power. The girls comment in despair that they used all the arsenal they had, a firepower capable of taking down dozens of dragons without causing a single scratch. After receiving such an incredible attack, Faramuto declares that it is only fair that he returns the favor. He assumes a posture of power, channeling an immense amount of energy that causes the arena floor to crack under his feet. The girls watch with alarm as his body begins to swell, his muscles expanding to an even more terrifying size. The transformation continues, with veins popping all over his body as he prepares to unleash his power. In a panic, Lute yells for everyone to dodge as Faramuto unleashes a devastating attack, a tornado of golden energy that erupts from his body. The torrent of power destroys the arena floor, hurling chunks of stone in all directions. The overwhelming attack continues to tear across the battlefield, leaving no place to hide. The young commander instinctively closes his eyes against the force of the approaching blast. He and his companions are swallowed by the storm of energy, with Lute shouting in despair to check if everyone is okay. The aftermath reveals a massive trench carved into the arena floor, a testament to Faramuto's unbelievable strength. Lute looks at the destruction, his expression one of pure shock at witnessing such an overwhelming level of power. He struggles to get up amidst the smoke and rubble, his body aching from the impact. Worried, the leader calls out the names of his wives, desperately searching for them in the chaos. Zaya responds, assuring her master that she is okay, although shaken. The battle maid explains that everyone managed to form a defensive shield in time, avoiding a direct hit, but were still thrown by the shockwave. The protagonist sighs in relief upon learning that everyone survived the devastating attack. Emerging from the dust, Faramuto praises them with a shout of magnificent, impressed that they managed to survive his blow. With a proud smile, he expresses his admiration for Ryudo's wives and says that he eagerly awaits their future growth. He surveys the scene, noting that only Ryudo, Chris, and the lady maid are still standing, and ponders his next move. Lute and Zaya brace themselves for the worst, their faces pale and sweaty, knowing that the battle is far from over. Assessing the impossible situation, the strategist makes a quick and difficult decision, shouting for everyone to retreat immediately. Faramuto bursts into laughter, praising Ryuto's excellent judgment for knowing when one cannot win and making the decision for a clean and decisive retreat. He declares that, although it was the best battle he has had in a long time, he will respect his former pupil's decision and end the confrontation for today. As the group retreats, Faramuto challenges him to return at any time. Lute looks back, his face a mask of frustrated determination. Later, back in the underground city, the young commander's frustration overflows, and he slams his fist on the table, shouting about how the hell they are supposed to win. The entire group, including Jiggy, sits in somber silence, their morale crushed by the total defeat. The girls lament Faramuto's strength, with Chris apologizing for her ridiculously unreasonable father, whom even the all-out bombardment failed to injure. Suddenly, Lute breaks the silence, surprising Snow by announcing that he has figured out how his master's defense works. He clarifies to Jiggy that it's not just a huge, simple magical barrier, but something much more complex. Drawing on his knowledge from a past life, the black-haired boy explains that Faramuto's defense operates on a principle similar to the explosive reactive armor of tanks. He theorizes that his master generates multiple layers of magical barriers that detonate outwards when hit, neutralizing and dispersing the impact. Zaya looks at her beloved with admiration, marveling at his ability to calmly analyze battle power amidst such a fierce fight. Maya, always focused on the next step, asks excitedly how they can break through this defense. Lute falls silent, closing his eyes in contemplation. Knowing how the defense works is only the first step, finding a way to overcome it is the real challenge. Looking at the vast underground city, the group leader decides that the strategy for the next round can wait. "Let's think about it tomorrow," he declares. Completely cornered, the young commander agonizes over how to wound his master's body. His only hope lies in the silver poison, but he can't find a solution to apply it. The theory is simple. For vampires, silver is a deadly poison. For Faramuto, even a small wound from a silver weapon would be enough for the poison to spread, causing a lethal injury and disrupting his flow of magic. The obstacle, however, is his opponent's formidable magical barrier. Even with Chris's superhuman ability, she couldn't pierce the defense to wound him, making the application of the silver poison seemingly impossible. Exhausted and out of ideas, Lute admits his defeat to Snow, confessing that this time he really can't think of anything to overcome his master. During a moment of reflection, Lute is served by one of the townspeople, who notices his serious expression and offers him a drink on the house. The black-haired boy thanks him for his kindness. As the days pass, the group fully integrates with the half-monsters, discovering that, contrary to their first impression, they are just ordinary, kind-hearted people. Taking advantage of the newfound camaraderie, Lute questions the locals about the city and their master, Faramuto, seeking to understand the situation. He discovers that Faramuto was bought not only for being a trustworthy person with the power to protect the Demon King, but also to play the crucial role of obtaining supplies from the outside world, something the inhabitants cannot do. The half-monsters explain that the Demon King is a maternal figure and a guardian deity to them. It was the king's magic that allowed their ancestors, the weakest creatures on the continent, to evolve into intelligent beings and live in safety. When asked about their master's devotion to the place, they reply that Faramuto is a respectable person who possesses the wisdom and power to protect the Demon King, in addition to having taught them the greatness of muscles. Despite learning about the origins and beliefs of the half-monsters, Lute still finds himself at a dead end, without understanding the totality of his master's devotion, and more importantly, without a way to defeat him. The feeling of being in a suffocating impasse weighs on the young strategist, who wonders what he should do next. While Lute ponders, life in the city continues. Liss is warmly greeted by a group of lively pig children who invite her to play. In a few days, Lute's wives become the favorites of the local children, who become attached to them with affection. The pig children play happily around the girls, pulling at their clothes in a lively game. Lute watches Snow, who is replenishing her energy with a meal before joining the game. He asks Snow if she's not going to play, to which she replies excitedly that she is, but she needs to eat first, as playing with children requires a lot of energy. Suddenly, while Snow has her mouth full, something is thrown and hits her face, surprising her. The pig children laugh, mocking her for being hit, revealing that they were the ones who threw the food. Playfully annoyed, Snow chases the children, scolding them for playing with food, to the amusement of Lute, who watches with a smile. While observing the chaotic scene, a sudden realization hits the protagonist. His eyes fall on a piece of food crushed on the ground, the projectile of the game. The sight triggers an epiphany, and his eyes widen with the sudden clarity of a new idea. While Snow, still flushed with irritation, continues to scold the little pests, Lute's mind is already elsewhere. The game intensifies when Snow, in an act of retaliation, crushes a piece of food in her hands. With a determined look, she prepares to retaliate. She squeezes the improvised projectile, ready for launch. Snow hits one of the little pranksters squarely with her food counterattack. In another playful scene, the local children engage in a lively snowball fight with one of Lute's companions. Observing the exchange of projectiles, Lute points with a shout of discovery, that. A smile spreads across his face as the solution finally clicks in his mind. "Why didn't I think of that before?" he exclaims to himself. "If attacking a single point doesn't work, then maybe this will." Filled with new energy, Lute turns to his companions and announces that they need to start developing weapons immediately, and fast, before their master finds out. With renewed confidence and surrounded by his wives, the young commander declares with conviction, "I've thought of a weapon to defeat the master. This time, we can definitely take him down." Sometime later, the group prepares for the confrontation in a vast underground cave. The chosen battlefield is an abandoned city inside the cave, its cracked streets and buildings offering cover and tactical opportunities. In the center of the ghost town, a ruined square awaits the start of the combat. Lute and Chris position themselves with serious and determined expressions, ready for the second round against their opponent. On the other side of the square, Faramudo awaits them, with a confident smile on his face. He laughs, realizing that, by challenging him again, they must have devised a plan to defeat him. Lute confirms firmly, "This time, yes, we will do whatever it takes to win." Faramudo acknowledges that the choice of an abandoned city as a battlefield is part of their strategy, and even knowing that the setup favors him, he accepts the challenge, eager to see the plan in action. Liss questions Lute if he is sure he wants to fight only with Chris, while Faramudo declares that he is ready to start at any time. Chris's master states indifferently that he wouldn't mind if Jiggy and the others join the fight as well. Lute explains his decision, stating that he wants to challenge his master only with Chris, like in the old days, but with a crucial difference. This time, they will fight him for real. Faramudo smiles, nostalgic. I see, that really brings back memories," he says, remembering their training. However, his expression becomes serious, making it clear that the memories of the past will not influence the battle to come. He warns them to get rid of any naive thoughts that he will go easy on them because of their memories or because he considers them his children. "I won't hold back," he declares. Lute and Chris accept the challenge with the same seriousness. "Of course, we will fight with everything we have to defeat you, father," says Chris. "And when we defeat you, master, you will tell us about the secrets of this world," adds Lute. With the terms set, Faramudo laughs enthusiastically. "Of course, when the time comes I will tell you everything. Now then, let's fight until our hearts tremble and our muscles vibrate," he roars, ready for action. The battle begins and Lute and Chris immediately turn around and run away. Faramudo laughs at the tactic. "Ha ha ha, running again, aren't you? Well, it's true that fighting head-on isn't the only way to battle." Running through a ruined street, Lute shouts back, "You're absolutely right, we have no reason to fight in a place that gives you the advantage, master. If you're afraid of losing, I suggest you stay right where you are." Amused by the provocation, Faramudo guffaws. "Whahaha, I see, a tactical retreat, is it? Very well, I will accept your challenge and follow the game." Flexing his massive muscles, the giant begins the chase. With explosive power, he sets off after the two, following them through the abandoned city. He follows them through a narrow alley, laughing. "Ha ha ha, you've certainly run into a narrow alley this time." Without him realizing it, his foot steps on a pressure plate hidden under the rubble, triggering a trap. At the last instant, Faramudo feels the disturbance on the ground beneath his feet. A landmine explodes with full force, engulfing the giant in an explosion of fire and debris. From a safe location, Lute watches the black smoke rise from the point of detonation. His expression remains tense. The trap hits squarely, but he knows it won't be that easy. To his frustration, Faramudo emerges from the smoke, laughing. "Hahaha, I didn't expect the rubble to explode," he exclaims, unharmed. Lute reflects that, although he coated all the explosives and bullets with silver, it still wasn't enough. Faramudo, impressed with the trick, challenges them to attack him with all their might. He demonstrates his overwhelming power by punching the air, creating a shockwave that destroys the surroundings. The wave of force pulverizes the nearby buildings, showing the magnitude of his power. He continues to unleash his strength, determined not to let the fight drag on. Lute is caught in the shockwave, screaming as he is thrown back by the force of the attack. Cursing his master's absurd strength, Lute takes cover, while Faramudo taunts him, saying that he will never land a direct hit if he doesn't come out to fight. Forced out of his cover, Lute advances, firing his assault rifle at the approaching giant. Faramudo laughs, respecting Ryudo's determination to face him head-on, as the bullets ricochet harmlessly off his muscular chest. As Lute aims, Faramuto mocks the weapon, saying that it seems a bit inadequate if he intends to face him, suggesting that he came unprepared. With Faramuto focused on him, Lute reveals his true intention. "No, master, the reason I came out here was to lure you into the target position." Having his opponent exactly where he wanted him, Lute shouts the signal, "Chris." Positioned on a nearby rooftop, Chris pulls a thin wire, activating the main trap. The ground beneath Faramuto's feet collapses, revealing a trapdoor that plunges him into the darkness below, leaving the success of the operation in suspense. In a ruined underground city, the confrontation reaches a climax as the formidable Faramuto is caught in Lute's trapdoor, plummeting into a chasm of rubble and silver blades. With a triumphant grin, the young commander celebrates the success of his simple yet effective trap, believing he has finally cornered his master. Lute's strategy is revealed, a two-layered trap designed to bypass Faramuto's defenses, combining the impact of a fall and the weight of rubble with the deadly silver poison for vampires, which coats the swords at the bottom of the pit. The plaza floor completely collapses, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscures the outcome of the trap. Lute and Chris watch from the edge of the crater, tension hanging in the air as they wait to see if the plan worked. With a cry of joy, Chris declares that not even her father could walk away unscathed from such a trap, certain of their victory. The protagonist, however, quickly corrects her, expressing his hope that Faramuto escapes with only minor injuries, revealing his inner conflict. Observing the pit, the black-haired boy ponders that while he doesn't expect his master to die, the silver poison infused in the blades should, at the very least, have sealed his immense magical power. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupts from the depths of the crater, sending a shockwave through the plaza. To their shock, Faramuto emerges from the cloud of dust, not only alive but seemingly unharmed, with a roar of surprise. Fragments of rock and metal rain down around the arena as the giant breaks free from the rubble. Lute and Chris stare in utter disbelief, stammering in shock at their opponent's superhuman resilience. Their master lands gracefully amidst the smoke, his towering silhouette untouched by the deadly trap. With a booming laugh, Faramuto praises Ryuto's excellent trap, gleefully admitting that for the first time in a long while, he was almost injured. The young strategist is aghast, unable to comprehend how anyone could survive such a calculated assault and emerge completely unscathed. With a satisfied smirk, Faramuto explains dismissively that he shattered the blades with his magically enhanced fists and simply blasted the rubble away to escape. The Peacemaker's leader processes the information in dread, realizing that their master not only survived but overpowered dozens of tons of debris and silver blades with sheer brute force. Amused, Faramuto challenges them, asking what other traps they have prepared and encouraging them not to hold back. Realizing the futility of their current position, Lute and Chris exchange a panicked glance and flee once more. Their master laughs heartily, vowing to follow them to the ends of the earth as the chase resumes. The three position themselves in a new arena, a wider, ruined plaza, preparing for the next round of their confrontation. Lute and Chris brace themselves, stopping near a broken statue, while Faramuto faces them from across the plaza with a confident grin. The giant taunts them, asking why they've stopped and if they've already run out of tricks. However, he notices the unwavering determination in their eyes, acknowledging that his young opponents still have the will to fight. Chris and Lute declare in unison their oath to defeat him and bring him back home, ready to fight with everything they have. Delighted by their conviction, Faramuto roars in approval, yelling for them to attack him with full force. Lute advances, but instead of a direct attack, he kicks the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust to obscure his master's vision. The muscular giant is momentarily enveloped by the dust cloud, questioning the familiar tactic. Recognizing the use of a smokescreen like in the old days, he dismisses it as an unoriginal and predictable tactic. While Faramuto is distracted, Lute advances through the smoke, but his knife attack is easily intercepted. Chris's master explains that with Ryudo's movements and the smokescreen, he predicted that Chris was preparing for a ranged attack. Holding the protagonist by the arm, Faramuto dares him to shoot, declaring that such petty tricks are useless against his magic and muscles, and that he will simply crush everything. The instant he finishes speaking, a small device planted on his chest by Lute detonates with surprising force, shattering his magical barrier. For the first time, Faramuto is genuinely injured, spitting blood and staggering back from the impact as his body kneels. He drops to one knee, his consciousness faltering from the unexpected and powerful attack. Seeing that it worked, Lute shouts "now," signaling the next step in their coordinated plan. The black-haired boy grabs his stunned master's hair, preparing for a follow-up attack. With a roar of fury and pain, Faramuto recovers, unleashing a wave of energy that sends his attacker flying. Lute is violently thrown backward, landing hard on the stone steps, as Chris cries out his name in worry. Struggling to his feet, he reassures her, saying that he's fine and, more importantly, asking about their master's condition. Chris's expression is one of awe and admiration, exclaiming "magnificent" at the success of the attack. Faramuto rises, holding onto a broken stone pillar for support, and offers his highest praise to Chris and Ryudo for being the first to injure him to such an extent. Despite the success, the young commander is sweating cold, knowing that the battle is far from over. Their master admits that the attack was impressive enough to make him lose consciousness for an instant, and demands to know what exactly they did. Lute reveals the name of their secret weapon, HEP. He explains the concept of HEP, high-explosive plastic, an anti-tank munition with a soft warhead that spreads on the armor before detonating. The resulting shockwave causes the fragmentation of the interior of the armor, a phenomenon known as the Hopkinson effect. While not fully understanding the concept, Faramuto recognizes the strength behind it and offers his highest praise. Despite the praise, Chris and Lute realize the terrible truth. Even their trump card was not enough to defeat him, and they would be slaughtered instantly if they faced him at his current level. Declaring that their trump card was not enough, Faramuto warns that since they have injured him this much, he can no longer hold back. In a final display of power, he gives them one last warning: "Forget about me as if I were dead." Ignoring the warning, Lute and Chris prepare for the next phase of their plan with determined expressions. The protagonist admits to himself that the HEP only managed to cause a brief loss of consciousness. With renewed determination, the black-haired boy faces his master and declares that this doesn't mean they can't defeat him. Intrigued by his former student's confidence, Faramuto simply replies with a "hem." Another massive explosion, this time with a dark, oily hue, completely engulfs the giant, shaking the arena. Amidst the smoke and fire of the explosion, a small silver bullet is seen flying towards the center of the detonation. Faramuto is knocked off his feet by the force of the explosion, his body falling limp to the plaza floor. From the clouds of smoke, Lute's silhouette emerges, watching the outcome of their latest trap. The smoke begins to dissipate, revealing their fallen opponent's body in the middle of the smoldering crater. Lute explains his strategy. "Master, you assumed we wouldn't use the same trap twice in the same location. That was your downfall." He reveals that it was an IED, an improvised explosive device stuffed with HEP. He further details, explaining that instead of a single close-range attack, he hid and armed multiple HEP IEDs in different locations beforehand to ensure a hit. As the smoke clears, Faramuto is seen on his knees, struggling to rise, calling out Ryudo's name in pain. Confused as to what is happening, he realizes in horror that it's not the explosion that's the problem, but rather that he has been afflicted with silver poison, evidenced by a dark wound on his chest. The protagonist explains that when the first HEP attack hit him, they confirmed something crucial. He reveals that for less than a second, during that brief moment of unconsciousness, his master's monstrous defensive ability was not activated. In that single instant of vulnerability, while Faramuto was engulfed in the IED's explosion, Chris fired a silver bullet into his defenseless body. Struggling to kneel, Faramuto groans, impressed that they managed to pull off such a precise attack amidst such a fleeting moment in the middle of the explosion. With the silver poison now in his system, Lute declares that the tide has turned. His master's magical defense and automatic regeneration are no longer functioning, and if they keep their distance and continue to attack, victory is theirs. Despite the pain and his sealed power, Faramuto refuses to admit defeat, declaring that for their sakes as well, he cannot allow himself to lose so easily. With a roar of pure willpower, he prepares to fight using only his physical strength, his muscles tensing for a final showdown. Seeing his master's determination, Lute braces himself, asking Chris for his weapon, signaling that the battle is not over yet. The stage is set in the devastated arena, with the underground city as a silent witness to the final duel. Clenching his fists with knuckle guards, the young commander makes a final, selfish request. With a serious expression, he challenges his master to a final one-on-one battle. Surprised and sweating from the effort and the poison, Faramuto can barely believe what he hears. Assuming a fighting stance, Lute declares that they will fight with only their fists and their bodies, a final duel to make their muscles tremble. In the ruined arena, Faramuto kneels, facing Lute, and questions whether the young man wants a one-on-one duel to resolve the impasse. With his face flushed with determination, the black-haired boy confirms, declaring that they are not just people who hide behind their adoptive father for protection. Laughter explodes from Faramuto, who understands his former student's intention, to defeat him with and without magic to gain his complete recognition, an idea he finds interesting. The protagonist states with conviction that he wants to prove that they are strong enough to protect those around them. The muscular giant warns him with a fierce smile that if he loses, all his efforts will have been in vain, but Lute responds firmly that he will not lose as he will win. The image of his wives flashes in the young commander's mind, reminding him of the promise he made to Chris and all of them, solidifying his resolve. Faramuto praises Ryuto's spirit and determination, declaring that a man must have such bravery. The physical confrontation begins with an explosion of force, the two combatants clashing in the center of the arena. Assuming a fighting stance, Chris's master challenges him to attack him with everything he has at any time. Despite the silver poison that should be weakening his master, Lute sweats coldly, impressed by the overwhelming presence that shows no sign of weakness. In his thoughts, the young strategist reaffirms his admiration for his mentor's incredible resilience, who should barely be able to stand. Without hesitation, Lute advances, initiating a frontal attack. Faramuto laughs, satisfied with his opponent's spirit for attacking him head-on from the start. Lute's first punch hits its target, but he grunts in pain and frustration as he feels the impact being absorbed by his master's body, as if he were hitting dense rubber. The two warriors exchange fierce blows amidst the rubble of the underground city. The protagonist reacts with an expression of shock to the power behind his opponent's counterattack. Faramuto's massive fist advances towards Lute. With a quick movement, the black-haired boy manages to deliver a powerful punch to his master's chest. The impact of Lute's fist is shown in detail, sinking into the giant's muscles. An intense glow in the eye of one of the combatants signals a decisive moment in the exchange of blows. Faramuto smiles, advising Ryuto to put more force into his punches if he wants them to have an effect. Dodging a blow, Lute spins and lands a devastating uppercut on his master's chin. For the first time in the hand-to-hand combat, the giant is thrown back, unbalanced by the force of his former pupil's blow. The young commander slides across the ground, regaining his balance after the effort of his powerful attack. In shock, Lute reflects on his master's incredible durability, realizing that even a glancing blow has an immense impact and that hesitant punches are useless. The two exchange compliments in the midst of battle. Faramuto recognizes Ryudo's growth, while Lute admires his master's overwhelming strength, even without magic. With genuine joy, Faramuto thanks Ryudo from the bottom of his heart, confessing that it has been a long time since he had so much fun in a fight. His eyes narrow with focus, deciding that it would be a waste to hesitate any longer in such a pleasant moment. Declaring that it is now his turn to attack, Faramuto advances with surprising speed. Lute barely manages to react to his master's sudden and swift attack. With an agile movement, the protagonist manages to dodge Faramuto's powerful punch. The young man analyzes that, due to his massive size, his master's speed is not so great that it is impossible to keep up with. He quickly realizes his miscalculation. Faramuto read his counterattacks and is preparing a single massive blow to end the fight. The perception of imminent danger is clear in Lute's gaze. The protagonist prepares for the impact of his master's final blow. In the blink of an eye, a new strategy forms in Lute's mind. Shouting that his opponent is too arrogant, Lute advances into the range of the blow, betting everything on a devastating elbow strike to Faramuto's solar plexus. The giant grunts in pain and surprise, the impact of the elbow hitting him squarely. Faramuto recoils, shaken by his former student's precise and powerful blow. The black-haired boy sees the opening he was hoping for, believing that not even his master's muscles could emerge unscathed from an elbow strike. He jumps forward, determined not to let the opportunity escape, and press the attack. However, Faramuto's expression reveals that the opening was a trap. Before Lute can react, a counterattack hits him squarely. An invisible impact, faster than a punch, sends the protagonist flying violently through the air. Lute crashes against the stone floor, the force of the blow leaving him momentarily incapacitated. He struggles to get up, staggering from the impact. Confused and stunned, Lute wonders what the hell just happened, unable to understand the nature of the counterattack. Faramuto apologizes for his arrogance, admitting that expecting to finish with just one blow was a miscalculation. The young commander realizes with horror that he was hit by a jab as a counterattack, a blow that he didn't even see, and that everything was just a feint. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, Faramuto declares that, from that moment on, he will no longer be lenient and will end the fight without giving Ryudo a chance to counterattack. A torrent of punches explodes from the giant, so fast that they seem like just a blur of movement. Caught in the relentless barrage, Lute screams as he desperately tries to defend himself from the blows. He crosses his arms over his head, recognizing that it is too fast to dodge, and he only has the option of protecting himself. A predatory smile spreads across Faramuto's face as he presses his attack. In the midst of the rain of jabs, a different, sharper blow pierces Lute's guard. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock and pain. He screams as a deep, bloody cut opens on his forearm. Watching from afar, Liss screams her Oni-chan's name in panic. Lute recoils, staggering and holding his wounded arm. His master praises him for the subtle and excellent decision to retreat without panicking. The young warrior looks at his wound in disbelief, unable to understand how he was cut if Faramuto does not possess a blade. With a laugh, Faramuto reveals that there is no need for surprise, as Lute was also using the same technique. The realization hits Lute like a punch, the elbow. He remembers that in the martial arts of his past life, elbow strikes were often banned for their extreme power. With his master's monstrous strength and speed, it is natural that his elbow can act like a blade. The protagonist grunts in pain, feeling the blood run down his arm. He finds himself trapped in a tactical dilemma. Defending makes him vulnerable to the elbow that ignores his guard, but attacking is impossible against the barrage of jabs. Faramuto waits, towering, for his opponent's decision. The giant taunts him, asking if he is ready to admit defeat out loud. With a defiant smile, despite the pain, Lute refuses to surrender. He declares to his master that he was just thinking of a way to defeat him. Satisfied with Ryudo's fighting spirit, Faramudo prepares to attack again. The fight resumes, with Lute dodging and keeping his distance from his master's fury. The strategist knows that as long as he stays out of range, the jabs will not hit him, but this prevents him from attacking. A growing concern plagues him. The bleeding from his arm is more intense than expected. If the fight drags on, he will lose due to blood loss. He bets that his master would not be content with such a pathetic victory. The desperate strategy takes shape. He needs to bait a decisive final blow and capitalize on that single moment. He knows that unless he seizes this one chance, he has no way to win. Lute continues to dodge, his body moving on the edge as he searches for the perfect opening. Suddenly, a drop of blood splatters in his eye. The momentarily blurred vision blinds him, creating a fatal opening. Faramudo notices the flaw instantly and roars, "I got Ryuuto." The giant advances with all his power concentrated in a single finishing blow. Facing the approaching attack, Lute decides that retreating is not an option. He needs to advance. With a war cry, the young man throws himself forward, diving under the arc of his master's fist in an all-or-nothing gamble. In a desperate gamble, Lute dives under his master's final blow, the massive fist passing inches from his head. With a guttural cry, the young man throws his own body forward, betting everything on a counterattack to the heart of danger. Ignoring logic, the protagonist propels himself into Faramudo's range, twisting his body to channel all his remaining strength into a single, decisive punch. The blow strikes Faramudo in his center of mass, not with a bang but with a dull, deep thud. For the first time, a gasp of pure shock escapes the giant, his balance finally broken by the perfectly timed attack. Seizing the moment of imbalance, the black-haired boy doesn't attack, but pushes with his open hand, using his master's own momentum against him to knock him down completely. With his opponent on the ground, the strategist's mind works quickly, analyzing that Faramudo is momentarily incapacitated and unable to move or get up quickly, creating the perfect opening. Faramudo lies on the stone floor, groggy and momentarily stunned by the unexpected counterattack that brought him down. With determination burning in his eyes, Lute prepares for the final blow, shouting that he will end the fight with a single, full-force attack, without any hesitation. He leaps into the air like a comet, his body arched and his fist pulled back, gathering every ounce of his energy for the blow that will end the battle. Lute's fist descends towards his fallen master's chest, a blur of motion about to seal his victory. Inches from impact, the cry "Lute" echoes through the arena, causing the young man to freeze his attack at the last instant, adrenaline turning to shock. Believing his former pupil has fallen for the bait, Faramudo reveals that the voice was an auditory feint, mocking Lute for being as straightforward and predictable as ever. As Faramudo gets up, boasting about his trick, he is surprised to see that Lute is not shocked, but rather recalling a similar tactic from the past. Chris's master explains his logic, stating that Lute underestimated him, assuming he wouldn't use the same type of feint again. With a sly smile, Lute turns the tables, declaring that if anyone was naive, it was his master, revealing that the hesitation was, in fact, his own trap. Faramudo looks at his former student with an expression of genuine pride. Recognizing the cunning and power that Lute now possesses, he admits, "You've become strong." Instead of a crushing blow, Lute had delivered a series of quick, precise strikes to the pressure points on his master's chest, paralyzing his muscles. With victory assured, he delivers a final open palm strike. The final impact is enough to knock the giant down. Faramudo falls backward, finally and truly defeated, not just by strength, but by the superior technique and strategy of his former pupil. Fallen, Faramudo admits with a tired laugh that a father always sees his children as children, but acknowledges that Lute and Chris have grown immensely. With his eyes closing in exhaustion and acceptance, the muscular giant loudly admits his complete and total defeat. In the ruined arena, Lute stands over his master's fallen form, the silence of victory hanging over the destruction. After the battle, the group gathers in a vast underground chamber, a sanctuary hidden deep within the earth, to finally hear the secrets Faramudo guarded. Around a stone table, Lute and his companions sit before Faramudo, who is no longer an adversary, but a solemn guardian about to reveal the truth of the world. Cora, the young woman with short black hair, watches Faramudo with a serious and expectant expression, ready to hear the story that cost them so much to uncover. The ogre man, now calm and serene, offers an enigmatic smile, the fierce warrior replaced by a teller of ancient tales. Resting his hand on his chin, thoughtfully, Faramudo ponders where to begin unraveling the secrets he has kept for so long. He decides to start at the beginning, with the oldest story he was told, a tale of an era so distant that it has been lost in the memory of time. Faramudo's narrative begins long, long ago, in a time so remote that no one remembers exactly when it happened. He describes an ancient and highly advanced civilization that, in its arrogance, ended up causing its own destruction, leaving behind a world in ruins. The survivors of this catastrophe wandered through a devastated world, consumed by sadness and despair, with no hope of reconstruction. Amidst the desolation, an entity of pure light, a god, appeared from the heavens, offering salvation to the desperate. The people came to call the entity True God, who, taking pity on their suffering, used miraculous powers to heal the earth and restore the destroyed world. Together, the god and the people worked to rebuild. The true God then chose 6 disciples, 5 young men and 1 young woman, to help him in his task. Under the guidance of the true God and his disciples, the world regained peace and order, and humanity was able to live peacefully once more. However, the era of peace and reconstruction was destined to be fleeting, as the seed of corruption had already been planted. The dark silhouettes of the disciples rise, their hearts corrupted by the power they witnessed. Blinded by the miraculous power of their master, the 5 male disciples betrayed and murdered the true God, plunging the world into darkness once again. With their heinous act, they seized the source of divine power for themselves, the God Core. The power of the core was too overwhelming for a single being to control, so they divided it into 6 parts, creating the magic cores and distributing them among themselves. The only female disciple who opposed the murder was forced to accept one of the magic cores, becoming an unwilling accomplice. The 5 disciples took control of the 5 great continents, establishing their own kingdoms and signing a non-aggression pact to maintain their power. With the traitors in power, the world, which had barely recovered, returned to a state of hell, ruled by tyranny and greed. Consumed by the unlimited power of the magic cores, the former disciples transformed into monsters, devastating the world to satisfy their own desires. Humanity suffered unspeakably under their reign. People were driven mad, tortured, frozen, burned alive, raped, and mass slaughtered. Using the power of the cores, they merged humans with beasts and other beings, creating countless new species and acting as twisted gods of a new world. However, even amidst the despair and ruins of this hell, a spark of hope remained. That hope was the first disciple, the young woman who resisted the betrayal and vowed to save the world from those who were now known as demon kings. She was at a great disadvantage, as her magic core contained the most difficult and unstable aspects of the true God's power, while the other demon kings had taken the easiest parts to control. Exiled to the most dangerous continent, a repository for the failed and mutant creations of the demon kings, she began her long journey. She spent countless years in isolation, patiently mastering the difficult aspects of her magic core, learning to control its immense power. Eventually, she succeeded, learning not only to control her power, but also to coexist with the monstrous creatures of her continent of exile. Uniting with the oppressed, she began to form an organization and traveled to other continents to gather allies in her fight against the demon kings. Through a series of fortunate events and exploiting the arrogance of her enemies, the young woman and her followers finally managed to defeat the first demon king. From the fallen demon king, she took his magic core, the source of his tyrannical power. However, instead of absorbing the power for herself, she chose a different path, dividing the core into even smaller fragments. She distributed these fragments of power among the people, teaching them to wield magic and fight for themselves. And so, with the power granted by the betrayed disciple, the first mages of the world were born, armed with the hope of overthrowing the demon kings. Determined to never bow to the demon kings again, the people who received the magic core and became mages honed their skills, willing to sacrifice their lives. The young disciple had given them a weapon to fight, even if she herself were to fall. She distributed fragments of divine power among the people, teaching them to wield magic and fight for themselves, giving birth to the world's first mages. As the new mages continued to train and hone their skills, differences in aptitude and power began to emerge among them. Some wielded the power with exceptional skill, others struggled to use it effectively, and some could not accept the magic core at all, becoming unable to use magic. And so, as the mages grew stronger, the young woman and her allies set out to overthrow the demon kings, marking the beginning of a long and grueling war. In response, the demon kings used the power of their magic cores to create even more ferocious monsters, turning the inhabitants of the continents into powerful soldiers for their hordes. Facing an enemy that relied on quality, the disciple and her mages countered with quantity. They welcomed the oppressed, one after another, granting them magic cores to swell their ranks. The strategy proved effective, and over time, the tide of the war began to turn in favor of the young woman and the mages. With each demon king they defeated, they used the fallen's magic core to create even more mages, a tactic their disjointed enemies could not contain. During this war, 5 young people emerged who could wield power with extraordinary skill. As there was one on each of the 5 great continents, they came to be revered as the 5 continental heroes. The young woman and the 5 heroes led the people, fighting the demon kings day after day in a relentless battle for freedom. After many long years, they finally managed to defeat and seal all 5 demon kings who ruled the continents, freeing the people from their endless nightmare. With the demon kings defeated, the people finally enjoyed a hard-won peace, celebrating the dawn of a new era. However, the peace would be short-lived. The 5 individuals celebrated as the 5 continental heroes joined forces for a dark purpose. In an act of supreme betrayal, the 5 heroes conspired to assassinate the young disciple who had guided them to victory. Their exact motives remain unknown, whether they sought to take the magic core she possessed, or whether they feared that she, as a direct disciple of the true God, would rise as a new demon king. What is certain is that the 5 cornered her and seriously injured her. Although on the verge of death, she managed to escape from danger. She fled back to her original continent, the primordial continent, a land filled with monstrous creatures where not even the 5 heroes could easily interfere. The young woman wept, betrayed by her fellow disciples and once again, betrayed by the mages she believed she could trust. Lost and without answers, she wondered why things had come to this point and what she should do from there. And so, isolated in the depths of the earth and consumed by pain, she fell into a deep sleep to heal her wounds. By the time her wounds and magic had recovered enough and she awoke, countless years had already passed in the world above. The cave where she slept had become a refuge for weak monsters who, influenced by the magic emanating from her, evolved and built a settlement, coming to revere her as a god. The outside world had also changed drastically during her long sleep. The 5 continental heroes came to be known as the heroes of the 5 races, passing their power on to their descendants and creating a world ruled by mages, with their lineages at the peak. As for the young woman herself, history treated her in the same way as the demon kings she had defeated, labeling her as the sixth demon king. The story that spread throughout the world was that she had survived on this monster continent, plotting to destroy the world once again. The young woman was lost, not knowing what she should do now. She knew that the descendants of the heroes of the 5 races could come to defeat her at any moment, and if that happened, the monsters in this city who worshipped her would be caught in the conflict. She even considered taking her own life to avoid a senseless bloodshed, but she knew that they would probably come to take the power of her magic core anyway. More importantly, even if she died, the power of the magic core would not disappear. On the contrary, it would remain in an even more convenient form for those who wanted it, and she could not trust those traitors to control it properly. After much agony, the choice she made was to go back to sleep once again, minimizing her magic output so that she would be less likely to be detected. Above all, in this new world, she still didn't know what she was destined to do. Before entering her sleep, she sought someone from outside who could gather information about the world beyond the cave. A slave possessing great strength and intelligence faithfully fulfilled this role. He served the young woman with unwavering loyalty, and in return, she placed her complete trust in him, telling him everything. Over time, he became the guardian of the sealed place where the young woman slept, and came to see it as his duty to find someone to inherit his mission. This ambition was passed down from generation to generation, and countless long years passed. Faramudo concludes his account, revealing that he took over the position of the previous guardian and became her protector. Lute and Maya listen in silence, absorbing the magnitude of the world's secret history. Faramudo recalls the overwhelming indignation he felt when he first heard this story. With fury, he declares that the hero's actions were completely improper for a gentleman. He explains that he swore to protect her as atonement for the sins of his ancestors, a duty that transcends his status as a slave. The protagonist finally understands the meaning behind his master's words about the atonement of those who live in this world, realizing that it is a burden shared by all. The giant reminds Lute of his earlier warning about the crushing weight of the world's secrets. He reiterates that if someone without the strength to defeat him learned the truth, they would be crushed, unable to escape, and condemned to death. Faramudo explains that the descendants of the 5 heroes have been eliminating anyone who gets close to the truth to erase the fact that their revered ancestors betrayed and tried to kill their benefactor. With a chill, the young strategist realizes that he now understands why the kingdom of Keslan was destroyed. He deduces that his father, Shurak, the king of Keslan, probably discovered this same truth through his research. And before he could spread this truth, both he and his entire kingdom were erased from existence. Lute now knows that the enemies they face are the world's greatest superpower, the nation of Melsha, and the Origin, the oldest military order led by S-class mages. The black-haired boy reflects that, indeed, anyone who did not have the strength to defeat Faramudo would certainly be crushed without mercy by such opponents. Chris's master declares that, as he was defeated, Lute has earned the right to know the truth, although part of him believes it is still too early. However, now that the situation has reached this point, Faramudo prepares to work alongside them to oppose these formidable enemies and asks Lute to follow him. The group is led through a deep passage in an ice cave, following the guardian to the inner sanctuary. The protagonist moves forward, his mind full of questions as he delves deeper into the sealed domain. They walk through a frozen and sacred landscape, approaching the heart of Faramudo's secret. The young commander's eyes widen in shock and awe as he witnesses what lies before him. Before them stands a colossal and shining tree, whose light fills the vast cave, guarding the resting place of the sleeping disciple. Faramudo looks at Lute, believing that he already understands, even without needing to say, in what sacred place they are. He reveals the sleeping figure, declaring, "This is the one whom the world calls the Demon King, Asura-sama." In the ice sanctuary, Faramuto warns that now that Lute knows the truth, it won't be long before his enemies find out too. The muscular giant states that, when the inevitable battle against their adversaries begins, the power of the dormant Asura-sama will be of great help. With a serious expression, Chris's master confesses that his strength alone is insufficient to protect Asura and the city, asking for Lute and his group's help, to the young man's surprise. In the vast crystal cave, the powerful warrior bows in a gesture of humility, making a personal request for them to help the sealed entity, Asura-sama. With determination in his eyes, the protagonist accepts the responsibility, declaring that, having heard the story, he can no longer ignore it and will protect Asura even if it costs him his life. Faramuto reveals that although he has received magical messages from Asura, they have no way to communicate directly with her, an obstacle that Lute recognizes given her sealed state. They reflect on how to break the seal, concluding that, since Asura sealed herself willingly, she herself must have prepared a method for her release. The moment Lute deduces that the numeral ring is the key, a group of shadowy figures emerges at the entrance of the cave, taking him by surprise. The enigmatic group of women, identified by the name Noir, makes their dramatic appearance in the sanctuary. Leading the group, a dark-haired woman approaches, announcing that they have finally met. The leader addresses a confused Lute as her beloved, introducing herself as Shanadia Nero Kesslin, his cousin and daughter of King Shurak's younger brother. Shanadia shocks the protagonist and her companions by declaring that she is his fiancée. As the black-haired boy processes the revelation, his supposed fiancée claims that their destiny was to walk together for decades. Lute's cousin explains that the ring in his possession is a family heirloom, a treasure passed down through the generations of the kings of Kesslin, whose last owner was her father. She reveals that through research on the ring, King Shurak discovered the truth about the origins of the world, the death of the true god making it a godless world. Shanadia continues, stating that her uncle's research also revealed that the method to break the seal of the last demon king was contained in the ring. She details that the ring is magically paired with the demon king, designed to be attracted to her power, and that by using this resonance it is possible to awaken her. With a suspicious look, the young commander questions how she knows all this. Liss is shocked to recognize one of Noir's members as her missing older sister, Rara Ener Memia, who claims to have foreseen these events in a prophetic dream. The younger elf calls out to her sister, Rara, who completely ignores her as she passes by. Coldly, Rara dismisses Liss, stating that she is too busy to talk to types like her. Liss, distressed, confronts her sister about her disappearance years ago, but Rara reiterates with disdain that she has no time for types like her. Shanadia comments sarcastically on Rara's ignorant and arrogant sister, while the latter apologizes to her leader for the interruption. Resuming the conversation, Shanadia accuses Lute of intending to destroy Origin and Melsha, an allegation that the boy vehemently denies. Ignoring his denial, his self-proclaimed fiancé suggests that he entrust the ring to her so that she can revive the Demon King in his place. The protagonist rejects the idea with revulsion, declaring that he would never join those who seek to bring ruin to the world by resurrecting the Demon King. Shanadia then refers to a previous incident in the city of Kokori, admitting that her younger sisters were rude to Lute's group. As a gesture of apology, Shanadia orders one of her followers, Nora, to apologize to Ryudo-sama. With a disturbingly cheerful smile, Nora approaches Lute, offering her own life as proof of her repentance. To everyone's horror, Nora fulfills her word and plunges a weapon into her own throat. Lute screams in shock as the girl collapses to the ground, blood gushing from her neck. In a quick reaction, Korra orders Zia to use her healing magic immediately to save Nora's life. Zia rushes to the injured girl's side, enveloping her in a healing light to treat the mortal wound. The silver-haired elf informs her master that the girl will barely survive, bringing brief relief to the young man. Shanadia coldly reprimands the wounded Nora, saying that she is lucky for Lut's forgiveness, but that she must never forget her mistakes and always be ready to die. Despite the serious injury, Nora responds with frightening fanaticism, stating that she would do anything for Ryudo-sama. The protagonist is deeply disturbed, realizing that the members of Noir are irrational and have something fundamentally broken in their psyche. Shanadia tries to calm Lut, insisting that although they want to resurrect the Demon King, they do not want the destruction of the world, and asks where he heard such an alarming tale. When the young man mentions that he heard this from Origin, Shanadia's expression instantly closes upon hearing the rival organization's name. With her face contorted with hatred, she curses Origin as filthy, vile, and despicable for daring to feed Lut with lies after committing so many atrocities. Her anger explodes into a demonic fury, repeating the word unforgivable with terrifying intensity. Alerted by Rara, Shanadia quickly composes herself, apologizing for her shameful behavior in front of Lut. She tries again to convince the boy, stating that he has misunderstood them and that their goal is the opposite of world destruction. Shanadia reveals her grandiose plan: to revive the kingdom of Kesslin, ruling alongside Lut, and establish the Demon King as the single and absolute god to unify the world. She describes her distorted vision of peace: a world ruled by a revived god where there is no hunger, injustice, or oppression, and children can live safely. Horrified by the madness of their ideology, the protagonist decides that he cannot, in good conscience, entrust the power of the magic core to lunatics like them. With a sinister smile, Shanadia declares that someone must correct the order of the world, and that someone must be her, or rather, them. A new voice echoes through the cave, questioning whether their goal justifies the destruction of the current peace, causing everyone to turn to the entrance. A man with blonde hair and imposing armor, flanked by his soldiers, emerges from the shadows, being immediately identified as a member of Origin. In the ice cave, a new voice, calm and powerful, cuts through the chamber, questioning whether it is fair to destroy the existing peace in the name of a new order, directly confronting the assembled factions. With his face contorted in hatred, Shanadia recognizes the newcomer, spitting out his name like poison: Artorias. The protagonist and Maya react with visible shock, surprised by the sudden appearance of such a powerful and infamous figure. Faramudo identifies the man as Artorias Arger, the leader of Origin and one of the 5 S-class mages in the world, reputed to be the strongest, an army of one man. With an icy coldness, Artorias addresses Princess Shanadia, expressing surprise that she is alive and, even more so, that she leads the organization known as Noir. The leader of Origin then turns his attention to Rara Inermemia, commenting that her presence alongside Shanadia finally explains why all his efforts to locate her had failed. Shanadia explodes in fury, shouting at Artorias and accusing Origin of building its so-called peace and order on countless sacrifices, demanding that he not dare claim ignorance. Ignoring her fury, the S-class mage questions the point of fighting over which justice is greater, suggesting that it would be better to think about the future together. The leader of Noir rejects the proposal, her anger reaching a feverish pitch as she accuses Origin of stealing everything from her, recalling the moment she witnessed the massacre of her own mother and vowing to kill him repeatedly. Artorias calmly reflects that when two ideals of justice clash, it is inevitable that neither side can back down, accepting the conflict as the natural course of things. He coldly admits that if he made any mistake in the past, it was not having managed to kill Shanadia along with her parents, uncle, and aunt. Artorias' cruel confession leads Shanadia to a scream of pure rage and inhuman agony, losing all composure. Rara intervenes, placing her hand over her leader's mouth and reminding her to compose herself, preventing the fury from consuming her completely. Lut's former master, Faramudo, intervenes in the conversation, addressing the leader of Origin and stating that there are some misunderstandings in his words. Artorias clarifies his position, stating that Origin has no particular interest in resurrecting the Demon King nor need for the magic core. He elaborates, declaring that his only desire is to preserve the meticulously woven order in the world, and that the existence of the Demon King is irrelevant to him unless it becomes an obstacle. With an icy conviction, the strongest mage in the world states that if the Demon King becomes an obstacle to the current order, he would be nothing more than something to be annihilated. The young peacekeeper commander is silent, impressed and alarmed by the ease with which Artorias claims he could destroy even an entity like a Demon King. Faramudo, with a sly smile, questions Artorias, asking why he came all the way there if he claims to have no interest in the Demon King. The leader of Origin responds that, although he did not know that Faramudo was the guardian of the place, the story about the existence of a guardian of the Demon King is something he cannot allow to spread. With a somber expression, Artorias reveals his true purpose, declaring that he came to silence Faramudo. The threat extends to Lut and his companions, who react with tense and serious expressions, understanding that they are also included in the target. However, the light-haired mage adds that silencing them does not necessarily mean that he intends to take their lives, preferring not to resort to violence if possible. Artorias then addresses Lut directly, revealing that he came with a proposal and that he would like to resolve the matter through a peaceful discussion. The suggestion of negotiating with Origin enrages Shanadia, who shouts that Ryudo-sama would never agree to such a thing and threatens to tear out Artorias' tongue if he continues with his nonsense. Faramudo's voice thunders over the discussion, shouting, "Enough!" to interrupt the escalation of hostilities between the leaders. With a resounding laugh, the muscular giant insists that everyone should at least listen to each other first, trying to calm the situation. Declaring that attacking negotiators is improper for a gentleman, Faramudo positions himself as a mediator, despite being an A-class mage, to facilitate the conversation between the parties. With a powerful gesture, Faramudo activates a magical device, preparing to move the tense meeting to a more neutral location. He reveals a teleportation device prepared by the Demon King for his guardians, and invites everyone to change locations for a more suitable discussion. A sinister note hangs in the air, suggesting that although the intention is a peaceful discussion, the situation could easily escalate into violence. Faramudo laughs, reminding everyone that if something were to happen, none of them would want to see the sacred place where they are being destroyed, using the veiled threat to ensure cooperation. Shanadia and Artorias agree to Faramudo's mediation, recognizing that it would be impolite to refuse the offer of the famous Lord Dan. The group is transported to a vast desolate plain under a cloudy sky and surrounded by jagged mountain peaks, a perfect setting for a confrontation. Faramudo identifies the location as the largest plain on the Demon Continent, a vast open space where negotiations can proceed. The self-proclaimed mediator laughs confidently, assuring everyone that, in that location, they don't have to worry about collateral damage, no matter what happens. The leaders of the three factions sit at a table conjured in the middle of the plain, preparing to begin formal negotiations. With everyone's attention focused, Artorias prepares to get straight to the point and present his proposal. The leader of Origin looks directly at the protagonist and makes his initial offer concisely and directly. "Sir Gunsmith, join us." Artorias explains his logic, stating that the legend of the heroes of the five races is so deeply rooted in the world that revealing it as a farce would cause unnecessary chaos and harm innocents. A visual illustration reinforces his point, showing how the legend of the heroes permeates all facets of society, from military organizations and adventurer guilds to children's storybooks. He details his offer. If Lut's group agrees to keep the secret under Origin's supervision, they, along with Noir and the Demon King, will have a stable and luxurious life guaranteed. Shanadia scoffs at the offer, sarcastically questioning whether Artorias really believes that anyone would fall for such sweet and obviously false words. The leader of Noir interprets the offer as nothing more than a glorified imprisonment, an accusation that the leader of Origin confirms without hesitation. Artorias clarifies that, for the members of the Peacekeeper, the offer is different, indicating that he has a special plan for Lut and his companions. He reveals that instead of confinement, he wants the Peacekeeper to join Origin, fighting alongside them to protect the existing world order. The S-Class Mage explains that, because they know the secrets of the world, they are now linked to Origin by fate, and joining them would mean gaining the same level of authority, power, and recognition. Artorias expresses his belief that they can work together, sharing the burden of keeping the secret and the difficulties that come with it. With a serious look, the leader of Origin admits that everything he has said so far is merely a pretext for his true intention. One of Artorias' subordinates reveals the real reason for Origin's interest. They are eyeing the magical devices, the firearms, that the Peacekeeper possesses. He argues that such weapons are a technological revolution that, if released carelessly into the world, would allow anyone to wield the power of a mage, leading to mass bloodshed. Artorias concludes that, since Lut himself has not distributed these weapons en masse, he must share the same understanding of their danger, and therefore they must be properly regulated by Origin. The young strategist reflects internally, agreeing with Artorias' assessment. He remembers his past life on Earth, where child soldiers could kill hardened veterans with firearms, and recognizes that the same would happen in this world. Having concluded his proposal, both the pretext and the truth, Artorias awaits the Peacekeeper commander's response. The protagonist acknowledges that the offer is, in fact, generous, and that he believes that Artorias spoke with complete honesty about his true intentions. Before giving his final answer, the black-haired boy asks permission to ask the leader of Origin a single question. Lut Kun looks into Artorias' eyes and asks what he would do if an ordinary citizen, by chance, were to discover the truth about the heroes of the 5 races. Artorias' response is immediate, cold, and unequivocal, shrouded in an aura of crackling power. They would have to be eliminated. The leader of Origin tries to justify his brutal policy, stating that it is precisely to avoid such a situation that he wishes to join forces with the Peacekeeper. Without saying a word, Lut gives his answer. With a swift movement, he points his gun directly at Artorias' head, leaving his unwavering position and his refusal absolutely clear. With his gun pointed at the Origin's leader, Lut declares his refusal. Unfazed, Artorias responds coldly, "Let's hear your reason." The young commander exposes his distrust. "It's obvious that you'll betray us the moment we're no longer useful. In the end, all you want are disposable pawns to do the dirty work in the shadows and protect the Origin's reputation. But what I find most unacceptable is the fact that you kill those who learn the truth just to keep it hidden." The black-haired boy continues, clarifying his position. "I have no intention of spreading this truth to the world. I'm not some kind of justice believer, but what you're trying to do is doomed to fail. You can't silence people forever. That's why I don't accept your proposal." Artorias questions Lut's logic, but the young man remains firm in his conviction, insisting that the attempt to suppress the truth will one day absolutely fail. The strategist illustrates his point, explaining that just as they discovered the truth, others will too. He challenges Artorias, asking if the Origin intends to kill everyone who gets close to the secret to keep them quiet. Artorias' response is a cold and calculating yes, if necessary. Horrified, Lute declares the madness of such a plan, stating that he refuses to be complicit in the murder of innocents. With a sigh of resignation, the Origin's leader acknowledges that the worlds will rarely bend easily to someone's desires, understanding that the negotiations have reached a stalemate. Artorias turns to the leader of Noir, Shanadia, and asks if she also agrees that there is no more room for conversation, sealing the fate of the truce. With disdain, Shanadia confirms, stating that joining forces with her mortal enemy, the Origin, is something that will never happen and that the only certainty is that she will kill him. The protagonist reflects on the impossibility of an alliance between the factions. The members of Noir react with fury to the mere suggestion of an alliance with the Origin, shouting that it would never happen. With the breakdown of negotiations, a shot echoes. Artorias declares that there is no longer any reason to let anyone there live, to Lute's shock. The Origin's leader rises, his aura of power indicating that words are over and violence is about to begin. The protagonist and his companions prepare for the imminent confrontation, caught in the middle of the conflict. Shanadia, in a delirium, invites Lute to fight alongside her as husband and wife against the Origin. Lute-kun categorically rejects her, refusing to join forces with Noir to her surprise. He explains his refusal, stating that her goal of resurrecting the Demon King would throw the world back into an era of chaos, something he could never support. Firmly, the black-haired boy looks at his companions and tells Shanadia to stop calling him husband, as his true wives are by his side. The double rejection hits Shanadia, and her expression contorts in shock and disbelief. The love she proclaimed instantly transforms into an overwhelming and monstrous hatred. With her face distorted by fury, she screams Ryudo's name, promising a hatred 1,000,000,000 times greater and declaring him unforgivable. In her fury, she promises to massacre everyone and summons an army of shadows. The protagonist recognizes the armor of the soldiers and the mages in the undead army, realizing that they are from the city of Kokori. With a chill, he understands Noir's macabre plan. They were massacring mages to reanimate their corpses as an army of mindless puppets under their command. Artorias observes with disdain, commenting on the profanation of so many bodies in the name of Noir's so-called ideal world. Consumed by endless resentment, Shanadia swears that she will never forgive, her hatred fueling her unholy army. The Origin's leader acknowledges that Noir's numbers are a nuisance. Deciding to retaliate in kind, Artorias prepares a large-scale summoning magic. Dozens of magic circles open in the air, and from them emerge hordes of stone dragons and other monstrous beasts. Lute's group watches, shocked, as the battlefield fills with two colossal armies. Artorias's dragon army fully materializes, a force of nature ready for combat. With a simple command, advance, Artorias launches his legion of beasts against Noir's forces. With a cry of massacre everyone, Shanadia sends her undead army into the confrontation. Caught in the middle, the Peacemaker's group finds itself surrounded by the titanic collision of two armies. Chaos erupts as the stone dragons clash with the undead soldiers, turning the canyon into a hell. Snow shouts amidst the battle, frustrated with the seemingly endless number of enemies, questioning how they can handle the situation. Even the powerful Faramudo admits that he would have difficulty against so many opponents, pressing Lute for a plan. While his companions panic, the protagonist remains calm, looking at the sky and revealing that he has made all possible preparations for such a crisis. He announces that the ultimate weapon he prepared for the exploration of the monster continent should arrive at any moment. As if in response, a series of explosions tear through the skies, raining fire upon the ranks of the enemy armies. From the clouds, an air force of jet fighters and a war airship emerge, with the pilots announcing their arrival and apologizing for the delay. Aboard the airship, Maya triumphantly declares that her bridge to the future with Ryudo-sama is finally complete, while Luna timidly corrects her about the ship's name. Shanadia looks at the sky, furious, realizing that her ground forces are useless against an enemy that flies so high. Even Artorias is surprised, muttering in disbelief to see that the aircraft can fly faster than a dragon. The protagonist explains that his new airship surpasses conventional ones in speed and firepower, and the fighters possess even greater maneuverability, giving them a chance to defend themselves. However, the commander knows that air support alone is not enough. With the enemy forces being overwhelming, he understands that if they on the ground cannot advance, they will be exterminated, allowing the tyranny of the origin and the revenge of Noir to continue unchecked. With renewed determination, Lut Kun gathers his group, invoking the Peacemaker's oath to help those in need and declaring that they will never abandon those they can save. "Let's go, everyone." His companions respond with war cries, promising to fight by his side and make their enemies regret having defied the great genius Ryudo-sama. The rest of the team echoes the sentiment, declaring that their leader's enemies are their enemies and that they will protect their beloved commander at all costs.